Live from the iPick Theater Salt Sports Bar at 100 West Higgins in South Barrington, it's time for the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank with Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich, only on the official station for Bears fans, Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's sports station, presented by ExpressBet.com. Get in, get out, get paid.
Devin Astor backpedals inside his own 20-yard line. Carries to the 18, starts to the right side. Has a crack! Devin to the 30! Devin right to the 40. The punter hangs him up and slings him out of bounds around the 49-yard line of the... Here's the kick, and it's a bomb, and Devin's got to go all the way back inside his 20. Bobbled it, picks it up at the 20. Skips left to the 21. A big block from Stell to the 25. Sideline left 40. Midfield, tightrope walk. 30 of the lines. 20, 10, 5, end zone, touchdown Bears! Snap to Stafford, throwing left. Oh! He threw it to the Bears! Major right! Gone! Touchdown! Touchdown Bears! And a pick six! Here's the snap to Stafford, taps the ball twice, he threw another pick! Charles Tillman running it back! They're not gonna get him! Peanut Tillman 10, 5, end zone, touchdown Bears! Here's the snap to Steph, looking for Johnson. Over the middle, it's broken up. Bears had 5 orange jerseys. Right over the middle in the vicinity of Calvin Johnson. Stafford thought he had the matchup with DJ Moore, but little did he know there was zone coverage all over the yard, and Urlacher was back deep as well.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome to the ExpressBet.com postgame show. Brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score Sports Radio 670. We're live at iPick Theaters, that's right, in South Barrington. Ed O'Bradovich and Doug Buffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears win 37-13. What do you say about that?
Very nice crowd here tonight.
Absolutely. And their Bears win in a lapper. They took Detroit. Ed and I were talking about, this looked like Detroit 4 years ago or 5 years ago. But the Chicago Bears, what they did and how they did it, basically, they did it with takeaways. 6 takeaways they had. Not to mention the fact that Hester runs for an 82-yard punt return. And so that sets everything up. The Chicago Bears defensively, we saw some fights there, which I'm all for. But it was the fact they were defending themselves. They were getting a lot of hits. The guys stepped up, and they played really tough football. Now, the offense really didn't do really that much. I don't think so in the first half especially. They had 34 yards rushing. But anytime you get 2 interceptions back-to-back by Major Wright, who runs one back for a touchdown for 24 yards, and then you have another interception by Tillman, who runs back 44-yard touchdown, that's 14 points right there. They had 10 points on the fumble recovery, and you saw what Peppers did. The hit Peppers had on Calvin Johnson about took him apart, and we got the fumble going into the score. So all in all, the Bears took advantage of what they do best. And what they do best and how they've won in the past is the fact they take away the football. That's exactly what they do. And they took the football away, and they scored defensively, and they're so strong on their special teams. Why anybody in their right mind would want to punt the football to Hester, I do not know. But they did. So the fact is, when it's all said and done with, the Chicago Bears look so much better than the Detroit Lions. They look like a team that's heading somewhere, maybe to the playoffs. And we can say that.
Well, I'll tell you what, Doug, after watching this game today, and we're on the backside of their schedule, the teams that they have to play, absolutely, Doug, are the playoffs, are they realistic? Yeah. And could there be a Super Bowl down at the end? I'll tell you what, I don't think there's any teams in the AFC or the NFC. Nobody's running away with anything. And the Bears seem to have finally found a pattern of winning, not making mistakes, playing a consistent game, special teams, defense, takeaway, and offensively, we finally got it right. And it's called maximum protection. In the first half, I couldn't remember how many times Jay Cutler threw the ball, but all but about 2 times it was maximum protection. And the other thing, you want to say, like, what happened today? We came out, no mistakes, but what happened today, again, our difference makers stepped up to the plate. Excuse me, special teams, Hester. Offensively, it might have looked pretty good, but I'll tell you what, Cutler in the first half, second half, He had to run out of the pocket. I couldn't tell you how many times because there was pressure on him, even with max protection. So Cutler stood up to the plate. Defensively, Tillman has been doing it for years, getting turnovers. The guy is a cornerback. I'll tell you what, Doug, I think this kid's having an all-pro year. And Julius Peppers. Now, Julius Peppers is basically a right defensive end. He plays right end today. He played left defensive end. He played right tackle. He played defensive tackle. He played left. He came with the pressure most of the time up the middle. And why that was so big today? Because that's where we really never get the pressure. Our four-man rotation at defensive tackle is not that good. Now they're moving Peppers around, and from the inside position, he didn't give Stafford, the quarterback from Detroit, a chance to step up into the pocket, make a throw, or escape through the lanes. So Peppers played one hell of a football game, and I'm going to tell you something. Doug, Doug and I have a unanimous vote on the most valuable Bear today. Doug, who is the Bears' most valuable player?
It took us a while to think about this. There were a lot of players out there that were worthwhile to get this nomination. And Ed and I both voted for Stafford from Detroit.
And if you don't know who Stafford is, he's the quarterback for the Detroit Lions. And I'm going to tell you something, Doug, another thing here. I'll tell you what, Lovie Smith and his coordinators did a hell of a job. They stayed within themselves. They got the victory. They got the turnovers. And if you want to see a team that was not ready to play football after a bye week, come in here, and they were just god-awful. And Schwartz, I believe his name is Schwartz. Is that not?
Jim Schwartz, yes.
Jim Schwartz, the head coach of Detroit, him and all his coaches did a pathetic job. As you could see in the game offensively and defensively, they misfired on everything, defensively and offensively, and the Bears took advantage of their weakness, and thus we have the victory, and thus the talk about, hey, could they eventually get playoffs and the Super Bowl? Tell you what, folks, I've seen stranger things happen.
If you look at the Bears in the past that they've gone to the playoffs, the one thing you always relied on was the defense. If you take a look at the defense in the red zone, they only gave up one touchdown down there. That was real important. I mean, Detroit was down there quite a bit, but the Bear defense stood out. And like Ed was talking about, to me, football defensively starts on the inside, not the outside.
Absolutely.
And that's where Peppers was. Peppers was on the inside defensive tackle, and the pressure. And you put pressure on the inside. That means the quarterback cannot step up. That means he's in huge trouble. And you saw what happened to Stafford. How in the hell can you make those two throws he made when Major Wright makes the interception, runs for a touchdown, and Tillman makes the interception and runs for a touchdown? And Stafford wearing the glove. I don't know what that was all about. But the fact is, when it's all said and done with, it's the defense, and then it's Hester, and it's the punt returns. It's all these things that are added up to make the Bears successful as they were today. Now, I got to tell you, Cutler ran for his life a couple times, and in fact, that's who he is. That's what he does do. But they used the rollouts with him, which is so important, and that was important for the Bears to get Cutler out of that pocket, and he did do that. And all said and done with, we look at this football game. There was an interesting stat. I always thought that the Bears were going to be in big trouble this game, because they were played on a Monday night. They played a Monday night, and you got to figure they got to go play on a Sunday against a team who had a bye. Happened to look in the stats on that. Do you know the teams that play on a Monday night, they then play on a Sunday? They play on a Sunday, and they're playing the team that's coming off a bye, are 5-0 the last 9 years. That record now is 6-0. And the Bears just look like they're the one that had the bye. They're the one that took off the time, but they were not. They were ready to play this football game. They are jacked up. And I'll tell you one thing. I'm not for fighting in a football game, but if somebody's manhandling some of my guys, like Fairley did to Cutler and drove him into the ground, I'm retaliating. And especially you have the luxury to retaliate when you're up by 30-some points. And that's exactly what they did. They're taking no prisoners. And that's what the Bears are about. You mess with me, you mess with the whole team. And that, I'm kind of happy that happened.
Well, you know what, Doug? If you sit here, folks, if you look at the stats between Detroit and the Bears, outside of the final numbers, the score, first downs, they had 22, we had 12. Third down conversion, they were 4 of 17, which is pathetic, but the Bears were 3 of 13. We had a total of running and passing of 216 yards, 107 passing, 109 running the ball, and for a 3.1 yard per average. I'll tell you what, folks, that looking at statistically, does that mean like it's really that team really should have scored and won and done so well? I don't think so. But if you look at the other side, Doug, they have some passing 313 yards, a total of 393 yards. But the only thing is they got beat in all the critical downs and all the plays out there.
The postgame show was brought to you by Old Second Bank. Started banking on your future. And that's the key to any football game. It's very simple. How many takeaways you have? How many turnovers do you have? You know, Detroit coming into this football game, they were a plus 13 turnover ratio, meaning they've taken the ball away 18 times and they've only given it up 5 times. Today, they gave the football up 6 times. 6 times. When you do that, you can count on a loss. There's no doubt about it in my mind. I didn't have to look, or I didn't have to look and know any of the stats. You turn the football over 6 times, you're not going to win.
Dougie?
That's exactly what happened.
Yeah, I like what the Bears have been doing defensively as of late. Offensively, we know they made their changes. They went to max protection, shorten the passing routes, run the football. Great stuff. Defensively, they've been changing up the defenses. We play a 2 deep, we blitz, and now we play a lot of pressure defense. And what I mean by that, did you see our cornerbacks where they played for the most part of the game? 2 yards, 3 yards off the back, off the wideouts, and then you had our linebackers, our weak and strong side linebackers playing a little wider when it was a passing situation so they could take away the inside pass. It's a pressure defense. Well, we know we played it 2 deep, but now they're playing more pressure defense. They're blitzing a lot of line tricks the past several games. Oh, they didn't tonight, but what they did do was move peppers all over the place, and you'll probably see that more. So defensively, are we getting smarter? Yes, we are.
Let's go out to the phone lines, Ed. Let's go out to John in Algonquin. John, you're on the score with Obie and Doug.
Hey, guys, I love your post-game show.
Thank you.
I think this was a fantastic game. We did everything we needed to do. I think we beat Detroit better than they beat us when we were in their home field. And I also believe that Stafford needs to be suspended when the NFL reviews these tapes. You do not bring someone down by their helmet. That was BS. They reviewed it, and they should have suspended Stafford at the point.
I got to tell you,
I want to hear your view.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I'm not down on DJ Moore for coming back after him because it's always the second guy gets caught and the second guy they throw out of the football game. It always works that way. But I think the one was even more that bothered me was Fairley drove Cutler into the ground. That one bothered me because that could put him out forever. I mean, there was enough hit on him, enough drive on him to drive him to the ground, separate his shoulder, do something terrible like that. And so, yeah, there was a lot of things going on there, but I'm happy that the Bears retaliated. And in retaliation, you know, we saw Lance Briggs drill Calvin Johnson. Okay, fine, they got penalty, but the hell, you deserved it. It's time to go back after him. It's time to go back after Sue. Take no damn prisoners, boys.
Hey, Dougie,
that's the name of the game.
Yeah. Before we go to break, also, when we come back, we've got to talk about this Matt Stafford. The game he played today, Doug, I'm going to tell you, his reads were they're very hard to believe. I would have, if I was the owner of the Detroit Lions, I'd have his Fanny when we got back into Detroit, into my office, looking at the films and saying, hey, I'm paying you so many million, and this is what you see on that football field. This is what you did, and you did it alone, you moron.
Well, yeah, his problem, though, the fact is that it's the glove. The glove was the problem.
Yeah. You know what he can do with that glove?
This segment is brought to you by Gerber Collision and Glass. They come highly recommended. Ed and I will be right back.
Here's the snap to Stafford. Taps the ball twice. He threw another pick. Charles Tillman running it back. They're not going to get him. Peanut Tillman 10, 5, end zone. Touchdown Bears.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. On the score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at iPick Theaters. That's right, 100 West Higgins in South Barrington. Ed O'Bradovich and Doug Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767. And today's pest controller of the game is Matthew Stafford, brought to you by Rose Pest Solutions. And think about this, and Matthew Stafford was 35 for 66 for 338 yards with a quarterback rating of 47.4. Now, on the other hand, Cutler, quarterback rating, I think was like right around 65 or something like that. So not that good, but again, good enough to win the football game. And if you look at the Bears, the last 3 games prior to this game, the defense has held quarterback ratings against them averaging 62.5. And today Matthew Stafford comes in at 47.4. So defensively, they're doing the job.
Yeah, but the only thing, Doug, that's a little alarming here, we only had 1 third-down conversion in the second half, 2 in the first, only 1 in the second half, Dougie. And, I mean, that's something that, you got to be close to that 50% or just a shade better on a consistent basis. If you're going to be on and off like this, eventually it's going to jump up and bite us.
Yeah, those numbers, the offensive numbers just don't add up.
No, they don't. Well, Detroit came after him pretty good too, Doug. And again, you told me about Cutler's rating was 60 what?
68.5.
68.5. But don't forget, when I knew the points were on the board, but I think what a lot of people overlook is how many times he was under pressure throwing a ball and how many times he had to escape. Even though we were with max protection, those 4 down linemen, they still got after Cutler.
Yeah, and the key, too, is Lovie Smith. Lovie Smith believes this, and he's actually the way it should believe in is the fact that he got to take the football away. If you look at the Bears in the past, Lovie Smith, that's all he talks about is, I want to take the football away. Boy, I'm telling you, he took it away 6 times tonight. Not only taking it away, he scored twice on 2 touchdowns back-to-back. Then on top of that, throw in an 82-yard punt return. There ain't no way in hell that you can beat a team if you do those kind of things.
Doug, what you said is true, but some of those picks that Stafford threw,
bad.
My Lord.
They're terrible.
You wonder who the hell side he was playing on.
But once again, it happens. I don't know why it happens to quarterbacks. All of a sudden, they just go crazy. They go nuts. He didn't know where the hell he was throwing that football. I don't know what he was worried about. Maybe he was worried about his gloves. Maybe he was worried about the wind.
Doug, he was god-awful. I thought his quarterback rating would be in single digits, which has been done before, but I just thought Stafford was just god-awful.
And which is unusual because coming in, his quarterback rating was like around 99. Not too bad, not too shabby. He only had, 4 interceptions coming in? He threw more today than he had all year. So, but once again, give credit to the Chicago Bears. They did what they had to do, and the arrow is pointing up to me when you take a look at this football club. Let's go out to Alex and Palatine. Alex on the score with OB and Doug.
Yeah, hey guys, how you doing?
What's up, Alex?
Not much. I'm actually kind of happy to hear what you just said because you made my point a little bit more valid. I thought I was an idiot, but, what do you guys actually think about Mike Martz's play calls, when he has a lead? He calls a good game, when he builds to a lead. But, talk about his play calls and kind of, I don't want to say the cockiness or the arrogance of some of the goofy formations and the weird play calls he does, when he's up. To me, I just don't understand it. He's so predictable when he has a lead and he calls plays.
Well, you take a look at Mike Martz. He took it last week. Remember last week when they came out, they're on the 16-yard line, and he runs the Wildcat? Come on, stop yourself. What a stupid – I hate that Wildcat. So he does come up with stuff that maybe he shouldn't be there. Instead of you really pound them out, get a fullback in there, get a halfback, run the football, make some things work. But once again – the fact is that today's game, they did what they had to do. Now, I'm not so sure that if it was pressured, if the game was tighter, there would have been other plays involved. I don't know the answer to that. What I do know is they won the football game. I do know there was pressure on Cutler. I do know he got out of there. But I also know that they did him on rollouts. He got out of the pocket, did those kind of things. And that's exactly what they were looking for. And did Cutler throw any interceptions today? I don't think he did. And so what happens here is the fact that they played it close to the vest. The defense was so strong and so dominant, really, the offense had nothing to do. It was a laugher. This is a game we call a laugher, meaning that you can't do anything more. The fact is just get the damn thing over with and get out of the stadium. Let's go out to Alex. No, we got Alex. Let's go out to Kevin in South Bend. Kevin, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug and OB, I think that the people that need to be aware out there is the 49ers and Green Bay. I think the Bears are going to the Super Bowl. What do you guys think?
Well, I got to tell you, it's hard to say judge one team, one game. But the thing about it is that it's just mind-boggling. It's the same thing that happened last year, if you remember correctly. They come out of the bye. All of a sudden, at the beginning of the year, last year and this year, they couldn't play dead. All of a sudden, here it is. They get it all put together. They go back to what they believe in, what they think in. Mike Martz even adjusting, adapting, or dying. And you talk about Mike Tice, which Ed thinks Mike Tice should be the coach of the year because he's done a tremendous job with that offensive line, what he has to work with. But they're doing the right things right now. And can they continue that? Well, I think they can.
Well, Doug, they had no choice but to change their game plan in the first part of the season. I mean, it came out, it was absolute disaster. And everybody seems to be talking lately about how good our offensive line is and how good our tackles are, and Williams is playing good. Well, if you look today, it wasn't so. And Mike Tice told everybody he said they're not that good. And if you watch today, and if you concentrated on our offensive line play, they didn't play very well, folks. Those 4 guys from Detroit, they came at them with max protection, and there were holes, and they were getting bowled over and thrown around all night long. And this is something, again, that from week to week, Doug, they have to concentrate. They cannot loosen up and never go to a 5 or a 7-step drop because we're just not good enough to hold off the defense.
I think Mark Martz knows that now, and I think
he's had it rammed down his damn throat
twice, 2 years in a row.
Idiot.
Our question is, why didn't we start out this way? That's going to be your question. If the Bears are so good in what they doing now, then why in the first game of the season, which Atlanta they handled, but after that, why didn't we not do that? Why did not we go to the running game, defense, whatever? I still think our defense took time. I think the time off they had for the OTAs, in other words, with the strike going on, that defense now is starting to coordinate itself together. If you remember the first Detroit game, we lost that game, right? But we lost that game on 2 big plays. Best runs for about 82 yards for a touchdown, and Calvin Johnson beats Chris Harris for 72 yards. That's not happening. They're telling Conte, go play in the next state. Stay deep. Don't let anybody beat you deep. And that's what they're doing. And now what they did also is come up with, no question, having the corners starting to challenge now. Challenge these guys coming off the line of scrimmage.
They're coming up and playing a pressure defense, Doug.
They're mixing it up.
And they're playing a little bit more pressure defense than we have seen in a long time, changing up those defenses, and that's what you need to do. And, again, offensively, what have we done different? Again, going to the max protection. But I've been screaming here for 3 years, what does Cutler do best? When he moves out of the pocket. He's an accurate thrower. He can throw on the run. And now we're seeing a little bit more of that, of him being able to put a little more oomph into our offensive game plan. Because if you're going to sit Cutler back there like the Statue of Liberty for 60-some plays, it's not going to work. He's eventually going to get hit hard enough, and he's going to go down, and he's going to go out.
He started that last week. I was shocked.
That's it.
I was totally shocked. Ed and I were shocked about the fact that they were rolling them out, but they're starting to do that, and you're going to see more of that as we go on, as the games come closer and closer and get tighter and tighter for the Chicago Bears.
And, Doug, defensively, I think you're going to see more and more of Julius Peppers.
Inside.
I'm
telling you.
Absolutely, because I tell you, what I saw tonight, I mean, that was refreshing to see cave in that inside middle. So the quarterback, whoever the quarterback we're playing against, has nowhere to go.
And again, to go back to the defense, and I think you brought it up, Ed. Tillman is playing really good football. He never gets the credit I think he deserves for what he does do. And Jennings, too. You got to figure Jennings 5'8". He's out there slapping people around. So I got to give credit to our 2 corners, and then also playing defense. And then Major Wright, a young kid. I understand he threw the football to him, but he didn't drop it. He intercepted it, and he ran for a touchdown.
Doug, on both sides of the ball, the people that are supposed to be making the difference, and in special teams, they're doing it week after week after week. And if they're not there week after week after week, it's going to be a little bit tougher to get some W's. But I'll tell you what, Tillman, Urlacher, Briggs, these people, and Peppers, they come, they play hard. Hester and special teams, unbelievable.
This segment is brought to you by River Oaks Toyota, the easy guys in Calumet City. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks at Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Jesse, Kevin, Mark, John, Tori, Adam, Jeff, Gabe. We'll be right with you right after this break.
Stafford throwing right on the flanker screen. Johnson has it ripped out of there by Peppers. Scooped up by Urlacher. Inside the 35. Bears take it away. And it's recovered by Urlacher on the scoop to the 30-yard line of Detroit. They struck Calvin Johnson. 16 yards on the return. Bears are in business.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at iPick Theaters, 100 West Higgins in South Barrington. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767. And the stop of the game is brought to you by Wingstop. Wingstop serves Chicagoland with 17 locations. Visit wingstop.com. Wingstop, the wing experts. It was Julius Pepper's strip of Calvin Johnson in the first quarter, and Brian Urlacher's fumble recovery. And as I looked at that hit, I thought it was a good hit. I thought it was below the neck.
No, it wasn't. That's why.
Ed, no, I'm telling you, hit him below the shoulder pads.
The blow, what?
No, that was not a hang.
Doug, please.
Ed, stop yourself.
Please, will you?
No.
When's the last time you had your eyes checked?
Last night.
Well, too long ago.
Ed, that
Doug,
that
he caught him right in the throat.
No, he didn't. Right below the shoulder.
That is called hanging, which is illegal.
Ed, he hit
it's
him.
Illegal.
It's a perfect hit. Now, if that's the case, then
in your perfect world,
I'll give you an apology if the NFL comes down on him and says that was a legal hit. I say that was a legal hit below the neck, right across the shoulder pads, and he whacked him.
You want to give me that look in the eye treatment again?
Look at my eyes, see if I'm lying.
Yeah, yes.
Let's go out to John in Oak Lawn. John, you're on the Score with OB and Doug. Johnny.
John.
We win today. Too bad the offense couldn't have played a little bit better. It would have been a really big blowout. But the one thing I noticed and I listened to is one of the analysts said that Peanut Tillman never made the Pro Bowl.
Yes.
After today, guys, I got to tell you, maybe he should be in a Pro Bowl. And I really think that the hopefully he'll take and for the rest of the season play as well as he did today. Everybody said that he was at the end of his game. He's an older guy, but he played stellar today. He covered the best receiver in the NFL. And I just want to hear what you guys got to think about that. Thanks a lot.
Well, John, I think Doug and I would certainly agree with you 100%. You know, he covered Megatron Johnson, and he was all over him, whether it was a strong side, weak side, wherever he went. But let me tell you something. I know a lot of people have wanted Tillman to be at strong safety or at weak safety. And I'm going to tell you something. The toughest position to me in football to play on the defensive side is a cornerback. Why? One of the reasons you're up against a guy usually that runs the 100-yard dash in 2 seconds, okay? And you're pretty much out there by yourself. And Tillman, for year after year after year, he's played through injuries. You find him every week. He's out there. He's a tough kid. He keeps his mouth shut, and all he does is perform. And that's the kind of person you want, and that's the kind of a person that will win you a Super Bowl. I mean, he's done it for too long. He does need, and the kudos should start coming for him, hopefully.
Yeah, it's amazing. They talk about Tillman being too old. They talk about Peppers getting too old. They talk about Urlacher getting too old. They talk about Briggs getting too old. If you take a look at this football game, the guys I just mentioned were the guys out front.
They were the difference makers.
Exactly. They're gamers. They're playmakers. And so they are doing the job. There's no question about it. Let's go out to Adam in Peoria. Adam, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Yeah, hey, guys. Thanks for having me.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, couple things offensively. One, I've been very impressed with the Bears in terms of getting Jake Keltner in more short yard situations. And I know a lot of it has to do with running the ball. I was still a little iffy today with some third down stuff. It seemed like they went more to the 5 wide receiver set. Didn't seem to chip a whole lot. The other thing I wanted your thoughts are is agile as our linemen are. It seems like we've abandoned the screen game a little bit. I didn't know if it was so much because we are in more short yard situations and don't have to turn to it as much, but do you see us going back and implementing that again in the future? I hear what your thoughts are. Thank you.
You know, that's a good call because the screen, to me, is an equalizer, especially against a defensive line that's real quick. Now, I thought last week against Philadelphia, the Bears were going to come out and screen like mad. They didn't do one screen. And I think today we saw maybe one at tops. So, yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you the fact that screen is a big weapon. And if they can get that going and get that cooking, because they've done it in a couple games where they really set Forte loose and let him get a lot of yardage. But, yeah, that screen is very important to an offense, especially when you're playing a defense that has linemen that really get after the quarterback. Let's go out to Torrey in Bloomington. Torrey on the scoreboard, OB and Doug.
Yes, how you guys doing today?
What's up, Torrey?
Good, I love your show. Listen, I'm listening earlier. I just was getting a little discouraged about how you were down on the offense. I really think the defense kind of set the tone for the football game, which kind of took us into a different level. I was really impressed with the offensive line the last couple of weeks. I really think that has been a huge turning point over the last 2 years. You know, the offensive line and being able to stop a big-time receiver was a huge part of the Bears' success, and I think they've been doing a great job of that the last 2 weeks.
Well, you know, again, too, we're not down on the offense, but when you take a look at a game, and there's no question you're absolutely correct, they have, well, the fact is the Chicago Bears defense stepped up the front. I told you the 6 takeaways is all you really needed to win this game. But when you have to take a look at what's going on with the offense. Now, when you have a third down situation, you're 3 of 13, well, you can't say, hey, that's terrific, because it's not terrific. And you can't say some other things about it. When your yards per attempt for the quarterback was 4.9 per pass, that's not good. And so your running game wasn't that strong. You had 109 yards rushing. You had 107 yards passing. You tell me where all that's terrific. It's not. You tell me where a quarterback gets a 68.5 quarterback rating. If I read you those stats and didn't read you anything else, and I said this is what the Bears did today, you'd have told me they lost. But the fact was the key came to where the defense stepped up and the special team stepped up, and they made things happen.
Yeah.
Hopefully next week it'll be different, that the offense will be turned, take it over, and score some points.
Torrey, I'm not sure where, you know, if you watch that game today, Torrey, and watch what kind of protection the Bears were in, series after series, quarter after quarter, they were pretty much in max protection. And I couldn't tell you how many times Cutler had to escape and get out of that pocket, even with max protection. And that's what happened today. And do we have to get better? Do we have to get more than 12 first downs in 4 quarters? Do we have to do better than only one third down conversion in the second half, 2 in the first half? Total yards 216, passing 107, 4.9 yard average. Torrey, it's got to get better if we're gonna go to the Super Bowl. And I'll tell you what, we do. It's looking a little bit better. I like what's happening. We're getting the breaks. Things are working right. So stay with it.
You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win 37-13 over the Lions. That's right. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score. Sports Radio 670, we're live. I Pick Theaters. That's on Higgins, 100 West Higgins in South Barrington. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. And this segment is brought to you by Highland Insurance with offices in Skokie and Naperville. Our insurance agency for all of your insurance needs. And Eddie, let's go out to Lawrence Holmes, our guy that was at the game. Lawrence, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well. Just walked out of the locker room. And before we start anything else, let me get you up to date on the injuries. Chris Williams left the game with a wrist injury. He's actually in surgery right now, so it doesn't look like he's going to be available for a while. Devin Hester left the game with flu-like symptoms. He'd been battling the flu all week, and it had, of course, the ankle injury to deal with as well. But you saw what he can still do when he has the flu. And one Bears player joked that it was like Michael Jordan in the finals. You know, the guy's got the flu, but he still goes out there and gives you a touchdown. The Bears with 3 non-offensive touchdowns, and it really set the tone for what they wanted to do. Ugliness and chippiness in this game, it's what I expected. Going back to the Monday night game, boys, we talked about it after that game in Detroit. A lot of bad blood, a lot of bad feelings with the Bears. They didn't like some of the trash talking and some of the late hits that happened in the game a month ago, and you saw some of that stuff carry over into today's game.
You know, Lawrence, I didn't expect 6 takeaways by the Bears, and I didn't expect a lot of things out there, especially our offense, 3 for 13. So, in Cutler with a 68.5 quarterback rating, there's some things you could talk about and argue about. But when it's all said and done with, this game, and Lovey is absolutely correct. I mean, he puts his whole life on the fact that takeaways win football games, and they had 6 of them. And then you throw the special teams in, or the 82-yard run by Hester for the punt return. I mean, that was enough to beat them. Plus, you throw in Stafford, who looks like he didn't know where he was, first of all, in half of this game.
You know what?
He was wearing a glove today for the first time ever, I guess. That's probably not a good idea going forward.
That glove over his head. That's
2 of them.
That's where he should have put that glove.
And I'm glad he wore it then.
You know what? Hey, Lawrence, you know, the Bears offensively, okay? I mean, was it a stellar performance, earth-shattering performance? Not even close. But you know what, though? If you can kind of make that mistake-free kind of football, special teams and a defense, and hopefully get our offense to convert on third down, move the ball down the field, eat up the clock. But you know what I see in the National Football League, Lawrence? And you probably know a little bit better than I do because you're on top of it constantly. Lawrence, there's really no barn burner teams out there. I mean, there's nobody really putting up all kinds of super records and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I think the Bears, if they can play heads-up smart football and not turnovers, we could have a run at it, kiddo.
I think that there are 30 teams that I would absolutely agree with. I still think that Packers team is head and shoulders above everyone else in the NFL. But the rest of the teams, I think you're right, Opie. There's not, when you start looking around the NFC, you see San Francisco, I'd like to see them up close. You know, they had another victory again today, and they look fairly strong. But this Detroit team, there are a lot of people putting them in the playoffs, and I'm not so sure they're even going to make the playoffs. They still got to go on the road to New Orleans. They've got to play the Packers twice before the season ends. So there's definitely some room, and the Bears are feeling good about where they stand right now. It's been a long climb back. Because after that Monday night game, you weren't quite sure if these two teams were going in opposite directions. But since then, the Bears have won 4 in a row. And what I like to see and what they've done is how vicious, and I mean this in a good way, how vicious their defense is playing. And you saw them make some smart moves today, taking Julius Peppers, rotate them inside to the 3 technique. Those guards don't have the athleticism in space to mess around with him. And you saw the impact that he had, whether he was on the outside or on the inside. The guys are going after the interception. I thought Charles Tillman, heroic today. I thought he played a great game against Calvin Johnson, one of the hardest wide receivers to go up against. They let him be physical sometimes. They let him play off, and he made good plays. They put pressure on Matthew Stafford, and he cracked. Guys jumped routes. They got the ball, and they scored. And Charles Tillman now tied for number 1 in franchise history in returns for touchdowns. That's 4 interceptions for touchdowns and 1 fumble recovery for a touchdown. So that's 5 for him. I honestly, I don't know what you guys think. I think he might deserve a Pro Bowl nod this year.
Well, there's no question, Lawrence, the way he's playing. He's played these games in the past, too. But I was listening.
Never got credit.
Yeah. I was listening to you. You were on with Hub and Hampton. And you're absolutely so correct about the fact that when you take that cornerback, and especially when you got to help over top, or what we call the cover 2, or what we call the double zone, that you get tough with those receivers. I don't care if the guy is 6'3", 290. But when you reroute them, when you make them change their thought process, instead of let them coming off and do what they want to do, The Bears are really getting better at that, and Tillman's real good at that. And I'm glad I saw some more of that today in this football game.
Yeah, Doug, when you let a guy who's as talented as Calvin Johnson,
no
he's
chance.
as fast as those two guys that they played last week. Are you going to let that big monster get a run and start at you all the time? There's no reason to do that. And you're right. The Bears coaches have relented a little bit, and they've given and said, look, we're going to let you guys go out and be physical in certain situations. You saw it last week, and they took the wide receivers right out of the game. And you saw it this week, and they had some success. I think it's something they can build on. I do know this. Those two corners, Tillman and Jennings, they love to play bump and run. They love to be physical. They love to try and reroute receivers at the line of scrimmage. And you see this, the physical play can pay off. There were routes, and I'm sure when Jim Schwartz looks at the tape, honestly, there were routes when Calvin Johnson quit today. And he quit because there was some physical play, and the Bears were doing everything they could to take the ball away. A very impressive showing by the Bears defense, and they wanted some payback. Now, I talked with Urlacher and Briggs this week on the show, and both of those guys have talked about the level of entitlement that the Lions have felt like in the last few weeks. They've been really feeling themselves, and in that game on Monday night, they felt like they had made a statement against the Bears. Well, I think tonight you can say that the Bears made a statement against them.
Yeah, and our coaches totally outcoached Schwartz and his staff. You know, if Schwartz wants to take a look at the films, he better take a long, hard look at him, absolutely, and then go right to the mirror, take a long, hard look at himself, because that was a pathetic game plan against the Bears today.
And the other
They're 1-3 now. Since they beat the Bears, they've 1-3. So it lets you know kind of where they're going. And now it's just a matter of trying. The Bears do need to reassemble that offensive line, because you have Chris Williams, who have been playing well for the last month, out for a significant period of time with this surgery. You have Gabe Karimi coming off the scope of his knee. So they're going to have to tinker again and try to find the right formula. And notice that they went with Edwin Williams. You know, they went with him out there, and we'll see if they end up adding another body or what they do to try to make it go, because the protection wasn't great today. The Lions defense, I thought they played really well. You know, they shut the Bears offense down, but the Bears are going to have to continue to worry about protection. You don't want to get back to where you were a few weeks ago, where Cutler doesn't trust the protection. So hopefully Mike Tyson, Mike Martz, and Lovie Smith can go back to the drawing board and figure out how this offensive line is going to work without Chris Williams and without Gabe Karimi going forward.
You know, real quick, Lawrence, this game in my mind, and the one play that I saw where Fairley drove Cutler into the ground, the Bears got feisty, and I want to see that. I like seeing a team getting feisty. And they said enough is enough, and I know the Bears don't like Detroit, first of all. But the fact is that when Fairley did that to Cutler, things started happening. I know Lance Briggs took a shot on the who was it hit? Calvin Johnson on that one shot?
Yeah, I thought he hit him clean, Doug.
So did I. You know, I mean, that's just the way my thought process. But I'd like to see tough physicalness, and this team is putting that in with a little bit of the finesse they have. They need to do that. They need to get mean. They need not to take any prisoners. That's exactly what I'm seeing here. I'm seeing more of it, and I'm starting to like it.
Well, Jay Cutler agrees with you, Doug. He talked about it. I asked him about it in the postgame on how dirty it was out there, and he even spoke to the idea of needing occasionally to fight back, to not be pushed around, to not let these guys do what they did in the Monday night game. It's been on all of their minds. You know, those guys have not let it go. And I was happy to see that, too. I mean, they definitely have some guys who have the personality that fit in. I mean, Brian Urlacher was steaming mad today on the sideline after DJ Moore got ejected from this game. You know, he was actually pointing to the Jumbotron and saying to the official, did you see what Matthew Stafford did? You know, grabbing him by the face mask before that whole thing started. You saw even Lovie Smith go across the field to go get his players as this whole thing is going on the Lions sideline. And there are a lot of people that are starting to wonder, is that the way that Jim Schwartz coaches his team? Because this isn't the first complaint about the way the Lions go about their business. And maybe Jim Harbaugh isn't as crazy as we thought.
Well, anyway, you look at it, Detroit got their ass handed to them today, and I'm happy about that. Lawrence, thanks a lot, buddy. Take care.
All right,
bye, Lawrence.
Guys.
You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Our phone number 312-644-6767. We'll be right back.
Hang in there, callers.
2nd and 3. Snap to Jay. Giving him at Forte. Forte, a shoulder shrug. Goal line. End zone. Blasting up the middle. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Matt Forte in from the 6-yard line. The Bears strike first, and they get points off the takeaway.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show. Brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. On the Score, Sports Radio 670. We are live at iPick Theaters, 100 West Higgins in South Barrington. Ed O'Bradovich and Doug Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767. The drive of the game is brought to you by Arlington Heights Ford. 4 plays, 30 yards, 1 minute and 41 seconds. After Calvin Johnson's fumble, Matt Forte scores, and the Bears take a 7-0 lead.
There you go.
Let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Mark in Bartlett. Mark, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. I just wanted to add about what Lawrence was just talking about Detroit's rep in the league now. I don't know if you guys noticed on the replay. Next time you see the replay, or you may have noticed it already, but what the kitty cat Matt Stafford did after the fight began, he was sitting on his butt on the field, and the pile got bigger and bigger. He went stage left and just skedaddled away.
Stayed out of it.
And he was out of the picture. But also on the sideline, Sue wasn't in that play. And I was looking for Sue on that replay also because I wanted to see what he was doing. He grabbed his helmet and he put it back on, and he was trying to get back on the field. And thank God one of their coaches pushed them back off the field. I think they have become the Packers of the late 80s, and that's the rep they're going to get around the league. And, boy, they haven't even played the Packers yet. So I think that's our end. They haven't played the Packers yet. So they're not going to beat the Packers, but I hope nobody gets hurt over there.
Well, you talk about Detroit. I think Detroit was maybe evaluating themselves as better than they really are. Don't forget, they won a lot of football games in the second half. And everybody said, and even an announcer said, wait till the second half because Detroit Lions are a football club in the second half. So let me tell you something right now. If the Chicago Bears get a lead on you, you're going to have a hell of a time beating. I believe they're like 5-1 when they're leading at halftime. And you're not going to come back on the Bears. Now, the Lions did it. They did it a couple times. But they certainly aren't going to win many more football games if they play like they played today, especially on their offense. Now, their defense played well. And Ed was talking about that. Their defense played extremely well. But the fact is their offense just totally fell apart. Let's go out to Tommy in Tinley Park. Tommy on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hello?
Tommy, you're on, buddy.
You're on, Tom.
Hi, guys. I love your show. I want to say 2 quick points. First off, my friends always say I'm too negative. I want to start off with a positive. Devin Hester is awesome. He is my second favorite Bear ever to Walter Payton. I'm a 10-year Bear ticket holder. I know everybody's happy for me, but he is awesome. I wanted to throw it out there. Second, the Packers are obviously the cream of the class in this NFC. All right? I'm a bottom-line kind of guy. I want to know your guys' opinion. The Bears have a nice team. I think the rest of the NFC is jokers. Jim Harbaugh's a clown with his Niners, whatever the case there. We're going to beat them if push comes to shove. Can we beat this guy, this Packer guy, these Packers guys? Why does nobody ever hit Rodgers? That's what I want to know from you guys. And do we have a puncher's chance? I'm a boxing guy. Do we actually have a puncher's chance against these clowns? That's what I want to know. Thank you for your answers.
Well, I'll give you my answer real quickly. It's going to be a tough deal to beat the Packers. Packers are the best football club out there, and that is why they're 8-0. There's no question in my mind. And I'm going to tell you something why you can't hit Rodgers. He gets rid of the damn football. Not only that, he can move around. The guy can run, he's quick, and he gets some protection. But the fact is he has great wide receivers. It's going to be very, very difficult to beat the Green Bay Packers.
Tommy, I look at there's 2 quarterbacks that I see in the National Football League that are that have a way with them that no matter if they're getting it handed to them or if they're playing good or whatever happens tonight, there's 2 people that have the feel for that quarterback position in all kinds of weather, and that's Drew Brees and that's Rodgers. I mean, these guys, they're don't ever think that you've knocked them out. Not until that gun goes off at the end of the game, because both of them, and they have proved over the years that they can come back and get at you. I think those are the 2 quarterbacks, Doug, that I think really have that feel for that QB position. And I know there's Brady, et cetera, et cetera. I believe those two are the ones.
You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks at Old Second Bank. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Frank, Mike, Tony, Tim, Ed. We'll be right with you as soon as we get back.
Now back to more of the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank with Doug and OB. Live from the iPick Theater's Salt Sports Bar at 100 West Higgins in South Barrington, and only on the official station for Bears fans, Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's sports station, presented by ExpressBet.com. Get in, get out, get paid.
Here's the kick, and it's a bomb, and Devin's got to go all the way back inside his 20. Bobbled it, picks it up at the 20, skips left to the 21. A big block from Stelz to the 25. Sideline left 40. Midfield, tightrope walk. 30 of the lines. 20, 10, 5, end zone. Touchdown Bears! Touchdown Devin Hester! Did it again! The man just keeps making history.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show, and brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at iPick Theaters. That's right, iPick Theaters, 100 West Higgins in South Barrington. Ed O'Bradovich and Doug Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767. And now, Ed, it's time for Doug and OB's Thoughts of the Game, sponsored by ExpressBet.com. Go right now to ExpressBet.com and enter promo code HAWWSCR to not only receive a free $125 sign-up bonus, but also be automatically entered to win $100 in free bets at Hawthorne Racecourse this fall. New winners will be picked each week. That promo code is HAWWSCR at ExpressBet.com. Doug and OB's Thoughts of the Game, brought to you by ExpressBet.com. Get in, get out, and get paid. Mine are pretty simple. My thought of the game, the takeaways, the 6 by the Bear defense, the play of the old players, Julius Peppers, Urlacher, Briggs, and Tillman. They led the way, and, of course, the punt return by Hester, 82 yards for a touchdown.
Doug, my thoughts is I cannot understand why in Detroit's offensive game planning they didn't go after Wright and Conti. They didn't test them. They have Megatron out there, Johnson, at a wideout, 6'5", whatever he weighs, 220, and can fly. Why? I never saw, Doug, one time by any of their wideouts a post pattern. I don't know why they didn't test them or a corner route. One time there was a rip pattern or a fly pattern to Johnson, and our guys got beat, and he caught it. But for 4 quarters, I could never see why they never tested these 2 young kids for 4 quarters, Doug. I mean, it was just mystifying to me. They never went at him, never ran a post pattern, a medium or a deep post or a big, huge corner route. Don't understand it.
I may have an answer for you, Ed. Brad Biggs has been tweetering and saying that Stafford had a fractured right index finger. Not during the game, but coming into the game. And maybe that's your answer, Ed. Maybe he just couldn't throw the darn ball. And there was something wrong. You and I both said there's something wrong with this kid. And that might be the answer. With a fractured right index finger. But what I don't understand is the fact that when this been brought up, though, prior to the game, well, the announcers would have said something about it. No one knew about it. It wasn't the league's supposed to know about all injuries. And if you have a fractured right index finger, shouldn't somebody know about it?
Absolutely, and if they don't, they will be in for a heavy fine, Doug.
Well,
if in fact that is true.
True, yeah. I mean, I'm thinking, and I don't know where Brad Biggs came up with it. Did he break it during the course of the game? I don't know. But there was nothing said about it. But the way I take it, he came into this football game with a fractured
Doug,
right index finger.
Then how the hell is it that he threw the ball about 35, 40 yards down the field to Johnson on a fly route?
Maybe at one time. Maybe they just couldn't do it all the time. Why was he wearing the stupid
Dougie,
gloves?
Well, I'll tell you what.
I'm telling you, there's something wrong here, Ed.
Doug, they really didn't go over the middle. They never challenged these kids, and that's something that I think if you were going to play Green Bay, if you're going to play the 49ers, I will guarantee you they will challenge those 2 kids.
Well, the other thing, too, I saw, there was one time I forgot who the receiver was, wide open. He throws the football. The ball literally floats literally floats to the right, out of bounds. He was not on. There was something wrong with you. Did it during the game or he had a problem with his index finger before the game. Let's go out to Pat on the south side. Pat, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Pat.
Hey, listen, I want to know is when you corkscrew Cutler's head by Sue,
yeah.
and then when you basically do a Charles Martin to Cutler in the ground, are these refs afraid of these guys, or are they that good, or are they waiting for Monday when the fines come? I just don't get it.
They called the play unfairly, though, when he corkscrewed him into the ground. They did call the play. They called, roughing the quarterback, and they did call that. Now, the other one I don't understand too much about is when when Stafford grabbed Moore by the neck and by the helmet and tossed him to the ground. And again, too, Moore says, hey, you can't do this, comes charging at him. They always get the second guy. There were some calls in the game I didn't agree with, but the main one with Fairley, they did call. And I think they should call it. But the fact is, this is a known fact. A lot of times what happens out there, if you're playing a team that's trying to manhandle your guys or your special guys, then you have to take the game in your own hands, and you got to police it. And I thought the Bears started to do that. And they started giving tick per tat. In other words, when you hit me, I'm going to hit one of your guys. And we saw Lance Briggs do that to Calvin Johnson.
Yeah, Pat, the last 2-3 weeks, the Bears have been standing up. When somebody tries shoving them around, they're fighting back. They're coming back, and I like to see that.
Let's go out to Jason in Hoptown, Kentucky. Jason, you're on the score.
Gentlemen, how are you all doing tonight?
Jason.
It's wonderful to speak to both of you. Big Doug, I'd like to say to you, go Louisville.
Louisville, Pittsburgh.
What I wanted to talk to you about, and it's something that I don't think that the national media has played a lot on, is the fact that Cutler, for all of the talk of his interceptions the first year or two that he was with the Bears, he now has 6 interceptions through 9 games. And while he, occasionally gambles too much, I really think he's protecting the ball. And his stats weren't great tonight, but he really protected the ball the way that we want to see a quarterback play. And I really think the guy has made it over the hump, and I would like to know your opinions on that. Again, love you both, and I will continue to listen with interest. Thank you very much.
Jason, we all listen. Cutler's a smart guy. He understands what's going on out there, and he knows what he has to do because the last 2-3 weeks, again, he's played a couple of great games the last 2 or 3 weeks where he's been able to get out of the pocket, whether it's stepping up and going out through a route or wheeling out or moving the pocket. He's done a real good thing. But I'm going to tell you something. I don't know where this is all going to lead, because even this year he's taken a tremendous beating, and sooner or later, I hope this doesn't happen, but if he continues to get popped like he got popped again today, last week, nothing, no sacks, pretty much clean. But for the most part this year, Jason, he's taken a hell of a beating. And I don't know how many years you can do that week after week and have that continue and not affect you.
I think also, too, the fact that March is finally listening to Cutler. And I believe he got fed up with a lot of things that, listen, adapt or die. Do things that I do well. Let's try to do something that I can do out there that makes me a quarterback, that made me a quarterback in Denver. And we're starting to see more of it.
Well, he should have listened to us 3 years ago.
Well, Ed, you brought it up first. You said it. Why don't they roll the guy out? Why don't they move the pocket? Ed would say, move the pocket, roll him out. Move the pocket, roll him out. Nothing. Now, finally this year, they're starting to do a little bit of it, and I will say this. I think you're going to see more of it. And I think you should see more of it because the kid is a good athlete, and he can hit somebody on the run. Let's go out to Tim in South Beloit. Tim, you're on the score.
Hi, guys. How are you doing?
All right, Tim.
Well, it's a pleasure to be able to talk to you guys. I really appreciate your enthusiasm and your knowledge and everything that you bring to the show. And I'd like to ask you a question about Chris Williams. I didn't even know that he was injured until after the show, and which kind of surprised me. They didn't even say anything about it on the telecast. And I heard by one of your update guys that he was going to be out for possibly the rest of the year. And what do you think that's going to do? Did he go out in the first half, and is that why we had such problems on the offensive line? And who's going to replace him for the rest of the year?
Edwin Williams came in to play that guard position. And I never heard this before, but they were saying that after you did get hurt, they operated on him right away. Now, how could that be, Ed? I mean, during the course of the game, even they rushed him through an ambulance, took him to the hospital, and did an operation on the wrist. I don't know.
Doug,
You're sure they're not going to do it in the bathroom.
I would hope that's what they did.
I mean, I didn't know either, be honest with you. I didn't know, again, too, what was going on with him. But obviously they said his wrist. They said they did operate on him. Now, I don't know about him being out for the rest of the year.
Well, I don't know. Did he get hurt on that play, Doug, that where Dominican Sue came in with Garza and Williams both on him, and he almost crushed both of them?
Could be.
I mean, it was unbelievable. He went through them like they were two marshmallows.
Let's go out to Ed and Gurnee. Ed, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. It's great listening to you. Enjoy the show every week. Question I have is about our receiving core and what you think we got going forward. It seems now with Earl Bennett back, he's our number one. Everybody's going to be gunning for him in the weeks going forward. And, Roy Williams still not hanging onto the ball like he should. Johnny Knox had a good catch today. But, what do you think about our chances going forward with the core we got, with the O-line? I mean, they've been getting better, but we have some injuries now. I think I'll hang up and listen to your answer, and thanks again for taking my call, and I appreciate talking.
Ed, you take a look at our wide receivers, and again, too, there's nothing we can do about it. You're not going to bring another guy in here. You're not going to find another guy. So you're going to have to use the ones you have. And Roy Williams is a disappointment to me right now. I thought it was coming on. I saw him catch that touchdown pass, remember? And he cut another pass. But he doesn't look smooth running his patterns. He just looks herky-jerky. He looks like Ichabod Crane. I don't know what the hell the story is there.
Yeah, here.
But they got to come. Their wide receivers, that's all we have. We got to find a way for that to use them.
Doug, let me put my 2 cents in this real quick here. Ed, let me tell you something. There is an answer for you. And if you listen to Jerry Angelo and Lovie Smith and Mike Martz and everybody, they are happy with our wideouts that we have.
They're lying.
There is no question about it. They've all on record as saying it. They don't want to go anywhere to replace anybody. They're happy with the tight ends. They're happy with the wideouts. I don't understand it personally myself, but those are the people that make the decisions. So are we going to bring somebody in, or is what is going to happen? What you see out there now is what you're going to get.
You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. OB and I will be right back.
Here's the snap to Stafford. Taps the ball twice. He threw another pick. Charles Tillman running it back. They're not going to get him. Peanut Tillman 10, 5, end zone, touchdown Bears.
That highlight courtesy of WBDM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to ExpressBet.com postgame show brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at iPick Theaters, 100 West Higgins in South Barrington. Obradovich Emba phone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. The defensive play of the game is brought to you by State Farm Insurance. Charles Tillman, 44-yard interception return for a touchdown.
So I just the people from local area here, Barrington Hills, and
who we have?
They're all right. Well, my daughter Gigi and her neighbors and friends, and Holly and Matt, they've been for a long, long time, and thank you all for coming. I appreciate it very much. So does Doug. Thank you.
I really do, and they're very vocal, too, by the way.
Yes, they are. Yes. And there's Ann, and
is Ann here?
Yeah, Ann is over there, back on over there. Brittany, they're over there on the left. So,
hello, Annie. Hello, Brett. I'll tell you
what.
So
maybe we better go back to the radio show. I'm sure all the listeners are, what?
Yeah.
What are those morons talking about?
Two dopes.
Yeah.
Let's go out to Frank and Addison. Frank on the score at OB and Doug.
Hi,
Frank,
guys.
What's up, Frank?
Hey, great. Doug and Ed, you got a great show. Fantastic
Thank you, Frank.
show. My question is this, guys. Okay, the last two games, the Eagles, now we played against the Lions. Earl Bennett was the key since he came back as the wide receiver. Now listen, Earl Bennett's the only guy the last 2 games that caught a lot of balls. Other than that, the other receivers out there haven't done anything. I know we had a talker in the last talk, and he mentioned the same thing about the wide receivers. We're going to be going up against the AFC West, 4 games. Those 4 games right there, San Diego, Oakland, Denver, and Kansas City, all got receivers, top speed receivers. I know our defense can play tough against them, but what about our offense? All we got is Earl Bennett. We got a running attack. Can you tell me why we cannot pick up another receiver, possibly like a Randy Moss or maybe a T.O. that could spread it out, that could help out the running attack even more, and maybe also help out our young receivers too, besides Earl Bennett? Because if Earl Bennett gets injured, we don't have nobody, guys.
You know, Frank, it's too late. It's too late to be looking for a wide receiver to come in. They made that choice, and this is what they did. This is what Angelo did. This is what they chose to do. And
exactly.
Like Ed said, they say that we were happy with what we have. Well, you're going to have to show it. They went on and got Roy Williams thinking that would be a difference. They got Sam Hurd more probably just for special teams. Yeah, you're going to have to get better. They're going to have to get the football out to somebody. Now, Bennett is outstanding. Bennett, missed 6 games this year, but the fact is you look for third down situations, and that's who Cutler looks for, although today was not good. I mean, Bennett got 1 third down catch, but we were, 3 for what? 3 for
3 for 13. 2 conversions on the first half, that's 1 in the second half.
Unacceptable. It really is unacceptable. So that's going to have to be geared up somehow, some way, somewhere along the line. Someone's going to have to pitch it. They may have to go back to Johnny Knox. They forgot about Johnny Knox. Johnny Knox is averaging 18 yards per catch. So maybe they're going to have to start designing some plays to put Knox back in the mix.
Here's what I'd like to see him do, Doug. To go deep, okay? And we haven't been doing that in quite some time, okay? To go deep. I think the only way that you can go deep, I know we talk about maximum protection and drop back, maybe a 5, maybe a 7, because he's got to get down. But to go deep, maybe you can get a crossing in pattern, Doug, or a tight end from the opposite strong or weak side. Doug, going across the middle, but roll him out and challenge the field deep. We have to stretch the field. If they don't, the defense will come in and choke us off, choke our short passing game off, choke our runs off. That's why you had 216 yards total today. We don't threaten anybody deep. Why? Hard to protect Cutler for that 7-drop count. So my suggestion would be, Doug, and I played this game a long time, and I played some great quarterbacks, et cetera, and I'll tell you something. You move that pocket, and you can make some threats down the field because we have a quarterback that can actually do it.
Yeah, and the guys against the pocket or moving the pocket are guys say, well, now you only have half the field to work against. You only have half the field to hit somebody with. Again, too, it comes back down to guys have to make catches. I mean,
Doug, Brett Favre is going in the Hall of Fame. Guess what he's going in? Guess what play he's going in on? The bootleg or the sprint out. He made a living off of it, Doug.
But he had receivers, Ed. I mean, that's the one thing we still have not proven yet. We do not have the qualified receiver except for
Doug,
Bennett.
The only way we're going to get downfield is if they move that damn pocket. Because if he goes back to a 7-step drop, even with max protection, Doug, you play against a good defensive line or whatever have you, we have problems. We have problems still in the offensive line.
Stop by the iPick Theater's Salt Sports Bar in South Barrington and check out today's postgame show. Hang out with friends. Enjoy favorites like the L Battered Chicken Strips or the Angus Burger Trio. Outstanding. Let's go out to John and the north side. Johnny on the scoreboard. OB and Doug.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up, John?
Hey, I want to ask you one question. Now, I seen the game today, and to me, look like Detroit beat themselves.
Well, yeah, again, too, most time that happens. I mean, how many times you beat yourself because the fact is you make mistakes. You threw 2 interceptions that were in for touchdowns. So, yeah, that happens a lot. I mean, that's part of the game. The game is you can beat yourself. You don't hit the open guy. You miss a pass. You drop a – how many passes did Detroit drop? A ton of them. Yeah, that happens in a football game. But the fact is that's the key. That's part of winning football games. And when you want to give us the football 6 times and turn it over 6 times, you deserve to lose. And know you beat yourself, that counts. It goes on the scoreboard as Chicago Bears win, Detroit loses, and they beat themselves. You don't see that in parentheses. So, once again, we got to give kudos to the Bears what they did defensively and also with the special teams and also the fact that Cutler didn't turn the football over. We just didn't do what we needed to do at offensively.
Yeah, Doug, what we were talking about when he said about Stafford, broke one of which finger, I forget.
His index finger, his
right
index
finger. Okay, his passing arm. And maybe because I said earlier, what I couldn't understand is why they did not test our two deep backs, why they didn't go after him over the middle or corner routes or whatever, and they just didn't. So obviously Stafford was hurt.
Something was wrong.
According to Brad Biggs or somebody texting somewhere. But I'll tell you what, if in fact that was and they didn't report that, I'd say they're in a little bit of trouble up there in Detroit land.
Well, how can this kid come with a quarterback rating of 45.7 or whatever it was, and coming into the game he was almost at 100 quarterback rating with only 4 interceptions?
Doug,
something's wrong.
It's not like our defensive backs really had to struggle to get the interception.
They were throwing
My
right to
Lord,
him.
right on the dot.
As if they were the receiver.
Right.
So, anyway, you're listening to ExpressBet.com postgame show brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Ed O'Bradovich and Doug Buffone. We will be right back.
You got to love these callers.
Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at iPick Theaters, 100 West Higgins in South Barrington. Ed O'Bradovich and Doug Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767. Now it's time to name our hot and cold players of the game, presented by Four Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning. For all the right reasons, it's Four Seasons. I guess the hot guy that Ed and I talked about would be Peppers. Hot Pepper, and the cold guy would be Roy Williams. The one today, one was knocked out of his hands, but I thought he should have caught it. So the hot guy would be Peppers, the cold guy would be Roy Williams.
Right on.
Let's go out to Tom in Hinsdale. Tom, you're on the Score.
Gentlemen, you got to be ecstatic about that defensive play, and I have to admit that Briggs and Urlacher tandem as a linebacker has got to be one of the biggest in the NFL right now. They're hot. And Tillman just had a Pro Bowl performance against Megatron. And my question to you guys is with Lovie Smith going in the second half of the season, you got to be excited about the way he's handling this team and his approach. And I like that he gets a little surly. And I think it's actually fun that he's got a NyQuil commercial. You got to comment on that.
Well, I got to tell you again, too, he started to come down on some people publicly. Remember when he came down on Melton and said he wasn't playing well? Lovie Smith has one thing in his mind, and he says they practice it, and they do practice it. There's takeaways. Lovie Smith is 41-8 when they win the turnover battle. And that's what he tries to teach them, and that's what he's after them about. And if you don't do that, he really gets them aggravated. Yeah, again, I'd like to see some fire out of him. But once again, this is the most I've seen him speaking out about somebody that's playing, that if it's not doing the job, then Lovie Smith is saying, hey, the guy is not playing. Which, I'll tell you what, is a good idea, Ed.
You know what, Tom? I'm going to take it to another level. And this is to deal with Jerry Angelo and Lovie. And, you know, the Bears, and I mentioned this a week or two ago, Doug, about Bear ownership. You know, they've stepped up to the plate for a long, long time paying salaries here in the National Football League. And I'm going to tell you something. Needless to say, Jerry Angelo's draft picks since he's been here have been just god-awful. But I'll tell you what, they've stayed with Jerry Angelo. They've stayed with Lovie Smith. And they had the wherewithal to let those two people go out and give them open, Doug, checkbook. Open checkbook to go out, give whatever draft choices, whatever money it was to get Cutler from Denver, and then to go out, again, 90-some-odd plus million to bring Julius Peppers in here. Two guys to come in here and hopefully make a difference. Now, since they've done that, have they made a difference? I think both of them have. But again, kudos to the Bears ownership. You know, I know a lot of people, and I don't love all the McCaskies, et cetera, but I tell you what, they have stepped up to the plate and, again, given Angelo and Lovey a chance to go out because they've gotten nobody in the draft, basically, and go out and get free agents and give away a ton of draft choices and a ton of millions and millions of dollars to make this thing work.
Well said, Ed, because that's the bottom line. And I think they want to change their philosophy a little bit and get better at the draft. Who wants to put all that money out? They did a great job.
The only way you're going to get better at the draft, Doug, is get rid of Angelo. It may sound a little harsh, but guess what, pal? You've been here, 10 years? And look at those drafts year after year after year. A lot of those people aren't even in football, Doug. No. I mean, you know it. Everybody knows it.
They did come up with Forte, which was a big player for the Chicago Bears. Let's go out to Tim in Lockport. Tim, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. How you doing? Great show, as
Good.
always.
Thanks, Tim.
Thanks, Timmy.
Hey, what I want to say is you got to give kudos to the coaching staff. I mean, they had them ready. They just, I think they did a phenomenal job as a game plan as far as defensive side, jamming, what Tillman did on Calvin Johnson. I'm telling you what, dude, that was totally awesome. And as far as the offense goes, I mean, they did make plays early on and got the 10-0 lead. So, but hands off to the defense and. Boys, you guys have a great show, and I love you. Take care.
Tim, that's a great point you made, and I probably should have brought it up more. They did take advantage of the takeaways. The first one, obviously, what Peppers ruined Calvin Johnson. He fumbles it, and Urlacher picks it up. We did score at 7 points. Plus, we got 3 points off of the other fumble. So that's 10 points we got. So that's a big plus. Again, too, we have to get better and getting first downs. We have to get better at controlling the football, the time of possession. Those things could come around. Maybe the fact is because, our field position today was phenomenal. And you get field position today by what happens when you get takeaways and you get punt returns. I know one was for a touchdown, the punt return, but the other one was set up. You set up ourselves. You're not sitting in your own end zone 5 yards away. You got great field position, and this is exactly what the Bears count on for them to win. That's exactly what they've done in the past. And the other thing is that I would like to say real quickly is that I think Mike Marsh is starting to understand that it's time he listens, and he is starting to listen more to Cutler and what he wants to get done. Let's go out to the north side, talking about Forte and Cutler.
Yeah, guys, thanks for taking my call. I want you to know I really appreciate your insight on the game. I have a question about why did we leave Forte and Cutler in there all the way up until the last 3 minutes of the game? This game was out of hand, and it just seems like these are key players we need to keep healthy. I don't know, running Forte into the line for 2-3 yards for the last 10 minutes or 8-9 minutes of the game. I mean, I don't know what we're going to benefit by that.
I could understand leaving. And Doug and I discussed this. As a matter of fact, at the end of towards the end of the third quarter, we started talking about this. And I don't have a problem with Cutler being in there because the game was such a far, way ahead. And if they're going to run the football, let them hand it off. Fine with me. But I'll tell you why they had Forte in there. I have absolutely no idea. I think that was a mistake. God forbid he would have got hurt in the fourth quarter. In the middle or late in the fourth quarter, why they were running them and doing that, I have no idea for you.
Yeah, and I thought Forte should have been out of there quicker.
Absolutely.
There's no doubt about it in my mind, and I don't know if they wanted him to be in there to run, get yardage, whatever the reason, but there was no reason for him to be in that football game. The postgame show was brought to you by Old Second Bank. Start banking on your future. Thanks to Lawrence Holmes, Adam Harris, Wayne Randazzo, Mark Joliffe, Brett Lyons, Joe Dredge, Brendan McCaffrey, our guy.
That's our crack producer.
5-star?
5-star. We went down to 4, now he's back up to 5.
Mike Peterson, Lauren Davis. Coming up next on The Score, we will join Sunday Night Football in progress.
What about Lawrence?
The Jets take on the Patriots. I said Lawrence.
Oh.
Lawrence Holmes.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Doug.
We'll see you next week after the Bears demolish San Diego Chargers.
Good night, folks.
now, live from Fat Sam's Bar and Grill at 1225 East 9th Street in Lockport, it's time for the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank with Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich, only on the official station for Bears fans, Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's sports station, presented by ExpressBet.com. Get in, get out, get paid. And brought to you in part by Cake, the new vodka by UV.
Cutler takes. Sticks it in the belly of Barber. Shoulders down. Goal line. Touchdown Bears! Marion Barber's 5th rushing touchdown. And the Bears have taken the lead on San Diego. Snap to Rivers. Stepping up. Throwing to the end zone. The goal line is caught. Antonio Gates with a touchdown. Major Wright and Charles Tillman over there defending, and Gates with 54 of his 72 career touchdowns in the red zone, and that's his 3rd this season. Cutler from center, back on 3 steps, looking right. Backpedal, still with time. Throwing, opening up in the end zone, over the middle. Touchdown, Kellen Davis. Touchdown Bears. And he slams it over the goalpost as Jay Cutler bought himself some time moving around. Great protection, and Kellen Davis heard from again, and the Bears are back in front. Here's the snap to Jay, over the pile, quarterback sneak, end zone, touchdown, touchdown Bears. Jay Cutler on the dive from the 1 has given the Bears the lead back over San Diego. Matthews trying to get the edge on Urlacher. He gives up the football. It's on the ground. Bears scoop it up. Peanuts got it. Far side of the field. First turnover of the day. Urlacher on the strip. Tillman to recovery.
Nice job. He saw Brian taking that pursuit angle after Ryan Matthews was trying to get around the corner. He had that ball on the, I think he had on his outside shoulder maybe, and Brian was able to reach around and grab it.
Cutler he takes. Play fake to the pocket. Pressure coming, steps up. Gonna loft to the end zone. Going for Knox. Makes a turn in the end zone. Makes the grab. Back in the end zone. Left side. Johnny Knox. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. And that is Johnny's first of the year. 24 yards on a very difficult ball to track from Jay Cutler.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak and Tom Fair on the call. Welcome to the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Fat Sam's in Lockport.
There you go.
Ed O'Bradovich and Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. The Chicago Bears 31, San Diego 20. And then I got to tell you, what a heck of an offensive game and defensive game. You want to take a look at the Bears' offense? You know, they had 4 drives, 4 straight drives they scored touchdowns on. You know how hard that is to do? They did it. And at the end of the game, to ice this football game, they had 7 consecutive third-down conversions. So their defense came to play today. There's no question about it. The specialty teams put them in great field position. They had field position all day. The defense had 3 takeaways, which was outstanding. And when you take a look at this football club, you say to yourself, well, the Bears had a weakness we thought was the wide receivers. I thought the wide receivers did one hell of a job today. Roy Williams catches about 5 or 6 passes for first downs. You're talking about Johnny Knox, what he did, Bennett, what he did. So, and Cutler, to me, I thought was just amazing today. He didn't get sacked one time, but a lot of times he got out of the way, moved around the pocket, and made some extremely good plays. All in all, when you take a look at this football game, it was a well-coached game, a game plan that was just outstanding. And, Ed, I'll tell you another thing, too, which worked for the Chicago Bears in that second half, especially in the fourth quarter, was the fact of the screen plays. They ran the screens. And in the fourth quarter, I believe this is true, San Diego didn't have any yards.
0.
0 yards. Is that correct?
That's correct.
0 yards in the fourth quarter. So what happens here, San Diego had the ball, 4 plays in the fourth quarter, and 2 of them were for interceptions. So all in all, when you put it all together, you talk about the defense, the specialty teams, and obviously the offense, the way they played, it was just a damn good football game. The Bears win 31-20 over San Diego.
Here, Dougie, we were at home. It was a game we should have won. You know, we didn't make any stupid mistakes. And I think number one offensively, Doug, was Cutler. Especially in the first half. I think he was mentally alert, and his physical ability, again, because there was pressure on him. They didn't get any sacks. He escaped. He didn't make any stupid mistakes. Offensively on the line, we did stay with max protection, which is smart. And also I want to single out Chris Spencer. Chris Spencer is the right tackle. He played a hell of a game. He made, on all his blocks, he was making contact. Our ball players were moving down the field. He was blocking. His head was in the game. Martz, smart play calling. Nothing stupid. We didn't try to set the world on fire. Jay didn't try firing down the field every play. It was smart play calling. And especially in the first half again, Doug, with the ability of Cutler and the special teams, that kept us alive in the first half until we came alive offensively and defensively in the second half. Now, Doug, for those people who don't like Cutler or like Lovey, how the hell do you think the San Diego fans feel about Norv Turner and their great quarterback? You think they're not calling for their heads? Unbelievable, folks. You could sit there and watch for 4 quarters today, and for 4 quarters, Phillip Rivers and Norv Turner, who calls the plays, could not see the middle of the field. The underneath was open all game long, and they never took advantage of it one time. They tried hitting a couple of home runs. They connected on a couple of passes, but never did they try to go with Antonio Gates down the seam or middle or short post patterns. Dumb football, folks.
When you take a look at this football game, you say to yourself, how did the Bears improve? I mean, where did they come improvement-wise? We knew the defense is pretty good. We watched the defense. We watched them get the takeaways. They're taught to do that. That's what Lovie Smith lives by, is the takeaways. So what was the difference in this football game? Well, you take a look at the offensive line. Williams comes in. Edwin Williams comes in, does a pretty good job. I think the difference in is we finally saw something we've been screaming about is wide receivers and the catches. Now, the catches Johnny Knox made were outstanding. And now you got Roy Williams catching the football, coming up for first down, which is a miracle in itself.
Roy Williams comes and goes. I wouldn't count on him.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. He may be coming and going, but today he was coming. He had five or six catches for first downs. So if you want to put all that together, when you want to look down the road, how good you can be, you saw that some of the things that we were talking about that were a deficiency for the Chicago Bears that really played well today. And that's exactly what happened with the wide receivers. Cutler, to me, is just phenomenal. I always thought when he first got here, everybody said there was too many draft choices given up for the guy. I had never thought that one time. I've been a big Cutler fan from the day he got here because I can tell he is a franchise quarterback. He zipped that football in today so many times it was unbelievable. So the running game wasn't as strong. We didn't need it. We went to the passing game. San Diego geared up to stop the run. That's what they thought the Bears were going to do. San Diego was 24th against the run coming into this football game. They thought the Bears were going to try to pound it down their throat. The Bears did not. They come out throwing the football. And like I said, and Ed said it, Mike Martz come up with some great plays, and 2 of them were screens that were really good, and they were to the tight end. So all in all, when you take a look at this football game, there's the hope here saying, wait a minute, this team is getting better. This team is starting to improve. This team is improving where it should improve, and that's on the offensive line and also with the wide receiver.
Doug, let me just jump in there a little bit. Don't forget who we played here. And I'll tell you what, the schedule, again, favors the Bears. It's incredible. I mean, next week we've got Oakland, we've got Kansas City, we've got Seattle.
Denver.
I mean, folks, we've got a shot. We do have a legitimate shot here. You never know what's going to happen up north of us, although they look almost unstoppable. But I'll tell you what, the way our schedule's going, these kids get confidence. Mike Martz doesn't go crazy with Cutler. Cutler keeps playing a smart mental game, a physical game, and we can be there. Why? Because I'm going to tell you why. Since we've been here, you go back to 05, 06, 07, 08, 09, go back all the way. What has really kept us in games, folks? What has really kept us in the games? Special teams.
Mm-hmm.
Period. And they were there again today. In the first half, folks, our offense got a total running and passing of 181 yards. On punt returns and kickoff returns, we had a total of 143 yards. There was a difference of 38 yards between our offense and our special teams. And they're there every quarter, every week, game after game after game. And I'm going to tell you something. I'll say it again. We would never be where we've been year after year if we didn't have the play of our special teams and Devin Hester. They're unbelievable, folks.
Yeah, and that's the key, and that's what he lives by, Lovey. He lives by the takeaways. He lives by the specialty teams.
And defense, hopefully not getting a brain lock.
But I got to tell you, if you can take a football at the end of the football game and ice it by getting 7 consecutive third down conversions, you got a football team. And if you can take 4 drives straight and score 7 points, you've got a football team. So some credit has to go here to the offense for what they did do. Now, the defense has always been there. The defense come up with those big plays. After the fake punt try, obviously, they come up with Corey Graham comes up with the interception in the end zone. Tillman knocks the football out of the wide receiver's hands. We recover it. Those things are important. Those things you live by with the Chicago Bears. But now we got something added to the formula, and that is the wide receiver is in our offense. And our screens were outstanding. Marks made a great call. You know how important that screen is when it comes down to a football game, and all of a sudden you got a defense that's lathered up trying to knock the hell out of your quarterback, and you pull a string on them, especially to the tight end. And they did that twice in the fourth quarter. And how can you hold a team to, again, to 4 plays in the fourth quarter for San Diego, and 2 of them were interceptions. The postgame show is brought to you by Old Second Bank. Start banking on your future. Eddie, let's go out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Mr. Sharp on Oak Lawn. Mr. Sharp, you're on the scoreboard. Ob and Doug.
Hey, Doug. Hey, Obi. How you doing?
Good.
Well, you know what? I think there was a really, really key play in the game, and I think that was the fourth quarter with third down. I think it was 7 to go, and there's 8 minutes left on the clock, and they threw a screen. And I think that was a really key play to keep them, with the ball and ball control and time possession. And I got to say one other thing. They're a really quick team. They're fast. And don't take the AFC lightly. Go in there and put the hammer down and show them that you mean business. I'll talk to you guys later. Thanks for your comments.
Thanks, Mr. Sharp. Let's go out to Kenny in his car. Kenny on the scoreboard. Ob and Doug.
Take my call.
Go ahead, Kenny.
I wanted to, get your guys' thoughts on Roy Williams. I know you guys were talking about him at the beginning of your show here, about him being on and off. It seems like almost every game. And, we've been looking for a receiver, big receiver that we could throw to on third down, get that first down. And he was able to do that, 5 or 6 times tonight. So I wanted to get your guys' ideas on, what is he doing differently in these games where he's actually having good games as opposed to the games where he seems like he's not even playing. So that way we could have, someone like that going forward from here.
I think probably he's in better shape, better football shape coming in, and obviously, he knows this system because he had it in Detroit. But the fact is, though, a lot of times he does get open. But how many times we see him drop the football? How many times we see him going across the middle and drop the football? He's not doing that. He did it the first play. I thought he should have had that catch. But that, to me, is a big plus. It's added on to the Chicago Bears if they can get Roy Williams to come around. And that is something that I think March is working on, and obviously Lovie Smith is working on.
I wouldn't count on it.
Well, I'm going to look at it just today. I'm going to give him the credit what he did today, and hopefully he can do it next week against Oakland. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show, presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. Obradovich and Buffon. We'll be right back.
Here's the snap to Jay. Over the pile. Quarterback sneak. End zone. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Jay Cutler on the dive from the 1 has given the Bears the lead back over San Diego.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. On the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Fat Sam's in Lockport. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffon, our phone number 312-644-6767. And the drive of the game is brought to you by Arlington Heights Ford. 8 plays, 83 yards, 5 minutes, 11 seconds. Cutler scores on 1-yard TD run to give the Bears a 24-17 lead. And this was after San Diego scored. The Bears came back in the score, made it 24-17 on the quarterback sneak. And talking about, go ahead, Ed.
Doug, I was ready to say, I'm just looking at the screen here.
Yeah.
I see there's a gentleman called Chris. I can't wait till we get to the call, folks. I won't give it away yet.
Well, should I answer now?
Can you see that? Okay.
I'll wait for
All
Chris.
right.
We'll wait for Chris.
We'll wait till we get to it.
Yeah. Let's go out to John in his car. John, you're on the score.
Hey, good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening,
What's up,
John.
Jaw-dropping watching the Chicago Bears play. Like you guys said, it's like every week we see a new element that's gotten better, and today was Roy Williams' day.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a lot of great things, but Roy Williams stepped up his game today and became a Chicago Bear.
And the other thing, too, let's don't forget Johnny Knox. They finally started to go back to him.
Johnny Knox was sick when he was playing, they said.
Yeah, he was
They said
throwing.
he was throwing up on the sideline.
He was, but look at the catches he made. He ought to get sick every game.
Guys, all I want to ask real quick is how effective, if this long snapper is really hurt, how is it really going to affect our game next week? And I just want to get your opinion on the Oakland Raiders because you know they're going to come at us just like the Bears have been coming at everybody. And that badass Bears win today. Bear down.
Yeah, that is something. And good thing Klutz didn't have to do a snap for a punt. They tried to fake at the end of the game, but he did the field goal ones. So we'll see. I don't know what's going on with Manning. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Obradovich and the phone at Fat Sam's. We'll be right back.
Cutler from center, back on 3 steps, looking right. Backpedal, still with time. Throwing, opening up in the end zone. Over the middle. Touchdown, Kellen Davis. Touchdown, Bears. And he slams it over the goalpost as Jay Cutler bought himself some time moving around. Great protection. And Kellen Davis heard from again. And the Bears are back in front.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show. Brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. On the score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Fat Sam's in Lockport. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Today's pest controller of the game is Jay Cutler, brought to you by Rose Pest Solution. Cutler was 18 for 31 for 286 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception, 1 rushing touchdown, and 97.0 quarterback rating. And Ed said this, and I agree with him 100%. Honorable mention should go to Chris Spencer for the great job he did on the offensive line.
Absolutely, Doug. And I'll tell you, that kid, since he was called in to play here when Karimi went down, I tell you what, he immediately stepped up to the plate, Doug. He's getting better every week. And the thing that I like about him is, and please don't get me wrong, I mean, this kid, when he blocks, he's hitting somebody. He doesn't whiff. He's getting a part of somebody. And when it's around the end, or if it's a pulling play, this kid is leading, and he's knocking somebody down.
Here's the other thing I want to bring up, and you're not going to see it, and it's not in the stats. It's probably nowhere to be found. But you remember when Cutler went back to throws to Johnny Knox. Johnny Knox slips and falls down, and Kason intercepts the ball, and he runs it 64 yards back. Who forced him out of bounds? And think about this. Cutler could have said, to hell with it. I threw the interception, call a day. He and Forte pushed this kid out of bounds, Kason, which was at the 20-yard line or so. It wasn't the next player to play thereafter. The Bears intercept the ball in the end zone. That's what I'm talking about, football, mister. That's what it's all about. Some things you can't say. Something is not in the stats. That's what those two guys did. That's called hustle. That's called trying to win the football game, because the first thing you do as a quarterback, say, oh, my God, I just threw an interception. He came back, tried to make the tackle, help Forte, push Kason out of bounds. They get the football, and the Bears intercept the ball in the end zone by Corey Graham.
Doug, do you remember?
To me, that's football.
Yeah. Do you remember back in the Super Bowl when Rex Grossman threw that interception?
Right, and what did he do?
And that pathetic effort for him to get over there.
Exactly.
And Steve Young, the Hall of Fame quarterback, pointed that out after the game. He couldn't believe the absolute lackluster effort for him to try to get over and stop the D-back from scoring a touchdown. It was the Super Bowl, and that was unbelievable. You can't hide when it's on film, my friend.
No, and a lot of these little things make champions out of teams, make teams better. We saw all the big things, but a lot of times it's the little things that add up.
Well, the teammates see Cutler over there doing everything he can to stop 6 points.
And look what it did. We got the interception in the end zone. It's not over until it's over. That's what they say.
Correct.
And that's exactly what the Bear defense did. Came up with a big interception after that. Bob and Palatine. Bob, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Guys, it's a great game tonight, and I want to mention a couple more unsung heroes. You just mentioned the interception in the end zone. I think that was the one by Major Wright, wasn't it? He made an interception today.
Yeah, he made one in the end zone, right.
That was a key interception because that kept San Diego out of the game. Otherwise, it might have been a different situation. Also, I want to give credit to number 44, the fullback. He had a pretty good game today. And don't forget the left guard that played for his first time today a full game, who replaced the, what's his name, Chris Williams, that was out with an injury.
Yeah, you're talking about Edwin Williams, who came in at left guard, right.
And he did a great job. First time, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but, Bob, you know who we owe that interception to? When Major Wright intercepted?
Yeah.
That was San Diego's great quarterback throwing into triple coverage.
Trying to make a play, obviously didn't make it. Again, too, you have to be opportunistic defensive-wise, just like you saw Tillman. Wasn't the wide receiver running by him, and all of a sudden he pops the ball out of his hand, and we get the fumble? This is what the Bears are doing, you know. And again, too, like I said, we call it little things, but things that add up during the course of a football game. Let's go out to George in Indianapolis. George on the score with O.B. and Doug.
Hey, guys. How you guys doing?
Good.
I'm a long-time Bears fan. Was a Bears fan before the coach got here. One thing I just wanted to comment on and get your feedback is right before the first half, at right around the 2-minute mark when the Bears got the ball back, how they rallied and got that critical score to keep momentum. And I was just going to get your feedback. Always enjoy your show. You're the best.
Well, thank you. Yeah, again, too, Lovie Smith. You can say what you want to say about Lovie Smith, and I'm the one that talks about it a lot. Maybe the fact I made that statement that, you know, if you spoke to Lovie Smith for more than 5 minutes, you will lose your will to live. He's not the guy that's going to be that outstanding. He's not going to be Mike Ditka. He's not him. But what he has is, one, the respect of that football team, and two, most importantly, that he has his defense that he knows and he believes in. And that's exactly what he goes with. He will believe in two things: take the ball away and specialty teams. He starts there. Then the rest of it you can fill in. If we can fill in with the other stuff that we got an offensive line and maybe the quarterback with Cutler, the way he's playing with the wide receivers, I don't know how far we could go, but I'll tell you one thing. They play like they played today, they're going to make a dent here somewhere along the line.
Well, here, George, what the biggest improvement has been, and again, it started last year and it started again this year, back in the offensive line. Not totally, completely a commitment to the offensive line to get some quality people in here. Now, Mike Tice, last year he did it, and he did it again this year. And I'm going to tell you what, you talk about coaching today. There's a head coach. The people on both sides very seldom deal with the head coach, even offensive or defensive coordinators. Who they deal with are the position coaches. Excuse me. Those are the ones that count. They're with them morning, noon, and night, and you must have quality there. And Mike Tice has stayed with this offensive line, Doug. He's had to make moves that are, they're mind-boggling sometimes, putting one guy in this position who's never played that position, and hopefully it worked. And it just doesn't happen. He makes the move, Doug, and he works with them. He works during the week with them to understand what they're trying to do. Now, offensively, Mike Martz would fire the ball all over the place. They know the offensive line is the problem. So what we have done, we're finally getting a little settled in there at guard and tackle. And what we're doing, Doug, we're going to max protection. We're calling better max protection plays. We're getting a little more unique with it. But we will not, I don't think we will ever abandon the max protection, Doug, because I don't think we can handle, our five guys can constantly handle play after play, the pressure that would come from the other teams.
You know, the other thing, too, Ed, and you talk about coaches, and when coaches sit down, they go over a game plan and they go over a team. And I thought that Mike Martz stepped back a little bit here in talking about Cutler, and you've been talking about it for 4 years. But the fact is that when you take a look at Cutler basically today, they're starting to let him, well, Ed calls the bootleg, I call a rollout, but anyway, he gets outside the pocket, design plays. You saw those plays happen. He completed both of them, one to Bennett and one to Roy Williams. And so now you're moving the pocket. So you're changing up a little bit. He was so stubborn before that it wouldn't be done. Now things are starting to change, and you're starting to see they're trying to go and adapt to what Cutler can do best, and that's exactly what's happening right now. Let's go to Big O on the west side. Big O, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
That's why you guys are the professionals, man. You guys do an outstanding job. You just spoke for me what I was going to call in about. I think it's just high time that the guys in Chicago to give Lovie Smith a lot of credit, because on that side, I'm not even a big time Bears fan, but on that sideline in the interviews and the process of these guys doing, I see 53 Lovie Smiths on it. They talk, walk, everything is the same. It comes from the head coach. A couple years ago, we were crying about that we never make adjustments. I've seen 2 years worth of adjustments, and I root for other teams. I see a lot of stuff going on with this Bears team, and the best thing they did a couple years ago, they hired one of the best offensive line coaches in football. Before that Love Bowl scandal up there, this guy has never lost the ability to coach offensive linemen, and you've seen that for the last 2 years. One more thing, Lovie Smith just said, have patience. Remember earlier he's talking about have patience, everything's coming along smoothly. He's made some moves during the season. The safety issue thing, we made that move. Outstanding move by this guy. Believing in the young kids, say, let's go with what we got. And this guy deserves so much credit. Is Chicago happy that they didn't run this guy out of town a couple of years ago, talking about they didn't make adjustments, they didn't do this and the other? It's just a tremendous thing. I sat and watched the game today, and I just couldn't believe some of the stuff I'm seeing. I mean, this is a tremendous job for those coaches, man. And Lovie Smith deserves a lot of credit, because if these guys dump this guy and they come with the same thing, you've been in the same boat again with another different coach. And Chicago is sitting pretty well right now with that schedule. And I think they can knock the Packers off, because one thing I saw today with the Packers, they cannot play a lick of defense. If there's no Woodson on that team, the Packers will fall apart, I'm telling you.
You know, Big O, you talked about Lovie Smith. He brought some great points. And some of the things that I'm seeing more and more of it with him is, and I call it adapt or die. And we saw what they did against Philadelphia defensively. They changed from that cover two. They went from man for man, more from man for man. And again, too, last week, and again today, they went back to man-to-man, got burnt a few times, but again, they were mixing it up. But Lovie Smith believes in those things, and that theory he has, and I'll repeat it once again. The guy believes in takeaways. The guy believes in specialty teams, starting from there. And the guy believes in running the football. You know, today we didn't run the football that well because San Diego was jacked up to stop the run. And so what is the smart thing to do if they start doing that? You throw it, and you got a guy like Cutler. And so now you start throwing it. Next week what will happen, they'll start playing Cutler, and then you run it. You do exactly what you need to do in a football game to win it. And I'm telling you know how important this is? If you can take 4 straight drives, and take them down there and score touchdowns, to me, that is something else. And then ice a game by taking 7 third-down conversions in the fourth quarter to win the football game. That's telling me something. And that's exactly what they did. Let's go out to Chris in his car. Chris, you're on the score.
Thanks for taking my call. Hey, listen, Buffon.
Yes, sir.
In the words of, I'm going to quote Dan Bernstein here, you're an idiot. You want to explain to the fans what you did in the third times this week, or you want me to go ahead and say something?
What? No, I don't understand what you're saying.
Well, I'm telling you, you went ahead in the newspaper this week. I understood you. I saw that you had chosen the Chargers to win this game today.
Not they. See, this is where, Chris, you better get your head out of your ass.
Okay, go ahead.
Because I'll tell you why. Because, first of all, it's not to win the football game. I picked the Bears to beat San Diego. I said the Bears wouldn't cover. There's 2 differences here. I think the line was like 4 or 4.5. I thought it was going to come down to a 3-point game. And so by doing that, that meant I would take San Diego just to cover. But I picked the Bears to win the football game. So understand it, what I did. Anything else, Chris?
Told me the Bears aren't going to cover that 3.5?
3.5, right. They covered. I didn't think they would. I thought they would win by 3 points. I thought it was going to be a tighter game.
Well, I didn't think so, man. The way they've been playing the last 4 weeks, and how much you how much you praise the Bears and everything every week, you went ahead and made a lousy-ass pick like that. Come on, buddy.
So I made a lousy-ass pick. What do you want me to do? Commit suicide? Or what do you want to do? You know, the fact is I picked them to win the football game. I thought it would be a closer game. I didn't think they would score. And in fact, it wasn't 3. I think it was 4 or 4.5, something like that. The Bears would win. You're listening to ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. Obranovich and Buffon. We'll be right back.
Come on, Doug.
Now Now back to more of the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank, with Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich, live from Fat Sam's Bar and Grill at 1225 East 9th Street in Lockport, and only on the official station for Bears fans, Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago sports station, presented by ExpressBet.com. Get in, get out, get paid, and brought to you in part by Cake, the new vodka by UV.
Matthews trying to get the edge on Urlacher. He gives up the football. It's on the ground. Bears scoop it up. Peanuts got it. Far side of the field. First turnover of the day. Urlacher on the strip. Tillman to recovery.
Nice job. You saw Bryant taking that pursuit angle after Ryan Matthews was trying to get around the corner. He had that ball on the, I think he had it on his outside shoulder maybe, and Bryant was able to reach around and grab it.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Fat Sam's in Lockport. Ed O'Bradovich and Doug Buffone, 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears 31, San Diego 20. The defensive play of the game is brought to you by State Farm Insurance. And our pick is Charles Tillman's forced fumble and recovery. And let's go out to the phone lines again. Let's go out to Matt on the south side. Matt, you're on the Score.
Hey, Doug and Ed. I think the Cutler interception was probably the biggest play of the season in my mind. He took on three guys, fighting him down the field, and then threw his body at 20 to stop him from going in the end zone and letting Forte make the tackle. Not a lot of quarterbacks would have done that. I think he played his ass off all day. He got hit in the mouth all day, and he just showed how tough he was on that play. And I think now he really is our quarterback, and I hope everybody embraces him because he, in my mind, is the second-best quarterback in the NFC behind Rodgers.
Matt, let me tell you something. I couldn't agree with you more. Doug and I alluded to that a little bit earlier in the show. But I'll tell you, it goes back basically to how he performed last year and how he came out firing this year. I'll tell you something. You've got a totally committed quarterback. I mean, has he taken a beating the last 2-3 years here? Unbelievable. I think a lot of quarterbacks might have quit or laid down or whatever. I tell you what, he stepped up to the plate. He's got a tremendous fighting attitude. And, again, that play alone on that interception to stop a touchdown and win a football game, that speaks volumes of the quality of Jay Cutler.
Yeah, there's no question about it, Ed. And a lot of times quarterbacks don't want to mix it up because they're afraid of getting hurt or something bad could happen to them. Anything. I mean, but he threw himself in the mix of everything, and then Forte obviously helped him out. And then we got the interception in the end zone. So that goes back to show you that the fact is every little play counts. Let's go out to Randy in Wooddale. Randy on the Score with OB and Doug.
Big Dog and Eddie the Junkyard Dog O'Bradovich. How you guys doing tonight?
What's up, Randy?
You know what? I've been listening to you guys for quite some time on the Score. You guys, fantastic job.
Well, thanks.
Great
Randy.
job. I love the way you're just straight up and tell it like it is. I remember watching you guys play when I was 10 years old and a Bear fan. But ever since the Bears traded Wilbur Marshall to Washington, it ticked me off and I became a Packer fan.
Oh, no.
Well,
say it isn't so, Randy.
Anyways, you guys played in an era where, 4 or 5 seconds after the ball was released out of Unitas's hands, somebody took a pop. And you guys dished out a few good shots in your day. And I was just wondering, back in your day when you guys played, who was the one guy that would give you the fits, drive you nuts, and when you got up the next day, you were sore and didn't really like the idea of looking forward to playing against that guy again?
Well, Eddie, who's your guy?
I'll tell you what. I play. As a matter of fact, speaking about Green Bay, that's an easy choice for me. In 11 years I played, the guy that I had the respect for the most, and I'll tell you what, it was going to war during that football season every time, and I'd play him 3 times a year, and that was Forrest Gregg, the right tackle for the Green Bay Packers, who, by the way, just announced that he has, I believe it's Hodgkin's disease, I think. And I'm going to try to get a hold of him. But I'm going to tell you something. When we went at it, even if it was the exhibition game, Randy, it was unbelievable. I mean, every play, whether it went to my side or the other side, every play was full out. And I have all the respect for him. As a matter of fact, he's in the Hall of Fame as an offensive tackle. And I think they had Doug voting about, I don't know, after so many years of the Hall of Fame, like who would be on their super anniversary team. And obviously Forrest Gregg was on it. But, boy, I'll tell you what a hell of a competitor he was.
Yeah, he has Parkinson's disease. And, again, too, they're looking into it. And a lot of times they figure it maybe come from football because you get hit so many times that might cause it. We hope nothing but the best for him. I would talk about basically when I look at, playing linebacker, there was one guy that was just an all-around football player, and that was Jimmy Taylor from Green Bay. And, again, too, you had to take those blocks. And in those days, more or less, you always had a fullback. It was always fullback and linebacker against each other. Now, you're seeing now where the Bears are coming back, more of that with Klutz at fullback. We're seeing more power plays. But I would have to say Jimmy Taylor. Jimmy Taylor was a hell of a football player. Let's go out to Ray in Milwaukee. Ray, you're on the scoreboard. It'll be in Doug.
Hey, I thought the coaches actually did a pretty good job at this game, but I felt at the end of the third quarter, they missed a timeout call where the kicker could have been kicking into the wind and instead let it go to the fourth quarter, and he was able to kick the field goal with the wind. Mm-hmm. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, again, too, once again, I didn't think about it until you just brought it up, but I was worried about it. I thought the wind was supposedly really bad down there. It didn't seem that way to me. I mean, throwing the football, neither one had any problems going either side. So I didn't think the wind was a factor, but it probably had to be. They had gusts up to 14, 20 miles an hour. Yeah, but that's a good call. There's no question about it. Let's go out to Gary and Berwyn. Gary on the score.
Hey, Big Doug.
Hey, Larry.
Number one, forget what that Chris guy said because he doesn't know what he's talking about. But really, the reason I'm calling is, and you just pointed out, that's made me want to call and tell you because back in 2005 and 6 and Lovey in the Super Bowl and, the couple years later, I always could not understand some of his calls, what he did, and I was not a proponent of his. I mean, I wanted the Bears to get rid of him. But right now, as the Bears are playing in the last 4 or 5 weeks, he has sold me as being a great coach, and the coaches that he has with him, Tice and Marinelli, and, I mean, even with, the offensive coordinator, I mean, changing their things that they're doing, I mean, that's what the whole team's about. The coaches are doing a great job, and I don't think the Bears should ever get rid of Lovey. I mean, he has sold me, he has convinced me that he's a great coach.
Well, listen, we've talked about it again a little earlier, and about what the position coaches mean in football today. I mean, the Bears have 19 coaches, folks. 19 coaches. And you better have 19 quality coaches. Everybody's making a ton of money. It's a multi-billion dollar sport, and you better have quality on each and every team.
The thing about Lovey, and go back to Lovey again, because we were so used here in Chicago of being somebody who was so vociferous. Somebody's going to go out there like Ditka, or somebody's going to scream and yell. And George Ellis was that way. Ed will tell you that. We played under George Ellis. I mean, you couldn't hold him back.
Whoever took a beating from Hallis were the refs.
Referee.
And then you wonder why. Then you'd wonder why all the calls went against us. But listen, folks. They're beating the teams they should beat. Okay, no matter how they're beating them or what they're doing, they're beating them, and that's a plus. But let me tell you something, folks. Excuse me. San Diego offensively had 4 starters could not play today. Yeah, 4 people out of 11. Mm-hmm. And a lot of people not to play, folks.
Especially your offensive line. Your offensive line is beat up.
3 of them.
You take a look at Rivers. He didn't have a bad day, guys. He had a quarterback rating of 90 point something or another. He threw for almost the same yardage as Cutler did, but he made the mistakes in the fourth quarter. And that's what it comes down to. What quarterback in the fourth quarter will not make the mistakes and put some points up or not stay away from throwing the interception?
Doug, I thought we'd have a hell of a lot more sacks. And I thought Peppers would be.
We didn't have any.
Be in there, but I thought there would be. But then again, where's the push from the middle, which it just doesn't happen. If Julius Peppers doesn't play the stronger the weak side tackle, it's just not going to happen, and that's the way things are.
This segment is brought to you by River Oaks Toyota, the easy guys in Calumet City. Let's go out to Ed in Fort Lauderdale. Ed, you're on the scoreboard. It'll be in Doug.
Hey, fellas. Man, I tell you, I really appreciate listening to you. You're very passionate. I love watching you guys play, and you're real, and you're very real on your analysis. It's got to be the best post-game show on earth.
Well, we appreciate that.
I got two questions, and it's on Thursday's game. Who do we root for between the Packers and the Lions? And then I just want to make a comment about the Packers. I mean, they got to break sometime. I mean, they can't be too perfect. Rodgers has got to make a mistake. He got bounced around sort of today. I mean, when is this going to end, this 16-0 streak? And I'll take my answer off the show.
Ed, here's my answer about that, about being a former Bear and watching a Bear. We're not going to worry about Detroit, and we're not going to worry about Green Bay of which team to pick. And I know you want to hear us to say one or the other and the reasons why or why not. What the Bears should do, and we just focus on what we're doing and our next opponent. If you start worrying about what Detroit's going to do and how they're going to do and who they're playing after they play Green Bay on Thursday and vice versa with Green Bay, it's a total distraction from the team. Focus on your next week games, and that's what you should do. And in time, everything will take care of itself down the road.
And as a fan, if I looked at this football game as a fan, as a Bear fan, I would be rooting for Green Bay. Oops, I shouldn't have said that, but that is true. Because you want Detroit knocked out of there. I don't think anybody can catch Green Bay in this division at this point in time.
They're not. If they have a hiccup, Doug, it'll be maybe one time. They're not going to take 3-4 losses.
They're too good.
It's not going to happen.
But didn't Green Bay as a wild card last year run the table and win the Super Bowl? I mean, that's possible. The idea is to get in, and I think to help the Chicago Bears out to get in. And I'm rooting for the Green Bay Packers. I mean, that's the way I look at it. Let's go out to Craig in Joliet. Craig, you're on the score.
Yeah, good afternoon, guys. Good Bears win today. And my question is this. I noticed Sanzenbacher played maybe a play or two today. And, I did notice that since he had that bad game a couple of weeks ago, he hasn't played. Do you think the Bears are kind of done with the whole Sanzenbacher project? Because Sam Hurt's been playing in front of him, which I didn't expect him to do that. Just wanted to kind of know you guys' thoughts on that.
Well, first of all, Bennett came back. I mean, that's the key there in the slot. When Bennett comes back, that means Sanzenbacher is not going to get the play time that he had before. I think he was targeted one time today. And since Bennett came back, he's the guy. And Bennett, to me, is a hell of a receiver, what he can do and how he can catch and run his patterns.
Yeah, Craig, what I think you'll see, I think Sanzenbacher will be here. In other words, his time is very, very limited. In other words, I don't think that the Bears will let him go, Doug, and bring somebody up from the taxi squad or whatever. I think, and why? Because he knows the system. And if somebody goes down, you got to have somebody that knows the system that you can plug in immediately. Sensenbacher does know it. He's shown that he can catch football. He's also shown that he can drop one. Yeah. But I mean, you just right now we have nowhere else to go but to have Sensenbacher on the team.
Well, the thing about Sanzenbacher, there's no question he's a rookie. But again, too, he substituted very well when he was in there. But Bennett's your guy. And that's the guy you want in the football game as wide receiver. And Cutler loves Bennett, especially on third down situations. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show, presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number is 312-644-6767.
Take a knee, they'll run out the clock and beat the Chargers 31-20 here at Soldier Field. Bears with 3 takeaways, 2 interceptions and big ones by Major Wright and Corey Graham. Back-to-back weeks by both, and the Bears are going to go to 7-3 and head to Oakland to take on the Raiders. Stop 2 on the AFC Western Tour.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. On the score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Fat Sam's in Lockport. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffone, 312-644-6767. And this segment is brought to you by Heil & Heil Insurance, with offices in Skokie and Naperville. One insurance agency for all your insurance needs.
Brought to us also by Fat Sam.
Fat Sam. In Fat Sam, we love him. He's our buddy and he's our pal. But a lot of you people don't notice that Fat Sam was baptized in SeaWorld in Florida. A real close friend of Shamu, and we can't tell the difference between Shamu and Fat Sam's.
Well, here.
Lucky this place wasn't called Shamu, but we called it Fat Sam's for obvious reasons.
One of the most touching and loving things about Sam was when he was a newborn and his parents first brought him home, instead of putting him in a bassinet, they put him in a tub, bathtub.
That's right. And if you take a look at Fat Sam's, you wonder why they call him Fat Sam. I guess if you take a second look, you'll know why they call him Fat Sam.
That's right. If you go to his restaurant, the floor is solid concrete.
How about this one, Ed?
Yes.
Remember he was bragging to us about, he puts out this big, deal, all the food is free.
Oh, yeah, he puts out free food.
Out.
Right.
What happens, Ed? Tell him.
It disappears.
And who eats it all?
Yeah, he has sauerkraut, Polish sausage.
You name it.
Wings. He's got all kinds of stuff over here. The only thing.
They got to put speed bumps in front of it so Fat Sam doesn't get there so quickly.
Doug, what did you say when they had to take a picture of him? What was
take
it from him, what?
They took a graduation picture of Fat Sam, but they had to use an airplane to take it.
Helicopter.
Anyway, that reminds me. Let's go out to Lawrence.
Lorenzo.
Our Score Bears reporter, Lawrence.
Hello, man.
Big win, Lawrence.
A huge win. You have to keep pace with what the Lions are doing. They came back and beat Carolina. So this keeps the Bears in the same spot that they were in, and now they'll watch what happens tonight and see how things go. But they're excited about winning their fifth game in a row, and you saw the offense kind of live up to its billing and its potential today. We've seen a lot of games over the last 5 weeks where it's been the defense or it's been a great play on special teams that's tipped the scales. Well, today it was all the offense. Jay Cutler with incredible numbers, 18 of 31, 286 yards. 2 touchdowns, the one pick that wasn't his fault because Johnny Knox slipped on that, ended up with a rating of 97. And then you got great production out of the receivers today. Matt Forte, of course, out of the backfield, made a couple of catches. Johnny Knox with some huge catches. The 42-yarder ends up having a 24-yard touchdown, 97 yards for him on 3 catches. Earl Bennett with 75 yards, his most trusted receiver. Matt Spade comes up with a big play. Kellen Davis with a touchdown. And Roy Williams with 5 catches today. Here's the nugget on that. All 5 of them were for first downs.
Yeah, there's no question. The wide receivers really stepped to the forefront. Ed and I were talking about it. The big thing about the Bears is special teams. And again, too, they were right there with that, with the yardage they got, plus takeaways. They got but the added thing about the Bears today was obviously what you mentioned was the wide receivers. Cutler, we know, can play. There's no question about it in my mind that he can play, and he can do it, and he can throw the football, and he did a hell of a job. And we thought the one thing that was not heralded was the fact that after he threw the interception and Kayson Goddard after Knox fell down, he was part of forcing Kayson out of bounds with Forte, and next thing you know, the Chicago Bears make an interception in the end zone.
Yeah. Lovie Smith called that the biggest play of the game.
Did he really?
That keeping them out of the end zone on that play was the biggest play of the game. So you see that there's not a lot of quit in Jay Cutler, and he busted his hump to get back there and make it so that he could keep that guy out. Matt Forte hustles back to help make the tackle on that. So yeah, the Bears coaches definitely recognize how big a play. And then you add that the quarterback sneak from Jay Cutler. He's a tough dude. You see some of the throws that he made from the pocket today with guys hanging on him, even balls that are incomplete. Instead of them being sacks, he makes them incompletions because he's tough to bring down. And yeah, he played great. And Lovie Smith definitely noticed what you guys noticed, him hustling back and stopping that game and the momentum change and allowing the defense to kind of do their thing and forcing Phillip Rivers into a mistake in the end zone.
Lawrence, I'll have to take issue with you. There's 4 quarters in the game, and actually the first 2, the Bears offensively were not all as sharp as Lawrence. They had a total of 153 yards, 125 passing for a 6.9-yard average, and they had 28 yards rushing for a 2.5 and 3 conversions on 7. The only thing that saves them were the special teams, and we had no turnovers. Till they came out the second half, made some adjustments, and opened it up. And as a matter of fact, they really went to the passing game then, and it worked. But it worked against a real poor team.
Yeah, it did. They haven't been able to really establish the run for the last couple of games, and I don't know if it's Matt Forte wearing down or just defense is keying on him. I thought after the first quarter, the offense started to click a little bit, and they put the game in Jay Cutler's hands. And he goes out there and he made plays. I was very happy to see Johnny Knox kind of get reestablished into the offense today, too. He had been sick. He was throwing up on the sidelines today. He had been running a high fever. He probably has the same thing that Hester had last week, and he came up with 2 spectacular catches. The one for a touchdown was really good, and he had the other one that he made an adjustment on. I think that what they're trying to figure out is, what type of team are they, and can they win in multiple ways offensively? It was good to see them actually be able to do that today, where the running game's not clicking, and it wasn't clicking last week either. Detroit did a good job of slowing things down defensively, and yet here they are in this game against San Diego. They weren't able to run the ball. They weren't able to really establish it, but they put it on number 6's shoulders, and he was able to come through.
How's Cutler's health? How did he come out of this football game?
Well, Lovie Smith talked about bumps and bruises. I mean, he took a knee to the back of the helmet on one of those plays. He got twisted around a little bit, but he didn't seem to be too worse for wear. It's nothing that I don't think that you should worry about. The biggest injury is the one that Patrick Manley, the long snapper, and he didn't return to the game, so Tyler Klutz, the fullback, filled in for him. He did a pretty nice job of it in being rushed into service. He said that he's kind of always been the number 2 long snapper wherever he's been, and that he was really nervous going in there. But Manley, who got his knee examined, came back out and helped talk Tyler Klutz through a couple of those things. That was big because that could have been huge. You get a bad snap, you get a turnover in those situations, and maybe it turns the game. So other than a couple guys getting bumped and bruised and Manley's knee, which we'll find out more about tomorrow, if they don't have him, that's a huge loss. You're talking about the most consistent long snapper in the NFL, and to not have him going forward for any stretch of time is not a good thing.
That was part of their decision to do that fake punt, because Klutz didn't do any snaps for punts, did he? He did for field goals.
Yeah.
Do you think that was part of their decision, saying, listen, I don't know if this kid can get it back there or not. Let's take a shot and let's try to throw a fake punt?
Yeah, that's what crossed my mind, Doug. We were sitting there watching. We're going, wow, why would you call that? I mean, they had the right look, and it still seemed like he was open, and Podles just couldn't get it to him. But that could have turned into a disaster. So I think you might be right, Doug, that they wanted to at least get him a week of practice in punt formation before they decided they're just going to turn him loose and let Podles kick it. When he was warming up on the sidelines, when they were practicing the punt snaps, his snaps were a little low and to the right. So maybe that played in it. You bring Podles up a little bit in the punt formation, and then you throw out of it because it'll be easier to do. But, yeah, that could have been a disaster. They averted it, though, and Klutz came out of the game. He said that he wants to make himself as versatile as possible so that he sticks around. And if you can long snap, you can stay in the NFL for a really long time.
Lawrence, thanks a lot, buddy.
All right, thank you, guys.
Take care. It's Lawrence Holmes, our Score Bear reporter. We're going to take a break here. Let's go. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks at Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767.
Jam to take away 3 steps in a tight pocket. Knox fell down and was intercepted by Kayson. He's running right. Kayson with room of the 50. He's got blockers on Cutler. Sideline right. Kayson is finally bumped out of bounds by Matt Forte to shave a touchdown. Cutler on his knees. He took a pop and he threw that pass, but Knox fell down in the route and Kayson with a pick.
Jay's biggest play of the game might have been saving that on that interception of buying time for Matt Forte. And who would have thought, we're talking about Matt Forte and Jay Cutler on a defensive play that they made.
That highlight courtesy of WBN Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call, Lovie Smith talking about Jay Cutler's quarterback making a play and stopping a touchdown. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. On the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Fat Sam's in Lockport. Ed O'Bradovich and Doug Buffone, 312-644, talking about the Bears at 6767, talking about the Bears win over San Diego, 31-20. And the stop of the game is brought to you by Wingstop. Wingstop services Chicagoland with 17 locations. Visit wingstop.com. Wingstop, the wing experts. Cutler Forte knocking Kayson out of bounds after the interception, which is it's a great thing.
That's one of the first things we pointed out.
Yeah,
nice to hear the coach back us up on that.
Exactly. I mean, everybody looks at the big things, all the interceptions. Granted, those things are necessary, but once
that shows you where that kid's heart and mind is. I'll tell you what.
Absolutely. Let's go out to David and Joliet. David, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
How you doing?
What's up, David?
Yeah, hey. Well, I originally called to give that dude Chris a little bit of a hard time for giving Dougie a hard time, but anyways, he's a punk. But since then, I've had an intelligent thought. Yeah, I've been saying for a couple weeks now to my friends that if there's any team that's going to give the Packers a run for their money, it's probably going to be the Saints or the Bears. No one in the AFC really scares me, including the Patriots. So I was just kind of wondering what you guys think about that. I mean, really, can you give me the top 3 teams in your mind in the NFL? I'm saying Packers, Bears, Saints, and the AFC really doesn't scare me. Anyways, Chris is still a punk. Dougie, I love you. OB, love you. And,
Well, thanks, David.
We got one more team. You can make the 3. I go along with that, but I think there's 4. 49ers. We are talking about the NFC, right?
Right.
Okay. 49ers.
Well, again, too, you talk about, and you try to match the Bears up with the Packers. The one thing that you're looking at is the Bear defense for sure. It's strong. The Packer defense is not that strong. And you take a look at Aaron Rodgers, no question, is the key. Aaron Rodgers is unbelievable. And he didn't have a great day today, but look at when he comes through in the clutch. The guy is just unbelievable and have a hell of a year. If they catch a day, they catch a place where the Bears are playing, defense, and all of a sudden the Bears' offense lights up and gets going, they can beat the Packers. There's no question about it.
Dougie, I might have to take issue with you on the Bears' defense is strong. I think the Bears' defense is opportunistic.
That's strong.
That I do. No, where they're not strong is up front, Doug. And our inside of our defensive line, we are not strong, Doug. We do not get to the passer. The inside, they do not cave the line in. We're not strong there. We're opportunistic. We have great pursuit, and we get a lot of turnovers.
Well, again, too, Ed, that's being strong if you're opportunistic. I mean, the fact is that if you can get the interceptions that they have, which are 3rd in the league, and they can come up with that takeaways, to me that's one part of the defense. That's what they lean on, and I think that's a strong point. Okay,
if you want to say strong, that's fine. That's how you see it. I see it as opportunistic. And the third thing is, Doug, you're wrong. The fourth thing is I'm going to punch you right in the nose.
Well, and kiss my ass and call it a love story. These old Radovich on the phone. We'll be right back.
Chargers are blitzing as Jay backpedals. Going to throw. He's got Williams again with better position on the slant. And he picks up another first down. And Roy Williams and Jay Cutler got something brewing. 11 yards to a first down.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show. Brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We are live at Fat Sam's in Lockport. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number 312-644-6767. Eddie, now it's time to name our hot and cold players of the game.
You want me to go with the cold first?
If you let me finish reading this, and then, you can do what you want to do.
Well, why don't you start reading a little faster? Okay. All right?
What, you're going to beat me up again?
No, I'm not. Just
put your fist down. Put it down.
No.
I know you got the ring in 1963.
No. Oh, I would never throw that in your face, Doug. Never.
Did you
mean that we won the World Championship, 63, that I intercepted the pass
How
and
many
led the winning
times have
touchdown?
you done that?
What?
Times.
That's the first time I've ever said it since 63.
Presented by Four Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning. For all the right reasons, 4 seasons. I'm going to pick the hot player, and Ed's going to pick the cold guy. The hot player, we're going to go with Roy Williams being hot. He caught 5 or 6 passes for first downs on third down conversions. Your cold player?
All right, my cold player to me, it's the guy from San Diego is Norv Turner, the head coach. If you want to call it a player or whatever, I'll tell you what, there was opportunities that he could have taken advantages against the Bears defense, never even attempted to attack certain areas of the field in the passing game, and I think that his play calling was subpar to say the least, and he has to take a little responsibility for that defeat, although their team is depleted. But I'll tell you what, I at the end of this year, Doug, I would venture to say that Norv Turner will be one of the first coaches gone.
I would think so, Ed, because of the fact that all the past, you look at them last year, they were first in defense, first in offense. Their special teams was terrible, and they couldn't win. They had a ton of players there.
Couldn't get out of their own way.
Exactly. So I think you're right on that. DeMarcus on the west side. DeMarcus, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
What's up, y'all? This is DeMarcus on the West Side. Hey, I just want to talk about the Bears' defensive line, man. Hey, check this out. The last couple of weeks, we've been playing against some subpar running games. We got Brian Matthews hurt. We had Tolbert backup hurt. The week before, we had Lions, man. They were hurt. And I just want to say, hey, is our defensive line as good as they say they is, or what it is? I'm going to hang up and listen to you guys talk about it. But Tom Martinez, hey.
Ed will handle that. I think, Ed knows more about the defensive line than I do. There's one thing for sure. We know Peppers is there. But we talk about inside pressure stuff. We saw Melton play one good play, and he come in and cut a 5-yard loss on one of the running backs for San Diego. But Ed, the defensive line.
Yeah, but, DeMarcus, the reality of it is we're winning. We're doing everything. But, are we superb, in the all-offensive line, defensive line? Are our receivers the top receivers? I would say no, not at this particular junction. And I think that our defensive line, listen, let me tell you something. Julius Peppers, even him being there, I'll tell you what, it has made a big difference. But don't forget today, they had 3 of the 5 starters out for San Diego, and I don't believe we got a sack. And again, we just don't have the constant pressure of the middle of our defensive line. It's just not there, and I don't think it'll ever be there.
And I thought we would see Julius Pepper more inside rushes like he did last week, and put a lot of pressure in, but we did not see that.
Yeah, well, Doug, there's only so much that Julius Peppers can do.
Mm-hmm.
All right, it's tough enough to play one position, whether it's right in, left end, right tackle, left tackle, middle line, whatever it is. It's tough enough to play one. Now, we're asking Julius Peppers here to play 4 different positions. 4 different positions, and basically a game. Now it's going to be, looks like game after game after game. Now, are you adding to him being more successful, or are you taking away, Doug? Are you taking away? Only time will tell. But that's the only thing that we have to do. Marinelli, our defensive coordinator and D-line coach, probably basically thinks, Doug, that is the way to attack, is move Julius Peppers everywhere. But let me go back to the original statement. It's tough enough to play one position and be healthy than him to saddle 4 positions in 60 minutes of football week after week. It's going to be tough, Doug.
Let's go out to Tom in Rockford. Tom, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, you guys. Diehard Packer fan in Illinois, but got to give respects to the Bears right now. Obviously, they're playing hot and everything. But I heard a caller about 45 minutes ago. I've been on hold for a while. Obviously, we all have. And he said, obviously with his heart, that Cutler was the best quarterback in the NFC. I'm hoping you guys can keep him honest, or at least you guys honest, because I think you agreed with him. But obviously people are forgetting about Breeze and maybe even Matt Ryan or Eli Manning.
Yeah, well, Eli Manning's doing a hell of a job. There's no question. Him coming back, and Drew Brees, who knows, he broke the record again as far as when the first 8 games or so in passing percentages. But I got to tell you, I'll put him up, or I'll put Cutler up against any of them. And I know what you're going to say. Well, come on, let's go. Matt Ryan's doing this, or Breeze has done that, and Cutler, given the right opportunity, the right wide receivers, the right offensive line. You see that gun he has, the arm he has, that kid? He can put that thing in that window anywhere. So I'm not going to, diss Cutler about being the second best, because we know Aaron Rodgers is the best in the NFC. Now, on the other side, you could gamble and talk about Tom Brady. You could talk about Roethlisberger. There are a ton of guys to talk about. But in the NFC, I think Cutler's right up there. Eddie, what do you think?
Well, there's no question about it. He's right up there. From what I tell you, he's gotten better the last couple of years, and especially this year coming back. He looked like he lost a substantial amount of weight, Doug, and he came in. He had a great mental attitude. I know everybody was, they called him jerk face and every other thing you could think of, and I think he's kind of pushed that all away. And I'll tell you what, he's really playing, Doug. He's playing smart football, Doug, and his heart is there. He's trying every play. You can't take it away from the kid. Now, are the rest of the 10 guys on offense, are they good enough to take us to the Super Bowl and win it? Time will tell.
Let's go out to Anthony on the north side. Anthony, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, how you doing? Just got a quick comment and quick question.
First one is I think that the Giants and the Bears are going to give the Packers their first 2 losses of the season. And then I got to give credit finally to Roy Williams finally stepping up. Do you think that Roy Williams is going to get more time and see more catches because of today's game, or do you think that this is it? This is what we expect from him, and is that all we should expect from him? I'm going to hang up and listen to what you say about it.
You know, Anthony, when you talk about Roy Williams, you only can talk about a player, what he's done in the past. In other words, his last game. That would be this game. And that would be the 6 receptions that he had for first downs, all of them. To me, that's a start. Now, do you trust him? Do you think he can keep on doing this? Do you think he can keep on going forward? Well, he's done it now. He's done 5 or 6 receptions today. What if he does continue? What if he does go forward? So you have to bank on it that possibly that could happen.
Anthony, a lot of it depends on game planning from Mike Martz. And when he sits down with his coaches, and then they will sit down with Cutler, and it's basically from a week-to-week basis, is who's going to get targeted and who are they going to go after, and whatever the opponent is, where are their weaknesses, and can we attack them from the slot position, from the wideout position, can we attack them from Forte going into the flats, or can we hit Spade on a splitting the seam or out in the flat? It's a game-to-game thing on basically really who they're going to target and who they're going to go after.
Yeah, and that's the key when they make up game plans. But the one thing, too, when they're making that game plan up, do they have confidence that you can make that play? And the more and more you show these coaches, and a lot of times in practice, too, do you show them that you can make that catch, that you won't drop it, that you won't go across the middle, that you'll make that big play. Today was a good start for Roy Williams. And I will guarantee you now the next time they look at it, they'll say, well, maybe Roy can do this. Let's incorporate him in part of our game plan, what we're going to do.
Hey, Doug, real quickly before we go to the next caller. Next week we go out to Oakland.
Right.
You got any just quick thoughts on that game?
I think it's going to be a tough physical football game. I mean, Oakland can run the football. I mean, they really do it. And the Bears coming into this football game defensively, they were giving up an average of 5.1 yards per carry.
That's a lot.
That's like 29th in the league. Our defense was ranked 24th, but here's the key. Our defense, talking about the Chicago Bear defense, they have not played anyone in the bottom 10 best offenses in the league. They've played out of the 6 best offenses in the league. They've played 4 of them, against 4 of them. So, yeah, they've been playing against stiff competition. But the fact is, though, once again, we look at it, Oakland won't take any prisoners. Oakland at Oakland, they got a reputation there, and I'll tell you what, they're very physical.
My point was that. It was exactly my point, Doug. Thank you. That I'm going to tell you something. They come after you.
Yeah,
Bears better be ready for it.
They will do it. You listen to Score, Sports Radio 670, Obradovich and Buffon, ExpressBet.com postgame show, presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. We are at Fat Sam's in Lockport.
Now back to more of the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank, with Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich, live from Fat Sam's Bar and Grill at 1225 East 9th Street in Lockport, and only on the official station for Bears fans, Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's sports station, presented by ExpressBet.com. Get in, get out, get paid, and brought to you in part by Cake, the new vodka by UV.
Welcome back to ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Fat Sam's in Lockport. Ed Obradovich and Doug Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767. Now it's time for Doug and OB's Thoughts of the Game, sponsored by ExpressBet.com. Go right now to ExpressBet.com and enter promo code HAWWSCR to not only receive a free $125 sign-up bonus, but also be automatically entered to win $100 in free bets at Hawthorne Racecourse this fall. New winners will be prized each week. That's promo code HAWWSCR at ExpressBet.com. Doug and OB's Thoughts of the Game, brought to you by ExpressBet.com. Get in, get paid, and get out. Eddie, what are yours?
My number one thought of the game, Doug, is the fact the dedication of Cutler on that interception to deter that guy bringing it back and putting 6 up against us. And number 2, Chris Spencer, again at right tackle. I've been holding back, waiting, and I'm going to tell you something, Doug. The kid is more than doing a job. He's there blocking every play, doing a hell of a job.
Yeah, and I guess my thoughts, too, goes to color, the way they played, the offense, the way they handled the football, the fact that, they drove 4 times in 4 straight drives. They scored touchdowns. And the special teams. We talked about that many times. Now, there's another thing we want to talk about. 10 minutes into the show, we had some news. We thought about some things. We didn't want to bring it up, but now we're going to because, first of all, the one thing that we thought and we heard about, there was a rumor going around that.
No, we got the phone call, Doug.
From
it was
them,
approximately
15 minutes.
About 15 minutes in a window, somewhere around 15 minutes in that particular area, give or take a little bit. And we decided not to go on the air with it, but now it's confirmed, and Doug will read to you the news.
Well, what we thought was they had told us that Jay Cutler broke his thumb and that he was going to be out with a broken thumb. Now, we didn't know how true that was, and what we got was the fact that he did get it hurt when he went to make that play to stop, the interception that Kason had. Now, we've been reading here that Jay Glazer has verified the following. Bears sources tell me that Jay Cutler injured his thumb, undergoing further tests to see if it is broken. He finished the game with it injured. So, once again, though, how important is that? The thumb, obviously, with a quarterback is unbelievable, but we saw Roethlisberger for the Pittsburgh Steelers play with it. They put it in a stent, and they basically put a glove on, and that's how they play.
Brett Favre also.
Matt Stafford did it last week against the Bears. Broken index finger.
But if it's a thumb, Doug, I think Favre played with it, broke. But let's take the worst, that it is broke. Mm-hmm. Now, it all depends, Doug. If it's broke, do they have to put pins or a pin in there or the severity of the break? Okay, that you don't know. I'm not saying it's broke, but there is a problem there. And, again, we got this news immediately after, and we decided not to do it. But then there is confirmed that there is an injury. Now, the severity of it, we don't know.
Yeah, because we asked Lawrence Holmes about it, and no one said anything. Lawrence just told us about the fact that when he got hit, remember when he hit the ground?
Yeah.
So that's something we got to look at.
You were very good about that, Dougie.
I know. I didn't.
And I know it's exactly why you asked him that question.
Exactly, yeah.
Did anybody get hurt? Is Jay Cutler okay?
How is he?
That was very good, Douglas.
I thought maybe Lawrence would know and he'd tell us that something happened. But Jay Glazer is saying that he, talking about Cutler, went in to get it x-rayed, and they're going to see if it's broken or not. Let's go out to Andy in LaGrange. Andy on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Hey, bad news about Cutler there, but you know what? He can throw left-handed.
I would imagine the way he plays.
Hey, listen, the first thing I want to say is always love listen to you guys. After every Bear game, the one thing I look forward to is listening to you guys. You guys are definitely the fifth quarter after every Bear game.
Andy, we appreciate that.
Thank you.
And I hope you guys can do it forever.
Well, we're looking at it. The one thing about this, you got to understand, and Ed and I, somebody said, well, you guys are kind of tough on the Bears. Well, we are. But when they win, we're right there with them. But we see it, and we come right off of a game. We watch a game. If we see a bad game, we're going to tell you.
Yes, you are. You are balanced because you played the game and you've been there and you know it. And here's my question. Here we are. There was a caller about 30 minutes or so ago said something about we can't let Lovey go. Now, guys, you know where I'm coming from. 3 years ago, we've always been asking for Lovey's head, the McCaskies, Angelo, and now all of a sudden, and I'm not trying to be sarcastic here, but what's happened? Why is the Lovey fest?
Winning, Andy, winning. Winning cures it all.
Yeah,
winning.
Yeah, that's right. I mean,
that's what does it.
That's why coaches are retained. That's why they're fired. And I don't care how good you are or what's going on. The fact is that, just like Ed was talking about Norv Turner, you can count on maybe at the end of the year that it's going to be something bad's going to happen to him because of the fact that he's not winning. And so that's what they're looking at, So what does it say here?
This is the bassinet tub over here.
Fat bathtub.
And that is a fact, folks. When he wasn't in a bassinet, his mother got a bathtub for him.
You want He wants $1,000 for finder's fee for inside information. Pat Sam?
Would you like that in rubles?
Yeah. We'll give it to him in yen.
In yen?
Yeah. Let's go out to Dan.
Yen this.
Let's go out to Dan in Milwaukee. Dan, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys, it's Dan. I'm sitting here with a bunch of Bears fans up here in Milwaukee. We're one of the few up here, and you know what we're sick of, guys? What we need to know from you is when are we going to get respect that the 49ers are not the only team that can challenge the Packers to beat them this year. We keep hearing the 49ers are the only team, and we're trying to represent the city of Chicago up here. What are your thoughts, guys?
Well, the more and more they play, the better they are, the better they did, like they beat San Diego. Don't forget, at the beginning of the year, you think you're going to be the one that said the Chicago Bears are going to challenge the Packers? I didn't say that. But we saw what they did this year is what they did last year. They got better. And that you got to give the credit to Lovie Smith and his coaches, like Ed talked about, the offensive line coach, the defensive line coach, defensive back coach. You're talking about specialty team coaches. They put it all together. And by the way, here's something here from Vaughn McClure from the Chicago Tribune is tweeting that Jay Cutler has broken his right thumb, according to a source. So Ed and I weren't off on that.
And we had that information.
I just didn't want to say it because of the fact that we got it from a source that it could be true or not true, but the source obviously is sitting over there.
The source is over to our right.
Yeah. But that's not funny. Again, too, quarterbacks have played with broken thumbs. I mean, they've done it in the past. And like I said, the other part.
Yeah, but it's the severity of it, Doug. I mean, I don't know if there's some form of a cast or the severity of the break. Is it a fracture? Is it how bad is it? Is it compound? Does it need screws, plate? What? You don't know.
Well, yeah, if you're talking about screws in that, then it's a problem. But again, too, if it's just like a slight fracture, then like I said, they'll put a stent on. The guy will put on, basically golf gloves and go out and play with gloves and try to throw the football. Let's go out to who we got here. Let's go out to Larry on the west side. Larry, you're on the score.
Hey, how you doing, man?
What's up, Larry?
I just want to say these two things. I'm gonna let y'all talk now. We talking like if they won the championship, like the San Diego Chargers wasn't that good of a team. We can't get over our head about San Diego Chargers.
We said that, Larry. We made mention of the fact that they are not a quality team.
I mean, you can't just say like if they're going to win the Super Bowl because they beat the Chargers, And last two teams, Philadelphia and all them guys, Philadelphia not a good team,
Well,
they won 2 games all year.
Well, Larry, you got a point there. You can't get ahead of yourself. But the arrow is pointing up. When you think so, and I think that's what you look at. When you play this game, you look for hope. You look for things you've done in the past, good or bad. How many times have we seen bad teams upset good teams? We saw this year all the way around. And so it could happen. But the key is, and I think Ed made the best statement of all, we're beating the teams we're supposed to beat. And once we start there, then let's see what happens down the road. But you're right. I'm not putting them in the Super Bowl. But the fact is, let's see what happens next week against Oakland, at Oakland. And then each week it gets better and better if that's the case. And then we'll see what they do in the playoffs if they get to the playoffs. But I think their chances right now of being a wild card are very, very good. Let's go out to Dan in Lockport. Dan, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, how are you guys?
What's up, Dan?
Hey, I just want to say hi to my friend Mike and Joe sitting there in Lockport. Fat Sam's with you. I appreciate them being there.
Mike and Joe.
Where's Mike and Joe? Oh, there they are. They're right over there.
They said hi.
They're two big guys.
Yeah, they don't want to talk to you.
Were you guys football players or basketball players? Basketball?
Yeah.
Two basketball players.
So, hey, I wanted to call in about Cutler's toughness. It takes on a whole new meaning now that his thumb was broken. I mean, where do we go? If his thumb is broken, I mean, you just talked about the playoffs. Do we have bigger problems now if his thumb is broken?
Depends how bad. Ed brought that up. Is it real bad? Is it, to the point where you had to put screws in it or something like that?
Yeah.
If it's like Roethlisberger's or like the index finger that Stafford had, they can put a stent on it and they put a glove on it and then you play. And that's all that depends on because we really don't know.
Danny, again, and Doug, I said it. Nobody will know. The severity of that break will tell you exactly where if he can go or if he can't go, and to how limited he is one way or the other.
Eddie, we have to give thanks to UV Vodka for having us here at Fat Sam's. Larry Shepard, he's been with us all the way, all the time.
Boy.
I mean, what a great guy. And UV Vodka,
what a great
us.
vodka. That's all I drink is UV vodka.
And I've seen you do it. I'm proof of the pudding.
You go.
But when you take a look at this, Ed, what's going on and what's happening, and I think the question is we all become a little doubtful and say, wait a minute, the Bears didn't beat anybody. They beat San Diego, or they didn't beat anybody. They beat Philadelphia, who lost games in that. But I guess you have to look at the body of work and say to yourself, where did they improve, or how are they improving, and what do they really have right now?
Doug, what they have done. How have they improved, Doug? What they have seen as a collectively as a coaching staff on both sides of the ball, Doug, what they looked at their weaknesses, they defined them, and how can we correct our weaknesses? When you're during the season, obviously you can't go out and bring in ball players from wherever and whatever to correct what the problem is. They have done it within. The coaches on both sides of the ball, Doug, have come up with a way. If it's max protection, if it's getting down, the position coaches getting down every day at practice and making them listen and make sure that they understand the game plan. Because what kills you, the worst thing that a team can do, Doug, and you know it as I do, is make mistakes. Offensively or defensively. So I think the position coaches have been very important. The coaching staff as a whole have defined what our weaknesses are and what they have done. Hopefully what I've seen, Doug, is try to limit the mistakes and make the weaknesses a little bit stronger.
You know, Ed, a lot of times a lot of coaches get boneheaded. And the fact is they have a system, they have something they use, and they're going to continue doing that. I got to hand this to Mike Martz. Again, I call it adapt or die. And I think he's changed his philosophy like he did last year. Not to full extent, but the fact is saying, listen, Jay Cutler, what do you like to do? What is it that you're very good at? And I know my partner here has been talking about rollouts and that, and they started doing that. They started making, instead of going to big 7-step drop all the time, 5-step drop, 3-step drop, getting rid of the football. And they started wanting to, that was an advantage they had. And that's something I think also it takes a pretty big person to say, hey, hold it, I don't have all the answers.
Absolutely. And I tell you what, I think when they had those meetings, when things were breaking loose, Doug, they all came together as a coaching staff, and some of them had to take criticism, and obviously they took it. And I think Mike Tice was an important part in changing our offensive scheme of things. But anyway, so far good, Doug. So far, we'll see what happens. It's going to be a tough game next week out on the West Coast. But let's wait and see, pal.
The postgame show was brought to you by Old Second Bank. Thanks to UV Vodka and Larry Shepard, Herb Lawrence, Ray Lyons, Mark Jolliffe, Connor McKnight, Joe Dredge, Mike Peterson, Brendan McCaffrey. That's our crack reporter.
That's right.
Not reporter, but our producer.
That's right. He's producer, director, owner, everything.
Everything. Lawrence Holmes and Matt Santamaria. Coming up next on The Score, we join Sunday Night Football in progress as the Giants take on the Eagles. Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week.
And now, live from Bannerman Sports Grill, 858 South Route 59 in Bartlett, it's time for the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank, starring Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich, only on the official station for Bears fans, Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's sports station, presented by ExpressBet.com. Get in, get out, get paid.
First points of the game, 11-16 of the quarter. Here's the snap and a placement made by Lechler. Janikowski's left-footed kick is rising to the uprights. It is good from 40, capping a 6-play, 49-yard drive. And the Raiders strike for Palmer in the pocket. Peppers giving chase. Peppers has got him, and down he goes. 3rd and 9, pass rush. He beats the left tackle Verdier and puts Palmer down at the Raider 29. Showing blitz off the edge. They are coming. Haney has to throw right back out. It is caught. 20-10, 5, end zone, touchdown Johnny Knox on the blitz read by Caleb Haney. The hot route was Johnny Knox. Snapped it. to Palmer, and here comes trouble. He's brought down, and down he goes. Henry Melton on the sack. Koshnet put down by Leckler. Here's Janikowski's kick end over end to the uprights. It is good for the 6th time today. A career high for Sebastian Janikowski. All 6 field goals leading to 18 Raider points. And they now have an 11-point lead on the Bears. Gold to try the field goal out of the hold of Adam Podlish. Here's the snap. Low. Placement made. Kick by Robbie. It has the distance and direction. It's good from 50 yards. And the Bears get something. Haney takes. Gonna launch it deep from his 1. Going over the top. That's a one-handed catch. Running away right 20. To the 15. To the 10. An incredible catch by Johnny Knox. One-handed. Matt Giordano saves a touchdown. And here's the approach by Robbie. Sidewinder, high in the air, onside kick. It is bobbled and dropped and then covered up by somebody. I don't know who.
It's going to be a
46-yard line of the Oakland Raiders.
There's two guys, a Bear and a Raider, had a better grip of it. It's going to be how they fight underneath this pile.
And Steltz and Hurd say it's Bears ball. Raiders have not indicated a thing. The initial Raider who was trying to get it got obliterated by one of the Bears. I think it was Peanut.
Tie goes to the Raiders.
Raiders say they've got it, and they do.
Those highlights courtesy of WBVN Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome to the ExpressBet.com postgame show brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Bannerman's, 59th Street in Bartlett. Obradovich and the phone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. The Raiders 25, the Chicago Bears 20. And Ed, we take a look at this football game, and obviously Haney was a guy that threw 3 interceptions in the first half. You understand the kid is young. I understand all of that. But let me ask you this. What is that stupid play we had that right before the halftime, the Bears, it's 9-7 Raiders. Knox has a 56-yard return. The Bears are going in to score. It's on the 5-yard line. They roll them out to the right-hand side and throw the football all the way across, trying to do a screen to Kellen Davis. And, of course, Curry blows it up. And then next thing you know, Wembley gets the interception, and he runs it all the way down to the 15-yard line. And Lance Lewis, by the way, was great hustle to make that play to stop it. But that was stupid in my part. I don't understand that play whatsoever.
Doug, that stupid really doesn't bring a word to my mind. I have a couple other words for it. I'll tell you what, that would probably be the last call, the absolute last call you'd ever want to make. To roll out and then throw it back to a tight end who's trying to play like he's not in the play, like you're really going to trick somebody. And again, another trick play, another thing that blows up in your face.
Yeah, you hang the football up. Everybody knows when you throw the football across the field, that gives a guy time not to recover. And Curry did it. That ball hung up there like a punt. And so what do you want the guy to do? He blows it up and obviously takes it. That's the football game. That's the football game right there. It's 9-7. The worst scenario is they get a field goal. It's 10-9. But now you give them the ball. It's a 6-point turnaround. They could have scored a touchdown, basically. So that in itself, I put that on Martz's head. Somebody said, well, you know what, that was a great call. And the other thing, number 2, I understand going into this football game that you try to be conservative, that you try to not make mistakes. Well, we saw Haney make 3 mistakes or 3 interceptions in the first half. All of a sudden, at the end of the football game, you're throwing an 81-yarder to Knox. Where in the hell was it before? Why didn't you break it open before? Why didn't you throw that damn ball deep so you could say, listen, we got this and we'll use it? I am so sick and tired of hearing about, and a quarterback's got to manage the game. Manage my ass. You can't do that. You can't do that. You got to go out to win the damn game. That's why you're out there. Manage this. You can't do that. And now at the end of the game, you throw the 81-yarder. It should have been at the beginning of the game. You should have opened up Oakland, and Oakland should have said to themselves, hey, we can't come up there. These guys will go deep on us. They got Knox, they got this, they got that. We didn't do that. We're messing around with 10-yard outs, 3-yard drops. Don't make a mistake. Don't do this. Don't do that. Forget don't. Try to win the damn football game. And if it was me, I'd have had Haney running more with the football. I'd have had him take it off and doing more than that. I don't care if it's Tim Tebow style. The main objective is to win the damn game, not to worry about how much is he going to learn in this football game. Learning is out. Winning is in. And that's what they had to do. They didn't do that.
Well, Doug, I think the thing that, and you hit it right on the head, when you have Caleb Haney, what does he do the best, Doug? Again, he's another quarterback who's absolutely mobile. The kid is quick. He can run. And they should have played to his strength. They should have rolled him out more, give him an option of one or two receivers to hit. And if not, Caleb, take off running the football, pal. Take off running. That didn't happen. We never tried to stretch the field, but what we played Lovey's basic game. Defense, try to get the takeaways, pray to God our offense doesn't make any mistakes, and we'll win the game at the end. Well, it didn't work today.
The post-game show is brought to you by Old Second Bank. Start banking on your future. That's exactly right. And then when you take a look at this football game, you're talking about the defense. Well, the defense gives up 6 field goals. 6 field goals. So they're holding them back. They're doing what they do defensively. The only thing they didn't do, what they have to do more of, and that's get takeaways. We got the sacks. We needed to get it, especially in that first half with Peppers and those guys putting pressure on. But for us to get the takeaways, we have to put more pressure on the quarterback in the second half, which we didn't do. So they started bending and bending and bending and bending. And, of course, they get strong right down near the goal line in the red zone, and they make a stand. Well, when your offense is not moving the football or scoring, you got to do more than that. And they needed more takeaways. They did not get it. So all in all, when you take a look at this football game, I hope next week against Kansas City you change your attitude a little bit. Go out with the game. First, they said we're going to do what Cutler did. That's
Play with confidence. Yeah. Play with confidence.
And we'll find out how good Cutler is because now we'll know how much we miss Cutler. But anyway, I just didn't like the whole game plan for this game.
Dougie, in the first half, I think they started out doing what they were supposed to do, is run that football. Just try to, that's what we do best, basically, is run the football. They stuffed us up. Then we went to a passing. We started passing, then went back to a run because we had 16 attempts the first half, Doug, for 114 yards for a 7.1-yard rushing average. The things that killed them, we got sacked twice and the 3 turnovers. And you're not going to win football games doing that. But I'll tell you what, on both sides of the ball, folks, the Bears, those kids played their hearts out today. They won every play, every second. They did their damnedest to win this football game. And I think some of the coaches' decisions, it was more on the coaches' heads than it was on the Bear players themselves. Some real stupid calls offensively and defensively were made. But kudos to the kids that went out there. They gave their all for Lovie Smith and all their position coaches. And that's basically, you can't ask any more than that. But what you can ask is for your coaches to be a little smarter.
Well, when you take a look at it,
you're not playing the New England Patriots, okay? You're not playing the Pittsburgh Steelers. So be a little bit smarter. And I just thought, and I'll kind of go along with what Doug said, I think you had to kind of nurse Caleb Haney a little bit, just to get him used to it, get him going. But there was no reason, especially in the middle, late third quarter, fourth quarter, to hell with it. Let's go for the win. Let's win this football game. Let's open it up. Yeah, they didn't do it.
And what hurt them in the first quarter was field position. You take a look at the field position. And these are some things that I just don't understand in football. The first thing is holding. Holding on kickoff returns, holding on punt returns. Then you have Caney, who is 3rd and 18, runs for a first down, cuts, gets a personal foul. That's it. And then you got Webb, who does a false start. You can't do that to win these football games.
Doug, let me jump in here. For you folks here and you folks listening, when you watch those guys on special teams, you find them blocking from behind and doing that. Don't think for 1 minute they don't know that they're doing that. Trust me on that one. They know they're hitting the guy from behind, and all of a sudden the guy didn't just come and jump in front of you, whatever it happens. And those are the mistakes that you got to eliminate. Because sometimes at the end of a game, what can take it away, if everything goes right, what can take it away? As much as special teams can win for you, they can lose it for you by dumb, stupid football players.
And that's what happened in the first quarter. The first quarter, our field position was brutal. We didn't get the ball beyond the 20 getting the start. Now you got a young quarterback backed against the end zone, and you didn't put him in position to win. So again, too, I have to say this, and they did try. That's not going to be the question about this football game.
They fought for 60 minutes.
They went after them. They did what they had to do. They could have had some smarter plays called. And again, too, I can't get that one out of my head. I can't get the one where you're trying to screen on the 5-yard line. You're trying to screen to the opposite side of the field when you're running the damn football right down their throat, and you're going to take it, and you're going to try to throw the ball and put it up in the air for 32 seconds so the guy can knock it down, the other guy catch it, and run 60, 70 yards, and they kick a field goal. It just doesn't make sense to me. So all in all, when you take a look at this, is it over? No, it's not over. They got Kansas City next week. But I would like to see them more coming out to try to win the football game instead of trying to be close and try to be, okay, we're the Chicago Bears. We'll get our turnovers. We'll get this. You didn't get them. You didn't get enough turnovers to win that football game. What you needed was to open up and try to do something. And I would have, like I said before, run the football more. I could care less.
The key they should have done today in that game plan that I believe, and again, I can say starting out being a little cautious, but get Caleb Haney out of there. Get him what he can do, where he can do the damage, Doug. And again, if he's going to roll to the strong or the weak side, somebody run a post pattern or a deep pattern, tight end comes across the middle, give him just, again, maybe 1-2 options, and I said it 5 minutes ago, I'll say it again. And if that doesn't happen, Caleb, take off, pal.
Take off and run. What the hell's wrong with that? What's wrong with running? Tim Tebow does it. Everybody thinks he's terrific for doing it. We need this game. We need one to win the football game. That was there. There's no question about it. But my point, too, getting back to when I started this, is the fact that if I'm playing defense, if Ed and I are on defense, and no one's challenging me deep, what do you think I'm going to do? I'm coming up tight. So go ahead and throw it. Well, now all of a sudden, there goes Knox for an 81-yarder on 3rd and 16, by the way. 3rd and 16, he throws an 81-yarder. It could have been done. So that's what they needed to do. Anyway, we'll talk more about it when we get back. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. On the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Bannerman's on 59th in Bartlett. Great crowd here today. Obradovich on the phone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. And this segment is brought to you by River Oaks Toyota. The easy guys in Calumet City. And let's head back to the phone lines. They're filled up. Let's go out to Midnight Mike and Alsip. Mike, you're on the Score.
Hey, good evening, gentlemen. I want to wish you guys both a Merry Christmas. You guys are awesome.
Right back at you.
Thank you. I don't want to be politically correct. I don't want to say Happy Holidays. It's Merry Christmas as far as I'm concerned.
Okay.
Hey, yeah, I agree with you, Doug. I mean, when I saw that 2nd and 1 play just before the end of the first half, and they were going to throw that screen pass, I'm like, what are you doing? I'll tell you right now. You got Marion Barber that can run. You got Matt Forte. You're 2nd and 1. You're going to get a field goal, and if you get lucky and you get a touchdown out of the deal, great. You're up 12 to 9 at that particular point. Am I correct?
Absolutely.
Right? Now, why are you doing that? What is wrong with you, Mr. Martz? You have a rookie quarterback who hasn't played since the NFC Championship game of last year, and you throw a screen pass with 30 seconds left to go in the first half, and you don't give the guy a chance. You throw a screen. You don't try to run the ball. You got a chance to go because the Raiders were going to get the ball at the start of the second half. Oh, I'm just telling you, it was so frustrating. I'm telling you right now,
hey, Mike.
Girls, the coaches lost this game for us today.
Hey, Mike, if you remember, what was it, Doug, about 2 games ago or something? We're in the red zone going in to score, and then Martz calls the typical, excuse me, Doug, Devin Hester back in the single wing, the shotgun, or whatever, excuse me, you want to call it.
The
Wildcat.
Yeah.
And what happened, Doug? It blew right up in our face again. When we're going in to score, he comes up with an unbelievable call. I think that's about enough, Mike Martz. Just about enough.
Well, you think about it. I don't mind the screens. I mean, you can run a screen to a back. You're going to roll out all the way to the right side and then you're going to dump the football all the way across the field.
On the 6-yard line.
On the 6-yard, and let it sit there for a while and say, okay, recover defense. Come on up now. Take that. That's good call. Good move. And then have him guy blow it up. That's the problem with that type of play. That type of play is dangerous. They always even tell a quarterback, don't throw across the field. It's dangerous. Why is it dangerous? Because it gives the defense time while that ball is up in the air to recover and to make a play. There's no question about it. You think you're cute. You think you're going to outsmart somebody. You didn't have to outsmart anybody at that point in time. What you needed to do at that point in time was shove that ball right up their ass and go in for a touchdown. That's what we should have done. And called them exactly what it is. This is who we are. Play it. And it didn't happen that way. I understand, again, too, it's one call, but coaches are there to make calls. They're there to help the players. That, to me, was a terrible, rotten call, and that, to me, was the play that screwed up this whole football game.
As an old friend of mine, Tony Fioravanti, an old quarterback back at Proviso High School with me when we were champs, and I'll tell you what, his always belief was then when we were playing as kids, is now, and he just sent me a note last year, it's the same thing. Coaches teach. Let them teach. Hopefully they're teaching the right stuff.
Let's go out to Chris in Bronx, New York. Chris, you're on the score.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, Chris?
All right, Chris.
Hey, this is Big O from the West End. I'm sorry, guys. Listen, man. Hey, guys. When you got two evenly matched teams playing football against each other, offensively and defensively, the two areas you can beat them in. Special teams, and I mean just believing in your game plan and playing hard. Two things I didn't see today. One, they didn't believe in the game plan, and two, can you remember the last game you said a team, how special teams you were today? They ain't got our special team today. I mean, they just put on a special team critic today. Nobody's going to talk about that stuff, but that play was outstanding. And how is this field goal kid that have never made the Pro Bowl? I can't believe that one either, but they got our special team today, fellas, and you got to play tough when there's two evenly matched teams playing football. I mean, both these offenses are the same. They came in and said it was the same game plan. The Raiders just executed their game plan. Look at the two teams. They're evenly matched. They're the same team. Well, I mean, the quarterback missed a ton of passes today for the Raiders. I mean, these guys were wide open. He just couldn't hit anybody.
Well, yeah, if you take a look at that way, sure, there's no question. But the special teams, when Knox runs one back right before the halftime to set up that play, that was the 76-yarder return on the kickoff return. And they're going to play the special teams. There's no question about it. They had an excellent punter who punted a football a mile and also had good position of it when the ball did land. I mean, there's a lot of things out there that was going on with both of these clubs. I mean, Palmer didn't, but here's the other part. Not as much as the Bear defense dug in there, and as much as they gave away six field goals in the red zone, how many interceptions do you think we dropped today? How many did you see where guys had the football in their hands? Which would have made a difference? There were a lot. And that usually doesn't happen. When you're playing defense, it's one thing to make the cover, but the other thing is get the damn football. And if the football is thrown into your hands, you must intercept it. I know damn well we dropped at least 3. So that was a big part of it also. So all in all, we didn't get what we needed in this football game. We didn't get what we needed, and here's another thing, too. We didn't have Cutler. And all those people that thought Cutler was, oh, boy, Cutler can't do this, Cutler can't do that. This is a totally different team without Cutler. You can take that to the bank. So now somebody else has got to adjust. But still, all in all, when it's said, I still thought the game plan was too weak. I thought the game plan was submissive. I thought the game plan was, hey, let's just win by 2 or 1.
Right on, Doug. You're nailing it 100%. There's no
as well as I, you
no
can't
question
do that.
about it.
You got to go out to win the game. Win it. Don't mess around and try to get close. Let's go out to Kevin in Clarendon Hills. Kevin.
You're on board, Kev.
You guys are the best in radio after the football game. Hands down, it's the best. And this game, win or lose, was one of the games where I'm watching where I got to listen to Doug and OB after this because this is driving me crazy. But the question I had is that, there was a third down play where Oakland completed a pass and was called back for holding. And then next down in distance was 3rd and 6, and I cannot figure out why that wasn't 3rd and 11.
Well, from the spot of the penalty, I think that's the one you were talking about. I believe that was it. They took it from the spot where the penalty was. And, again, too, I thought we were in great shape, too. That was when we again, it was 3rd and 6. I thought we should have been more aggressive defensively, but we played loose again. I think it's when Jennings got beat on that deep one. Again, too, I don't want to take away from what the players did, how hard they tried, and Ed put it very rightly at the beginning of the show. I'm not going to question that whatsoever. I know damn well they were out there playing as hard as they could. I just thought they weren't put in position to win the football game enough. And I didn't like the damn game plan.
Yeah, and not that Oakland's coaches outcoached our coaches.
No.
Our game plan should have been a lot more aggressive with Caleb Haney. Maybe progressively a little bit more, but to hold the kid back, hold him back, not get him out. And again, when the guy runs the way this kid can run, give him the option again of looking for somebody, and if it's not their pal, take off, go upfield.
And that's what I thought they were going to try to do, especially when he threw the ball all the way across the field in that one play, because they had him rolling out. I thought, well, he had an option, he would throw it or run it. But it did not happen.
Doug, Caleb's rating as a quarterback today was 56.9 rating. He rushed for 50 yards. And he had 18 of 36 for 254 yards, 2 TDs, 3 interceptions, 7 penalties. We had sacked 4 times.
And
therefore, we lose the game.
Those interceptions, he earned it. I mean, they were bad throws. They were bad decisions. There's no question about it. Like I said, though, the fact is that, if we're going to go in against Kansas City next week, let's play some ball. Let's play football.
Doug, it'd be impossible. It would be impossible to lose against Kansas City.
Well, I'm telling you,
impossible or next to impossible.
You know what's going to happen? I'll guarantee you Kyle Orton's going to be starting for Kansas City next week because they took him. And this other kid that they have, this Tyler Platko, whatever his name is, couldn't play dead. And so what's going to happen now is that, Kyle Orton's going to come out. And I just want to see us take our offense and do a little more with it than we've been doing in the past. He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number 312-644-6767. We'll be right back.
Snap put down by Leckler. Here's Janikowski's kick end over end to the uprights. It is good for the 6th time today. A career high for Sebastian Janikowski. All 6 field goals leading to 18 Raider points. And they now have an 11-point lead on the Bears.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Bannerman's, 59th in Bartlett. And the proprietor, Murray Friedman, great guy.
Yes,
took
he
care
is.
of Ed and I, which
He's
is phenomenal. And what a beautiful place this is. O'Bradovich and Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767.
Dougie, just let me jump in here quickly, and I can, speaking for Doug and the Buffone family and certainly the O'Bradovich family, our hearts go out to Mayor Daley and the loss of his lovely, beautiful, and classy wife, Maggie Daley. That was a great love affair, and she had a love affair with the city of Chicago, and we sadly and sorry miss what a beautiful, beautiful woman. Now, on maybe a little bit of a happier note, the guy I played with football with, Joe Rutkins down in Illinois, was an All-American for the Redskins. Come this March, and that's why I'm saying it now, Julia, Doug's mother, in March will be 94 years old. So, Julia, God love you. God bless you, honey.
Yeah, the best of Julia and the best of the Daley family.
Absolutely.
And today's pest of the game is Sebastian Janikowski, who had 6 field goals. Brought to you by Rose Pest Solutions. Let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Chris. No, we already had Chris, didn't we?
Yes.
I got Chris on the Bronx. Is that right?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How are you?
What's up, Chris?
Good. I want to give Lance Lewis his props.
Yeah, that's great.
I think he ran his fastest 40-yard dash today. That was a great angle tackle by him, though. But, looking at this offense, and you got to start thinking about scheme. Every week, something changes on this offense. And at this point, this offense is tailor-made for Cutler. So I don't expect anyone else to really come in and be that aggressive throwing the ball, especially with the way the players are playing it now. You saw
Chris,
him get hurt last week.
Chris,
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Chris, you're not asking him to be aggressive. You're asking him to get a smart game plan for Caleb Haney. That's what we got. Forget about Cutler. Cutler's gone. We have to deal from week to week. Now, the thing is how to attack with Caleb Haney. Cutler's gone.
I don't disagree with you. I agree. But when I look at the system, I look at Green Bay. Their backups could come in and not skip a heartbeat. I look at the Patriots when they had Castle. He came in and posted the same numbers as Brady. So you start to talk about the system a little bit. I think the system is not in place. And like I said, from week to week, it changes. And I think this is the problem that we have. The Bears don't do anything consistently well. So I don't understand why people thought that, they were going to come out. I mean, how long it took him to get the memo to do certain things, stop the 7-step drop with Cutler. You know what I mean? You're not going to get that rollouts like we all expected for him to do with Haney. He's just not going to do that yet. You know how long it takes for him. The other thing I wanted to get your perspective on was, Fox. I think they showed Cutler immediately after Haney threw the bomb to in the closing minutes of the game to Knox. And you just saw Cutler on the sideline scratching his head like in wonder. I mean, do you think that's a guy that wasn't happy for his teammates, or do you think he was just in shock like, oh, wow, you know what I mean? That was a hell of a pass. Because I was bothered by that a little bit. I figured he would have been a little bit more excited, jumping around, you know what I mean, happy for his team, if not the backup.
Chris, let me give you my two cents worth. I think he was scratching his head because thinking like, holy cow, we finally did it?
Yeah.
We finally attacked somebody?
That's how I look at it. He probably looked and said, we finally went deep?
Yeah. Wow. What was this?
Well, where did this come from? But listen to this, though. We talk about this system. We talk about the Bears. We talk about their offense. Total yards, the Bears had 401 yards. 401 yards. Passing yards, 229. Rushing yards, 172.
Remember, Doug, we had 216 total. I believe, was it against Detroit?
And one.
108 passing or something, or 107 or 107 or 8 running a football.
The only other thing that would throw you off, and this is where it comes in. We talk about passing. We talk about the 229 yards. This is the one stat I live by, I look at, and I know what happened in a football game. When your quarterback comes out or your offensive team comes out, and their yards per attempt is what the Chicago Bears had, was 5.7, won't cut it. You can't win with 5.7 yards per attempt. You know what that means? That means you're throwing stupid check-down passes, 3-4 yard outs, dumping it across the air, dumping the football instead of trying to stretch it out.
Doug, that was
Cutler's last game, he was 9.6. 9.6 he had as a per attempt. That's the difference. But we didn't even attempt to do anything like that.
Doug,
and that's
that was
after
the not make a mistake
well,
offense.
that's what I'm saying.
That's exactly
wrong.
what you saw.
It's wrong. That's all I can tell you in my mind. When you want to play passive like that, it's going to cost you sooner or later. Let's go out to Tobias in Beloit, Wisconsin. Tobias, you're on the score.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
All right, Tobias.
Man, first of all, I just want to say I love you two guys. Man, I need y'all after a game like this. You know what I mean?
We need you, Tobias.
I hear you, man. Let me start off by saying, first of all, I'm all over the place. I got so many issues, but I'm going to try to, limit it to just a few. First of all, obviously, we talk about the interception that happened, right before halftime. Obviously it was a bonehead thing, but to me, fellas, it just seemed like to me, I was listening to a little bit of the pregame on a couple other stations, on TV, and it just seemed like to me this March, he wants some style points. Obviously, we had caught a little momentum after Haney had threw the touchdown, to Johnny Knox earlier, right? And it seemed like the tide had changed just a little bit. And then all of a sudden, we get down on the goal line once again, and all of a sudden, he decides, well, I'm gonna try to be, cute with this. I'm gonna try to throw it, on a little screen pass, and try to make it look cute. Okay, once again, to me, it's March trying to basically, I guess, try to do some type of improvisation where he decides that, look, I'm trying to interview for a bunch of other teams, whether it's college, whether it's pros. I'm trying to, instill myself and try to show that I'm the type of guy that I can take any quarterback and do certain things and make it work. Okay, to me, instead of just trying to win the game by obviously running the ball. Worst case scenario, we kick a field goal. We all understand that. It just was not the time to do what he did with a young, quarterback that, obviously has very little experience.
At least he could have told him, listen, if it's not there, eat it. Go down. That didn't happen. But if you remember correctly, in the NFC Championship game last year, with the Green Bay Packers at the end of the game, the first play he called, we're knocking on the door. What do they call? A reverse to Bennett, if you remember that, which they stuck it right up. Well, they beat us with it. We couldn't get it done. So, yeah, he makes calls down there you wonder about, because all the way down the field, we're running with Barber, we're throwing the passes, we're making good with play action, and all of a sudden we decide we're going to get cute and we're going to make a screenplay all the way across the field.
They do it too many times, Doug.
Yeah.
I don't understand it.
Let's go out to Mike in Freeport. Mike, you're on the scoreboard. O'B and Doug.
Hey guys, how you doing?
All right, Mike.
Listen, I just want to say, let's kind of forget about this game. They lost the game. I want to ask you about the rest of the season. With the way Caleb Haney played in their schedule, do you think they can win 3 out of the 5 remaining games? And I want you to answer that, and I'll hang up and listen. And the one other question I have, you guys haven't touched too much on it, but the Bears secondary, for the third week in a row, where are they? They just look terrible. These long passes are unacceptable. And again, the pass rush, this didn't have it. So I hang up and listen for you guys to answer. Thanks a lot.
First of all, you take the Bear defense and take a look what they did. You know what third down? You know what the Raiders were on third down? Third down conversions. There were 3 out of 15. 3 out of 15. They were down in the red zone 3 or 4 times and didn't score. They kicked field goals. The only thing I have against the Bear defenses today is they drop damn footballs for interceptions. Let me tell you something. If they do that, if they make those interceptions, you're talking about a whole different ball game right here. That's how important it is with Lovie Smith's theory about playing defense. You've got to get the interception. You've got to take it. Because if you don't, it's going to cost you. That's what he depends on. He depends on takeaways. And that's what I mean by not intercepting the football, and they did not do that.
As far, Mike, as the pass rush goes, I believe in this. With Julius Peppers, if they're going to put him at right end, keep him at right end. If they're going to put him at left end, keep him at left end. He is a defensive end. Okay? He's not a strong or weak side tackle. And what they've done now, they've started this movement of moving him more often from flipping ends, then to right defensive tackle, to left defensive tackle, to right end, left end, to right. What you're going to do, you're not keeping an effective pass rush. If he stays at that right end, he can be more destructive and cause more chaos coming from one side. You move this kid from right tackle to left defensive tackle to right tackle, you're asking too much of Julius Peppers. It's tough enough to play one position. You're asking this kid to play 4, and the reason why you're asking him to play 4 is because the other 3 cannot get to the passer. We see it week after week, year after year. We know where the problem is. It's up the middle with our defensive tackles. Now we're going to cure it with moving Julius Peppers all over the line. It's going to blow up in our face. Keep them at one position, left or right defensive end, and then you'll see disruption, and then the rest of the 3 can come in and mop up. I'm against Doug moving him all over the board to come up to compensate for weaknesses up and down that defensive line. It's not fair to him.
Well, again, too, though, he is so successful, and you're right. I mean, the fact is, when you put him in the middle, no matter where you put him, the guy's outstanding. Today he had a sack.
Doug, you're going to wear him down. You're going to wear that kid down physically and mentally, sticking him from one place to another, and asking him to be the decisive man to disrupt the pass.
He had 1 sack today on 3rd and 9, made the sack, stopped from going in. They kicked the field goal. The Bears had 4 sacks today. So it wasn't all that bad. Again, too, when it's all said and done with, Peppers is their guy. Peppers is the man that you pay millions to do that. So he's got to do it. Ed, I think you put him where you think he can do a good job at.
No, I disagree with you 100%.
I don't agree with you, Ed.
Too bad. I don't care.
I know, too bad.
That's your problem, not mine.
But, Ed, the guy's a good pass rusher.
Let me tell you something. We got 4 sacks today. You know why we got 4 sacks?
Well, he got
because Carson Palmer is slower than molasses. That's why.
They got him, though. They nailed him.
I don't give a damn what you think.
Well, Ed, if you don't give a damn what I think, Peppers is the guy you pay money to. Peppers is the guy on the defensive line.
What position did we bring him in here to play?
If I ask him to play the
what
Tuba,
position did we bring him in here to play? Defensive end?
He played left defensive
strong
end.
Side safety?
Right defensive end.
Assistant head coach?
What else is wrong with that? The fact is, Ed, he has got the talent.
Doug.
What?
Drop it.
I'm not. Okay, I'll drop it.
Drop it.
But I'm standing by that.
I
think
that's
you got
fine.
A guy like that, he has to play.
You know what? You really are entitled to your opinion. Although
no,
you're dead wrong.
All right, Ed, I'm going to cool down a little bit now.
Okay.
And I'm going to go and talk to Alex from Palatine because he probably has something better to say to me. Go ahead. Alex.
Ed, how you doing?
What's up, Al?
Not much. I actually agree with you. I don't think you should move Peppers all over the place.
Alex, absolutely.
I think he should stay where he's at. You know, he gets in a rhythm. He can start working on his guy. Let him work on it and let him get in there. I think moving him around is crazy, and that's not what I was going to say, but I'm with Ed 100% there. I think, Doug, you got to let Ed, Ed knows what he's talking about on the defensive line.
Alex, you're the caller of the show.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And, Alex, you'll get a Christmas card from Ed. Maybe you guys can have dinner together. How's that sound?
Go ahead, Alex. Go with your thoughts. What is it? Oh, we lost him? Okay.
Oh, he's gone. Okay. I don't want to take a vote on this, okay, just for the hell of it. I mean, but again, too, I understand your point.
Doug,
but I want you to understand my point.
I've seen your point, and my point is, my God, you don't take a total and complete positive and try to turn this guy into something that it really doesn't make sense. Why the hell are you paying for a rotation of 4 defensive tackles, 2 or 3 other defensive ends, and what we have to depend on is moving Julius Peppers from left to right, right to left, game after game, and taking away what he does best? Let the other 3 guys step up to the plate, Doug.
What if you don't have them?
Huh? I know we don't have him,
well,
but you're going to make it worse by moving him all over the place.
I'm not arguing
you're going to wear that. You're going to wear him out.
Wear him out. He deserves to be wore out. That's what he's supposed to be, wore out, because the guy has got talent. You see him run from a defensive tackle position that one game he played.
Are we going to a break?
Yeah, I'll talk to you up to the break.
Where's that wrestling center here?
Get the gloves out.
Yes. No, we won't need them, folks. It'll just be one punch thrown.
Yeah, mine. All right, this segment is brought to you by Heil and Heil Insurance. You better call these people, I'll tell you right now. With offices in Skokie and Naperville. One insurance agency for all of your insurance needs. Obradovich and Buffon.
When you're wrong, you're wrong.
I'll be right back with Auto B.
Takes, gonna launch it deep from his 1. Going over the top. That's a one-handed catch. Running away right 20 to the 15 to the 10. An incredible catch by Johnny Knox. One-handed. Matt Giordano saves a touchdown. Haney in the pocket. Pump fake. Now slides open. Throwing end zone. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears to Kellen Davis.
You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. That drive of the game is brought to you by Arlington Heights Ford. The drive covered 5 plays, 84 yards, a minute and 30 seconds, and the big play was Johnny Knox's 81-yard catch. And that was a hell of a catch, Ed, and I guarantee you maybe they should have done that more in the first or second quarter.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, it was great that he made that catch, Doug, but I'll tell you again, we had a lot of our receivers drop the balls again today, including Johnny Knox.
Yeah, he had a couple of them drop.
Yes, he did.
Absolutely. Let's go out to Jay in Milwaukee. Jay, you're on the score with OB and Doug. Jay,
you're up. Or you're out.
Let's go out to Dave on the northwest side. Dave, you're on the score.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
What's up, Dave?
Here's what I see. I see pretty much not the players dropping the ball in this game. I see the coaches. I mean,
there you go. There you go.
Look, you're looking at something. Okay, you got a rookie quarterback coming in doing. And granted, he's not a rookie quarterback. He's taking the snaps. Okay, but you know what? You're in a position to win, to go up to halftime 10-9, and now all of a sudden now it's 12-7, and now they're getting the ball back in the second half. That's a total momentum of coaching staff decisions, okay? You cannot do that to somebody like that. You put them in a position to fail.
Well, there's no question about it. The play we're talking about, we thought turned the football game around. I'm not going to argue that point, and it's absolutely true. But you talk about the players themselves, and you say, well, we can't blame the players. Yes, we can. Because you look at the players and look at what's going on here. We had drop balls by wide receivers. You can't do that. We had interceptions dropped by defensive backs. You can't do that. So they had a part in this mess. There's no question about it. But the actual play, I think, of that whole football game, obviously, was that decision to make that screen going across the field, and next thing you know, they turn it around. It's demoralizing also, not on the top the fact that you don't score, but just demoralizing.
That could be the bad call of the year when it's all said and done, Doug. Hope something like that doesn't come back to bite us. That was just a terrible call. Bad call by Marks. I mean, it doesn't get any worse than that, folks.
Let's go out to Jeffrey in Hammond, Indiana. Jeffrey on the scoreboard will be in Doug.
How you doing, sir?
What's up, Jeffrey?
Good. I just have a question. I've been a football fan of the Bears since '71, and I still don't understand after all this time when a person like Cutler or the guy that played today, when they have, from what I can see, looks like an opportunity to run a ball out 2 or 3 yards or 2-3 yards and get a first down, and they don't do it. Is it because the coaches are telling him don't do that, or is that just a decision that he has made?
You're talking about getting a first down, the quarterback taking off and running.
Basically about scrambling a little bit more.
About scrambling, because from what I can see, both quarterbacks have the ability to get out there and go get those yards that are needed. And for whatever reason, it has not happened. So I'm wondering, is it because Mike Martz, who I say should be out of there anyway, but I guess I'm not the head coach. So it never happens, or very seldom happens.
Well, you know that Haney can do this, and so can Cutler. And I think it depends on the situation during the course of a game. A must first down. If everybody's covered down the field, you take off and you run. And he did it today. It was 3rd and 17. Haney ran for 18 yards for a first down. The other time was 3rd and 17 or something, and that's when Klutz got a penalty, but he picked that up also. I'm all for running when you can, but you can't continually do that in the NFL. You got to pick your time and place, because what will happen to you, you'll end up on a stretcher. You can take that to the bank, but you keep them honest. If you can come out and run for 30 or 40 yards a game, that's fine with me.
Well, I'll tell you what will happen, Jeff. What you'll hear from your offensive coordinator and your quarterback coach, running is the absolute last thing they want you to do. So, in other words, if you're first, second, or third guy and you start running and scrambling, basically you're not looking to run the football. What you're doing is looking to find out if somebody broke their route and is coming back and has made it open, and then that would be the last thing to do is scramble. And sometimes, Doug, I don't think I really agree with that. I think a lot of times, especially when you move the quarterback, in and out on rollouts and bootlegs, if your first and second guy's not there, the hell with it, take off and go.
Well, the thing is, we saw Tebow. I don't know what happened in the Denver game today, but we saw that that's what he does. I mean, I'm telling you, you won't be able to do that for the rest of your life. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about the fact the majority of the time you're throwing the ball. But if the opportunity shows itself, and you have an opportunity to take off and run and pick up a first down, you know how back-breaking that is to a defense? To have a quarterback. I remember playing a lot of times, and all of a sudden, Fran Tarkenton used to do it. I hated Fran Tarkenton. I hated him. Here's the guy, you go to hit him, you couldn't find him, like he fell into a hole or something. But when you need a first down, let's say it's 4 or 5 yards, and you got everybody covered, next thing you know, here he comes, zip, 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 first down. It's just so demoralizing. And you can't hit them, and you hate them, because all they do is hear commercials anyway. Let's go out to Rob in Roscoe. Rob, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, how you doing, guys? Great show. Love listening to you.
What's up, Rob?
Hey, a couple quick comments. I think Knox is going to be coming out here in the next few weeks. I think that he is the new nice target of our quarterback, who is going to be Caleb Haney. Knox had a great game. Even without the 81-yard reception, he was the go-to guy for Haney. I think he's going to be like Cutler and Bennett. Anyways, the last penalty, the few that Oakland did have, they ran around the left there for 10 yards, got their first down on third down, and were penalized for a hold, putting them back 10 yards. The very next play, he ran around the left end, same play for about 7 yards, got a first down. What happened to that 10 yards? Did I miss something?
You know, somebody else called in about that, too, and I asked about it also, but I think it was from the point of the hold.
There was no point from the hold. He only ran 6 yards, and he got the first down. I mean, there's a 10-yard penalty.
Well, that's the explanation I had, or I got. And with you, I was confused. I said, oh, this has to be 3rd and 18 or 3rd and 12, something like that. Next thing you know, it's 3rd and 6. And somebody tells me, well, the fact it was from the point of the penalty. So we'll see. But there were some calls in that game that I thought were a little shaky when you take a look at them. You're listening to Score, Sports Radio 670. This is the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks at Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears loss to the Raiders, 25-20. Rick, Rob, Mike, Bill, Ted, Chase, Michael, Pretty Ricky. We'll be right back.
Palmer in the gun, 3 receivers. 2 left, 1 right, takes the snap. Here comes Adeniji. Palmer got to leave the pocket. Penalty markers fly. He throws on the run. It's tipped up and intercepted by the Bears. Corey Graham on the far side of the field on the tip.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. The defensive play of the game is brought to you by State Farm Insurance. Corey Graham's interception, the only takeaway the Bears had for this football game. We're now going to go out to David Schuster, our Scores beat reporter, who is in Oakland. David.
Hey, Doug. Hey, OB. Interesting game. I don't know how interesting game, weird game. But to be honest with you, Caleb Haney, who did some good things out there, overall, obviously, guys, he didn't have a good game. He admitted after the game that he was nervous early in the contest. And you know what? You guys have both played the game for a long time. You could just see he was guiding the football early in the contest as opposed to throwing it. But I'm also going to put some blame on the coaching staff here for today's loss. When you average overall 6.4 yards per rush, and a lot of that is Haney, but your 2 running backs are averaging 6.3 and almost 5 yards for Matt Forte. When you're in situations like you were at the end of the first half, you're down a couple of points, you basically, have a 2nd and 1 or a 3rd and 1, whatever that play was, and you throw really a stupid screen pass, and I'm going to blame both the coaching staff and Haney because he should have seen the linebacker in that situation. You just don't throw the ball in that situation. So a lot of the blame for Haney, a lot of the blame for the coaching staff, and they just couldn't overcome those problems, even though they tried. They fought hard at the end of the game.
David,
it wasn't good enough.
Yeah, David, it's a great point what you made, and what they ran for, 172 yards. But I'll tell you what they didn't do and what they should have done. In that third quarter, in the second half, you got to change it up a little bit. Change your game plan up. But we're still running the football. We ran not bad all day. But I would tell you this. Where did you see the play action? Did you see any play action?
No,
did you see us try to go over the middle? Did you see any post patterns? Did you see any fly patterns? Did you see any corner routes? Did you see any bootlegs? Nothing. And that would have been this would have been a perfect game because we're running the football, and that is the time when play action will take effect and you can move the ball down the field via passing the football. We did not do it.
Eddie, and I was watching very closely, especially in the first half. There's no question in my mind they dummied down the offense for this guy, and maybe rightfully so. But the only passes he was throwing for sure for most of the game until probably late in the contest when he had to throw some balls down the field, for instance, like the Johnny Knox. But for the most part, he was only throwing these slant patterns, maybe the quick outs to the wide receivers or the dump off
to the running back. They were not allowing him to run any play action, especially until late in the game, if at all. So you're absolutely right. They just limited the guy to what he was able to do out there, and unfortunately some of the plays that he was doing, especially early in the game, he faltered. A lot of that was his fault, but a lot of it, again, was on the coaches.
Hey, David, you know what? When he threw that 81-yard pass, it was 3rd and 16. Mm-hmm. And obviously the next, are you going to try to go for it on 4th down back in your own territory or whatever situation? Who knows what these coaches would have done. But it was a smart call to go deep, because if it's 3rd and 16, if you're going to throw the ball, launch it just like a punt. God forbid he could catch it, get a tip, catch it, get interfered with or whatever. But at least that was a smart and it was a good call.
Well, I'll give him credit for that one. But again, in my estimation, I thought the coaching staff didn't have its greatest day today. Mike Martz, Lovie Smith. And to be honest with you, it's not like the Raiders were so great themselves today. Their two most valuable players, and you never think this going into a game, was their kicker who had the 6 field goals and their punter who averaged 50 yards a punt today. If you take those two guys out of the equation today, the Bears go home, in spite of all their faux pas, they go home a winner today. But those two guys on the Raiders pretty much won the game for them today.
Yeah, there's no question that call, and I had mentioned the fact that the screen pass, and you throw a screen pass all the way across to the other side, which was a stupid call, first of all, number one. Number two, we're finding out when Mike Martz gets down near that goal line. He pulled that same shenanigans last year in the NFC Championship game. Remember when he ran the reverse to Bennett?
Yep.
And so those kind of, and then last 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago, we run the Wildcat. For what reason, I don't know. Because we take the football, we're shoving it down their throat, we're all the way down there, and now we got a chance to score a touchdown. The worst scenario, you got 3 points, and you don't give them the 7. So
absolutely.
It just doesn't make sense.
David?
No, it doesn't. You're absolutely right, both you guys, and you got to consider the game situation at that point. Time is running down in the first half. You're down a couple of points. You know what? Run and get the first down. Keep the ball on the ground. Keep the ball away from them. Punch it into the end zone, and hopefully, at the very worst, you're going to kick a field goal and you're going to go into the half leading the game in spite of playing a terrible first half. But no, they try and get too cute. We asked Lovie about that. Why did you do that? Would have been better to have been play it safe. He goes, no, we're always trying to win the game no matter what. We'll learn from it and all this other nonsense. So you know what? He'll never give you a truthfully honest answer. The right thing to have done in that situation was run the football and drain the clock, especially with the game situation the way it was.
David, one of the annoying things, and if you watch the Bears when they get into the red zone, and I know we go and we score, but I'm going to tell you what, we're on a 6-yard line, and we come up with a rollout and a throwback to the tight end on a 6-yard line. There is a thing down at the end of each one of these fields. They're called end zones, okay? Why do we not take Kellen Davis, who's 6'7", run him into the corner, throw the ball up in the air? Why are we going lateral instead of vertical? Why aren't we trying to score 6 points when we're down in that red zone? And it's mind-boggling. We see it game after game. We could be there and run 3 plays and it's 4th down, and not one time inside the 20 or 25-yard line have we gone in for the end zone and trying to get 6. We settle for a field goal. That's a flaw in our offensive philosophy.
Well, I'd love to give you a great answer to that one, but that means I would have to be inside the coach's minds, and I refuse to go there, to be honest with you. So there's no good answer for that. I was watching a college game last night, the Notre Dame-Stanford game, I think it was, and they had like a 6'8", either wide receiver or tight end, and he was matched up against a short guy. You just throw the ball up for grabs. He can obviously go higher. He grabbed it easily in the corner of the end zone and scored a touchdown. If you have the mismatches, and you had that a little bit when you had Greg Olsen last year, you just throw it up for grabs, and if the guy's got any leaping ability, he's got the size advantage over the cornerback or the safety or whoever it is, you're pretty much guaranteed of getting the touchdown more often than not. The Bears just don't run those plays. I can't answer that, Eddie.
I would have rather hand the ball off to a cheerleader than throw that stupid pass all the way across.
You know what, Doug? We can't say that enough. That play that Martz called on that 6-yard line, folks, I'm telling you, the show's like 2 hours long. I could repeat it about every other minute. That is, you want to talk about dumb calls, David.
Oh.
And guess what, guys? That's a 6-point swing. What did the Bears lose by today?
Yeah,
they lost
exactly.
by 5. That's the ball game right there. I mean, you hate to pin it on one play here and there, but if you turn that thing around, that's 3 more for you, that's 3 less for them. You win the ball game.
David, thanks a lot, buddy. Have a safe trip back.
Have a safe trip, guys. David.
All right.
You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Ed and I will be right back.
Snap to Haney. They're moving the pocket right. Throw back to the left. It is intercepted on the tip. Running right, and this is trouble. Forte's got to get to him. It is going to be 40-yard line of the Raiders, 30, 25, 20. Lance Lewis with a horse collar tackle inside the 10 of Cameron Wimbley to save the touchdown with 18 seconds left in the first half.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Bannerman's. That's right. 59 in Bartlett. Murray Friedman, the proprietor, the great guy.
What a nice man.
A terrific guy. Unbelievable. He took care of Ed and I. We just ate till we just couldn't eat anymore. And our phone number, 312-644-6767. Now it's time to name our hot and cold players of the game, Eddie. Presented by Four Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning. For all the right reasons, Four Seasons. And
this
who
was
are they?
easy. Hot Robbie Gould / Lance Lewis. What an unbelievable play for that kid to run all those yards and try to stop it to try to win the football game. Congratulations. Great. Cold. This isn't even an award. What is worse than cold? Ice cold? There you go. You nailed it. You nailed it. Mike Martz, hands down. Cold player, cold coach, cold plate, cold everything.
Cold everything, huh?
Yeah, I couldn't think of anything else.
But I got to tell you the other thing about Lance Lewis. What horse collar tackle? He grabbed him by the jersey. I guess is that they call a horse collar?
No.
I thought when you grabbed him by the back of the neck and you pull it, but he had him by the jersey. I don't think that's a horse collar. That's my personal opinion.
I saw that last night and was either in a 7A or 8A championship game. I want to say I think it was a player from Loyola. Tackled, I think it was somebody from Bolingbrook, and got him right on, and it was really an important play, and they said it was like a horse collar, and it wasn't. I mean, I'm sitting in Palatine watching
by the jersey.
and you could see the guy had him by the jersey, and they let the play stand. I mean, it was a personal foul.
Yeah, would they like say if you're chasing somebody down and has long hair and you grab them by the hair, is that horse collar? No, that's not horse collar.
No, it's trying to break his neck.
Well, that's
now that's a little different. You can horse collar's a foul, but you try to grab the guy by his hair and break his neck. That's okay.
Can't do that. Let's go out to Bill in Aurora. Bill, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey guys, appreciate being on there. Man, you guys are blaming on the coaches and everything, but man, I was gonna trying to be a Caleb Haney fan, but holy cow, he sucks, dude. 18 for 36. Be serious.
Yeah,
I'm a season ticket holder, and I'm pissed, and I'm like, man, we're 7-3, and now all of a sudden, 7-4, 7-9, dude. You were not going to win a game. You bring Cutler in with his left hand, could throw better than that.
Well, there's no question that he didn't have a terrific game. What was his quarterback rating? 56, something like that, 56.9. But once again,
56.9.
That doesn't excuse the coaches for some of these calls. That doesn't excuse that call was down near the goal line. I don't give a damn how much you hate Haney, how bad he is. That doesn't give a coach a right to call something like that down near the goal line. That's that simple as that. You're supposed to come up and make some calls that's going to help your team. And number two, I still believe they dummied up the offense for the kid. There was no way in hell. I go back to this, and I'm going to keep doing this. Remember this. I told you, passing yards. We had 229. Yards per attempt. The Bears were 5.7. I'm telling you, you can't win in this league unless at least above 6.5. The good ones are right around 8 and 9. In the last game Cutler played, it was 9.2. So that's the difference. And by meaning 5.7, you know what that means? That means you're throwing all short passes, dump-off passes. You're not trying to beat somebody deep. Every once in a while you got to flare up. And they did at the end of the game, but it was too late. So maybe you unleash this kid a little bit when they go against Kansas City. Let's go out to Pretty Ricky. Pretty Ricky, you're on the score.
How you guys doing?
What's up, Pretty?
Hey, I could not disagree with that last caller more. I totally have to put that on Mike Martz, and I think he solidifies my case. Do you think Caleb Haney's not the best quarterback you'd like to have out there? So why would you want a quarterback then that you're less than 100% confident with throwing a pass like that? When you run a screenplay inside the 10-yard line, the defense only has 20 yards of field to cover. So how much separation can you create? I think you totally have to put this game on Martz. Caleb Haney didn't look like Dan Marino out there, but we weren't expecting him to do that. I just think that play call is terrible. And Opie, I think you said it best. I'm going to take Kellen Davis. I'll tell the defense, here's what I'm doing. I'm putting him in the corner, and I'm just throwing a Hail Mary to him. Put your tallest guy out there. They're usually the biggest cornerback is maybe 6'1", so he's got 6 inches on him. I think my chance is there.
Yeah, I guess there's no question we're going to go back to the call Martz made. There's no doubt about it. I mean, it was a crucial call in a football game at the end of the first half where the Bears had a chance just with a field goal, go up 10-9 or go in a touchdown. And we're going to put that on them. We're not taking anything away from Haney because Haney did perform poorly. When you get a quarterback rating of 56 point whatever it is, that's not good. But all I'm saying is the coaches could have helped better, and I thought maybe the game plan was dummied up quite a bit. Let's go out to Chase and Antioch. Chase, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, how you guys doing?
All right, Chase.
Hey, 2 quick things. First, I totally agree with everything on Lance Lewis. He did an awesome job in the play. Deserves every bit of credit being thrown his way there. But one thing I noticed was Caleb Haney doing a couple of the ripping off of the chin straps and the throwing the hands up in the air on some of those drop passes. And I wanted to get your guys' take from a professional standpoint. Do you guys kind of chalk that up to just competition on the field at that high level, or is that something that really pisses you guys off as a former player? Thanks.
It never bothered me. I mean, it never bothered me. You made a mistake out there. You're showing yourself that you said, why didn't you catch the damn ball? I had no problem with it.
Chase, I know exactly what you're talking about. I seen him do that too, and I'm sure that's something that Lovey or somebody will address that situation. You know, keep your emotions under control. You know, because the TVs they're right on you all the time, and some of them can take that situation certainly the wrong way. But I do understand what you're talking about, and that's something that he should get under control.
You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks at Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. We're at Bannerman's. Obradovich and Buffon will be right back.
Every time, play doesn't work, you can say that. But, it happens like that sometimes. Need to be able to rally from it. Like the way the defense finished. But that was a big play in the game. But there were a lot of big plays. We'll learn from it.
That was Lovie Smith talking about the game and the big plays. That highlight was courtesy of WBBM Radio. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. We're at Bannerman's on 59th and Bartlett. Murray Friedman. Murray. Say hello to Murray. Hello, Murray. Great guy. Did a tremendous job with us, and we want to thank everybody here. This is an outstanding place. The screens are huge. If you want to watch a football game, buddy, this is where to do it. I guess now it's time, Ed, for Doug and OB's Thoughts of the Game, sponsored by ExpressBet.com. Go right now to ExpressBet.com and enter promo code HAWWSCR to not only receive a free $125 sign-up bonus, but also be automatically entered to win $100 in free bets at Hawthorne Racecourse this fall. New winners will be picked each week. That's promo code HAWWSCR at ExpressBet.com. Doug and OB's Thoughts of the Game brought to you by ExpressBet.com. Get in, get out, and get paid. What's your thoughts?
You've got them. You read them.
Well, I know the first thought we agree, and we talked about the call that Martz said. And we didn't agree with that call going into the score right before the halftime, and it ended up with the interception on the screen pass, and that turned it around. Okay, then my second thought, Doug, is I would have done, if I was the coaches, always second-guessing, call it whatever you want,
but I would have come out in the third quarter and said, here's what we're going to do. But I would test the waters for maybe a series or a series and a half, and then I would change the game plan and go after some people. It was too conservative, too choking, I believe, to Caleb Haney. Very, and I don't think you let the kid really play to his strengths. I think he was just handcuffed too much, Doug.
And the third one, I'm going to go with this with the defense. I thought that they should have moved Peppers around more, but they didn't do. So
not as a fourth one, Doug.
What's the fourth one?
The fourth one, S-Wing is coming out with sludge hammers. Okay.
Well, that's going to be right between my eyes. Is that what you're saying?
No, on top of the head.
On top of the head.
On top of the head.
Well, you usually go right between your
eyes. No, on top of the head.
Okay, let's go out to Michael in West Town. Michael, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, Doug, OB, listen, I am so frustrated with the offensive play calling. Let me tell you my extreme frustration. At the end of that half, I understand the Bears could have gone up by a point. There is no more important thing than a rookie quarterback who is admittedly nervous to leave the first half with a win. It doesn't matter how. You leave with the win. And the coach's first priority is to put a player in a position to win. And they failed. They put him in position to lose. You saw Caleb Haney after the play hanging his head with his head in his hands and a towel over his head. Had he got at least a field goal, he would have sprinted off that field, okay? You leave with a win. And in my opinion, that's Mike Martz and his offensive philosophy and ego, believing that his system works no matter what, over what I think is the best interest of a football team and definitely a football player.
I agree. I mean, the fact is, you're right. He threw 3 interceptions the first half. Haney did. So this would have been a real uplift if you could have walked into the locker room with the lead. There's no question. And now you let him go into the locker room with an interception off of a screen pass that a guy runs back 60 or 70 yards, and they score another 3. So that, to me, was a huge turnaround, Eddie.
Michael, what happened down there? They should have gone either run the ball on a quick opener, no delayed halfback runs to the strong or the weak side, a quick opener up the middle or off tackle. We run pretty good off tackle, double team the tackle, pull the offside guard, kick out the defensive end, and bring your lead blocker up in front and try to go for 6. Or throw the damn ball into the end zone and score a touchdown. I mean, folks, this is so basic, it's unbelievable, and we find a way not to do it.
Well, again, too, Ed, excuse me, the fact is, when you talk about this football game, you're going to need and you're going to expect your coaches to do more for you. There's no question about it. I mean, they look at it. They got the game plan. If the game plan is not there, like I said, and I agree with you 100%, and I think a lot of callers out there agree. The fact is, I thought...
How do you not go for 6?
Well, you have to.
When you're on a 6-yard line, how the hell do you not do it?
You kill the clock and you go 3 points by a field goal. So you're right there knocking on the door. Mike, let's go to the north side. Mike, you're on the score.
Uncle Fuzzy OB, look, listen, it's an honor talking to 2 great legends, okay?
What's up, Mike?
Listen, everyone's been calling and pretty much stealing my thunder, especially David Schuster, who pointed out the fact that was a 6-point swing when Haney threw that pick 6 in the end zone. I'm sorry, that pick 6 in the red zone. So listen, I kind of wanted to change it up. My question is, look, listen, Lovey, he did throw out the red flag today, and he won that challenge. But earlier in the game, there was a play where Haney, he was running, scrambling, and he threw the ball away, and he never stepped out of bounds. Lovey never threw the flag. I mean, it was is that headset that Lovey wears, is it plugged into anything? Is anybody talking to Lovey, telling him to throw this red flag?
I think it's music. It's plugged into music. I'm not quite sure. No, you know what happened was he had time to look at that last play. Oakland called a timeout. That gave the Bears time to look at that play, and I thought the kid was out of bounds. There was no question about my mind. But the other one, you're right. I thought he threw the football before, he went out of bounds, and so consequently the ball should have went back to the line of scrimmage. But they didn't make the call, and Rugby didn't throw the flag. Let's go out to Nate and Lombard. Nate, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, what's up, Ed and Doug?
What's up, Nate?
And I don't believe in starting another fight, but I believe that
Ed was right. I mean, about the moving around. I don't know why the Bears do that so much. I mean, even with that lineman that they got from Wisconsin, I think they brought him in for the other side, and he playing on the other side. So I don't know why do the Bears do this? I mean, move guys and try to teach them a position instead of just letting them play what they've been playing in college.
Nate, what it is, it's a philosophy. It's when you talk about what they're doing with Peppers, moving left in, right in, right in, left in, fine, I could understand that a little bit. But again, it's tough enough to play one position, tough enough to play this game when you're well, let alone even when you're hurt. But you're asking Julius Peppers, to go 4 quarters from playing all 4 down line positions. You're asking too much of this man. And the defensive line on the inside, he's too valuable. On the inside, he is more susceptible, Nate, to blowing a knee out because of the guard center tackle action and where you're lined up. Excuse me, Doug.
Mm-hmm.
So, Nate, that's the problem, and that's why I say keep him at left end or at right end.
Well, I'm glad you said that. Eddie, what I'm talking to you about is the fact that, like, say, for the offensive line, that was out of necessity. They moved all those guys around from guard to tackle to guard. Because guys got hurt, so they had to make moves. And I know you're set about talking about Peppers, and myself personally, I still think.
Because, Doug, I think it's the right thing to do.
Well, that's like I said, like you told me, that's your opinion, and I respect your opinion. You played that position, defensive end. But again, too, if they feel like they can get something more, maybe a mismatch. Let's say, for example, the right tackle, whoever they're playing, is pretty poor. They probably figured, hey, listen, let's put Peppers over there and see what he does to this right tackle. So that's the thought process on that. Again, too, when I played linebacker, I played one side, and I liked just playing the left side. There was no question about it. But the fact is, they move a lot of guys now, left side, right side, they move them around. So I guess it's just how you look at it. Let's go out to Jason in Griffith, Indiana. Jason, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
How you guys doing?
What's up, Jace?
I think you guys are doing a great job.
Thank you, Jace.
I was just curious why Devin Hester didn't field that punt with 1 minute and 10 seconds left in the game, and it went out at the 4-yard line.
I don't know. He was having the one he had a problem with. Remember the one they punted over his head? He probably thought it was going to bounce out of. I don't know. Okay. I went up and made a fair catch on that ball, and that would be the smartest thing to do. So the ball didn't have a chance to roll down to the 3-yard line.
Okay.
But he didn't do it. I have no reason, and I got to be honest with you, Jace. I have no problems with Hester the way he handles his punts. I mean, how could I? What that guy has done for the Chicago Bears, and if he has a decision, he makes the decision. That I'm going to give him that leeway to make that decision, because I don't see anybody that's handled that position better than he has handled that position. Let's go out to Andy in Wisconsin. Andy, on the score.
Hey, guys, how's it going? Hey, Doug OB, thanks for taking my call, my friends. I really appreciate it. And born and raised in Chicago, just so you know.
Okay.
Hey, but question for you. Is it possible, to coach effort? And the reason why I bring this up is because Monday Night Football, John Gruden always talks about when Lovie Smith is on, he coaches effort. And what I saw today with Lance Lewis, I don't know if that's effort or is that just, the pure ability to play the game. But it seems like, guys, that Lovie's teams always just play so hard and maybe harder than other teams. And as a flag football coach myself, is it possible just to coach effort, or is it a willingness just to play the game? I'll hang up and listen to your comments, guys, but, thanks.
Well, what you got to do, Andy, you demand this of your players. These players get paid a tremendous amount of money on both sides of the ball. The special teams players make hundreds of thousands of dollars, and this is required of you. Does he coach it? He preaches it. That's what he does. And if you don't do it, you are gone from the Bears. So it's something that he loves to do. He looks at takeaways, but don't forget this. You're paid to do it.
You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears loss 25-20. The Raiders beat the Bears. We'll be right back.
In trouble, ripped up and down he goes. Back at around the 48-yard line, sacked by the Bears for the third time today. Julius Peppers and Charles Tillman on the tackle. Peppers going to get the sack.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show. Brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. On the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Bannerman's on 59th Street in Bartlett. Obradovich on the phone, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears loss to the Raiders, 25-20. Let's go out to John in the Northwest Side. John, you're on the Score.
Gentlemen, how are you?
What's up, Johnny?
Nothing. So the defense, they looked outstanding, and I considered the field position they were put in all night. Other than the one outside route Jennings got burned on, I thought he looked amazing tonight. But, yeah, the play calling on the offensive side of the ball, there was a couple of times I thought Haney could have audibled. I don't know why he didn't. And then, I mean, other than that second period, 35-second one timeout, I mean, running first down every time, what's up with that? How are they going to change that going into Kansas City? I mean, do they play a more conservative role with them, considering they're not as strong of an opponent as Oakland, or do they open the playbook up for Caleb Haney, let him have some fun?
Right now, if you take a look at the game, Kansas City's playing Pittsburgh, and it's tied 3-3 going into the second quarter. So I thought they should take Kansas City and beat them, but who the heck knows anymore what's going on in the National Football League. The stop of the game is brought to you by Wingstop. Wingstop serves Chicagoland with 17 locations. Visit wingstop.com. Wingstop, the wing expert. That would be Julius Peppers' sack when he sacked Palmer on 3rd and 9 to force a field goal in the first half.
You know what, Doug? In the game today, there's not a lot of real good football teams. I mean, I don't think there's anybody that outside of maybe one team, Green Bay, that are really barn burners, you know, that can really get the job done. I think there's a lot of bad football teams out there, a lot of them. As a matter of fact, too many.
And there's no question about it. Teams depend on their quarterback. Take a look at it. You lose your quarterback, your chances get real smaller. And that's a fact. This is a quarterback-driven league. And when your quarterback stays healthy and you have the same quarterback, you have a shot. But if something should happen to Aaron Rodgers, do you honestly believe the Green Bay Packers could do what they're doing right now? I don't think so. Because their defense is really not that strong. So, consequently, when you lose a quarterback, it costs you. And to get a backup quarterback, Eddie, what good backup quarterbacks would you say is as good as the guy that's starting?
Doug,
doesn't happen.
There's 32 teams in the National Football League. Obviously, that's not a mystery. Find me 32 top-flight quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
You can't even find the top-flight quarterbacks, the first stringers. They're all not that good. I'm going to tell you again, Doug, there's a lot of lousy football teams out there, a lot of them.
I hope Kansas City is one of them next week. I mean,
they're one of them.
Okay.
They're one of them.
Let's go out to Rick and Aurora. Rick, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hi, how are you?
What's up, Rick?
Hey, guys, I got a quick question for you. I agree with your assessment on the coaching staff today, especially Mike Smart. My question, though, is about Lovie Smith. With 2:01 left on the clock, why would he call a timeout right there? What benefit did he get?
When the 2-minute warning was coming up, right?
Right.
I don't know. And I'll tell you what, that one slipped by me. I have no idea. Rick.
Well, the reason, he did it at 2:01, and then he obviously knew the clock was going to stop
at 1:56
or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, so the 2-minute warning, it was going to stop. Now, why he didn't let it go to the 2-minute warning and then hopefully use it in the latter part of the 2 minutes, I don't know. Can't answer that one for you, Rick.
The good news is he threw a flag and he won it. But that was Oakland's fault on that one because that gave the Bears time to look at it. And they looked at it and they finally figured, hey, this guy's out of bounds, so it was a big call for the Bears. Let's go out to Dan in Munster. Dan, you're on the score.
Yeah, you guys are the best. Listen, I got a quick question for you. What was the game plan for Bennett today?
Dan, you got the question of the show. That's exactly what I was going to bring it up.
He played the disappear position.
Exactly.
That's the position he played.
That's a great question, Dan. Where in the hell was Bennett? Is he only thought about when Cutler's in the football game? I mean, you can't get open if Henny's at the quarterback position. Bennett caught, I believe, one pass. One pass today. And he was the guy really holding his Bears together the last 3 or 4 games with him with receptions. I don't know, Dan. That's a great question. I don't know if they incorporated him or what happened. Anyway, this game is over with. Let's throw it away. It's done with. Next week, bring on Kansas City. The Bears are not out of this. I think they could beat Kansas City. I think they could beat Seattle. There's a couple other games there. Minnesota they could beat. That would put them in the playoffs. And that's what we're looking for. What happens in the playoffs, I have no idea. I don't know if Cutler can make it back. But let's get there first. And let's beat Kansas City first.
I can say Cutler will not be back. If he's got pins in his thumb, I doubt very seriously that you'll see him be back.
I agree with you, Ed. The postgame show was brought to you by Old Second Bank. Start banking on your future. We'd like to thank David Schuster, Adam Harris, Brett Lyons, Wayne Randazzo, Mark Joliffe, Joe Dredge, Brendan McCaffrey, the correct producer.
That's him.
5-star.
That's him, pal.
Right. Mike Peterson, Matt Santamaria, Brian Gertchen. Coming up next, we will join Sunday Night Football game in progress as Kansas City takes on Pittsburgh. We want a special thanks to our guy, Murray Friedman.
Thank you, Murray.
Murray here from Bannerman.
Gentlemen, absolutely wonderful. Thank you,
Let's
folks.
Hear it for Murray.
You guys are great.
We'll see you next week, Kansas City.
Live from Real Time Sports Bar and Grill at 1120 West Avon in Elk Grove Village, it's time for the ExpressBet.com post-game show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank, with Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich, only on the official station for Bears fans. Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's sports station, presented by ExpressBet.com. Get in, get out, get paid.
Snap Haney giving to Matt Forte. Following the block of Spaeth, he is brought down, knifing in is Derek Johnson. He's really good. Outstanding linebacker. Matt Forte is down, not getting up on a run. Stopped by Derek Johnson, brought him down shy of the 8-yard line.
Matt Forte taken to the locker room, was able to walk under his own power, but the Bears say he's out for the rest of the game with the knee injury.
Who caught it? Who's come up with it? Is it McCluster? It is Dexter McCluster. On the tap down by Urlacher, just trying to knock it down. He knocked it into the hands of the young running back, and the Chiefs on a Hail Mary have taken the lead on the Bears as the first half clock expires. Bears football at their own 40-yard line, down a touchdown. They go back to throw. Haney arching deep, going for Johnny Knox. Has to slow down. It's picked off. Picked up by Brandon Carr at the 24-yard line of Kansas City. Jump ball, underthrown. Knox matched up with Brandon Carr on the near side, and Caleb's picked off. Chris Massey, the new long snapper, will set it back. Podlish extends his right arm, puts the ball down. Robbie's kick to the uprights. North end zone, it is no good. So nothing going right for the Chicago Bears right now. They trail Kansas City 10-3. Gold misfires from 41 yards. And the Chiefs get the ball back. Here's the takeaway by Haney. Back on 3, stops, throws over the middle. Bouncing around and nearly intercepted. Nearly intercepted. I don't know. Maybe it is intercepted in the end zone on the ricochet. Roy Williams at the goal line. Could not get it.
They're going to have to replay this because the 47 bobbled it a bunch before he was able to gain control of it. I think there might have John McGraw. There might have been a time where it did bounce off the ground before he got it into his body.
He got it. He got it. Got the tip of the ball and sucked it into his belly. A red zone takeaway. Second one in 2 weeks.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome to the ExpressBet.com postgame show. Presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. On the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village, talking about the Chicago Bears loss today to Kansas City 10-7. And Ed, what do you think happened?
Well, now back to you, Doug. Thanks, folks, for listening to our show.
Yeah, we're out of here.
We're out of here. We'll see you next week. Are you kidding me?
You know, the thing you said after the game just strikes me. You said, and this is absolutely true, thank God that we weren't playing LSU. I mean, thank God we weren't playing LSU. This was the most miserable performance I've seen in I don't know how long.
Lovie Smith, Mike Martz, you guys go in hiding for a week or do something. I'll tell you what, to be at home and playing one of the most pathetic teams in the National Football League, they can't score, they can't get a first down, they can't do anything until they come in our ballpark, and that is absolutely incredible. What I saw today goes beyond unbelievable, goes beyond impossible. Just a god-awful game plan offensively. Absolutely, and our offensive line, for those people here, keep talking about how much our offensive line has improved, okay? The only way it has improved, folks, is because we had to go to maximum protection. Now, for those people that don't know what the hell that is, you got to keep a tight end, two tight ends. If they go out, you got to keep the two backs in. That's the only way they can block. Every time today, you saw it, not unless you got a sight problem, our 5 offensive linemen trying to block Kansas City's pass rush, impossible. We couldn't do it. That is happening in the 12th game. It'll happen in the 13th game. It'll happen in the 14th game until somebody does something about this offensive line.
And the other thing, too, I'm willing to go right now down to the training camp or down to Soldier Field. And I personally will take Roy Williams to the damn airport. Dropping that football at the end like that. Tell me how in the hell you could do that as a wide receiver. And don't give me any philosophical answers to it either. Right in his hands, it bobbles up in the air. That was brutal. Absolutely brutal. And the other thing, too, is I never want to hear anybody complain about Cutler again. After what I saw today and what was going on out there, we were like 0 for 10 on third down conversions.
Yeah, Doug, you know
0 for 10.
Yeah. What was really bad, I mean, there's no excuse for Williams dropping that ball.
None.
But I'm going to tell you what, though. What happened the first quarter? What happened the second quarter? What happened the third quarter? Why couldn't we convert on third down? Why couldn't we move the football? Why? Because it was a dumbass, stupid game plan. That's what it was, and it's right on Lovie Smith, and it's right on Mike Martz's head. Period. And I know what? I like to hear the camouflage from those two guys this week. Lovie, after the game, of course, you can't talk to Mike Martz. God forbid anybody, reporter, should ask him a question until Wednesday, till he finally figures a way how to wiggle the hell out of it. He ain't wiggling out of this one, folks.
Yeah, when you take a look at it, you talk about the beginning of the game, and they didn't move the football like they did in that last drive. They didn't throw those plays. So they used those plays. Okay, fine, they're doing it. They made all ton of mistakes, obviously right before the halftime, the Hail Mary. But the defense gave them enough opportunities to win the football game. We had field position. The first time around.
All game long we had field position. All 4 quarters.
You get the ball on the 43-yard lines when they screwed around there when Kansas City and they fumbled the football or misplaced the football, and we recovered on the 43-yard lines. 1, 2, 3, and we're out. 1, 2, 3, we're out. 1, 2, 3, and we're out. Give me a break. No. That wasn't football. If I didn't know any better, I was watching Canadian football. What the hell was that?
Doug, the tone was set when we started the ball offensively, okay? When you go back to our first and second series, you remember it was like third down and we had a yard to go. Third down and a yard, and we throw a pass for 0 yards that gets dropped. How many times did you see it in the first half, folks, if you watch this game, where it was 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8, and when he did release the ball, it was a 3-yard pass, a 5-yard pass. We're not even stretching the field to go a lousy stinking 10 yards to get a first down.
We didn't stretch all day until the second half. We didn't do anything. We did the same damn thing we did last week. Manage the game, win the game. screwing around about managing the game. You had a defense out there, gave you every opportunity in the world to make some plays, to put you in position to score. You did none of that. But that thing at the end of the game, with Roy Williams, that did it with me. I understand there were a ton of mistakes before that, but that did it for me with that guy. I do not want to see him again, because it's happened all damn year. When you get in a crowd, he does the same thing. Alligator arms, looks to get hit. He's on the 1 or 2 yard line. That's the football game, at least to tie it. You've got guys come in. You're a football player. Some of the plays I didn't count. I thought were terrible calls. A lot of that stuff was going on. But you were right. 2 weeks ago, Ed told me, I don't know why everybody's saying this, our offensive line is that damn good.
Oh, my God, please.
It's not. Number 2, Haney half the time don't know where he is. I thought Pelko was bad. When I saw this game, he said, Pelko's going to start. I said, put it on the board. We'll beat Pelko's brains in. Pelko had 104.1 quarterback rating in the first half. And not only that, we knocked him out. He gets out of the game. Orton comes in. Kyle Orton comes in. They want to bench Pelko. Orton gets hurt on a play on a blitz. Pelko comes back in. Look where we are. And we still shut him down. We shut him down. 0 for 10 on third down conversions, our offense. Everybody should be fired on offense, the way I looked at it. Everybody. That was pathetic. You don't play pro football that way. That was absolutely pathetic, that performance we saw today.
Dougie, here. You look at Kansas City and how they've played all year and what's happened to them. And to be in a position that we're at after coming off a loss at Oakland, to come back home again in Soldier Field and to play with our crowd who, adore the Bears. And I'm going to tell you something. They should have come out, Caleb Haney, the offensive line, running backs, everybody, defensively. And this should have been an easy win for us, folks. This should have been an easy win. And I'm going to tell you something. They took it. I'm talking about Kansas City. They took it to us. They challenged the Bears offensively on every play. Challenged them. And we couldn't even get a first down, even a third down conversion. How bad is bad? And I'm going to tell you something. Again here, Doug, love to hear what Lovey-Dovey has to say. And then again, Mike Martz. And again, why do you got to wait till Wednesday to hear whatever the hell it is that this guy's going to come up with?
This postgame show is brought to you by Old Second Bank. Start banking on your future. Yeah, the other thing you talk about is, how the hell are you going to win out? Everybody says, the Bears will win out. They're going to win out and they're going to go to the playoffs. How are you going to win out playing like today? How can you win out playing like today? The defense can't play any better. They got the Hail Mary at the end. At that first half, that's 7 points there. Then on top of that, Haney misses Bennett for a touchdown. Remember that? Then they got Marion Barber out there, who was standing out there, who doesn't know any better to get up on the line of scrimmage, and he goes in the backfield, and the touchdown doesn't count. How stupid can you be?
Hey, Doug.
You're right. Are these pros? No, they're not.
I'm going to tell you something. We are surrounded here. Now, I'm not sure if these people are hostile towards us.
I'm willing to join them right now. I'm willing to join them. I'm willing to get the pitchforks.
Yeah, but we don't know if they're coming after us for an autograph or
I don't think it's
an
autograph.
Bat.
I don't think they're too happy either. You don't mind losing. You do mind losing, but it's how you lose and what goes on out there. And you say you're supposed to be ready, and you're playing at home. You're playing Kansas City, who haven't scored a touchdown in
4 games.
Pelko threw his first touchdown
four
pass
games.
to Hail Mary. In 4 games they haven't scored a touchdown.
This is a team they should have taken apart.
They should have ruined this game.
Offensively and defensively, should have totally and completely dominated this football game. And it was just a very bad game plan, very bad job of coaching. That's number one. That is number one. Number 2, what happened out there again, it shows you our offensive line cannot play. 5 guys cannot block in this league. The 5 guys we have cannot hold a pass rush in this league. I don't care. Mike Tyson's done a phenomenal job, but I'm going to tell you what, folks, I don't know how many times you have to see it, and people that say, well, the offensive line has improved. That is a lie. That's a lie. The only thing that changed was going to maximum protection, and if he didn't, Cutler would have went down earlier in the season.
They need more than maximum protection. They need about 15 guys out there to protect the quarterback. This segment is brought to you by Gerber Collision and Glass. They come highly recommended. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show, presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Ed and I will be right back.
Hey,
Maybe!
Dougie.
What?
You think the callers and people out there are a little aggravated?
I never saw anything that bad in my life.
Bad.
Don't start with me.
Here's the takeaway by Haney. Back on 3, stops, throws over the middle. Bouncing around and nearly intercepted. I don't know. Maybe it is intercepted in the end zone on the ricochet. Roy Williams at the goal line. Could not get it.
They're going to have to replay this because the 47 bobbled it a bunch before he was able to gain control of it. I think John McGraw, there might have been a time where it did bounce off the ground before he got it into his body.
He got it. Got the tip of the ball and sucked it into his belly. A red zone takeaway. Second one in 2 weeks.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome to ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. On the Score, Sports Radio 670, we're live at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village.
What a crowd we got here, Doug.
Our phone number 312-644-6767.
Wow.
And today's pest of the game is Roy Williams and Martz, brought to you by Rose Pest Solutions. I was looking at these stats here, the final stats.
They're unbelievable.
Third down efficiency, again, like I said, we're 0 for 11. You know what our passing yards? You know how many passing yards we had?
Yes, I do. We had
88.
88. Yeah, yes, Doug.
And per pass attempt. 2.8. 2.8. You know what that means? That means there's no question about my mind. That means that something is definitely wrong. Either Haney's off, March is gone, offensive line is bad, or maybe all of the above.
It's all the above, Doug.
And so a 2.8 per pass per attempt, that's almost impossible to do, Eddie. Almost impossible to do.
Doug, on third down the first half, you go 0 for 6. You come back the second half.
0 for 5.
First half was 0 for 6 on third down. Second half, it was 0 for 5. And I'm going to tell you something. Where were the adjustments at halftime? Why didn't we move Haney out of the pocket to the stronger, to the weak side? Here, folks. You're expecting Haney to stand back there, who basically has hardly ever played, and to stand back there and not move him to the weak side or the strong side, and take and see where all his receivers are. It's not going to happen, folks. It's just not going to happen. Why they didn't move this kid, why they didn't make the adjustment, get him out of there, let him run with the ball, let him get maybe 1 or 2 receivers, because he cannot find, when he drops back there, he's in trouble. And why the hell you want to think that he's going to be a pocket passer? Again, I have no idea. Poor game planning, Doug. No adjustments at halftime. Absolutely none. Pathetic job again by the coaching staff.
Well, you think they would have got a little clue. They were sacked 7 times. Then you think would he catch on and say, hey, hold it, I think they're putting some pressure on our quarterback. Let's get him out of here. Some kind of a clue. They did not do that. Sacked 7 times. And like I said, the defense came up. Except for that Hail Mary play, Urlacher goes up. I think Conte went up. Actually, that ball should have been slammed to the ground. Was not. But still, okay, you give them the 7 points on that. After that, what did they do? What did Kansas City do? They held them on third down situations most of the time. Kansas City was 6 for 20. Third down efficiency, Kansas City's offense was 6 for 20. Palco couldn't get out of his own way the second half. And so you look at this and say, well, what's going on here? Same thing happened last week. Don't worry, guys. We'll get the defense to win it for us. Don't worry, guys. If the defense does not get takeaways, we can't win. Because we can't win because our offense stinks.
Doug,
that's exactly the problem here.
And again,
quit putting a helmet on the defense and saying, okay, then we'll all have to play better. No, I got a solution for you. Your offense play better. How about that one? Instead of putting it on the defense's back all the time and say, listen, you guys got to come up and now you need to get 5 interceptions. Do something offensively, for God's sakes. You're getting paid like everybody else is. And I still can't get this Roy Williams thing out of my mind. Because that's a professional football player. That's a wide receiver. That's a guy coming across. The ball is in his hands, and he jiggles it up in the air and let them intercept it. When it should have been a touchdown, we should have been tied 10-10. How many times did that happen this year with Roy Williams when he gets in a crowd? And someone says, why don't they use Roy Williams down in near the red zone? Now you know why. I don't know. This is so disgusting today. I'm telling you, I've never been madder in my life is what I saw what happened today out there. Let's go out to Ronnie and Morton Grove. Ronnie on the scoreboard, O'B and Doug. Ronnie.
Disgusted today about their performance, and I want to know why Roy Williams is still on this football team. If this coaching staff can cut Chris Harris, why is this guy still on our football team tomorrow? I'm with this guy.
I'm with you. I'm with you 100%. There's no excuse for that, and I won't hear any philosophical, arguments tomorrow. And geez, if I'd have done this, and the ball bounced in the air, we've got to tip it. You make the damn catch. It's not a catch that was impossible. It was right on the numbers. You snagged the ball out of the air and you go in for a touchdown. It's like a shortstop making a routine play. It wasn't an acrobatic catch. It wasn't something that was going to be phenomenal. It was an average catch that was right to you, and you dropped it. And I understand that, of course, in the game, a lot of other things happen there, but you got to make up for it. Your guys that you depend on to make up different things that happen during a football game. It doesn't happen in our offense. Even Johnny Knox, when he threw the interception, go up and fight for the damn football. Don't let him catch it. I'm so damn tired of looking at this. It gets me sick and tired of the whole works. How about the Steve in Rockford? Steve, you on the score.
My call. I completely agree with everything that's been said up to this point. The thing I have is that with Roy Williams dropping the ball, yeah, he should have made the play, no doubt about it. But our entire team should not have been in that position to begin with.
But we were. We were in that position.
On the offensive play calling and the coaching. As you guys pointed out, when Barber split out wide for that touchdown, that's also coming on the heels of 2 consecutive timeouts. They should have had every single little bit of that play call known about. He should have known to bet up on the line. It should have been covered after the second timeout. And the issue I had with the play calling was after Bell ran up the middle of the field and he was running strong, why did Marks call 2 consecutive 7-step drops inside the 10-yard line, which resulted in 2 sacks? And basically out of the 7 sacks we had on the day, 6 of them, I believe, were in the second half. So obviously the play calling today was atrocious. So I'll hang up and listen to your opinion. Thanks.
What he's saying and what Zed's been saying for the last 2 weeks, you guys have been throwing accolades at the offensive line. We can't complete a pass most of the time until we have maximum protection. And you can't do maximum protection all the time. You got to get guys out into the pattern.
And if you're not going to do maximum protection, then listen to me, folks. If you're not going to do maximum protection and you know these 5 guys cannot block anybody, what you do is you move the pocket.
How about a rollout?
Let me say that again. You move the pocket. They cannot block. It's been that way so far this year. It was that way last year. If we don't do maximum protection and even struggle with that, and I mean, it's right in front of you. It's there. How do you not move that kid out of that pocket, especially the second half? It's called game planning. If A doesn't work, go to B. If B doesn't work, go to C. Listen, you're paying an offensive coordinator $1 million, a head coach $6 million, and this is what you come up in your own living room playing against one of the worst teams in the National Football League. They come in here for 4 quarters and challenge us and defeat us in our own ballpark. That is not acceptable in any way, shape, or form, and they should answer for it today, tomorrow, and the next week, and hopefully the following week we can win the damn football game. But I'll tell you what,
like we played
what
today
went on today defies the word again. I'll say it again.
We won't win
defies
another
the word
football game we
impossible.
play like today. They're lucky to stop
Idiots.
it. This segment is brought to you by River Oaks Toyota, the Easy Guys in Calumet City. You're listening to ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number 312-644-6767. And I'll be right back.
1 second left. Clock is down. Palco spinning around. Going to loft a Hail Mary with his left-handed throw into the end zone, up in the air. Knocked down to the ground by Urlacher and into the hands of a Kansas City Chief for an apparent touchdown by Kansas City. Stout's on the back of the man that Urlacher knocked the ball down to. I can't see who caught it. Who's come up with it? Is it McCluster? It is Dexter McCluster on the tap down by Urlacher, just trying to knock it down. He knocked it into the hands of the young running back, and the Chiefs on a Hail Mary have taken the lead on the Bears as the first half clock expires.
That highlight was courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. And this segment is brought to you by Highland Insurance with offices in Skokie and Naperville. One insurance agency for all your insurance needs. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number 312 644-6767. Ed and I are live at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village.
Dougie, before we go to the callers, I just want to go back to the first quarter again with probably just a little under 8 minutes to go in the game. It was 4th and 1. Okay? 4th and 1. Now, this is after 2 or 3 times. It was 3rd and 7. We weren't even trying to get the ball past whatever the down marker was to get a first down. 4th and 1, folks. We call a pass play to Bennett for no yards. Now, it was 4th and 1. And we go to a pass play, and when he releases the ball and it gets to number 80, it's not a 1-inch gain, even if he caught the ball.
Another great call, huh? Another great call, yeah.
It is, and I'm going to tell you something here. You know what?
Well, it's mind-boggling what it is. I can't believe what I saw today.
I mean, folks, you got to, believe what you want to believe. But I'll tell you what, that was just absolutely pathetic went on out there. Taking, again, where we're at in the hunt to get into the playoffs. We're at home. We're playing against a pathetic football team. As a quarterback, has no business even being in this league. And I'll be damned, they win this football game.
You're listening to ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the disaster that happened today. Kansas City 10, Chicago Bears 3. We'll be right back.
Here's the snap. Haney going to sprint to the near side. Sets his feet. Haney's going to wind up. Haney throws on Bennett's catch inside the 35-yard line. They say no. They say incomplete. Low throw. Bennett does not get it. And the Chiefs take over on downs.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. And this segment is brought to you by Auto Owners Insurance Agent of the Week, Fazio Insurance in Joliet. Contact Paul Fazio at 815-727-2611. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. We're live at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village talking about the Bears' loss to Kansas City 10-3.
Well, Dougie, you know, when you look at this game, which is obviously, I believe, and I think a lot of people do, that it's the most important down is your third down. And we go 0-11. That is, again, not acceptable. Doug, there were so many things that happened out there today. I mean, I'm trying to find something positive, but I can't find anything positive. I find a lot of stupid play calling. I can't believe that this team could come in here and we let them dictate to us what the hell's going on that football field. It's really bad, my friend.
It is, and again, too.
I mean, there are other words I'd like to use, but I can't. But anyway,
I wish we could use those words.
Yeah,
I'd feel a lot
can't.
better.
Yeah.
The thing about it is that the defense itself, I thought, played decent. I mean, better than decent. But the fact is, if the Bears want to win right now, they're asking the defense to play a perfect game, and it can't happen.
Doug, we had field position
all the day, all morning.
Folks, please don't forget this. We had field position for 4 quarters.
From the beginning.
We had, every quarter, we had the advantage in field position, and we did nothing with it. Number 2, again, you go to 2, 3, 4 things that just didn't happen out there.
It's hard to explain because the fact is you got field position. I mean, the first play, the first punt, the 43-yard line, we recover a punt, right? We do anything with it? 1, 2, 3, out. Same thing before. 1, 2, 3, out. You can't get them. The defense make a stop. 1, 2, 3, out. You can't depend on your defense all the time to be that great. And they really gave up 10 points. If you look at it, one was a Hail Mary. So where was our offense? Somebody has to be accountable for this. They're going to say, well, it's Haney's fault because Haney's the quarterback. Let me tell you something. Part of it was, hey, hold it. That first half, Haney couldn't hit a bull in the ass with a banjo. He couldn't hit the damn thing, and I understand that. Comes back on the third, and so now it's time to make up for it. where Roy Williams had an opportunity to make up all that went wrong in that first half. Did not happen. This is where you have to step up. Haney missed Bennett. Bennett was wide open for a touchdown. Missed him. And you're talking about on the outside with Barber lining up, not on the line of scrimmage, but back of the line of scrimmage, meaning there were too many guys in the backfield. Cost us a touchdown. So things add up. But when it's all said and done with, how do you expect to think about talking about going to the playoffs? Playoffs? With this kind of operation you saw today with our offense? It's not going to happen.
Doug, this was more of what the coaches didn't do than what they did. They did not have this team ready. That's where it falls, right on their damn head, Doug. Okay? There was no other plan. There was nothing going on. They were going to keep Caleb Haney in that pocket, come hell or high water, and never met the damn challenge. And I'll say it, and I'll keep on saying it. How do you let this team come in here, this pathetic football team, and come in and dictate to us what the hell goes on in our living room?
It's disgusting what it is. I would imagine how those players feel, most of them. Let's go out to Bill in Mount Greenwood. Bill, you're on the score with O'B and Doug.
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. It's nice to talk with two great men who probably would have taken a loss like this pretty hard. I don't think a couple of the guys in that locker room right now take it nearly as hard as you guys did, specifically that Roy Williams.
Oh, please.
I've been following this game as long as you guys played, and I don't think I've ever seen a more pathetic, a more feminine, a more cowardly player ever put on a Chicago Bears uniform than Roy Williams. And if that guy still is in the locker room tomorrow or at the practice facility, there's something seriously wrong with that franchise.
He started to come on as the season happened. He started catching some passes. But the one thing you noticed about him, he never would basically catch a pass in a crowd. Remember we all kept asking, boy, I tell you what, when you're down in that red zone, it's nice to have Roy Williams there. You need a big guy. You need a guy down there that's big and strong and tall that can snag the football. Well, we put him in all right. He was right there. That ball was laid right on the line. Haney couldn't throw it any better than it was. And we dropped the damn football. He drops the football.
Doug, quickly, could I just say this, and we'll go to the next caller. We have two tight ends that are approximately 6 feet 7 inches tall. When we're on the what, 6, 5, 4 yard line, whatever it is, goal to goal. Why not a little corner route? Any kind of a pass to one of our tight ends, Doug. Put the ball in the air. Is that asking too much? And where do they throw it? They throw a short mini post pattern over the middle where there's 5 Kansas City guys waiting for it.
But he should have caught it anyway, but you're right. We only had 88 yards passing. 88 yards. And again, I'll go back to that stat. 2.8 yards per attempt. It's almost impossible to have 2.8 yards.
Doug, offensively,
you need around 7 to win a football game. The good ones have 8 or 9. Cutler's last game, he had 9. This one was 2.8.
We only ran 48. We only ran 48 plays.
Let's go out to NIU Dave. NIU Dave.
David, you're up.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Go ahead, Dave.
Not much.
I'm coming back from this game, and I cannot believe that after 2 consecutive timeouts, they had that stupid formation penalty, and they end up not scoring a touchdown. Then Roy Williams is playing this teammate trainer, playing volleyball, bumping the ball to the Kansas City Chiefs.
Dave,
this team looks horrible today.
Dave, let me ask you a question right back at you.
Yeah.
Who do you think's fault that was?
I think the coach
Haney's
they're unprepared. They're unprepared today.
There you go.
Haney looked terrible, but you know what? The timeouts, the confusion out there, they call timeout. How many timeouts do they call on defense? They looked horrible today, guys, and I'm sick. You know what? I don't even want to go to the playoffs with this team. They're just going to get embarrassed.
Dave, when you said they looked horrible, let's just cut it in half. Let's just tell the truth. They didn't look horrible defensively. They really didn't. They didn't look horribly defense last week. What is the thing that keeps popping up in our face? It's the offense. And not that it's not. I don't want it to be terrific. I don't want it to even be good. I just want it to be fair. Any kind of a fair offense, we win the football game. Same thing with Oakland. We can't even get a fair offense. I know we lost our quarterback. Come on. Other teams have lost quarterbacks before, and you're playing against teams you should beat. This is the part that aggravates the hell out of me.
Doug, the one thing our defense, though, they gave up 2 really big long drives. Just before the half, it was 16 plays, Doug, 87 yards. I know it was a Hail Mary, but still they had the ball for 16 plays, 87 yards. Then we come back, we go 3 and out in the third quarter, coming back from halftime. They walk onto the football field. They go 15 plays and 86 yards. So they had 2 where a lot of plays were run. They ran about almost 11 minutes and 30 seconds off the clock, Doug, and the defense could not stop, couldn't answer those 2 drives.
Well, put it this way, though. Like I said, you're asking a perfect game every time for the Bears. You can't do that all the time, Ed. You can't lay the hat on the defense every time.
I understand. The defense, did they play? Yes, they played well. Special teams, again, field position, I can't say it enough.
Well,
my Lord,
Hester runs back 44 yards a punt, right? What did we do after that? We finally got 3 points out of the deal. You're absolutely correct. We had position all the time to make plays offensively and didn't make any plays. Didn't make none. 10-3. Come on. Let's go out to Bill in Winthrop Harbor. Bill, you on the scoreboard, OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. Obviously, the problem is on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah.
We had a poor play calling. The offensive line played a horrible game, but we have to look at the quarterback position. Okay, we're still 7-5. We're still in pretty good shape to get into the playoffs. Now, you have to do something about the quarterback position. Either you bring in Donovan McNabb, who's able to move the ball. He's able to move around. He's got good. Well, hopefully he's got good legs. I don't know. Or you look at starting McCowan. You still got a chance. We're still 7-5. We're still in this thing, but we have to deal with the offensive side of the football. And I think maybe you have to look at the quarterback position right now. Why we still have a chance? Would you think about starting McCowan or bringing in Donovan McNabb?
Again, I thought about McNabb, but I've watched McNabb all this year, and he's puffy and old. The guy was a great quarterback before, a fantastic quarterback, and I always liked him. I don't think he can fit in and jump all of a sudden in 2 games. He's going to be the guy that knows what's going on offensively. They've got to come up with something else. And I don't know, you're not going to find another quarterback this late. I know McNabb is there. You're going to go out and try to grab McNabb to pull himself in. That offense has got to get cooking. Now we're taking a look at Matt Forte, who has an MCL sprain in his knee, according to Lovie Smith. An MCL sprain is usually a 2-week deal, a 2-week injury. So he's out. And that was part of their passing game, too. Not a part of it, a majority of it went to Forte. So he's out of the picture. So there's a lot of things they're going to have to do.
Well, here, just real quickly here again, then we'll just jump to the callers, Doug. Guess out of 32 teams, who's the worst team getting to the quarterback in the National Football League?
Kansas City Chiefs, and they got 7 sacks.
They got 7 sacks. I think they had 13 all year going on. They were dead last in attacking a quarterback in the National Football League.
Right.
And we just put them in a Hall of Fame.
Exactly. Let's go out to Chip in Glenview. Chip, you're on the scoreboard, OB and Doug.
Hey, guys, our coaching staff has a way of making bad teams look good.
Unbelievable.
And Caleb Haney doesn't call the plays. Listen, this game is on Lovie Smith. It was lost at the end of the second quarter on the Bears' last possession and a half when Lovie, as is forte, mismanaged the clock. He didn't get a play in on time, forcing Haney to call a timeout. Then he still didn't know what kind of play to call, and he burned another timeout. And then Barber lines up in the wrong place, and no wonder he's wide open. The Chiefs figured they didn't have to cover him. But this is about wasting clock stoppage at the end of the game, end of the half, not knowing what you're calling, and then giving them enough time left to throw a Hail Mary. Lovie does this all the time. Todd Haley and his staff made us look foolish.
Yeah, there's no question that Lovie with the clock management has always been a problem. Haney was 11 for 24 for 133 yards, 0 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, and a quarterback rating of 23.8. 23.8 rating. Now, Pelko, on the other hand, had an 82.2 rating, and I said this at the beginning. I thought Pelko, when I watched him play the last 2 games, couldn't play dead. He comes out of this looking like, because we know what they did? They used Pelko like you wanted to use Haney. They rolled him out.
That's right. And
they didn't do anything with Haney. So that's where it's at right now. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show, presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 644-6767. Opie and I will be right back.
Now back to more of the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank, with Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich, live from Real Time Sports Bar and Grill at 1120 West Avon in Elk Grove Village, and only on the official station for Bears fans, Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's sports station, presented by ExpressBet.com. Get in, get out, get paid.
You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. We're at Real Time Sports at Elk Grove Village.
Oh, yeah.
Now it's time for Doug and OB's Thoughts of the Game, sponsored by ExpressBet.com. Go right now to ExpressBet.com and enter promo code HAWWSCR to not only receive a free $125 sign-up bonus, but also be automatically entered to win $100 in free bets at Hawthorne Race Course this fall. New winners will be picked each week. This promo code is HAWWSCR at ExpressBet.com. Doug and OB's Thoughts of the Game, brought to you by ExpressBet.com. Get in, get out, and get paid. Eddie, what's your thoughts, pal?
Well, my thoughts of the game is absolutely poor coaching. Throw a dart wherever it lands, it doesn't matter. Just poor coaching, set up, and in second half, what I cannot believe is they come out and do not change the game plan and stick what happened in the first half. The inability of our offensive coaches to see and move and make some changes, and it never happened, Doug.
And that leads to me what I think, what you just said. That's why the offense, 7 sacks. That's why the offense scored 3 points. And that's probably half the reason why Haney had a quarterback rating of 23.8.
Did not change it, Doug.
Nope. Let's go out to Adam and Glen Allen. Adam, you're on the score. Adam, you're up. Adam?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're on, buddy.
You're on, Adam.
Oh, sorry about that, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I love your enthusiasm. 2 things just real quick, and I'll hang up and listen to your response. One, it doesn't really matter. We're in the playoff hunt, but if Caleb Haney's our quarterback, what good does it do to get us into the playoffs? We're one and done, right? I mean, the guy, he's proven in 2 weeks with 6 interceptions. We're not going anywhere. And my second point is that Hail Mary should have never happened. If you look, why was that not booth reviewed? That 3rd and 13 that Briggs almost intercepted, when they showed the close-up, that bounced on the ground, and that 86 picked it up like he caught it and handed it to the ref, and the booth never reviewed it. Why did they not review that inside 2 minutes?
I don't know.
I believe it's non-reviewable, I believe.
Inside 2 minutes it is. Yeah, they have to look at it. I don't know. I don't have the answer to that. I didn't think it was scooped. And maybe I didn't see it. Maybe I was so aggravated the fact that I thought originally that Lance Briggs intercepted it. But again, too, you get down to the Hail Mary, and I know you say it shouldn't get down to that, but did get down to that, and we didn't make the play. Urlacher goes up, and a lot of times you're taught when that play is happening, you go up and you slam that football into the ground. You don't just dip it, you slam it. But unfortunately, I think what happened, him and Conti both got a piece of the football and, of course, made the touchdown. But that wasn't the game, in my mind. That wasn't the game. We played so poorly, it was just ridiculous. I mean, you're right about getting the playoffs. In fact, if we don't get any better, how do you get better? You get the quarterback better, you get the offense on better. How's this going to happen in 2 weeks?
Doug, how we've been winning again last year, and since Lovey's been in here, is defense, special teams, and pray they get the takeovers.
That's
offense,
right.
Don't screw it up. You want to win a Super Bowl, folks, it's the wrong formula. You want to keep your job year after year? Apparently, I guess it is a formula to keep your job, but I'll tell you what, not in my book.
It's not good enough. It's not good enough to make and beat the big guys. Like you said, you may squeeze out and get into the playoffs. You're not going anywhere playing like this, like today.
This team?
Yeah.
No.
How are you going to do that? Let's go out to Nate and Lombard. Nate, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Doug, Ed, Doug.
Hey,
what's up, Nate?
Ed, you had it right. When that play, I forget, it was early in the first quarter. It was a 3rd and 1. They threw the ball. I think it was to Bennett. I don't know if he dropped it, but
Nate, it was 4th and 1.
4th and 1.
Makes it worse yet.
They overthrew him.
Yeah, and you know what I did on that play? Let me tell you what I did. I called my son, and I said, we're going to lose this game. and that was the first quarter. That was the coaching. I knew the coaching was going to be terrible the whole game after that play.
Well, again, I thought, for the play, it's called a China. It's what they call a China pattern. It's where Bennett goes inside and all of a sudden pivots and goes outside, and the quarterback's supposed to hit him. And it's good for 1 or 2 yards.
It's kind of a pick play is what it is.
And it didn't work. I mean, he overthrew him, first of all. Let's go out to A.J. in Bloomington. A.J., you on the score with O.B. and Doug.
First of all, it's a pleasure speaking with legends. I remember watching you guys when I'm 50 years old, so you can do the math.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? What I want to say is this. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
You're on.
Yeah, I'm just tired of Mike Mark and his supposedly geniusness crap. I'm so tired of Taylor Haney. It's not his fault. It's the receiver's fault that we are leading the NFL in pass, pass plays that are dropped. I am tired of that. And also, I got one more thing to say. Please, in the name of Jesus Christ, get rid of Roy Williams.
Huh.
This guy is he talked big talk in the interviews by his locker room, but when I saw that play, when it came down to our final touchdown pass, that's something that my grandmother, God rest her soul, could have made that play.
AJ, I think everybody agrees with you, pal, unfortunately.
I would say 95% of the guys in the NFL would make that catch that are wide receivers. Let's go out to Dave in Naperville. Dave, you're on the score with O.B. and Doug.
Yeah, hey, O.B., Doug. First of all, you guys got a great show, and you play the game and you tell it like it is. Was the game plan, do you think, due to the Bears' weak left side, they forced Caleb to run to his right? And how come the receivers didn't break their route to get open? I don't understand that.
I don't know if they're taught that or not, Dave, but you're right. But you go to the right for one reason, obviously. He's right-handed, and that's your best bet. Get to that right side, move the pocket, and then try to figure somebody coming across. And a lot of times you use a tight end for that. And the other thing, too, that should come off a play-action play. Not just roll out, come out of the pocket, but come off of a play-action, fake the run, then come back to the outside. We saw Palco do it. We saw them do it, and, you pick up 5, 6, whatever. But even that didn't look smooth when we did try it, Ed. It just didn't look. It looked like herky-jerky. I don't know what it looked like. It looks like we never played any kind of offense before. Let's go out to Mike in Clinton, Iowa. Mike, you're on the score.
Doug and OB, thanks for taking my call.
All right,
I am
Mike.
so mad, it's pathetic. I just retired 10 days ago. I'm ready to put up $100 to put Mike March on an airplane and send him to Arizona State or Fiji if you want to. Doug, I saw you play. I've been watching the Bears since '75. I know what a running game looks like. Obviously, March doesn't. When Forte went down, 24, help me, Marion Barber was running good, and we forgot about him.
Well, Bell ran a good one, too. Well, again, too, the fact is there are times you have to throw the ball, Mike, because if you don't decide that you're going to throw the ball at all, it really hurts your running game because they stack everybody up on you. So you got to keep the defense honest. But their plays, and you looked at their plays, they were no longer than 5 or 6, 7 yards at the best. That is why they came out averaging, yards per attempt 2.8. They try to stretch it out one time. When they try to stretch it out, remember the Johnny Knox, Eddie?
Right.
He goes up, they intercept the football. And I don't know why.
And they split the zone down the middle one time with Kellen Davis, Doug. But those are about the only 2 times. And
exactly.
Like Kansas City doesn't know what the hell they're doing. Please.
Let's go out to Andy in Wisconsin. Andy, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug and OB, man. Thanks for taking my call, guys. And I love the passion you guys bring. I'd love to watch a game with you one of these times. One thing is, I got to hold Lovie Smith accountable because, I think, OB, you said earlier, we did not make one adjustment at halftime.
None.
And unless I was drinking too much Kool-Aid, I didn't even see one pass to the running backs all game. I mean,
help out a Caleb Haney with an easy dump off or whatever. But isn't, and I'll hang up to listen to your response, but isn't it the offensive or the head coach's job and his duty to his team to make the adjustments to help his team? So thanks, guys. I'll listen to your comment.
All right, Andy, what happens is they get to put a game plan together. Mike Marks sits down with Lovey. They go over it, and he approves it or disapproves it. But what should have happened out there today, and one adjustment could have been very simple as this. Bootleg the kid out. Let's say we come out strong left. Take the slot back, shoot him in a post position, a post pattern over the middle, and the tight end come over short. Have Caleb Haney come out with a bootleg or a naked bootleg, and come out and roll out. He's only got 2 targets. He's got the tight end or the slot back. He doesn't see him. He takes off and he runs. So there's only 3 things that he could do. Okay? And could it work? Has it worked? You got a guy wearing number 4 in Green Bay that's going to the Hall of Fame with that bootleg play. We never had it. We never used it. And it was right there for us. You take away making a lot of mistakes, having him just sit in the pocket and let the people come after him. It just is not going to work, Andy. It's not.
Yeah, 7 sacks against us, right? You would think that you do something to slow down the rush. And what's one thing you
Simplify
do?
the game plan. Simplify the game plan.
How many screens you see today, Eddie? None. How many draws? None. And so that's part of the problem. I mean, that would be incorporated into your offense to slow these guys down, to run a screen, to do something like that. You saw nothing. And I got to tell you, when I watch Haney, a lot of times if there's pressure inside and he's in the pocket, he's uncomfortable. He doesn't handle it. Now, if you block it out, okay, fine, he'll make that throw. So if that's the case, then you say to yourself, okay, fine, I'm getting my quarterback out of there. Or I'm going to run a screen. Or I'm going to run a sprint draw like they did to us for 35 yards.
You know the one thing that bothered me today, obviously Forte going down, Doug. But I'm going to tell you something. When Cleo Bell came in there, and I watched him try to block a few times, he's not very good, my friend. He is not very good. So, Barber, you better brace up, kid, because we're going to count on you for the rest of the year coming out of the backfield and running that football. Because if they put that Cleo Bell, once they see, listen to this, folks, once the defense sees Cleo Bell and the Bears max protect, they're going to be coming right after him. I'll guarantee you.
Let's go out to Jeff in Wisconsin. Jeff, you're on the score.
Hey, thanks. Great show tonight. Everything's right on. I can't say what I really want to say, but my question here on these receivers, why do we have games where it seems, I know our offensive line's terrible, Haney looked bad today, but our receivers, are they creating anything? And my point on this is Hester back in as a wide receiver today. His return game suffered, and I just would love to see the film. Does this guy warrant play time as a wide receiver? Or is he taking time from somebody else who might be better suited at creating something?
Jeff, that's a great question. But if you remember, he caught probably more yardage than a lot of these wide receivers. I think he caught 2 to the sideline, which we weren't throwing that. We weren't throwing that play. And Hester caught a couple. There's no question, we're deficient in wide receivers. I mean, we've been talking about this for so damn long, it's ridiculous. And again, too, they went out trying to get Roy Williams to come in here to help us, and basically what it all comes down to the fact that he's not a clutch player. The kid has alligator arms.
You know what?
The
thing that's a little bothersome, Doug, is that even in our passing game, we don't have aggressive receivers. Doug.
They're not big enough, Ed.
They're
yeah.
There should be a little bit more fight in them too, Dougie.
No, there's no question. I mean, I saw Johnny Knox trying to go up. But normally what happens when you play jump ball with a receiver, that wide receiver is about 6'4". And so he's saying to yourself, if I don't get it, you're not going to get it. Well, you saw Knox go up, Ed.
Yeah.
There was no fighting the dog in that one. Let's go out to John in Maywood. John, you're on the score.
Hey, it's great talking to 2 former great Bear players. But before I get to my point, my wife's like you guys, compassion. She went to bed. She couldn't take this.
She couldn't take it, yeah.
Yeah, but Kansas City, they couldn't compare to us, but they came to win. They played to win. Bears with Marks, back when we even had Orton, he's calling plays so that we don't make mistakes. Hey, go all out, do your best, and that's it. Defensively, we're good, but, hey, give us Dick LeBeau or even this Romeo Cornell. They send people, on 3rd and long and things. That the best pass defense is don't let them throw. And my last point, I agree with Ed about Bell pass blocking.
He can't block.
But I think on first and second downs, he should be the back because he's got the speed maybe to break one and use Barber on the short distances. So I'd like to hear your comments. Take care, guys.
You know, John, let me give you an example. The Bears start out the football game, right? And, you know, of course, you saw where the punt, and they punted the ball, and the guy hit the foot, and obviously we recovered. Now we're on the 43-yard line. That first play should have been into the end zone. That would have started this game off right. That ball should have been into the end zone instead of, hey, let's hand it off and let's go for 2 yards in a cloud of dust.
I buy what you say. Play action.
What do you think, Ed?
Absolutely. Play action. Go right for the striker.
Go right for
Bang.
the striker. Because now you're telling them, and they're usually off guard, too, when this happens. And you say to yourself, we're going to try to score, not kill the clock. That's exactly what we did not do. You got to come out early to establish who you are. All right, we're going to take a break. You're listening to Score Sports Radio 670, the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767.
Hang in there, callers. We're going to get right with you. Stay
Dave,
with us, babe.
Steve, Tim, Scott,
You got
Patrick,
it.
Joe, Harry, Don. We'll be right with you.
Haney slides right. Haney stepping up. Haney launching a tight spiral, short, and intercepted by Kansas City to end the game. Inside their own 35-yard line, the Kansas City Chiefs have upset the Bears to a chorus of boos here at Soldier Field. 10-3 the final score. The Chiefs end their 4-game losing streak. The Bears have now dropped 2 straight and dropped to 7-5, a key loss in their hopes to get to the playoffs.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jeff Joniak on the call. The drive of the game is brought to you by Arlington Heights Ford, number 1 in what matters. It was in the second quarter.
Hold it, folks. I want to preface this, Doug. Listen to this, folks. The drive of the game, what Doug is going to tell you.
It was in the second quarter. 9 plays. 36 big ones. 4 minutes and 47 seconds that led to a Robbie Gould field goal. That's football, mister. That's tough stuff. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. And Eddie, tomorrow night, Monday Night Football at Fat Sam's in Lockport. I will be there. With Chris Conte, our safety, who had some good tackles today, by the way.
Yes, he did.
And Henry Melton, who ended up with a sack from 7 to 9. So at Fat Sam's in Lockport, be there. Chris Conte and Henry Melton and myself. Let's go out to Dave in Vernon Hills. Dave, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug and OB.
What's up, Dave?
This show is much more exciting than any other show. It's just too bad that it comes after a loss. But with everything that went wrong today, I'd like to find out from each of you, what 2 things do each of you think need to be corrected in time for next Sunday? Because you see Denver won today. And I personally would pull Caleb Haney and put in Mr. Haney from Green Acres.
That's a good call. But you know what? Maybe you want to pull the offensive coordinator in, too. Want to pull him out? You want to pull the line out? Pull them out, too? How about the wide receivers? How about Roy Williams? Let's pull him out. What I'm telling you, Dave, is that it's not just one person. They're all stumble bums. What I saw today. They're all stumble bums. And Ed hit it right on the head. It's not just one person. It's the whole crew. You can't play that damn bad just on kind of one guy.
I told you, it defies the word impossible.
Yeah, it
What
is.
they did today is impossible.
I couldn't come up with this. If you asked me they're going to do this, I'd say,
Now, what?
Stop yourself.
Yeah, Dave, what can they do with Denver? Well, here's...
They want to win it defensively again. That's what they're going to say.
They've got to, again... They've got to move this kid, and I'm just telling you, you can't let him sit back there because we're going to go nowhere with that. They're going to come after him. They're going to blitz the hell out of him, Dave, and they're going to make life miserable for him, force more turnovers than you would probably do. You've got to move this kid around, give him 1 or 2 options, 3 at the most, and let come what may, okay? Because defensively we're still there, and special teams now. It's something to all you people listening, people here. The window is getting smaller, folks. The window for the Bears to win a Super Bowl is getting smaller. They're getting older. You've got Briggs, Urlacher, Peanut Tillman, Julius Peppers. They're getting older, folks. And a lot of the miracles are running out. We're running out of miracles. We're running out of breaks. So we're here. We're still in the hunt. We're still not out of it. And we've got to make the best of this. Because, I'll say it again. They're all going to come back, Doug, next year, a year older. And it's just a matter of time before that window clunk comes down, pal.
You know, it's amazing, too, and I said it the earlier part of the show, Ed, the fact that, remember all the complaints people had about Jay Cutler? Now who do you think Jay Cutler is? You think Jay Cutler didn't carry this team half the time?
Well, you know the other thing people what a misnomer was that how the offensive line has improved.
Yeah.
It was max protection that did it.
Because Cutler got out of trouble.
Cutler got out of trouble. You people don't
right.
Go back and take a look at those wins that we had and see what Cutler did. You'll see what the hell happened.
Let's go out to Steve in Grand Rapids. Steve, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys, how you doing? It's great. Thank you for taking my call.
Mm-hmm.
Doug and OB, I remember my memories of being a Bear fan go back to about 1963. I was about 8 years old, and I watched you guys and Buckus and Sayers, and I got pictures of you on my wall. I think I cut them out of cereal boxes, and my dad took me to Wrigley Field, and my memories are in black and white. I mean, love you guys. It's an honor to talk to you.
Well, thank you.
Okay, I agree with everything you guys are saying. There's so much went bad. I have never seen so much of a collection of bad and pathetic and disgusting and aggravating, all those things you passionately uttered, and I did also during the game. But I think the thing that I am calling about is the play that really cost us the game. All those other things add up to bad. 60 can't block anybody. He counted for 2 or 3 sacks, and Forte going down, but he hasn't done much the last several weeks, and the running game's doing nothing, and we got Barber, and he's doing good. But the Hail Mary, how do you defend a Hail Mary? How are they coaching that now? Because it used to be you knock the ball down, but the last couple of years, how many guys, once you see Carolina and Tennessee get their miracles, and then Michigan State even this year, you're coached they put guys in position to catch the batted ball. And Conte comes and knocks it out of Urlacher's hands. You're supposed to catch it or bat it backwards. I mean, how do they coach that?
Well, no, they coach it to slam it. I mean, when Urlacher went up, he had both hands on the ball. He could have slammed it.
Was it Conte who came from behind?
Conte came in, too, and that caused part of the
in
tip.
the action of hitting it, Conte came in over Urlacher and kind of somehow knocked his left arm a little bit. But I'm going to tell you what, if you watch that play, I can't believe the flag wasn't thrown against Lance Briggs for pass interference.
Yeah,
in the end zone?
They wouldn't throw it.
Oh, Doug, they didn't throw the flag, but it should have been thrown on Briggs before that interception.
Let's go out to Patrick in Chicago. Patrick, you're on the score.
What's going on, guys? Absolute honor to be on the air with you. On my way back from the game right now, that I save up all my money all year long and go to one game, and this is the one I go to. Absolutely pathetic. Absolutely embarrassing. To go to the game, to see that happen. We're talking about an NFL backup quarterback. So we're talking about top 60 in the entire world, entire country, whatever you want to say, at throwing the pigskin, and that is what I pay my money to go see. It is absolutely pathetic. If Cutler isn't back soon, this team does not make the playoffs. I feel bad for the defense. The fact that they have to back up that offense is absolutely 100% pathetic. This team did not come to play to win today. I went to the game. I wasted my money to watch that pathetic thing on the field. Guys, I don't know what to take from it. It is just really hard to swallow as a Bears fan.
Patrick, you're right. Ed and I looked at each other, and Ed came up with the classic statement. He said, again, I'll repeat it. He says, thank God we're not playing LSU. That's how bad it is. How bad it was. You know we've gone through some bad games since Ed and I have been doing this, but I got to tell you, this is right up there, Ed.
Dougie, I'll tell you what, I've told people, oh, my God, I don't know how many people I've told that it is impossible. I said, this is a game. And believe me, folks, boy, am I going to hear about it this week. I said, it is impossible.
To lose
the Bears cannot lose this game. I said it is impossible. Oy vey.
I said the same thing. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com post-game show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Obradovich and Buffon will be right back.
Here's Palco and the Chiefs, 3rd down and 10 at his own 43. The lefty goes back to throw, screening left, and Julius Peppers knocks the ball out of the back with a left forearm to the chops. That was ugly. Oh, Jeremy Horn didn't know what was coming.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. The defensive play of the game is brought to you by State Farm Insurance. And Eddie, what was the defensive play of the game?
Anytime Julius Peppers was on the field, any play, doesn't matter. Julius, 2 words, Julius Peppers, period.
I tell you, he did play a hell of a game, didn't he? He was everywhere.
I told you, Doug, the window's closing. And the listeners out there, I'm telling you, it's closing, and it's closing fast, folks. You can't ask this defense, special teams, to keep doing this. And what you saw today is I never, ever, ever would have believed I would have saw what the hell went on out there today. I never knew that this coaching staff was that capable of putting such a pathetic game plan together. And stick with it.
You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears lost to Kansas City 10-3. That juggernaut offense went out there and just scored 3 big wins.
Capable.
Whatever they did. Let's go out to Tim in Libertyville. Tim, you're on the scoreboard. It'll be in Doug.
Guys, how's it going?
What's up?
Hey, you guys have just said it. It was impossible for the Bears to lose that game. It was impossible going in.
Absolutely, Tim.
You go into the game, Marsh is the most stubborn coach in the NFL. He will not adapt to anybody he has. You guys said it before the game. We knew that Caleb had to get out, roll out of the pocket, and his tight end, give him 2 options to throw to. He can't survey the field like colors. Not in Marsh's offense. It doesn't work.
Timmy, I said that last week. What you have to do with him when we were playing in Oakland is limit his views. 1-2 run. It doesn't matter. It's what you're set with, and we have the kid. You can't have him looking at 4 people sitting in the pocket. It's not going to work.
Yeah, and for a team that doesn't give you much time in the pocket. That's the other problem. That's why you take them out of there, roll them out, do a sprint draw, do a play action, then get them outside. There's many things you can do. But obviously the Bear offense did not do it. You're listening to ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Obradovich and Buffon.
Dougie, could you imagine the people that are out there that are sitting there that might have maybe wagered on this game?
Oh, please.
And probably bet the front porch on the Bears? And you want to talk about some aggravated people?
Talk about a sure thing, huh?
Oh, my
yeah,
God.
Right.
I can't believe what happened today.
We'll be right back.
Haney on the back pedal, going to take and throw. Pockets tight, got a lead, lost the ball. Scoops it up, rolls right. Haney looking for something, nothing available. Runs into a wall, otherwise known as Derek Johnson at the 32-yard line. No gain. Haney to the sidelines. It did not look good.
That highlight courtesy of WBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Now it's time to name our hot and cold players of the game. Presented by 4 Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning. For all the right reasons, 4 Seasons. And for the hot player, Eddie, we have...
The hot player?
Hot player.
Julius Peppers.
Julius Peppers. And the cold...
player would be the offensive line.
They got 2 of them in there. Welcome to ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score Sports Radio 670.
I thought you were going to say that. That's when you turned to me.
I asked you. Yeah.
You thought, what?
I had to cool down a little bit. I think I'm okay now.
Okay.
Thank God. I mean, I don't know. I mean, at the beginning, I was so aggravated. I'm sorry about a lot of things. You know, you get mad and aggravated, but
hey, Doug,
I just couldn't help it getting aggravated. I mean, you take a look at this, and people watch it, and everybody's hopeful, and this is going to be it, and the Bears are going to the playoffs, and you know, you're going to watch the Bears play, and they got an offense that's cooking, and this and that, and this happens to you.
Yeah.
And it's hard to take.
Well,
let's go out to Scott in River Forest. Scott, you on the Score?
Hey, guys, thanks for having me on the show. I appreciate your time. Love the show, but you got to help me out. It's bad enough. I'm driving out to Barrington right now, all the way from River Forest for our own little podcast. I'm here with my radio partner, and we just don't know how to get amped up for this show today. As bad as Caleb Haney played, As far as he's concerned, go back and look at what happened there on that second to last drive. He had the game tied. He had the ball in Roy Williams' hands. Our big off-season move, Mr. Roy Williams, and then the Swiss cheese offensive line. It hasn't played that bad since week 3 or 4 maybe. So you guys got to help me get amped up for this podcast I'm going to do right now, because I have no reason to be excited.
Well, again, too, when you take a look at the opportunities or the chances the offense had, okay, let's go back to Haney now. You're right about Roy Williams. He just out and out dropped the football. Number 2, you remember when Bennett was running down the sidelines wide open? Haney missed him. Number 3, remember Barber, he lines up outside, and he's supposed to be up on the line of scrimmage, is not, is back of the line of scrimmage. They catch a touchdown pass. Why Kansas City had nobody out there on him? I don't know, but they spotted it. They throw the football, touchdown? No, brought back. So, and then 2 sacks in a row, which pushes them back, and then they miss a field goal. So there's a lot of things out there. Why she get pumped up? I don't know.
Yeah, well, let me jump in one more thing, pump you up. We've had, and this is the thing that I think should have happened out there. It really take advantage of something. We never took advantage again of the field position. Again, it was there for the taking. We had it all game, and we never did anything with it. If that doesn't get you upset, what would?
Yeah, and I'll go to my death for telling you that the defense has played well enough these last 2 games, especially better than well enough.
Yes, they have.
To come away with a football win.
Yes, they have.
That defense is cooking. They're out there doing everything they need to do. But unfortunately, we're not getting any kind of help from that offense. You're getting it from the special teams. Hester again come up with a big punt return for 44 yards. But that should have been turned into a touchdown. We got a fumble recovery from the special teams. That should have been turned into a touchdown. Neither one did happen. Let's go out to Sean in Romeoville. Sean, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
And your show is great. Now, I know just about everything has been covered today, so I'll go in a little bit of a different angle. I'll start off by saying from the time Cutler got hurt to now, even coming from this station, I've heard some of the worst and most lopsided football analysis I've ever heard, and I'll tell you why. People chose for some reason to have this phony optimism. So many people whose opinion I trust and I admire were like, oh, we're going to be fine. We're going to be fine. And I don't know if that's because they didn't truly appreciate or never have appreciated what Cutler is, or they're just football idiots. You don't lose a stud like Cutler and put in a guy who doesn't have a lot of experience and think we're just going to keep on clicking. And for all the people that were so excited because of what he did in the NFC Championship game, first of all, he didn't win the game, and he threw a pick 6 in that game that might have lost the game. So many people, and I'll call guys out, guys like Hub Arkish, Dan Bernstein, so many guys were like, I think they're going to be fine. And I was told that I was panicking because we lose a franchise quarterback and put in a nobody. So, I just hope people really understand what this guy is, what kind of a stud he is, how much better he made that offensive line look. A lot of people thought that, yeah, of course they went to max protect and some of that stuff, but look at all the pressure he was able to elude with his pure talent that I knew Haney wouldn't be able to do. So I hope the fans truly get and understand what we have in number 6. So,
as well put, Sean, because I agree with you 100%. 100% about Jay Cutler. Jay Cutler did make this team better. Everybody said, well, you're bringing Jay Cutler in to make the team better, and he's not doing it. The hell he isn't, and the hell he didn't. Because like we said before, how many times did he get out of trouble with that offensive line? How many times did he get out of that pocket? He has a sense of the pocket. You saw where Haney, he couldn't do it. He doesn't have a feel for it. And so consequently what happens is, yeah, you're right. You didn't give up 2 number 1s for Haney. You gave 2 number 1s up for Cutler. And that is the difference right now. +2, it's called adapt or die. And by adapting or dying mean now Mike Martz has got to adapt to who he has at quarterback. And he's got to take a look at it because it is not Cutler, it's Haney. So try to find something that's better for him to do.
And Sean, I'm going to tell you something. I had no idea after Haney starting his second game that would be such a limited game plan. And I still can't get over that. And so if Hub and Danny Bernstein, if that's what they thought they would be, I'll guarantee you they never thought on them having in Caleb Haney such a limited, know-nothing game plan for 4 quarters. I'll guarantee you they didn't bet on that one.
Yeah, and we all bet on one thing. We bet on the defense. And so what we're asking the defense is to play that perfect game, which it will not happen. But I'm going to tell you something. These last two games, if Cutler would have been these last two games, there were 2 wins. There would have been 2 wins if Cutler was at quarterback.
You're playing 2 lousy football teams.
Exactly.
2 absolutely lousy football teams.
And that defense played like hell. Both of those games played very extremely well to win those games. The question is, why can't you beat a team like that? You saw what Miami did to Oakland today?
Well, here, Doug, good question. Why? That should have right on Lovie Smith's nose.
Sure.
And in a press conference, and I know he likes to slough things off and whatever have you and move on real quickly to whatever it is that he moves on to. These guys should have nailed him on this one.
Yeah, don't pass the buck. Exactly what he should have said to him. Let's go out to Robbie in New Orleans. But Robbie on the score.
Hey, how y'all doing, man? I've been waiting for a minute, but getting tacos here in New Orleans, and I just had a rough time watching that game because, look, I mean, the defense played their game. They did what they had to do. 10 points? Are you kidding me? 10 points is enough to win a game. But the one major thing that we're all just discounting, it's really that the other caller hit it really good, man. He took my thunder. Cutler is the heart and backbone of this team and this offense. Without him, nothing works. I mean, that's just showing you guys right there, not you guys, but showing everybody, that Cutler is a tough SOB.
Hey, Rob.
Plays the game hard. Hello?
Yeah, Rob, you've got to give this guy help. This is what, his 3rd year here now?
4th.
Yeah, that's true.
His 3rd or 4th year? He
needs
really help. He needs those people up in front to protect this guy. You look at New England, that would never happen in New England. Never.
I got a good analogy for y'all. This team built itself up. The offensive line got itself ready. And it's like a team, this offense basically built on porcelain wheels. They patched everything up. And then, look, I expect the offensive line to fail here and there because they're not really that good. They're not that good. And everybody knows it, and everybody who says, oh, they got it back together, they're growing an offensive line, they're lying to themselves. Because these are 7th round, these are late picks, these are guys who you don't expect much from, and you expect them to carry the team. I mean, come on, man. Like, they really got to invest in the offensive line, invest in some stability and depth on this team because
Rob,
they're getting old.
To me, you just made the call of the game, okay? You got to invest in the offensive line because I'll tell you what, we come up again, not to put the carriage in front of the horse here, but we come up again in the year 12, okay? And you've got the same situation here with the talent that we have and the way we're going to do it. It's going to take a miracle game after game after game for Cutler to put the ball in the air and for us to win a football game. Everything's got to go right. And I'm going to tell you something. Every game, Cutler was running for his life and he was in harm's way, and guess what? Finally got whacked.
Let's go to Bob in Westmont. Bob, you're on the score.
Hey, OB, Doug, how you guys doing?
Good. What's up, Bobby?
I'll tell you, this reminds me of 1982 when Ditka broke his hand in the 10-0 New Orleans game.
Yeah, it
That's
does.
how bad this was. Listen, I got to disagree with you guys on one thing. You're giving the defense a lot of kudos.
Yep.
On 33 dropbacks, we get 2 sacks. And then on 31 dropbacks, they get 7 sacks. Where is our defensive line, and where's the pressure? We're going against an inferior quarterback, too.
But you're going to begin against a better offensive line.
Yeah, and also you got Julius Peppers, and it begins and ends there. I don't even want to go into it anymore.
Well, I'm going to go into it a little bit because, the fact is, Bob, when you take a look at this defense, you're asking a miracle from them. I know this for sure. That defense has won a lot of games. How do they won them? Basically, they've covered for the offense's ass I don't know how many times because they get into takeaways. They didn't get the takeaways today. They dropped 2 interceptions. The defense did. Last week, they forced a guy to kick 6 field goals. The key is here in the National Football League, when you take a look at it, if a team has 10 points, you mean to tell me if I told you that Kansas City was going to score 10 points before the game, I'd ask you who would have won the football game. You'd say, oh, Doug, please stop yourself. There'd be no question who won the football game. That's not the case. The case is our offense is anemic. And it's really anemic without Cutler at the helm.
Exposed.
Really, when you take a look at it. All right, Eddie, let's take a break. You're listening to Score Sports Radio 670. We're live at Real Time Sports.
Got a ton of callers. Hang in there, you guys. Hopefully we'll get to you soon.
Juan, Don, you, Yamar, Mike, Chris, Bill, Harry. We'll be right back.
Here's the takeaway by Haney. Back on three, stops, throws over the middle, bouncing around and nearly intercepted. I don't know. Maybe it is intercepted in the end zone on the ricochet. Roy Williams at the goal line could not get it.
They're going to have to replay this because the 47 bobbled it a bunch before he was able to gain control of it. I think John McGraw, there might have been a time where it did bounce off the ground before he got it into his body.
He got it. Got the tip of the ball and sucked it into his belly. A red zone takeaway, second one in 2 weeks.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jeff Joniak on the call. And the stop of the game is brought to you by Wingstop. Wingstop serves Chicagoland with 17 locations. Visit wingstop.com. Wingstop, the wing experts. And the stop of the game was Roy Williams' drop in the fourth quarter, resulting in a Kansas City interception in the end zone when the Bears were trying to go in to score to tie the football game. Stop of the game goes to Roy Williams. You're listening to ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. And Eddie, let me tell you again about tomorrow night at Fat Sam's in Lockport. Chris Conti will be there, Henry Melton will be there, and I will be there. We're going to have a little football talk about the game, see what happened today. And we saw Conti today make some nice tackles, by the way, and then Henry Melton had a nice sack. So once again, hope things get better, and all you can do is hope. But if they play like they did today, there will be no wins for the rest of the year.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's what they have to do, Doug. You know, they're still in it, and there's things that they can do offensively to be a little bit more efficient, maybe move the change. There are things that they can do. It's not impossible. And not only that, Caney's been here 4 years, Doug, okay? Should be a little bit easier for him.
The postgame show was brought to you by Old Second Bank. Start banking on your future. Thanks to Herb Lawrence, Brett Lyons, Joe Dredge, Connor McKnight, Brendan McCaffrey.
Our crack
producer. 5-star.
Yes.
Mike Peterson, Matt Santa Maria, Jarrell McGrew. Lawrence Holmes is coming up next on the score 670. Bears calls until 7:15 before we join Sunday night game with the Saints taking on the Lions. Talk to you guys next week.
Bye-bye.
And now, live from the Snuggery, 6733 North Olmsted in Chicago, it's time for the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank, with Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich, only on the official station for Bears fans. Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's sports station, presented by ExpressBet.com. Get in, get out, get paid. And brought to you in part by Cake, the new vodka by UV.
Tebow in the gun on 3rd and 5. Takes the shotgun snap. Pockets tight. He's dodging around. No pressure yet. Now it's coming. Tebow running to the near side. Paya giving chase. Throws it. And it's picked up. What an interception. On the near side. Interception Bears. And Charles Peanut Tillman. Wow. That was sensational. Here's Prater. He's been perfect in this range. 28-yard try on the hold of Britton Colquitt for the first points of the game. 7:27 left in the second quarter. Snap is back. Spot is down. The kick is blocked. Bears take care of business. Blocked. 22nd block since 04. And a nice job done as the Bears turn away the Broncos. And no matter how fatigued that drive may have been to the defense, everybody just got a little light right now. Here's the option. Tebow fakes the handoff, stands in the pocket, throws that left hand spiral down the field. Oh my, overshot Demaryius Thomas through the fingertips of the 10. He beaten Charles Tillman. That was a touchdown.
That was a drop as much as it was. You know, that was a good play, a good throw by Tebow. Just a drop pass and through the hands of the receiver.
57-yard try, left hash, angle right. Massey to back, Polish the placement, kicked by Robbie Gould. It has the distance and the direction. It is good from 57 yards. Robbie Gould has punched his career high right through the uprights, and the Bears lead the Broncos 10-0. Snap, Tebow going to run it up the middle. Tebow's got the 10, pulls back, throws right side of the end zone, touchdown. Zach Bowman has fallen off his responsibility to Marius Thomas. And Thomas makes the touchdown. It's a 3-point game. Point pending. Colquitt, the hole. Snap is back from the 49. Here's Prater's kick. End over end. It has the distance and the direction. It is good to tie the game with 2 seconds left. The Broncos and Bears are tied at 10 in Denver.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak and Tom Fair on the call. Welcome to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score Sports Radio 670. We are live at Snuggery in Edison Park, Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Denver Broncos 13, the Chicago Bears 10. The Bears lose in overtime, and I'm short of words. I don't know what to say. I really don't know what to say. I watched this football game. I watched two teams go at it. I knew the Bear offense didn't look that damn good. We did some special things that were good. Defense was all the way, and in the last 2 minutes of the football game, the defense let them drive the football 63 yards for a touchdown and 7 points. And at the end of the game, obviously, Barber, if he goes out of bounds, this game is over. And if Barber don't fumble, this game is over. So, Tebow did it again. Is he that good? Hadn't I talked about it? I saw a guy in the first half had a quarterback rating of 9.6. What's going on here? I can't explain it. I wish I could explain it. Is it divine intervention? Is there something going on? You take a football game like today, you mean to tell me that the Bears, after what they did to that offense for 3 quarters or 4 quarters at the end of the football game, could not hold on to win that damn thing? I don't think there's words to explain it, Ed.
Yeah, there are. Play to win, don't you?
They don't.
You play to win. This was really a frustrating game, Doug. I know we go to Denver, and I know they won a few games in a row, and it's all kind of miracle stuff and everything else, but there still is the National Football League, and there are people out there to get paid an awful lot of money to move those chains and to stop the chains from moving on our side. And I got to tell you what, Doug, obviously the game plan was no turnovers. Absolutely none. You talk about a conservative game plan. Absolutely. And then Tebow. Keep him in the pocket, don't let him get out. Well, I tell you, in the second half, Doug, especially late in the third quarter, fourth quarter, we had no pass rush. I think our guys were all out of gas. But if somebody's going to tell me the 12th game of the season that this is what you're going to see in the National Football League, this is the kind of football. These are two teams contending to get in the playoffs and win a Super Bowl. We go for the first half 0 for 5 on third down. 0 for 11 the previous game. 0 for 16. I don't care if it's Haney or who's back there. We just way too conservative, Doug. The key was don't make a mistake, have our special teams and our defense win it for us. Well, guess what? Somebody forgot to tell the Denver Broncos that.
And every week they forget to tell the Denver Broncos that. You fall asleep. When the Bears come out 1, 2, and 3 and run the football 3 times, expect the punt and saying our defense will hold Tebow. They were holding him. We'll kill the clock. We'll finish the clock. But still, football IQ at the end of the football game. I understand that.
Doug,
you're right.
This
they were so
was
damn
pathetic.
Conservative. They didn't try to score points.
Both teams.
Yeah, but I'm going to give you a little. We're not capable of scoring points. That's the point when you take a look at it. Haney can't be the quarterback. We don't have a quarterback that can score points. And so that's what happened here. And all of a sudden now our defense does not hold, which I don't know why it could not hold, because they're playing deep. You saw where the 2 safeties were playing on that long drive. They didn't want to get beat deep, so they gave him everything right in the middle. So move the football. But once again, there's no room for error with this football team. Barber should not have went out of bounds. Barber should not have dropped that football. And that is the game right there. I understand, well, it can happen to anybody. It can't happen to this team because the Chicago Bears are not good enough for that to happen to. And so they got to play a perfect game. And they didn't play it. And once again, Tebow comes out, and we're going to see it tomorrow. Headlines, divine intervention, whatever happened there. He does it again in the fourth quarter, overtime. We played a game, you're right. We didn't play to win.
Doug, you don't have to look far for the answer for what happened out there today, all right? You know what? That shows you that Lovie Smith and Mike Martz, they have absolutely zero confidence in Caleb Haney at quarterback.
And I don't either anymore.
All they want to do is run that football, and all we did, we ran right off tackle, strong and weak side all day long. All we had was A blocking or switch blocking, whatever you want to call it, between our guard and our tackle, and pull the center or pull the off guard to come through the 4 or the 5 gap. Fine, it ran, it worked. But how about play action passes? Where was the play action? Where was the bootlegs? Where was moving this kid around the pocket? Why didn't we split the seams? Why didn't we have post patterns? Why didn't we have fly patterns? Why didn't we stretch the field? Because we played scared-to-death football. That's exactly what the hell we did.
And we did it the other 2 games. We did it against Oakland. We played scared-to-death football. We played against Kansas City, scared-to-death football. And in this football game, the same thing happened. The fact is, we didn't do any screens. Let me ask you something. Don't we?
What was there, one late in the game, Doug?
Two late, one late, and one screen. That was the whole game. Let me ask you something. Where's Bennett? Bennett's your guy. They just paid $18 million to Bennett. How many catches did he have today?
You
I think
you
0.
don't even know he's on the field, Doug. But the fact that here,
because they're
again,
not throwing it, Ed. I don't know what the hell they're doing.
Doug, my God,
there's no way in hell they should have lost this football game.
We're 7-5 coming into this game, and this is who we are. Are we really that inept on offense to come up with a game plan to beat this team? Are we really that inept?
Well, I got to tell you this, Ed. When you take a look at this football club, and again, you want to take a look at all the things that did happen, the Bears should have won this football game. There's no question about it. Haney is not a straight drop back passer. He has no feeling whatsoever in the pocket. He has no feeling whatsoever what to do in the pocket. But on the other hand, you're right. At least take the chance. Don't sit back and say, okay, our defense will do it, this will do it. Defense did not do it at the end of the football game. They let him drive 63 yards in 2 minutes and some seconds. And then they let him kick the field goal. Then Barber makes that mistake. This team, you know what, I'd be honest with you, they have no business being in the playoffs. If you want to be honest about it and take a look at this football team, they have no business being in the playoffs. I don't know what the hell's going to happen when they face Green Bay or somebody like that. They can actually score points. They can actually do something. Denver couldn't get out of their own way for most of this game for 4 quarters.
Doug, in the last 2 games, we've converted 2 out of, I believe, 26 third down situations. 2 out of 26. Total yards, 245 yards. Yards passing, 86. 3.7 yard average. 12-19. Rushing yards, 159. Rushing attempts, 35.
It's just stupid. It's ridiculous, Ed, those numbers you're just saying. That's not football. This wasn't a football game.
2 out of 26 on third down conversions in 2 games in the National Football League. And we're talking about winning the Super Bowl.
And we're talking about going to playoffs. I'll say, playoffs? Are you nuts? The post-game show is brought to you by Old Second Bank. Start banking on your future. We're going to take a break. You're listening to Score Sports Radio 670, the ExpressBet.com post-game show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. We're live at the Snuggery in Edison Park. We'll be right back.
Snap, Tebow going to run it up the middle. Tebow's got the 10. Pulls back, throws right side of the end zone. Touchdown. Zach Bowman has fallen off his responsibility to Marius Thomas. And Thomas makes the touchdown. It's a 3-point game. Point pending.
Welcome to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score Sports Radio 670. That highlight was courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. We are live at the Snuggery in Edison Park. Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Talk about the Chicago Bears loss 13-10 in overtime. And today's pest of the game is Tim Tebow, brought to you by Rose Pest Solution. Tebow was 21 for 40 for 236 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception, a quarterback rating of 68.3, 12 carries for 49 yards rushing. Wow, that's impressive.
Doug, I just want to go back to this 1 second before we go out to the callers. You know, the rushing attempts were there, 38, and we rushed for 159 yards. All right, and I said before we went to the break, that, Doug, is the perfect scenario for bootlegs and play action. The perfect scenario to trust your quarterback on a bootleg when he makes that bootleg, which is basically a play action, and he rolls out whichever way, if it's either weak or strong side. He's got two receivers. He basically has three options. Somebody over the middle or the tight end in the flat, or if not, run the damn football. Okay? And you talked about lates, Doug, and screens. It was set up for play action. I mean, when you have those 4 down linemen or 3 down linemen, 3 linebackers or 4 linebackers, their first job is to respect the run. We ran the ball, right? We did it 38 times, but we didn't compliment Haney or our offense or try to do anything to take it down the field. And it was the perfect setup, and we didn't go for it.
Yeah, and the other problem, too, with that, he's connected with that, is very simple. What is amazing, the fact that he didn't do any of those things. The screens weren't there, the draws weren't there, the rollouts weren't there, but here's the more important, and you talked about it, and I talked about it. We didn't try to score points. In the National Football League, the idea is you have to put points on the board. That's Green Bay. See what they do. You think they're satisfied because they're winning by 10 or winning by 14 or winning by 20? We got satisfied. Don't worry, we'll just hold them. We'll kill the clock. The time will run out. Well, yeah, you did. But you have to play perfect football at the end of the football game. They did not. Barber did not. Barber cost them that time, not going out of bounds, 1, 2 fumbling. And 3, the defense gave up yardage. Instead of playing their same defense they were playing the whole game, they decided we're not going to get beat deep. You saw where those guys were lining up. They were lining up in the end zone. And so you gave them everything across the middle so they could run it down for 2 minutes, and then they could score the touchdown. Oh, don't worry about it. We'll come back and we'll do it. Well,
our special teams and our defense will do it.
Yeah, exactly what they counted on. And for 4 quarters, 3.5 quarters, it was working that way. But the point is you got to have points up there. This kid has pulled this shenanigans off I don't know how many times against how many teams this year in the fourth quarter. They fall asleep, and you think you've got a thing in the bag, and you think it's going to be over with. Next time you turn around, and you lose the football game 13-10. Let's go out to Mike in Midlothian. Mike on the scoreboard, Opie and Doug.
Hey, Doug. Hey, guys, I'm going to do my best not to get too mad too quick. A couple points I want to make real quickly. You guys were captains, okay? You guys took care of the team and made sure everything was going on in that regard. Buddy Ryan said that dumb guys get you beat. I'm going to tell you what I would do if I was the captain. I'd have walked right into that room, punched Marion Barber right in the mouth, and said, listen, I don't mind the fumble, but if you're so stupid that you have to not go out of bounds and do stupid things like that, you can't play.
I can't argue with you. I don't know. It's football IQ. It's football 101. You're winning the football game. You want to kill the clock. You don't run out of bounds. You keep it going.
Boy, that's so basic, Doug.
Oh, it's just like
you
know that in what, in third grade?
That was a giant mistake.
Huge. Let's go out to Todd in Morton Grove. Todd on the scoreboard, Opie and Doug.
Gentlemen, thank you for taking my call. I look forward to your show all week long. Hey,
thanks,
thank God it's you two and not 2 guys that are more worried about being the Bears' friends like Lawrence and Zach, and you're going to keep it real. I do not want to hear how great the defense played. That game was gift-wrapped to them, 10-point lead with under 5 minutes to go, and the defense couldn't hang on to it. The last 3 weeks, 2 weeks ago against the Raiders, no turnovers. Last week against the turnover machine, Palco, no turnovers. This week you've got a 10-point lead in the final minutes of the game, and you piss it down your leg. That's not good defense.
Well, Todd, when you take a look at this club, and I said at the beginning of the show, this club does not deserve to go any playoffs. I don't want to see them in the playoffs, to be honest with you. You're going to meet some good teams. I don't want to see them. It's not earned the right to go to the playoffs. Take a look at this team, see what they're doing. Look at their offense. Haney can't get out of his own way. He can't get out of the pocket. He can't make something happen. He can't stretch it like we talked about Cutler. Everybody bitched about Cutler. Cutler made that offensive line. He made that team, made that offense. Well, it can't be done. But still, on the other hand, you still got to try with what you have to put points up. And Ed is right. They didn't do any of that. That play-action play should have been automatic. We're running the football. Why not do play action? Why not screen? Why not come back with the draws? You took 1, 2, 3. How many plays? How many times they've done that? Run the ball and get the hell off the field. Okay, defense, take care of it. Take care of it. Well, they couldn't take care of it at the end of the football game. Let's go out to Robert on the south side. Robert on the scoreboard, OB and Doug.
Yeah, thank you guys for taking my call. I just want to say first and foremost, I don't even see the Bears winning these last 3 games. We pretty much can stick the fork to the season because how they played these last 3 games, forget it. And I don't know what else to say. I'm going to still watch them, but other than that, I just don't even see them winning out. So thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, there's no question about it. You take a look at you think Ed and I both don't want these teams to go to the playoffs or be in it or be involved in it? After what I saw today and after what I saw last week in Kansas City and after what I saw in Oakland, we don't deserve to go to the playoffs. Who are you kidding? Who are you kidding? And so when you take a good look at this team and say, well, it'll change. When's it going to change? How's it going to change? Who's going to change?
George McCaskey's going to change it.
That's the only one who can do anything about it.
George McCaskey's going to change it.
Let's go out to Bill in Cherry Valley. Bill, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Thanks, Doug and OB, for taking my call. I'm extremely disappointed in this game. I sat there and watched it, and in the fourth quarter, we gave it away. We stopped playing like we were playing for 3 quarters. We let them back in this game, and they won. Why do we go in this conservative mode and not attack the dang defense of theirs and score more points? I don't understand this. We stop throwing the ball. And all we do is run. We're one-dimensional in the fourth quarter. And then what happens in the overtime? Then we start throwing the ball. It's too late then. You let them back in the game.
Yeah, Bill, they took stupid pills. I mean, there's no question about it. When they did that, when they got conservative, thinking that they can kill the clock. Now, they would have happened. I'm saying it wouldn't. It could happen, but you can't. You got to expect your team not to make mistakes. Barber made 2 huge errors. I mean, 2. One not going out of bounds, and the other one fumbling the football. We were going down. I would have kicked the field goal to win the football game, but the Bears never count on that.
Well, Doug, Barber did it. I tell you, there's a lot of other contributing factors too. How the hell do you go 0 for 11 last week in the first half of football in the National Football League? How do you go 0 for 5 and wind up going 2 for 26 on third down conversions? Okay. Where's the thinking? Where's the game plan? It isn't like we picked Caleb Haney off a supermarket somewhere. The kid has been here 4 years. And if you don't have people, offensive coaches or people, to see that this kid cannot move the team, he can't bootleg out, he can't roll out, and he can't throw the football, then what the hell is he doing on this team? He's been here for 4 years.
You take the kid from Houston, Yates, rookie quarterback. Look what he's doing with that football club.
13 quarterback.
Right. Now we got a guy, like I said, can't get out of his own way. And so you take a look at this game, and you say to yourself, hey, wait a minute, Doug, the Bears should have won this football game. I'm glad they lost it, to be honest with you. I'm getting so pissed off about what's going on, about how it's handling, how we were looking at it. Don't worry, we'll be there next week. The sun will come up tomorrow. You gave a game away today.
Yeah, you did.
You gave it away.
Big time.
You gave it right at, you just gave it away. Maybe there's a point to that. Maybe there's a point to saying, you know what, give the damn thing away because you guys are not going to do anything down the road. Today we saw Atlanta win. We also saw Detroit win. And you talk about trying to be the team to the playoffs and trying to get the wild card. Stop yourself. Let's go out to Chris in the Bronx. Chris, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hi,
First,
Chris.
let me say something that many are not going to say. I'm going to come out and say it right now. And Lovey, I just have to shake my head sometimes at him as a coach. It's almost like they don't respect him. I watched our D lineman, Tim Tebow, drop back, 40 times? 40 times. I think they might have gotten maybe one holding call. Listen to me, gentlemen. I know football. That's run around. That's not football what I saw. In the NFL, they're protecting that kid. They did not throw any. We were rotating D linemen the entire game. Do you mean to tell me that their offensive line is that good at pass protecting?
Chris,
or that they're that in shape that they blocked our D linemen the entire time?
Chris,
they were holding.
That's a good point you brought up there because I'll tell you what, in the fourth quarter you saw, and we were rotating the tackles and the ends constantly, and I'm going to tell you something. It looked like to me they were gassed.
Yeah, they were gassed. And you know another thing? Don't be afraid to go after somebody or pull a blitz off or do something like that, Ed, because they're sitting back here. He knows exactly where you are. The Bears play simple defense anyway. This Tebow had no kind of decisions to make. And so he's sitting back there knowing exactly where everybody is. But when you don't get the pass rush with this defense, you got a major problem on your hand. And we weren't getting it in that fourth quarter.
If the one guy doesn't go 4 quarters and he just gets gassed out, Doug, that's what you see.
Yeah.
That's what you're going to get.
Let's go out to Jim in McHenry. Jim, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. Oh, boy, frustrated as hell. This game was lost. Not with Barber. This game was lost in 3 offensive series prior to Barber not running out of bounds. Talking about your defense being gassed, they're gassed because your damn offense can't go out and get a first down. Now, everybody in that stadium, plus the team on the field, knew you were going to run the ball because the first 2 series prior to that, you ran the ball. Then you do that. This
this quarterback we have in college was an excellent running quarterback. He was able to tuck the ball and run. And they need to design plays where he can do that, so maybe then you can run a bootleg off of it. Maybe you can run a rolling pass out of it, because you'll make the defenses play smarter. Frustrating.
Jim,
Prediction, they lose the rest of the year.
It was, in the second half, it was perfect. It was set up for it. It's just common sense, basic football. It was set up for it because the things that you do, again, can hold a defensive line and linebackers for a half a count or a count, and it was set up to do it, and we couldn't figure it out. Unbelievable.
This segment brought to you by River Oaks Toyota, the easy guys in Calumet City. Also, too, was our penalties in the first half. You know, we got penalties.
What did we have, 5 of them?
5 for 45 yards, and 2 of them were big-time. Hits, on the quarterback, obviously, that cost us. One was by Lance Briggs. The other one was by Don Auger. And so you had all these penalties going on. So, I mean, when it's all added up, you're saying, well, Barber didn't lose the game. That's my point. My point is this, very simply. You've got to play a perfect game. This team has got to play a perfect game. Barber cannot make that mistake by not running out of bounds. Barber cannot make that mistake by fumbling the football at the end of the game. That's what you're saying here. Because the rest of it, our offense is no good. It's no good. I mean, it doesn't take a real good genius or a football man to look at it and say it. We can't score. We can't move the ball. Like you said, what were we, 2 for 26 on third down the last 2 games?
Last 2 games.
2 for 26.
My numbers.
I mean, that's ridiculous. And you got a quarterback that's averaging, attempts per yard like 3.2. That's also ridiculous. Let's go out to John in Lombard. John, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys, unbelievable. Listen, I'm sitting here with the guys, Jimmy and Jeremy, and we're arguing back and forth. As soon as we're eliminated, the whole staff's got to go. That's it. The whole staff's got to go. This is a coaching loss.
But somebody's got to take the blame for it. There's the players. The players are not that good enough. The coaching screwed up at the end.
Yeah.
The calls were not good enough. Haney's not good enough. The offensive line, and Ed was talking about it 3 weeks ago, and everybody said how great they were. They're not good enough. What the hell we have here? I mean, what's going on?
I'll tell you, Hub Arkus brought it up earlier today, Doug, when he talked about, even what you brought it up a week or 2 ago, now you really see the weakness of our receivers and our offensive line when Cutler's gone. But I still go back to this, Doug. This kid has been here 4 years, all right? And you have to scale this offense down to almost to put it in a thimble. Doug, it's not real. It's unrealistic. You sit there and you watch this. Are you kidding me? This is the National Football League?
You saw it. You saw those numbers, too. Look all those numbers add up. You're listening to ExpressBet.com postgame show. Presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the Bears losing to Denver in overtime, 10-7. We'll be right back.
Now back to more of the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank with Doug and OB, live from the Snuggery, 6733 North Olmsted in Chicago, and only on the official station for Bears fans, Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago sports station, presented by ExpressBet.com. Get in, get out, get paid, and brought to you in part by Cake, the new vodka by UV.
Snap, handing off Barber, sliding through tackles, breaks one, running left to the 5, goal line, end zone, touchdown, touchdown Bears. Marion Barber in from the 9, and the Bears have finally got on the board.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show, presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. On the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at the Snuggery in Edison Park. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number 312-644-6767. The drive of the game is brought to you by Arlington Heights Ford, number 1 in what matters most. Hester's 26-yard punt return set up the 6-yard play, 42-yard drive, resulting in Marion Barber's 9-yard touchdown catch. Let's go up to Dan in Hammond, Indiana. Dan, you're on the Score.
Gentlemen, let me start by saying, when in the hell are the Bears going to fire this inept Lovie Smith? His name is Lovie, but we hate him.
Again, too, there's a lot of guys to be fired. And again, too, and I'm talking about Lovie, the talent is not there for that offense. Guys, we've been trying to, we've been dodging it, going around it, and trying to work something and make something happen and say, yeah, this guy will come around, that come around. The talent is not there. All you have to do is take a look at the Bear offense and then compare it to what goes on in other teams. Compare it to Green Bay. Even compare it to Detroit. Compare it to teams that put points up.
You have to. They're in our division.
Yeah. Our whole thing is put the hat right on the defense, which, again, too, that defense and that last 7 plays for 63 yards have to be accountable for that. They gave up a 63-yard drive in 7 plays, which, got the game tied. So, again, too, but our offense is not cooking, and we want to talk about going into the playoffs. How can you go into the playoffs for an offense like this? Are you nuts? Let's go out to Tom in Arlington Heights. Tom, you're on the scoreboard. It'll be in Doug.
Gentlemen, how you doing?
Good, Tom.
Guys, this game goes, it's just a symptom of really a bigger illness. And give me a little time here, I'll tell you why. The whole coaching staff, they remind me of Lovie Smith and his staff remind me of a sales team where they get a good sale, but they never hit quota. And what I mean by that is in 2006, they go to the Super Bowl, and they can't win that. Why? Because Lovey's not willing to adjust at halftime. They give him a 7-point lead to start the game off. He can't win the game. Then they go against the Green Bay Packers in the NFC Championship game on our field, and they weren't ready. I cannot believe that this coach was not ready for one of the biggest games in the Chicago Bear history, but he wasn't.
Well, again, you take a look at it. I'm going to tell you something. And once again, you talk about Lovey, and maybe this should have been called. Maybe Mike Martz. Definitely, their plays probably we didn't like what was set up today. But once again, too, our talent is not there. It's not there for what our offense. It's not there on the offensive line. It's not there on the wide receivers. And in fact, with Forte out and Cutler out, Haney is not a quarterback for us. Maybe for nobody. I mean, you get him in the pocket, he gets all discombobulated. He moves around, doesn't have any feel for the pocket. And so we have to go and do some other stuff. We should have won the game today. Not probably. Should have won this football game today.
Well, Tom, those were 2 good points. And by the way, last year they had Green Bay Packers when they won the World Championship, Doug, they had 15 on injured reserve, and 9 of them were starters.
Right.
Okay, next caller.
Yeah, and all the guys they had on that football club, 21 of them, 15 were drafted.
Right.
So that's the difference. There's differences in the organization.
Oh, Doug, come on. You're trying to ask Jerry Angelo to draft people. Now you're really being really critical.
Maybe we won't talk about that anymore.
My God, come on. Give the guy, cut some slack.
Let's go out to Jimmy in LaGrange Park. Jimmy on the scoreboard, will be in Doug.
Thank you so much for taking my call. I want to preface this with this. I love your show. Approximately, and for the most part, it's far more entertaining than any Bears game I've ever seen. Now, the issue that I'm going to deal with is more philosophical than a sports-related issue, but it's related to a comment that, Doug, you made in the beginning regarding divine intervention as related to Tim Tebow.
Right.
As if God, if he existed, would be concerned with the football game. Now, not to appear maudlin or depressive, but I guess my question would be this. To those reporters that you singled out, and I would also say Christians, who will attempt, and we know they will, to exploit the Broncos' victory as a case of God intervening to assist Tebow, the so-called child of God. My question is this, and it's a burning question. It's a perennial question. If God intervened to secure a victory for the Denver Broncos, why the hell was he asleep at the wheel during the Holocaust?
Well, I mean, I know that comparison. I don't want to make that type of comparison, but when you do, you bring God into the equation. I can remember many times, and just as real simply, Ed and I and a bunch of the guys before the game, we used to go to church. And we'd go to church, not to say to help us win, but not to get hurt and play a good football game and call it a day. And you're right. Why does God care about 22 Neanderthals trying to kill each other out in the football field? But the fact is there's something about Tebow that we have to take a look at. There's something there. And so at the end of the football game, what is it? What's the difference? And again, too, in our situation, when we look at defensively, we fell asleep. Instead of being aggressive defensively, we sat back. Instead of being aggressive offensively and saying, we better put points up just in case, we did not do that. Let's go out to Bill in Aurora. Bill, you're on the scoreboard. It'll be in Doug.
Hey, thanks. Thanks for having me on, guys.
All right, Bill.
Enjoy it all the time. Seriously, Haney, 48.7%. Think about it. Passing rating, seriously. Think about it. The guy sucks.
Well, then, yeah, the guy can't play. He can't play. What I saw and what I've been seeing, it's just 3 games now.
Doug, you say he can't play, but wouldn't you like to see him
do
some other things, Doug?
Absolutely. I'm not saying.
That makes sense.
But I've seen him, though. Did you see him when he overthrew, was it Barber? Wide open?
Right.
Did you see that?
Right.
I mean, he did it last week. Same damn thing. He had Bennett sitting out there all by himself. The guy missed his plays. He could hit a bull in the ass with a banjo half the time.
What my point is, Doug, is get him out of there.
You're right.
That's all I'm saying. Play a little bit more to his strength. And
I agree with you 100%.
I mean, I'm sick of saying it.
Yeah, adjust yourself, adapt or die. That's what you have to look at. Let's go out to Brian in Westridge. Brian, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Yeah, the Barry and Barber thing, when he didn't go out of bounds.
Right.
I looked at that and I saw that they ran it to the short side of the hash mark when they should have run to the long side, and they didn't. I mean, you're playing to the quarterback who's not any good. You got to play to anything to win the game. And who is calling these plays? I mean, this was a coaching loss all the way, and there's no doubt about it in my mind. And it's like, I'm supposed to do this Tebow divine intervention thing, but the Bear defense in the last series in regulation, they were playing, the safeties were 30 yards off the ball.
That's right.
It's like, come on, this is not going to win a football game. And so everything Lovie Smith and his coaching staff did lost this game. This is a coaching loss all the way. I'm really not going to blame Marion Barber for this game, because if he runs alongside on that one play, he's tackled in the field, the clock keeps running.
Yeah, but again, too, you're right. I'm not going to blame everything on Marion Barber, but I'm going to tell you something. You got to do certain things out there. One, you don't go out of bounds. Number 2, you don't fumble the football. I mean, things like that happen, but the fact is it did happen. But prior to that, some of the calls, there's no question about it. I mean, you're not going to put this all on the players, but I got to tell you, there comes certain times when a player has to step up and make certain plays, make professional plays. If you walk into a dentist and he pulls the wrong damn tooth, don't you get a little pissed off? I would think so. That's a professional, and that's what I expect out of the guys that are playing this damn game. You are professional. You're not down on Grant Street or near the park playing a pickup game. You're not down on Rush Street at 4 o'clock in the morning. You're just playing a professional football game. And looking at a professional football game, I don't go out of bounds. I don't do that. I don't care what happened before that. I don't care if the coach called the wrong play. I don't care if I'm running to the short side of the field.
Doug.
You do not do that.
Doug, slow down, Doug. We got about an hour to go.
I don't know, Ed.
Doug, I want you to make it.
Ed,
take it easy, pal.
Think about it, Ed. I mean, you know why I get so mad is because, yes, certainly a lot of things were all wrong in that football game, but
I know why.
You get paid to do that. It's called football IQ.
Absolutely, but I love you and I want you around, so take it easy, okay? Okay, buddy.
The last time.
Well, wait a minute till we get to the next caller, and then we'll unload again. Go ahead.
The last time I got mad, Ed told me, look, he said, if you have a heart attack, you're going to die. I said, why? He says, I'm not giving you mouth-to-mouth.
That's right. I told you, if you go down with a heart attack, plan on dying. There will be no mouth-to-mouth.
I'm settled down right now.
Okay.
All right. Let's go out to Rich in Peoria. Rich, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Are you lying?
Hey,
yes.
OB and Doug, you guys are awesome. I love you.
What's up,
aside from the Bears sucking, and aside from that fumble, which I don't even blame Marion Barber on, I want to know from you guys, who called the play? We just went over this with the last caller, and Doug, I know you just went over it, that he's got to go out of bounds. But, if I'm a boss in any other job, I don't put that guy in a position to do that. I call the play straight up the middle like every other team in the NFL would call, and it'd be 20 seconds left for Tim Tebow to win the game. Instead, you make that call, and he goes out of bounds. They make too much money. They don't care. You need to tell them what to do. You need to make them go straight up the middle like every other NFL team would do. But they didn't do that because this coaching staff, and I want to know from you whether it's Martz, was that a play that Barber busted out himself, or was that a run up the middle?
Well, Rich, you bring up a great point. I mean, that's a great point. The fact is that exactly you would want to go up the middle and want to kill the clock and call it a day. You didn't do that. You went to the outside. So 2 wrongs don't make a right. And so now the player, as a player out there, got to think on his feet a little bit. Don't you think that you say to yourself, hey, hold on, because we can kill the clock and win the football game. This segment is brought to you by Highland Insurance with offices in Skokie and Naperville. One insurance agency for all of your insurance needs. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. The Bears lose 13-10 in overtime. We'll be right back.
High left, here's the takeaway. Caleb Haney giving it to Marion Barber. Trying to find a room to the inside, and he's knocked out of bounds. Out at the Denver 46-yard line. That stops the clock, unfortunately, with 1:55 left to play.
Yeah, it's tough. You always want to stay in bounds in those situations. He was making a tough run, trying to get extra yards. So I couldn't really see what was going on over there, how close it was, or anything like that. It's just unfortunate. You like to, stay in right there, obviously, but, that didn't lose the game for us. It didn't win the game. Definitely, but it didn't lose the game. We lost it by not generating more points.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jeff Joniak on the call. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. And the stop of the game is brought to you by Wingstop. Wingstop serves Chicagoland with 17 locations. Visit wingstop.com. Wingstop, the wing experts. The stop of the game was Marion Barber running out of bounds, stopping the clock in the fourth quarter just inside the 2-minute warning. And thanks to UV Vodka for having us out here at the Snuggery in Edison Park. And also on the line, out from Denver, is David Schuster. David, what the hell happened out there, David?
Well, first of all, I got to say, I'm only sorry that I haven't heard your show up.
You don't want to hear it, buddy.
Oh, yes, I do. It's must listen to radio,
yeah.
Or even watch the game with you guys. That would have been even better today. But the consensus was there's no blaming of Marion Barber. Well, at least down in the locker room there wasn't. But let's face it, that was a bonehead play, and then he compounded it by fumbling the ball. So he is a goat in this instance, even though he had been running pretty well up until then. Lovie Smith after the game said he continues to see progress out of Caleb Haney. Really?
Where? Are
Where?
you kidding me?
No, that's what he said.
Stop yourself. You mean to tell me he sees what? What is he? Are you serious?
I am.
Progress.
You'll hear it. You'll hear the sound bites from him. He also said, and it was echoed by some of the defensive backs and everybody on defense who we talked to, that they did not go into a prevent defense. Lovey called it a traditional Bears defense. Well, traditional Bears defense that was playing prevent defense. That's what it was. They were so far off the wide receivers. And listen, in this high altitude that guys are going to be able to, or their kicker especially, who was kicking 70-yarders before the game, by the way, that, you're going to kick a long field goal. So you got to play up on those guys and not allow them to get across midfield. Bottom line is they just blew this game. I don't know how else to put it.
David, Ed and I were talking about this game, and I thought it was a lock, a shoe-in at the end of the game. There was no question about it. I said, well, that's good. I said, the Bears didn't play that well. I didn't like the way they played, but, they did. They won. They got so damn conservative on offense. They didn't want to score points. All they wanted to do was go 1, 2, 3 and kill the clock and get out. And number two, you're absolutely correct. When I saw where the Bear defense was playing and the backs were playing defensively, you were giving them all that room to move the football down the field. And like you said, guys are kicking 57, 59-yard field goals. What the hell do you think they're going to do?
Especially when it was 10-7, Doug,
yeah.
And they had very little time left on the clock, and a long field goal. This guy is pretty automatic, and again, anything beyond midfield is even a possibility here today. But they just played off the wide receivers. It's really stupid football, guys. Forgive me for saying so.
No.
David, I don't think you have to reach far for this game to look at what the hell went wrong and why we lost it. It's just the way we play football. It's special teams, it's defense, it's takeaways, offense. Don't screw it up. Whether Cutler's in there or this kid is in there, we just don't go and attack. We don't take advantage of the weaknesses of the defenses. We just don't do it, David. And we can go from week to week to week to week and point this out and point that out. But that's exactly how we play football. And if we win, fine. Move on the next week. If we win, fine. It's just not good enough, guys.
And you know what, Eddie? They played into this whole Tebow mystique mania nonsense by allowing him to do what he did. They kept the game close, conservative on offense, and allowing him to take advantage of their playing, even though they didn't say it, a prevent defense late in the game. So he was 3 of 16 at one point, and then when the game was on the line and they seemed to fall back and only rush maybe 3 guys against him at different times, he was able to do what he's been doing now over the last couple of months. So, up until that point, guys, he was horrible. He might as well have been throwing the ball to me here up in the press box. He was so far off his wide receivers. And I grant that some of them actually had a lot of drops today, but he couldn't find his wide receivers sometimes. And Caleb Haney was just as bad on some of his throws also. So really, we saw an ugly, terrible, awful football game until really the last stages of the contest today.
David, Tebow had a 9.6, I think, quarterback rating in the first half. And so what does that tell you? And the other thing, too, is the fact that, like you said, when the Bears went on a 5-game winning streak, right, a 5-game winning streak, that offense was averaging 32 points a game. And the defense was giving up maybe 20, right?
But, Doug, how many of it was from special teams and defensive turnovers,
Cutler
giving the offense a field position, Doug?
But Cutler was doing it, though.
Don't dismiss that.
No, if I'm going to take a look at Cutler.
But,
that's a
he
difference
did
in his
convert
team.
after that.
Absolutely.
Exactly. Yes.
He took advantage of it. We got the ball the first time, on the 40-yard lines offensively, 1, 2, 3, and out today's game. We can't score. There's no way in hell we could score.
And you know what, guys? To me, it always boils down to the quarterback still, to me, is the most important position in all sports. If you have Jay Cutler the last 3 weeks and he's healthy, you win all 3 of these games.
Absolutely.
I mean, Oakland was terrible, and they've been awful the last 2 weeks after the Bears lost to them out there. Kansas City was god-awful, and this Denver team was no good either. So the Bears, with a decent quarterback, certainly with Jay Cutler, would have won, in my opinion, all 3 games.
Yeah, there's no question about that, and it's too late to fix anything. And I'll tell you, Ed and I were talking about it. I'm so pissed off. I said, why would you want to go to the playoffs? What, to embarrass us? Where do you meet a good team? Where do they meet Green Bay at the end of the year and see what happens?
Well, I mean, wasn't it Mike Ditka one year who said, I don't think we're going to win another game?
Absolutely.
Well,
you can take that
quote. You can take that quote out of the mothballs because it's probably true. I will tell you one other thing, guys, because I don't know where we are in the time frame, but when we kept asking Brian Urlacher, what did you think of Tebow? What did you think? How do you think he was today as a quarterback? He goes, well, as a quarterback, he's a good running back. So these guys know that they know he's really nothing at all as a quarterback. But again, they allowed him to beat them when the game was on the line.
Shoes, have a safe trip back, buddy.
Appreciate it, guys.
See you, David.
All right,
David
Eddie.
Schuster out there in Denver. You're listening to Score Sports Radio. What, Eddie? 6,
I was
7?
going to say, tell those callers to hang in.
Oh, Thomas, Dan,
Absolutely.
John, Jerry, Omar, Owen, Dan, Eric, Fred, Harry. We'll be with you. You're listening to ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score Sports Radio.
Tebow in the gun on 3rd and 5. Takes the shotgun snap. Pockets tight. He's dodging around. No pressure yet. Now it's coming. Tebow running to the near side. Paya giving chase. Throws it. And it's picked up. What an interception. On the near side, interception Bears and Charles Peanut Tillman. Wow, that was sensational.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jeff Joniak on the call. You're listening to ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. And I want to thank UV Vodka for having us out here for the Bear game at the Snuggery in Edison Park.
As a matter of fact, I was with Freddie Hoffman last night.
Yeah.
We were at the same Christmas party. Freddie's looking good, and obviously knows, very, very successful in his business, boy.
Yeah, his food was good.
Everything.
Yep. Everything was good here.
Yes.
Except the damn game.
Yes.
The defensive play of the game is brought to you by State Farm Insurance. It was Charles Tillman's interception of Tim Tebow. Hey, let's go out to Eric in Phoenix, Arizona. Eric on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, Doug and OB, how you doing?
What's up, buddy?
Good. I remember one time I got 2 things. One time you said you saw Abe Gibran eat a whole turkey in one sitting. As a kid, I grew up next to an ex-football player named Bill Bishop, and I watched Abe Gibran stuff a whole sausage sandwich in his mouth. So I believe everything that you tell me when it comes to that.
He's pretty good at that. He was pretty good at that.
Hey, I just wanted to see if you guys saw that on the field goal with when they tried to ice him, when Lovey tried to ice him, there was, I think, 1 second left when he called that timeout. So correct me if I'm wrong. If they didn't call that timeout, would they not have been 5 yards further back? I don't know if it would mean to him if that would have happened, but it would have turned a 51-yarder into a 56-yarder.
I don't think so. We were on our way over here when it was going on, basically, and I don't think it would have made a difference. The biggest problem with that was the fact the way the defense paneled that guys at the end. Knowing that the fact the field goal in itself, the guy apparently when he was warming up kicked a 70-yarder. You know that when you see Robbie Gould kicking a 59-yarder or a 57-yarder, and this guy kicks a 59, that's a problem. They had to toughen up. The goal line should have been out there further, thinking that you didn't want them to get close enough to kick a field goal.
Parking lot.
That's right. Let's go out to Thomas in Jonesboro. Thomas, you're on the score.
Hey, what's up, guys? How's it going?
Good.
Well, my first thing is, we're going to be more aggressive with the offense. Well, Caleb Haney, he's been playing, obviously not up to par. But, why don't you go with a hurry-up offense? Get him in a rhythm. Do something. I mean, run. Out of the gate, they're running. Okay, they made a few plays, and sure, there was a few penalties and stuff like that, but give me a freaking break. We're talking like 5-6 years now. Whenever the Bears, even if they get a lead, like when they're up 10-0, oh no, we're going to get conservative. No, that's when you. Did they even throw a pass over 20 yards?
19 yards.
All game?
19. No, they did not. 19 was the longest.
And that's part of the problem. Again, too, we're going back to being conservative. They want to kill the clock. They did exactly what everybody else did to Denver in the last 5 games, and they lost. You think you have them. You said, okay, boy, look, we're going to punch them around. We'll finish the game off. We'll kill the clock. You got to score points. You listen to Score Sports Radio 670, theexpressbet.com. Presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Obradovich on the phone.
You can hear a pin drop. Snap. Placement's good. Raiders punching the kick up. The kick is up, and the kick is good. Denver has won 6 in a row. They have knocked off the Bears to go to 8-5, and the Bears with a serious loss to drop them to 7-6. Broncos win it 13-10 here in Denver.
All losses hurt, but some seem like hurt a little bit more. This one definitely feels like it hurts a little bit more. Had an opportunity. We have a 10-point lead late like that. We're going to normally win the football game, but you had to give them a lot of credit. They hung in there, and late there got some momentum going, and made some good plays there to allow them to win the game.
You listen to this guy?
I heard him. Yeah, I wish I could turn it off. They really deserved to win. All game for 4 quarters, they were a piece of crap, and they played the last 2 minutes. They deserve to win the game. Yeah, right here. Now it's time to name our hot and cold player of the game, presented by Four Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning. For all the right reasons, 4 Seasons. The hot players, we're going to pick 2. Robbie Gould with a 57-yard field goal, and Adam Podlish, who did some great punting today. And the cold goes to wide receiver Bennett. 0 catches. Now, here's a guy.
Not his fault.
No, it's not. You just paid the guy $18 million. Why wouldn't you use him?
Because I'm going to tell you what they did. They went with the invisible game plan.
There it is.
That's it. You heard it here first.
The one they keep in the back of the ball.
That's right. Yeah. We're going to put him out there for 60 minutes, and nobody's going to know he's out there.
That's right. We're going to fool everybody.
That's right.
That's right. Don't worry about it. We'll fool you all.
That's it.
$18 million to him. Don't worry about it. We won't throw it to him.
And we'll keep it from Caleb Haney, too.
Exactly.
Just make sure he doesn't figure it out.
Keep him in the pocket so he can get killed. Okay, here we go.
Jesus.
Dan from Rogers Park. Dan, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Well, Doug, OB, I want to thank you guys because you helped me through my Monday mornings. It'd be so depressing if I didn't get to listen to you two guys. These other sportcasters, radio guys are all on the BS. They all drink the Kool-Aid from the McCaskies and Lovey and all of that BS. But I want to say one thing. If we bring in a kid from Mount Carmel, McNabb, we would have won 2 or 3 of these games and not lost them. We got to spend a little money. They got to dig into those pockets and spend a little of that McCaskey-Hallis money to bring in some veteran quarterback to get us through these times to the playoffs, and maybe the kid will come back with that finger injury.
You know, the first time I heard about McNabb, I said, I looked at McNabb, looks like he's finished. He's over the hill. He's a little puffy. He's a little older. But, and I was going on what they were saying. The Bears were saying, and Lovey's saying, and still saying, Haney's our quarterback. He's improving. He's getting better. So I'm saying, okay, fine. The Oakland game, that's something that happened. Don't worry. It'll change in the Kansas City game. It didn't happen. Well, don't worry, Doug. Don't worry, Doug. It's going to happen. It's going to happen in the Denver game. It did not happen.
Dan,
done.
Dan, for you and my partner here, Doug, do you think the game plan would have been any different if Donovan McNabb was the quarterback? Do you think we'd have stretched the field? Do you think we'd have had rollouts and bootlegs and play action? Do you think this whole game plan would have changed? No.
Well, here's what I think, Ed. I think the fact that in the pocket, and he wants to keep him in the pocket, McNabb is better pocket passer than Haney. And like you said, if you got something like that, it's called adapt or die. Move the kid around. Do something with him. Don't just stand there and let it get massacred and say, okay, we're going to just kill the clock and we're going to kill the game. I don't know about McNabb coming in now, but 2 weeks ago, it could have been done.
Oh, no, they're not going to bring him in.
No, they're not going to bring him in now. Not in a million years.
No way.
That won't happen ever. Let's go out to John in the south side. John, you're on the scoreboard, OB and Doug.
Happy holidays, guys, if I don't get the chance to talk to you guys before Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you, Happy New Year, and a healthy one.
You know what, guys? I'm going to tell you what, and just take a sip of whatever you're drinking right now and allow me for 15 seconds to rant and rave and say what I got to say, please.
Go ahead.
Lovey Smith, all I want for Christmas is a newspaper with a picture on it, and under the headline says, "You're fired."
Lovey Smith, huh? Is he the only one you want to go after? How about Haney? You want to go after him? How about Angelo? You want to go after him? You want to go after that offensive line? Hey, how about this one? How about the wide receivers? I mean, Haney couldn't play Santa Claus at Macy's. I mean, that's how bad it is. I'm so pissed off by watching this.
That was a good one, Doug.
Was it?
Yeah, I like that one.
All right.
Santa Claus at Macy's.
Ed, you know what?
You're just full of all those.
No, you know what happened, Ed? after this game, I knew I thought we won this game, but you know what? I'm not impressed.
This game was laughable.
Yeah, it got to a point where it was a joke. And I'm saying, and I know those guys were out there trying. I know the defense was doing this and doing that. It's just not there. And
Doug, they're only out there doing what the coaches have told them, whatever the game plan is on either side of the ball, and that's what they're trying to make work, okay? It's not working.
No, it's not. Not especially the last 3 games. How do you expect it to work the last couple games, the last 3 games? How's it going to work? How's it going to work against Seattle? How's it going to work against Green Bay?
Oh, no, wait a minute here. If we're going to be at home against Seattle, you think Seattle's going to win that football game?
Ed, at this point in time,
yes,
I'll go down and get St. Rita at this point in time, and they'll give them a battle. I wouldn't pick them to win any one of the next 3, the way they're playing.
Wow.
Let's go out to Jerry in Des Plaines. Jerry on the scoreboard, OB and Doug.
Hey, guys, great show. I listen to you all the time, and I love it.
Thanks,
and I wish you guys were coaching the team, It would be a lot different. I want to talk about Lovey's prevent defense. We've been watching this for the last 5 years, okay? What he calls the prevent defense is the safeties 25 yards deep in his cover 2, Tampa 2, whatever you want to call it, defense that doesn't work. Every game, it's the same thing, the same. How come he can't see this? I mean, does he think? I mean, I understand it's a little easier to sit back and criticize when you're watching TV. And when you're on the field, it's a little different. But is this guy that much of an idiot? He's got the IQ of a chimpanzee.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. Lovey has done some things, and he's done some good things, and that team will play for Lovey. It just happens to a lot of times, and I used to get aggravated when I was playing at the end of the game. You got the game locked up, and all of a sudden you want to switch everything around. Everybody goes up playing, play deep. The defensive backs were playing so deep you couldn't even see them in the damn picture. The fact is you have to get aggressive at that point in time. You have to go after that quarterback, especially when you know what the Denver Broncos do in the fourth quarter. They make this a miraculous return. Then stop it. Go up there and stop the damn thing and get aggressive and get after them. They did not do that. Not that they only didn't do it on defense. They didn't do it on offense. And that's another big part of the problem. Let's go out to Owen in Willowbrook. Owen, you're on the scoreboard, OB and Doug.
Hey, guys, 2 great former players. I love listening to you. I got to tell you, from
defensive standpoint, coaching staff and the coaches not to lose, rather to win. I've seen tougher defenses in Pro Bowls. If you blitz somebody up the middle or from the right side and make Tebow roll right, he doesn't have those last two drives. And then from Barber's standpoint, people can sugarcoat it. Haney can sugarcoat it. That's a play you make at Pop Warner. You go down, but they would have been better off taking a knee with Haney. And I'll tell you, why is he in the game? Because you can see his head was not in the game in overtime, because where he fumbled the ball would have been a 51-yard field goal. And instead of running the ball to the right side, where it would have been a better angle, kick the field goal, they run to the left, where this guy's holding the ball down their hips, not protected, trying to do too much, instead of just hands up the ball.
And then, all these things we've been talking about, Ed and I, and there's no question there's a ton of things you could bring up of this football game, and you take a look at it and you say what happened. The Bears don't deserve to go to the playoffs. I mean, they don't. And that's what I'm looking at. And it's hard for me to say that. Somebody said, well, Doug, come on. We get the play. What are you going to do what? What are you going to do when you go to the playoffs? When you meet a real football team and see what happens to you? Because you've been playing guys that are tomato cans. Oakland's a tomato can. Kansas City is a tomato can. Denver's not a very good football team, even though the record says, okay, yeah, fine, because they win in the last quarter. Now you're going to play Minnesota, another tomato can. And then you're going to play Seattle, another tomato can. The only one's going to be Green Bay, and God, I'm not going to watch that football game. I don't know what the hell they could do to us with that team the way they play.
You know what, Doug, and going back to when we started out, and I mentioned that, we ran the ball 38 times, and I don't have a problem with that. But coupled with that, there's a couple of things, again, I mentioned that we could do. During this game, folks, they lose Brian Dawkins, the strong side safety, Andre Goodman, a cornerback, and they lose the free safety in David Burton. And we can't see that. We can't go after them on a post pattern or split the seam with a tight end. In other words, go over the middle. Again, their free safety and strong safety were out of the game. A cornerback was out of the game, and we could not change the game plan to go after and try to exploit their losses on defense, which just happened to be 3 of the 4 starters in the defensive backfield. And we don't even try to take advantage of this situation. It's all about coaching, folks. Again, 3 of them, strong side safety and free safety, out of the damn football game, and a cornerback, and we don't take advantage of it. We don't try to move and go over and try somehow to get underneath or over the top on these people. Never challenge them.
Eddie, that comes under the category of adapt or die.
Stupid.
Died. They died. That's exactly what happened to them at the end of that football game. Let's go out to Dan in Highland, Indiana. Dan, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
How are we doing, fellas?
Hi, Dan.
For your show. Doug, you're going to be happy with me, and OB, you're not going to like me. I'm sick and tired of everybody blaming Lovey. The guy's had 70 wins without any talent. And Mike Martz is 18-8 with a real quarterback. This comes down to talent. Caleb Haney's had 4 years to learn this system. He's had all the time in the world. And the reason, and I listen to Zach Zagman, I listen to Hub Arkish, talking about how we need to make sure that we run the ball. We do the things we need to do to make sure we get the control and not put them in bad situations. Well, you saw that game, the first 3 quarters of this game, and it didn't work. We don't have the talent, and we do not have the players with the 2 guys that we have out to be effective. This is not about coaching. This has been well coached throughout the whole time Lovey's been here. He's gotten more out of anybody than anybody else could have. And same with Martz, 18-8 with a real quarterback. So I think when it comes down to adjusting and some of the things you've been talking about, you know what? We don't have it to do it.
Well, there's no question about the fact about the talent. I mean, there's no question about it. Our offensive line in the first half, you saw it. 3 false starts. That put us in bad position right away. And so when Haney can't and he cannot, you look at the guy as a quarterback. A lot of quarterbacks get rushed and it's tough and when you're in the middle of the pocket. He has no pocket presence whatsoever. He doesn't know where he's at. He's like a blind man just looking for a piano or something, just going around in circles. And so that's what happens. And so that's a big part of it. But what Ed is saying, which is absolutely correct, you should know that as a coach and say, listen, we're going to do something else differently. We're going to get him out of the pocket, and we're going to say, listen, roll a little bit. And if you want to, how about this one? Run the damn football. Run it. Why not? You want to win the football game. You're listening to Score Sports Radio 670, the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number is 312-644-6767.
Yeah, you know what? Just look here, Doug. With all our callers and with Doug and I, it's total frustration.
Absolutely.
Frustration. I mean, my Lord. I mean, when there are things that are so right in front of your eye, and there aren't adjustments made, you know, what are they thinking about?
I don't know, Ed. I know, again, too.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens the last 3 games. I probably could tell you what's going to happen in the last 3 games. We'll be right back.
Now back to more of the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank with Doug and O.B. live from the Snuggery, 6733 North Olmsted in Chicago, and only on the official station for Bears fans, Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago sports station, presented by ExpressBet.com. Get in, get out, get paid, and brought to you in part by Cake, the new vodka by UV.
You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. We also want to thank UV Vodka for having us out here for the Bear game at the Snuggery in Edison Park. And now it's time for Doug and OB's Thoughts of the Game, sponsored by ExpressBet.com. Go right now to ExpressBet.com and enter promo code HAWWSCR to not only receive a free $125 sign-up bonus, but also be automatically entered to win $100 in free bets at Hawthorne Race Course this fall. New winners will be picked each week. That's promo code HAWWSCR at ExpressBet.com. Doug and OB's Thoughts of the Game, brought to you by ExpressBet.com. Get in, get out, and get paid. Eddie, what's your thought?
Well, I think Urlacher, for the most part, Doug, really kept Tim Tebow under lock and key. I mean, I didn't see him break away for some of those 20, 30, 40, 50-yard TD runs that he makes. So I think Urlacher did a hell of a job in shadowing him. And then I want to go back, Doug, to offense, the offensive game plan, the inept offensive game plan, the ability not to change, and especially when you see 3, 1, 2, 3, a cornerback and 2 safeties are gone, and you don't even test the waters, you don't even go after them and try to see if something will happen. Not acceptable, gentlemen.
And I agree with you. I think the game plan was conservative. I think it was conservative offensively. I also believe at the end of the football game, when they had a chance to clam it and finish it off, they played again deep, prevent, don't get any trouble, don't get beat deep, and end up costing them. The other thing I wanted to ask you, and I was listening to Hub Barkus this morning along with Dan Hampton, they were talking about, a rumor was out that Jerry Angelo was going to retire. And you had some great thoughts on that.
I think, well, he's been here, what now? Is it 10 years, 11 years?
About 10 years, yeah.
And, you all you have to do is look what New England has done, and especially just go right up north from us, Green Bay, and see what Ted Thompson, their general manager, has done, and Mike McCarthy, and they built their teams through the draft, okay? How many number 1s, number 2s, number 3s? A lot of them, Doug, aren't even in the game of football. And I think if this thing keeps going the way it's going, or even if it doesn't, Doug, it's time. It's time for a change. And and my thought is that I've got a feeling that maybe he was brought in and told that you're gone. And you can go one of 2 ways. One, you're fired, you're gone. And the other one is announce your retirement, that you want to spend time with the family, et cetera, and move on. Because I do not see, Doug, and I think majority of the fans and yourself, how could you keep Jerry Angelo, the general manager of this team, and look back at his book of work, Doug? It's not up to snuff. It's not acceptable, Dougie.
Yeah, and I agree.
And again, that was just my thought. Do I have anything to base that on? No. I think that he was brought in and told him that he's gone. And I think, here, you go out this way, or you can go out gracefully and spend time with the family.
And I think that would be good news. I think Jerry Angelo, the time is up. I mean, there's no question in my mind.
It's definitely up, Doug.
Yeah. But here's my problem. My problem is if that's the case, then you're trying to tell me that now Ruskell will be your GM, and if that's the case,
that would be worse.
Would be in bigger trouble than we are right
now. That would be worse. That'd be more than
death.
laughable.
Be signing a death program. So think about that one. Let's go back out to Paul in Lake Forest. Paul, you're on the scoreboard. OB and Doug.
Hey, Doug and OB.
What's up,
Hey,
Paul?
I have only one thing to say, and the one thing that was absolutely abundantly clear to me after this game, at the end of the game, it came down to one thing, and that is that God hates Marion Barber. That's all I have to say.
I used to say the same thing. God didn't like us because when we went 1-13 that one year, I said, God really don't like us. I mean, this has nothing to do with God. Let me tell you this right now.
No, it doesn't, because I'll tell you what, Doug, I think a couple times that year we played Green Bay and we got 8 turnovers.
Yeah, right.
And
lost.
we played the Denver Broncos and we got 9 turnovers, and we lost both of them, folks.
Yeah, and then at halftime we had a big fight with the offense. But that was then, and this is now.
That's correct.
Let's go out to Jerry in Elk Grove Village. Jerry on the score, it'll be in Doug.
Hey, Ed. Hey, Doug. I got a comment and I got a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
A couple of years ago, a fan called in and said he overheard one of the McCaskies saying that the Bears organization didn't want to win another Super Bowl because of what they would have to pay out. And the comment,
I don't believe that.
I don't believe that.
No, not one
Jerry,
iota.
I don't
Jerry.
believe that for a minute. The Bears play pretty good, my friend.
And
they pay pretty good.
And they're shelled out a lot of money for Cutler and for, obviously for Peppers. I just don't believe that. Again, too, I think part of the Bears' problem is the fact that they need better football people involved in their draft system, in their football evaluation.
That's why he's got to go.
That's right. And it hasn't worked.
Yeah, Jerry, what was the second part before we jumped all over you?
Sorry, Jerry.
Jerry,
we ran him off.
Oh, we did. The poor guy.
Yeah, you ran him off.
Yeah, my God.
Let's go out to Elvis.
I apologize.
Elvis in Bronzeville.
Hey, Doug and OB. How y'all guys doing?
All
What's that, Al?
Well, let's stop kidding ourselves and just look at Lovey's record. I mean, just his overall record. Have he ever won anything? Have he ever won a Super Bowl? Have he ever been on a winning staff? Have he ever won anything? He seemed when he went to the Super Bowl. Let's go back to the ghost of Christmas past of Lovey Smith. When he went to the Super Bowl, he seemed like he was just happy to be there. Just look at last year. Last year when they went to the championship game, they could have beat Green Bay. They could have beat Green Bay. Could have won that game. This guy and Jerry Angelo, they just got to go. It's just the handwriting is written on the wall now.
I don't know what happens when a new GM comes in to decide when he has his own coach or he wants to decide who's going to be there. And I know Ed and I have jumped on Lovey Smith, but I'm going to tell you something. Lovey's done some stuff
He's
here.
also been given his kudos, and
he's
been when he does a great
right.
job. There's no question about that.
And exactly. I mean, the fact is, he got us to playoffs. He got us there. Now, don't forget, too, we get a guy that gets hurt. We get to go to the championship game. Cutler is out. I think a lot of the fact is that people don't give Cutler the due that he earns. That how much important he is to this football club and how much important quarterbacks are, how important offensive linemen are, how important wide receivers are. We don't have none of it now. I mean, that's where it's at. So be honest about the whole damn thing. Let's go out to Mark in San Francisco. Mark on the scoreboard will be in Doug.
Hey, guys, I just wanted to say about the two game plans. Defensively, we did force them to take a 59-yard field goal and a 51-yard field goal. This guy hit him. But, you got to give some credit to the defense to at least force them into some long field goals. On the offensive side, you're saying that you want to bootleg him out, you want to do different things. Have you seen the interceptions this guy has thrown when he's been on the run? We don't even trust him to throw a dinky little pass in the red zone. We gave him, 5 chances against Kansas City in the fourth quarter. You really want to put the ball in this guy's hands with the game on the line?
There's nobody else, and there's nothing wrong with bootlegging. Is it going to work every time? No. But I'll tell you what, where was the play action? These are things that other teams use, constantly. And it was all set up for it, and we never moved to it.
And, Mark, on the other hand, do you really want to see him in the pocket? Do you really want to see him sitting in the middle there with guys all around him?
There you go.
He doesn't know which way to turn, which way to go. He's confused as hell. A lot of times, too, you get him out of the pocket. Now, he made one completion on it. I saw him today rolling out. But the fact is, though, that's not his strength is the pocket. That's no question about it. It's not his strength to be in the pocket. unless it's a 1, 2, 3, throw it and get it the hell out of there. And he didn't do much of that. Let's go out to Brian in wherever he's at. Brian, you're on the score.
I'm on the south side. How you doing? Hey,
What's up, Brian?
I just heard you praise Cutler. Cutler is a good quarterback, but what scares me about him, he just got hurt in 2 bad situations in the NFC Championship when we was on the road. The reason why Caleb Haney is on that team, and I'm starting to wonder, is because he doesn't make Cutler nervous. There's a part of me who thought that the minute Cutler got hurt, the Bears really didn't want to go to the playoffs because they usually a halfway decent quarterback would have beat the Raiders, definitely Kansas City, and won this game today.
Mm-hmm.
If you get a halfway decent quarterback in there with the Bears defense, you might get Green Bay a little challenge. You might not be, and then again, I don't know, you might could. Then you got a problem. You think he's going to sit behind Cutler and be Packers number 2 next year? Then you got a problem. So I think there's a part of me that the Bears don't. When Cutler went down, I think they threw the towel in the season anyway.
I don't know about throwing a towel in, and we heard it from Lovey, and I heard it from Martz, and everybody says Haney's our quarterback, Haney's our guy. He's really developed. In fact, Lovey even said it today. He said that Haney's coming along, he's progressing.
Martz said it.
Martz said it.
Martz said it.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. Where's he progressing? If that's the case, what does he progress? He got 3 games to progress further. By the time you're done progressing, it's over with. The season's finished. So, again, too, let me tell you something right now. Cutler's the guy. And without Cutler, you're not going anywhere. You can take that to the bank. Let's go out to Mark and Wheaton. Mark, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
That will be Doug.
Hey, Mark.
How are you?
Good.
I called in this morning to the pregame show, and I asked Dan and Hub a question. And it kind of came off of what you were talking about, OB, because you called into that show. But anyway, let's assume that the Bears go out, that Angelo is gone, and the Bears go out and get a great GM that can appraise talent, get an offensive line in here, get some receivers, big time, a number 1, maybe a number 2, and maybe another tight end. And I asked them, if you were the GM, you were that GM, would you keep Lovey to execute your plans? And they defended Lovey pretty much, and even Dan did, which I was a little bit surprised. But they said, well, Lovey doesn't have the talent, and the players like playing for him. That was their main point. So if you give Lovey the talent, they feel he's a coach that can take us to the Super Bowl. I don't agree with that, but here's the one thing I would ask you. Leaders are you know a true leader when the chips are down, not when everything's going well. But when the chips are down, when you've got a quarterback that's hurt and a running back that's hurt, you see what happens to the team at that point in time. And you've seen what's happened the last 2 weeks. So my question is this, and maybe I'll phrase it this way. If Belichick or Sean Payton, Mike McCarthy, even the guy in Texas, Gary Kubiak, were coaching the Bears with our talent the last weeks, do you think the outcome would still be what we saw these last 2 weeks?
Yeah, I would think so. I want to tell you this right now, and I know Lovie Smith, I know Belichick's a better quarterback, but I'm going to tell you something. You better have it. You talk about Belichick, he's sitting up there with Brady. I know the guy's smart, and I know the guy's a genius, but you're sitting with Tom Brady. His defense couldn't play dead. If you take a look at New England, you saw what happened today. The fact is they got a great offense, and they put points up. I think Lovie Smith, with the talent, can do the job. At first, I never believed that. Go back years, and I kept saying, come on, Lovie, what are you doing? As I take a look at it, I mean, there's nothing there.
Doug, no, wait a minute here. He's been here 8 years.
Yeah.
Jerry Angelo's been here, I believe, 10 years. Trust me, they work together. They work together in drafting people. Jerry Angelo will just say, you're my number 1 draft choice, and you don't ever check with one of the McCaskies, or you don't ever check with Lovie Smith. There is open conversation. They do talk about this stuff. So what you're talking about if Lovie had better personnel.
Talent, yes.
Doug, he's been involved in this for 8 years.
I hear it, but I don't believe this. I believe that scouting. Why
you mean he's locked out of Jerry Angelo's office?
Why do you think you got rid of Bobby DePaul? Why do you think Bobby DePaul is out?
Why do I think Bobby DePaul's out?
Because he stood up to him. That's why.
Bobby DePaul was a little bit smarter than him.
Yeah. And the fact is because you take a look what's going on, he makes the final decision, Eddie. That guy makes the final decision.
Doug, he probably does make the final decision, but I don't think that he constantly overrules and shuns whatever Lovie thinks about what's going on offensively and defensively. I think he does have a communication, and they do talk, and Lovey does have some weight. So I think it's, whose problem is it? All the above.
Well, the problem comes down to the fact is no matter how you look at it and what you do say, and you're absolutely correct, the talent is not there on offense. The talent is not on the offensive line. The talent is not on the wide receivers. The talent is not there. And they lost their best talent when they lost their quarterback and they lost their running back. They can't fill in that. Barber did a job today, gained over 100 yards. That's correct. But also we saw what he also did in that football game. Wasn't the same thing. Was not the same. Isn't football mental? Let me ask you a question. Last week against Kansas City, who took a pass, went for a touchdown, but didn't line up on the line of scrimmage? Who was that?
That was Barber.
That was Barber. There's more to this damn game than just physically beating the hell out of somebody. It's called thinking. It's called IQ. And that's part of it. That's part of being a football player. Let's go out to Chris in Bloomingdale. Chris, you're on the score.
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call this evening.
Right,
I just, I'm looking at this game today, and it's like, we're blaming everybody, but the bottom line is this. We played too conservative in the fourth quarter, which was ridiculous. 3 and outs with 8 minutes left in the game. Then at the end of the game, 2 minutes left, the defense is playing conservative again. What are these coaches thinking? What is Martz thinking? It got to the point where it's like, okay, we want to blame the players. But when they're taking these plays and they're calling them in there and they're saying, play conservative, that's how we lost the game. The bottom line.
Well,
that's all I got to say, guys. Thank you.
That's the other thing, too, and this is where Ed comes in about Lovie Smith. That was part of, he makes that decision, too, though. Not just Marinelli on a defensive coordinator.
Right.
Because that's what Lovie does. He plays that soft two and soft thing and that. I look at it differently. I go after the guy, so that's it.
And Dougie, again, just to go, with Denver having those 3 defensive backs out.
Oh, that was huge. That was a great point.
That's unbelievable.
That's a great point. You take a look at your opponents. When you got 3 guys you're missing up there, you take advantage of somebody.
Dawkins was on the sideline and closed. He was a cheerleader.
Yep. The post-game show was brought to you by Old Second Bank. Start banking on your future. Thanks to UV Vodka, Herb Lawrence, Mark Jolliffe, Brett Lyons, Joe Dredge, Wayne Randazzo, Mike Peterson, Brendan McCaffrey.
There you go. Our crack
producer. Matt Santa Maria and David Schuster. Coming up next on The Score, we will join Sunday Night Football in progress. Dallas against the Giants.
See you next week.
From the Buffalo Wild Wings at 207 East Roosevelt Road in Lombard, it's time for the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank, with Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich, only on the official station for Bears fans, Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's sports station, presented by ExpressBet.com. Get in, get out, get paid, and brought to you in part by Miller Lite, the official beer of your Chicago Bears.
Snap, Haney going to throw from his 1. Lines up, nice tight spiral, caught by Johnny Knox at the 25. On the move to get rid of the Seahawks. He gives up the football, and the Seattle Seahawks have picked it up on the bounce inside the Bear 25.
And Johnny Knox is still on the ground in some pain, it looks like, Jeff.
Bears say Johnny Knox going to the hospital, out for the rest of the game. They're calling it a mid-back injury.
Tavares takes turns, gives to Marshawn Lynch, skipping inside, and he shoulders down across the middle of the goal line and into the end zone with a touchdown for Seattle.
A non-touch touchdown. They hand it to Marshawn Lynch, and you complained from the last series when they're pitching it. Now they hand it straight ahead, and Marshawn Lynch doesn't stop till he crosses the goal line.
Snap, Jackson throwing to the end zone, looking right, and he's hit. Ball comes out on the ground in the end zone and recovered for a Bears touchdown. Julius Peppers, touchdown Bears.
Go ahead, say it, Jeff.
Stripped by Peppers and recovered by Adonijay. Adonijay on the recovery for the touchdown. Peppers on the strip. Here's the takeaway by Henny, back on 5 steps. Going to leave the pocket again to the near side. Sets up another window. Sets his feet. Coming clean. Catch. Touchdown. Khalil Bell. Front near side of the end zone. Touchdown Bears. Matched up with the linebacker. And it was Haney buying himself some time. And that ends a streak of 9+ quarters without a passing touchdown for Caleb Haney. And the Bears have the lead. One back set. It's Marshawn Lynch. Tight end in motion to the right side. Snap, take, turn. Giving Marshawn Lynch to the goal line, and he is into the end zone for the touchdown. Muscles in from the 3 of the Seahawks on the big throw from Tavares Jackson. Has tied up this game, or at least an extra point away from tying it up. One back set, Spates the wing right, snap, Haney, play fake. Here comes pressure, throws it right to Red Bryant at the 15 to the 10, 5 end zone, touchdown Seattle. Ugly. With a capital U. Straight eye formation. McCoy, tight end in motion to the left. Snap. Jackson looking to throw. Going to go to Michael Robinson. Open at the 1. Spinning into the end zone over the right side. Touchdown, Seattle. Running away from Craig Stouts. Michael Robinson is in from the 2. And the Seahawks are now away from the Bears. It is 30-14.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We are live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Lombard, 670 at 207 East Roosevelt. Obradovich on the phone. Our phone number 312-644-6767.
Hey,
why are you chuckling, Ed? You're chuckling. When you chuckle,
I'm looking out at the faces out there, and they're ready to rock. And I'm going to tell you something. This thing will be lit up like a Christmas tree for 2 hours, and guess what? Doug and I are ready.
We're ready to roll. Have you ever seen anything as bad as this? Here. And let me start out with this. Jerry Angelo, you go whistle Dixie. You go whistle Dixie, mister.
Jerry
What
Angelo.
I saw out there today was just pathetic. All the way around. Pathetic offense, pathetic wide receivers, pathetic quarterback, and even the defense, who I absolutely love, they turned pathetic.
Now tell me, how do you really feel about it, Doug?
Pathetic, Ed. How about this one in the second half? The Bears are winning 14-7, right? 14-7, they're winning the football game. Seattle gets the football. In 1 minute and 58 seconds, they drive 80 yards for a touchdown. 80 yards. They got catches a 32-yard catch, and you got the other guy, Obama Wanawu, whatever his name is. He catches a 43-yard touchdown.
Adjustments, Doug. They made adjustments.
And then we come back, and then, of course, we throw the interception, which turns into another touchdown. Now we end up losing 21-14. That was bad enough. I mean, that started it. But there was nothing out there that said to me that this team, number one, playoffs, get out of this. You know playoffs. Number two, I never saw a team perform like that badly. And all the way around. We're not talking about just the offense, who was just pathetic anyway. The defense, the way they gave up those yardage, and some of the play calls. Haney, the first half, exactly did what he was supposed to do. I thought that was going to be the game plan. I thought it was a good game plan until Pete Carroll got smart and the second half took it away from him. But the Bears couldn't answer back because they don't know what to do after that. So they shut that down. So all in all, when you take a look at this football game, you say to yourself, first of all, the turnovers, the touchdowns scored, and the position of the offense as far as the offensive line is concerned. How many times, Ed, did you see that offensive line just break down totally?
Well, Doug, that's every week. It doesn't matter. But Doug, I'll just tell you something here. Now these coaches, this one, I mean, the players.
You're chuckling again.
They were there. Doug, there's so many god awful things there to think about. You know, when you scheme against a team from week to week to week, and you get from all the quality coaches, and they're supposed to break everything down for you offensively and defensively. How is it possible last week when we played Denver, they have three of the 4 defensive backs are out: Dawkins, Bruton, and Goodman. Not one time do we attack that situation. Longest pass, 19 yards. Do we use our tight end? No. Do we try to attack that area, split, go over the middle, do whatever we can do to attack? We don't even do that. Today, folks, Seattle Seahawks, 3 starting offensive linemen are out of the game. Their left tackle, their right guard, and their right tackle. The whole right side is gone. And we don't come with line tricks. We don't come with blitzes to attack their weakness. I'm telling you, this is beyond reality here. How dumb can you be?
That's dumb, Ed. There's no question about that. It's dumb, all right? But here's something a little dumber. I don't think we have the talent to do what you just said.
Now,
and I think that's the problem.
Doug, these are our football players,
Haney's my
and we
quarterback.
like our team, and we like where our position is.
That's ridiculous. I mean, they can't do anything out there. They can't do anything offensively, and you can't do a lot of things when you don't have an offensive line. You have wide receivers. Last week we had wide receivers that caught the football 3 or 4 times. That was it. Where's Bennett? You paid him $19 million. He caught 1 pass today. That means he's caught 2 in 3 games. What the hell does that mean? When you target him to catch, he caught 1 great one today, and that was the last you saw of him.
Doug, when you can't go after people's weaknesses, whether it's offense or defense, how the hell do you expect them to game plan and use a fellow like him in our offensive game plan? 2 plays to me that really exemplified what happened out there. Today, Lovie Smith did not have him ready to play football. Normally he does. Today, missing in action. Jamarcus Webb. In the 4th quarter, remember when it was 3rd and 2?
Yeah.
He gave up a sack. He got beat like a drum, and that was all day long. Defensively, I remember it was around 5 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Anthony Adams, our right defensive tackle, the last time I saw him, it was 12 yards and counting when their offensive lineman was blowing them out backwards. Now, when it's that bad, you got to fall down to the ground, grab grass, pray, my God, do something. That's embarrassing.
Yeah, not only embarrassing. I mean, that's the worst part is being embarrassed. But the fact is when you look at the football and the way football should be played, and you think the Bears are a rough and tumble football team. They're a team that takes no prisoners. We'll rip your eyes out. We'll take your jaw off your face. That's exactly right. I was told that. It's not real. And what's happening out there right now, we're not doing anything right. Nothing. There's not a damn thing that I can tell you today and say to you, let's hope that something happens. I hope we don't get into the playoffs. I'm scared next week against Green Bay. Even though Kansas City beat them today, they're going to be in a pissed-off mood. And you're going to find us going to try to go against them. We had a hell of a time today with Seattle, with Tavares Jackson, let alone Aaron Rodgers, for God's sakes. And I'm going to tell you something. They all got to take the blame up there. And starting with Whistling Dixie Jerry Angelo. There's not enough guys out there.
There's a guy, Doug.
There's not enough talent out there either.
Yeah, there's a guy, Jerry Angelo, at 10 years here, okay? And after 10 years, I mean, it's in black and white what's happened here with the draft choices, okay? It's time. It is time. Please leave this town and take everybody that you brought in with you.
And that includes Ruskell, too, by the way.
Amen.
You got a clean house. This postgame show is brought to you by Old Second Bank. Start banking on your future. And you want to look at the Bears' future? I don't see any of it. Let's go out to William in the South Side. William, you're on the scoreboard. OB and Doug.
Yeah, I was thinking that there's no way in the world I would have put Caleb Haney back after that first pick 6. There's no way.
Who are you going to put in?
I don't. It doesn't matter. After that was it.
See, you know, William, when you say that, that's a part that aggravates the hell out of me. When you say it doesn't matter, what does that mean? That means we don't have enough talent around to even trying to make a change or bring somebody in. Should have, or Woody have brought in McNabb at the beginning of this fiasco, and at least you'd had a quarterback that's been around. They're the ones that know how good the quarterbacks. We don't. We just took what happened in the playoff game last year with Haney playing against the Green Bay Packers. What if that had a different quarterback? I don't know. But I got to tell you one thing. It wouldn't have changed the way the offensive line blocks. That wouldn't have happened. And that defense let me down tremendously. Anytime you give up a 43-yard pass and a 32-yard pass and a running touchdown, 14 in 1 minute and 58 seconds, start of the second half, that's your defense. What kind of defense are we talking about, even though we scored the first 7 points?
Doug, you take Julius Peppers out.
Oh, we're dead.
Out today. Folks, if you take him out today and you take a look at how the rest of the defensive line played, if any of you T-voted or whatever and get a chance to look at it, just look for 4 quarters at those 3 guys. It is incredible. It's incredible. And playing against 3 backups. That can't happen.
It did happen. It did happen, Eddie. The fact is, when we saw that schedule, we said, oh, look, the Bears got tomato cans on their schedule. What tomato cans, Doug? Oh, they got to play Oakland. There's a tomato can. We got to play Kansas City. Oh, another tomato can. How about Oakland? Oh, another big tomato can. Tomato can. Oh, yeah. Denver, here's another tomato can. Tomato can my ass. We can't beat anybody the way we're playing right now. It's unbelievable. When you're going into halftime winning 14-7, you're up 14-7. Where's your defense? Where's your offense? Where's your coaches? Where's your special teams? And by the way, Hester, start making some fair catches, will you? Instead of the ball bouncing all over the damn place. Let's go out to Steve in Northbrook. Steve, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hello, guys. How you doing?
Good, Steve.
Yeah, I agree with everything you guys are saying. It's just Sundays have become. I wish they had to believe I've been a diehard fan over 30 years, but I wish they would have had the strike now. So I got to be punished. Me and my friends were punished watching this. Jerry Angelo, Ted Phillips, and McCaskies. Mike Martz, Lovie Smith, they're stupid enough to let this guy go 4 weeks in a row. We're Chicago fans. We got to be punished watching Caleb Payne. And I know people saying Donovan McNabb, oh, he's too old. I heard one of the brightest minds, offensive minds in football on your radio show a week ago or so, said Brian Belichick. He said, Bill Belichick, he said it takes a week or so to let these guys, a new quarterback come in, Donovan McNabb, Brett Favre, whoever. If we are saying that they cannot pick up the system, I would prefer to have a quarterback who cannot play the system. If this is a guy like Caleb Payne, he knows the system and this is how he plays, let's go out and get a guy who does not know the system. And this is embarrassing. It's a black guy on the Bears organization. It's football Sundays are just, it's just dead. You know, everyone's just using it for partying, having fun.
Hey. Go ahead.
You going to say something, Ed?
Well, yeah, Steve, you know what? You look at total yards today. We had a total of 221 yards, of which 168 were the first half. So in 30 minutes of football, we had a total of 53 yards. And it goes to show you, Julius Peppers, who was a free agent brought in, Cutler, a free agent brought in, Jerry Angelo, 10 years, Lovie Smith, 8 years, and this is what we're looking at here. And these teams, bad teams, are coming in our living room and taking us apart. That's acceptable?
This segment is brought to you by Gerber Collision and Glass. They come highly recommended. You're listening to ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. The Bears get their ass kicked. We'll be right back. Welcome to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. On the score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Buffalo Wings in Lombard, 207 East Roosevelt. Obradovich and Buffon, 312-644-6767. We have the pest of the game. Today's pest of the game is Jerry Angelo. Whistling Dixie, brought to you by Rose Pest Solutions.
Mark Potash, ask him a simple question. He
Yeah,
told him to go whistle Dixie.
Yeah.
He's the face of the Bears.
Now who's going to whistle Dixie?
Class act, pal.
Yeah.
Class act.
Let's go out to Steve in Park Ridge. Steve, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Gentlemen, love the show as always. You guys are good. Great outlet. Listen, you can't blame the coaching staff completely. I think they smoked a lot of the marijuana that Sam Hurd left over until they got the game plan in the second half. These guys suck. That's all I got to say.
Well, no, you're right. Maybe they should have smoked the marijuana. I don't know. I mean, after this game, after this performance today, or maybe they smoked it at halftime. I don't know that either. But all I know is at halftime they're winning 14-7. And they come out and they give up 14 points in less than 3 minutes. One, the defense gave up on a long drive, 80-yard drive, within 1 minute and 58 seconds. And the next one, Haney throws the interception to Bryant. Bryant runs 17 yards for a touchdown. You turn around, and you're losing 21-14. And after that, the wheels totally came off, and the Bears end up losing 38-14.
What the shame of it is, again, there's not enough quality people on this team. Somebody goes down. But, Doug, to play 2 games away and 2 games at home against not very good football teams, okay? They're just really not. And, boy, to get taken apart, and especially this one. They're, again, not ready to play football, Doug. And, folks, for you people that think, and, by the way, it's never come from this show. This offensive line this year is pathetic. Last year they're pathetic. The year before they're pathetic. The year before they're pathetic. Same thing with our receivers defensively. Again, where do you go? It's right in front of you. How many times do you, as a general manager, as a head coach, as position coaches, have to see this and not accept what's in front of you. How is it possible that you people can look at those defensive linemen, especially those rotation of defensive tackles, constantly getting blown off the line of scrimmage and not putting pressure on? Take Julius Peppers off that defensive line, folks. You're talking about a nightmare.
And the other thing, too, is at the beginning of the year, and I've always been and always will be a Cutler fan. I don't care if he's jerk face. I don't care what you want to call him. But I know this for sure, that he made that offensive line. He made those guys score. He made them average 30 points in that 5 games winning streak.
Doug,
and
he
was
running for his life, even when
Every
they
time.
had to go to maximum protection.
That's right.
You got 6. You got 8 guys trying to block for this guy, 7, 5, constantly, and he's still running for his life.
Yeah.
And Lovie Smith is saying, well, it's okay. Our offensive line is fine. These are the guys we want to go with. How blind can you be?
And the people last year, after the championship game with Green Bay, had the balls to say that this kid was gutless. Give me a break. What are you, stupid? Are you blind? This kid made this football club. This kid, when he was out there, makes a difference. Like Ed said, if it wasn't for him, God only knows how many sacks would have been happening.
Oh my
He
God.
got out of so much trouble, it was ridiculous. And how he hit the wide receivers, who our wide receivers can't get open. It's, they just can't get open. I don't know what the hell they're doing. Let's go out to Jack and Payless High. Jack, you're on the score.
Good afternoon. Great show. I always listen to it. First time I called, though, it's because I think the team totally quit today, and I'm sad to say that. I'm a Bear fan. I'm just shaking my head watching it. I'm just sad. They're on the cusp of the playoffs. Our management team did nothing to shore anything up. Nothing. N-O-T-H-I-N-G, and it just really bothers me as a fan. Thanks, guys.
Jack, what I pointed out in the fourth quarter, I mean, there are so many plays and so many series that you could talk about in fourth quarters here. I got 5 pages of garbage, okay? But when it's in the fourth quarter and you have Jamarcus Webb, who's about 6'7", 6'8", weighs about 350 pounds, and this guy is like a turnstile out there, I mean, this is embarrassing. And then Anthony Adams, I mean, my God, he couldn't even fall down. He was getting pushed back so far. And both of these happened to happen in the fourth quarter. And why wasn't this team ready to play football? I don't want to hear this Hurd thing. This guy's not a starter. He's a special teams guy. Forget about it. Why weren't they ready? They were still in the hunt here. 3 games left to go. Why weren't they ready? Listen, Seattle is not a juggernaut, folks.
Well, the point is, if you take a look at this real closely, Ed, and we'll talk about it more when we come back, 14-7, they're winning at halftime. Now, how could you not be ready to play the second half? I'm going to tell you how that didn't happen. How didn't happen. The fact is, Pete Carroll outcoached the Bears in the second half because what he did was he took the rollouts away. And when he took that away and kept Haney in the pocket, that caused the downfall.
Dougie, you're being
It's called
negative.
adjustment. Negative?
You're being negative, Dougie.
This segment is brought to you by Highland Howell Insurance with offices in Skokie and Naperville. One insurance agency for all of your insurance needs. You're listening to the ExpressBet post-game show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. And I think we'll be right back.
Only one Chicago sports morning show will be talking 100% Bears tomorrow morning. It's Mully and Hanley talking to Chicago Tribune Bears insider Brad Biggs at 6:40, Hall of Famer Dan Hampton at 7, and Hall of Famer Troy Aikman at 8:30. It's the best Bears experts and the most Bears talk anywhere on the official station for Bears fans. Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago sports station.
How does this episode impact, if at all, your future with the Bears?
Mark, whistle Dixie.
You gotta. That's our general manager.
Yeah, go whistle Dixie.
Ask a very simple question, which obviously should be asked. And
Mark
there
Potash,
you
too,
go.
very good at what he does. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com post-game show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. The stop of the game is brought to you by Wingstop. Wingstop serves Chicagoland with 17 locations. Visit wingstop.com. Wingstop, the wing experts. And the stop of the game
is who, Doug?
Jerry Angelo. A unanimous vote, 35-2. Well, that's not a unanimous, but 35-2 sounds
in
pretty
Chicago
strong.
it is.
Yeah, right.
Okay, it's unanimous, my friend.
Well, Radovich on the phone talking about the Bears thumping Seattle 38, Chicago Bears 14. Let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Lynn in Sister Lakes. Lynn, you're on the score.
Hi, guys. How are you?
How you doing, Lynn?
I love your show because you guys tell it like it is.
Lynn, how else can you explain this mess? Seriously, though.
You know, I've been a Bears fan my whole life, and right now it's so embarrassing to say that you are. It's frustrating to watch the games. How and who, any other team in the NFL, would watch the last 4 weeks and still have Lovey as our head coach? We have 4 former head coaches on our coaching staff, and they don't know what they're doing. Today, even the announcers in the fourth quarter said, gee, you think they'd have a hurry-up offense right now.
Mm-hmm. At the end, you're exactly right. You think they would have come out and started getting some, saying, hey, hold it, we got to pull something off here, we got to do something. Once again, they go back to that, the old let's run, like a cloud of dust, a high O silver in that second half. They're up 14-7. Now all of a sudden they give up 14 points. Now they got to make something happen. They couldn't make it happen. But the fact is, Pete Carroll, I'm telling you, out-coached them the second half. Pete Carroll out-foxed them the second half. It's exactly what they did, and it ended up the Chicago Bears lose.
You know what, Len? We've been saying this for quite some time now about offensively, about Cutler, the things that he likes to do and what he did well in college and at Denver, moving the pocket, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Exploiting whatever the other team's weaknesses are and everything. And what you see is what you get. It's absolutely mind-boggling that you think that you're going to drop for 4 games here Caleb Caney back into 7, which he did, 7 steps or a 5-7 step drop in this offense and not move this kid around, which, again, he was used to. And Mike Martz must think that whatever quarterback is out there has to go 5 or 7 before they can release the football, and you can't move the pocket. I don't know where to go, Lynn, for answers or whatever, except it's just sometimes it just boils down to sheer stupidity. I don't know what other word to use.
Ed, I was encouraged the first half with Haney because exactly what you're talking about, exactly what I've been saying.
Bootleg them out.
Yes, get him out of the pocket. Let him do something. Let him
run the football.
Let him create. Let him get out there, do stuff. And he did. He created a touchdown to Khalid Bell. He got out there. He ran for a first down. He got legs. He got to do all that. Well, I'm telling you something. They said, okay, and which is smart. They come back into the second half, and Seattle says, no, you're not going to do that anymore. Then what were the Bears trying to answer to that? There was no answer to it for them.
Doug, the Bears have no answer. They have 5 guys that cannot block anybody.
That's right.
That's this week, the week before, the week before, the year before, the year before. It never ends.
But the point is, though, in the first half, they were getting away with it because Haney was moving more. They couldn't do it, so now what do? There's no question about it, Ed. I'm not even questioning the fact about the talent. Talent is not there. It is not there.
But according to them, it is.
Well, what else are they going to say?
I'd like to see them backpedal on this one now.
They picked them, Ed.
That's
you
exactly
think they're going
correct.
To say they're bad?
That's exactly correct, Doug.
Let's go out to Bill in Aurora. Bill, you're on the score. It'll be in Doug.
Thanks, man. I really appreciate it. I'm a big fan of the show, but, the bottom line, man, 41.8 passing, percentage, whatever you want to call about it. The guy's a joke. Yeah. Think about it. I seen him. Haney's got to go. Bring out a guy that's drinking a beer out of the stands.
Hey, Bill, let me ask you a question. Let me put you. You're an offensive coordinator for this game, okay? And you've seen what Haney's done the 3 prior games. Do you sit there and put him in a 5 and a 7 step drop back to pass the football? You keep him in the pocket. Is that what you do, Bill?
No, I wouldn't do that. I would. You know what? I know you guys are like Haney fans, and I don't get it. But
no. You're missing the point here. The fact is, we know he's not a great quarterback. We know he's not a good quarterback.
You got to get him out of harm's way.
You got it. It's called adapt or die. You do that. You adapt or you die. In other words, you don't keep doing certain things you can't do. That's exactly what we're talking about here. Come up with another game plan. Do something different. Haney can only be better when he is moving around. He can't be good in the pocket. Do you know last week I heard this rumor that they told him not to run? How dumb is that? I'd be telling them to run every play if I had to. Because you got to win this particular game. Forget about the future. There's no question Haney's not the quarterback of the future for the Chicago Bears. There's no question he's not a good quarterback. The question is, you got to take what you have and try to do the best with it. You were winning 14-7 at halftime.
Doug, here's the thing. There's another thing I've mentioned on many occasions. We come out at halftime. Guess who made the adjustments? Seattle comes out.
Pete Carroll did.
And they came out with the adjustments. We came out the second half, and I'll say it again. We had 168 yards the first half running and passing. We wound up with a total of 221. So in the second half adjustments, with 2 games left to go, 30 minutes left to go, we come out and put 53 yards. 53 yards. This is a National Football League team.
And on top of that, the thing that we hang our hat on the most is the Bear defense. They come out getting the football in the second half. We're winning 14-7. You let them drive 80 yards in basically 2 plays. One was a 32-yard catch. One was a 43-yard catch, and score a touchdown in a 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Doug, here's what on defense, you got 4 players, okay? You got Tillman, you got Briggs, Urlacher, and Peppers. Take any one of them out. God forbid it should be Julius Peppers. Then we have no defensive line, period. But take any one of those guys out, then how are you going to struggle? We need those 4 difference makers in every game for us to have a chance to win.
This segment is brought to you by River Oaks Toyota, the easy guys in Calumet City. You're listening to the Express Bet Comcast post.game, whatever it was, expressbet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number is 312-644-67. That's expressbet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank.
Callers, will be right with you.
Here's the takeaway by Henny, back on 5 steps. Going to leave the pocket again to the near side. Sets up another window. Sets his feet. Coming clean. Catch. Touchdown. Khalil Bell. Front near side of the end zone. Touchdown Bears. Matched up with a linebacker. And it was Haney buying himself some time. And that ends a streak of 9+ quarters without a passing touchdown for Caleb Haney. And the Bears have the lead.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jeff Joniak on the call. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks at Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. The drive of the game is brought to you by Arlington Heights Ford, number 1 in what matters most. The drive of the game was in the second quarter. It took 10 plays, 57 yards, and covered 4 minutes and 57 seconds, ending with a Haney's 25-yard touchdown pass to Khalil Bell. Chicago Bears lose, though, in this football game, 38-14. Yeah.
Dougie, I want to give a couple of quick shout-outs here, especially to the University of Illinois. The girls' volleyball team, last night they played for the national championship, but they lost to UCLA. But the ladies got there, and congratulations. Quite an honor. And also, a big shout-out to St. Xavier University out in Orland Park. They won the NAIA National Invitational Championship. The National Football Championship last night of the NAIA. St. Xavier in Orland Park. And, Doug, I happen to know a little bit about that program. The coach has been there, I believe, like 13 years. There's a lot of quality people out there, and I just happen to know a little bit about it. John Simmons, who's on the board of trustees, is a quality person, and that whole situation with St. Xavier University is top-notch. And, again, congratulations, guys, on winning the national championship. Great job. Well done, boys.
I also want to thank all of you people for coming out here, and a special thanks to Mike Wells. Mike Wells, who was a recruiter for the Army. Mike just come back from Iraq. He's here with his father, Dennis.
There you go.
And 2 great guys, and thanks, Mike, for protecting our country. You're listening to Score Sports Radio 670, talking about the Chicago Bears loss 38-14 to Seattle Seahawks. Let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Chris in the Bronx. Chris, you're on the Score.
Hello, gentlemen. First, let me say, how long did it take for Kyle Orton to learn that playbook out in Kansas City?
About 3 days, yeah.
Exactly, because if I told you that Kansas City was going to win that game, you would probably tell me that you need to be seek some kind of psychiatric help. But the quarterback, especially a veteran quarterback, makes a difference, and we saw that today. It made a huge difference for them, and it gave them the advantage to win, especially in close situations. You know, we had the lead going into the half, and I just think even if Haney doesn't make that interception for a touchdown, we still probably, find a way to win that game. And this is why I'm saying we should have gotten McNabb. We should have went out. We should have got a veteran, and they didn't do it. And I'm going to say this. Moving forward, I don't care who feelings want to get hurt because, normally what they say is, the veteran guys, the quarterbacks or linebackers, they don't want them to bring in another legitimate guy behind them. You go and you get legitimate guys and you get some depth on this team. Because you know what? We can't keep them afford to have guys get injured, and we don't have nobody behind them to put there because of, their emotions. And that's all I have to say.
Those are great points, Chris. The one thing you talked about was Kyle Orton, and I do know this. The Bears wanted him. They wanted Kyle Orton. But unfortunately, Kansas City jumped up ahead of him, and they took him because they had to go in order. Did not get him. But the fact is, though, when you take a look at this, you're probably right about McNabb. You're probably right the fact to come in here and learn the system. I mean, how much you have to know, how much you have to do. And right now, you take a look at what was going on, but would McNabb even survive with that offensive line we have? Probably better than Haney does, put it that way. But the fact is, we're out of quarterbacks. There's no doubt about it.
Doug.
And we're out of talent, period.
Haney somehow the total incomplete package is not there. But, Doug, how many times did this kid, even on a 5-step drop back, a 5-step, this kid, he couldn't even find his number one receiver he was going for.
That's why they tried to get him out of the pocket, and they just should have kept on trying to do it. As soon as that interception hit, because Pete Carroll came with the blitz, guy hit him, he throws a football interception, Bryant runs for a touchdown, we stopped doing it. Don't stop doing it, adjust the damn thing.
Doug, why their whole right side of the line is out. Why didn't we line trick him? Why didn't we come with blitzes? Why? Why couldn't we come with a Mike blitz or a weak or strong side linebacker blitz or a safety blitz to come up between the guard and the center or the guard and the tackle or the guard and the end? You have two guys that are not starters, and we don't take advantage of it. They've got a left offensive tackle is not a starter either.
Here's the answer, Ed. Did they take advantage of Denver when
they
lost three defensive backs?
Defensive. That is Doug. There's no excuse for this, folks. This is unbelievable. When you against Denver, and they don't even bother to test or attack that area, and we don't even bother to come after. You know who came with line tricks today?
Seattle.
You got it. Mm-hmm. They came with the line tricks. Did we? No. Did we come with blitzes in an area where we should have? No. Should we have been going after they made their adjustments? Should Rod Marinelli, should he have made? Yeah. Should he? Yeah. Doug, should he have adjusted and made the adjustments and come with blitzes and line tricks in the second half?
We have a hard time.
When you have backups playing in there?
Ed, we have a hard time. And you take a look at this game, and like I said, I'll go with the talent part, not there. We have a hard time stepping on somebody's throat and finishing them off. Stepping on somebody's throat to finish them off. We don't do that. We've not done that. And that's been part of our problem. All of a sudden, we're winning 14-7. Everything is good. Life is wonderful. Just like last week. We're winning 10-0. Everything is good. Life is wonderful. You've got to go and tear and finish somebody up. You've got to finish them off, and we did not do that again. Let's go out to Jay in the southwest side. Jay, you're on the scoreboard. It'll be in Doug.
Hey, I've been waiting for Albert. I'm going to shout out my father for the gentleman say McNabb. And number 2, tear down that spaceship and build a new dome stadium because we got the worst field. And number 3, tell all the people out there, start shouting out there Mark Cuban for a new owner. And we can see a change in this city because I'm telling you, they still live in pain. We should took a shot with McNabb.
Well, there's no question. The Chicago Bear fans, right now, they got their pitchforks. They got their fire. They're heading right for the castle, and they're screaming, what the hell is going on? And I got to be with them. I mean, I don't know what's going on.
Doug, why not?
I agree.
Why not? We're not playing 160-some games here, to look and dodge and weave and say, yeah, we'll get better, we'll do this, we'll do that. You don't. 16 lousy, stinking weeks, pal, to win a world championship.
Now they got to pray Detroit loses this afternoon. For what? We're going to beat Green Bay? I don't think we can beat Minnesota. How's that sound, the way we're playing right now? Let's go out to Mike in Rockford. Mike on the scoreboard, OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. Great show as always. I listened to Hub Arkush earlier in the week, and I'm so tired of this inadequacy of this organization and their excuses for the McCaskies putting these idiots in charge to run their football operations. And I don't understand Hub. I love Hub Arkush, don't get me wrong, but he made a remark about that Jerry Angelo, the retirement deal, whether he's pushed out or not, who knows. If Phillips pushed him out the door, who knows. But the point is this. He talks about this other guy that they're going to bring in who was the Seattle head of operations. I forgot what his name was.
Rusko.
Okay.
I believe it's Tim Rusko.
Right.
So Hub Arkush sat there and said that George McCaskey won't tolerate garbage like the rest of the McCaskies. Well, if he's going to put that guy in charge, then we're going to be in for another 8 to 10 year debacle of garbage, and this is going to continue. When is there going to be somebody that has enough brains to say, we need to get someone in here like the Packers organization, the Patriots, the Steelers, teams that could put players on the field, plug them in, and they work. This is ridiculous. I'm sick of it. Have a great day, and I'll listen to your answer.
Mike, the answer is very quick, is very, very positive in my mind, that they all have to go. It's not just Jerry Ansel. You're not going to take Tim Rusko and leave him here to continue. He didn't do it in Seattle.
He destroyed Seattle.
And that's Jerry's hand-man pick, so that's out. They got to change everything up there. That's exactly what they have to do, to find out what the hell is going on, what's going on with their scouting system, what's going on with the guys they're bringing in to play, what kind of football players you need, backup, depth, the whole 9 yards. I mean, take a look at Green Bay, how they done it. That's exactly what you do, you copy. Because there was a time, I remember doing a show, and somebody said, oh, my Lord, that Green Bay Packers, how stupid are they? They drafted Aaron Rodgers in the first round, and they've got, they got the other guy, Favre. I'll tell you how stupid they are. Take a good look at them, see where they're at. I think out of the Super Bowl, 21 players, 16 of them were drafted. And like Ed said, you can't keep going into the well. It's not that the Bears don't spend money, Ed. They spend money.
Oh, God. Make no mistake about that, folks.
On Cutler and
they've
Peppers.
Given Jerry Angelo, they've given him a lot of times an open checkbook to get things done and whatever have you. And, again, just to magnify that, what if we didn't have Peppers here or if we didn't have Cutler here? And take a look at this mess that we have.
There's no question about it.
And Jerry Angelo tells Mark Padash, go whistle Dixie.
Ah!
That's a class act right there.
Leonard in Aurora. Leonard on the scoreboard, OB and Doug. That's okay, Leonard. We're going to go to a break. Looks like to me. You're listening to, I'm going to get it right this time, the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Obradovich and Buffon. We'll be right back.
Jackson throwing to the end zone, looking right, and he's hit. Ball comes out on the ground in the end zone and recovered for a Bears touchdown. Julius Peppers, touchdown Bears.
Go ahead, say it, Jeff.
Stripped by Peppers and recovered by Adonijay. Adonijay on the recovery for the touchdown. Peppers on the strip.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jeff Joniak on the call. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. The defensive play of the game is brought to you by State Farm Insurance. It was Julius Peppers stripping Tavares Jackson and Uriel Adonijay, falling on the football for a touchdown. Obradovich and Buffon talking about the Bears' loss to Seattle.
Doug, you know how far Julius Peppers came around the offensive tackle.
Fell down.
Got up, and came again, still came, and dove with his arm and hit his arm when he's releasing the ball, okay? Now, in that same play, if you look at the rest of the guys I've been talking about on the defensive line, nowhere to be found. The ball hits the ground and bounces and rolls all the way out to where Israel Adonijay is being blocked, and he falls on the ball. And he's jumping up and down like he made a great play. Here, Peppers comes around, falls down, gets up, and still has the wherewithal and willwithal to go and make the play happen. And here's a guy getting blocked, 8 yards away, and the ball rolls to him, and he falls on it, and he's jumping up and down like he just did something phenomenal.
It's very unusual that a ball just bounces around that close, that inside of a pocket that many times before somebody finds it.
It just kept rolling and rolling and rolling. There was nobody there.
You're so pessimistic all the time.
Well,
you're
Doug,
negative.
I know. I don't want you to be negative either, Don. These are our plans. We like our team.
The sun coming up or no?
Give me
tomorrow morning?
Huh?
Sun will be up tomorrow morning.
I don't know. What do you think? Huh?
Let's go out to Ed in Bolingbrook. Ed, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
All right, Mike.
I'm always amazed at the stupidity of Chicago fans. I mean, we lost 70% of our offense. You take away Drew Brees, Aaron Rodgers, or any of these other good quarterbacks on their good teams, and tell me how good they're going to be after that. The Bears were playing phenomenally because Cutler was playing phenomenally, and he went out. So, I mean, our defense has played great, except for today. The last bunch of weeks, they held their ground. We have no offense, and we lost our quarterback.
Let me ask you a question then. Then why would Houston do what they're doing or been doing and still winning football games when they've lost all their quarterbacks and they got a third-string rookie playing in Gates? I mean, you're right about that. There's no question. You take away Briggs, you take away Aaron Rodgers.
And you can't talk about injuries either.
You know, but the fact is, though, there's got to be somebody decent that you're going to bring into play. This is the National Football League. It's not a pickup game down on Rush Street at 2 o'clock in the morning. This is a National Football League. You deserve to be on there, so if you're on the league, you should be able to play. That's my point. No one's going to be as good as a starting guy. No one's going to be good as Breeze that's on the New Orleans Saints. Some guy backing up Aaron Rodgers, no matter who it is. But have somebody that can handle the football at least. And we don't have that, number one. Number two, our whole offensive line. We've been shifting them around for 2 years. And it's not there. And Cutler saved our ass because who he was. And he avoided a lot of that stuff because he can get out of trouble. And then all we heard was, boy, Mike Tyson's doing a hell of a job with that offensive line. Mike Tyson didn't do a hell of a job with the offensive line. What it was Cutler doing a hell of a job by getting out of harm's way. Let's go out to Tom in Arlington Heights. Tom, you're on the scoreboard, OB and Doug.
Gentlemen, always a pleasure talking with you.
What's up, buddy?
Here's the deal. No, there is never any accountability by anybody. Jerry Angelo, go whistle Dixie. Lovie Smith, never any accountability. It's never their fault. It's never anybody's fault. You know, Marion Barber won't answer Zach Zaman's questions. No one takes accountability. They're all just out there to save their jobs, and rather what's right for the Chicago Bears.
Well, there's no question, Tom. You're absolutely correct. They're all in the same boat. They're all in the same boat. They all got the same contracts. They all say the length of the contracts. They're all there. You're not going to hear one talk about the other. And I know this was I'll just say this. I know there's a lot of trouble in River City up there among a couple coaches. So the fact is that there is problems. There's no question about it. But it's up to us to tell them what's going on. I refuse to sit here and Ed, too, to look at the game and say, well, no, don't worry about it. We'll be back next week. Everything will be fine. Everything won't be fine. It won't be fine the way they played today, the way they played the day before, the week before, and the week before that, and the week before that. And these last 4 or 5 games have been terrible. So you got to admit to it, and you got to understand what the problem is. You better correct it. If you don't correct it, but here's the other thing. We're running out of time, boys. That defense is running out of time. When I say time, the guys are getting older there. You're expecting that defense to carry. It's not going to happen. You better come up with an offense.
That window, I told you, Doug, that window is closing, and it's closing fast, folks. You lose those 4 old-timers that we have on this ball club now, even though they're in their early 30s or whatever, it's still in football, they're getting old, folks, and I'm going to tell you what, when you play Lovey's defense, and could you just imagine if we didn't have Peppers, if we didn't have those 2 linebackers and Tillman, what the hell would you think would be happening out there?
Well, that's why
scary, isn't it?
They played well enough, and not today wasn't their best game. They played well enough for us to put 3 games on the books, and we did not do it. Let's go out to Kyle in Dubuque. Kyle, you're on the scoreboard, OB and Doug.
Hey, gentlemen, nice broadcast.
Thank you.
I just want to make a couple points. First point is Earl Bennett was open all day long on replays, on live TV. You look at him. Just about every play he had at least a step or 2 on his guy. He's wide open. He doesn't throw the ball to him. The interception he threw, to Kellen Davis? Even the announcer said that. Earl Bennett was wide open with no one around for 5 yards. Why is he not making reads? Why is he not going through his progression? And it seems like he's just locking on to one receiver and going to him no matter what.
Well, the point is, then where are the coaches in this? If Bennett is open, Bennett's coming back to the sidelines, talking to coaches, talking to the offensive coordinator, March, said, listen, I'm open. Tell Henning to take a look at me. Tell Henning to throw me the football. Why? Not only this game, but it's, 3 games now, or 4 games. The guy's caught 2 passes. You just paid $19 million to the guy. You mean to tell me you're not going to look for the guy you just paid $19 million to? And he got 1 pass today and was a hell of a catch and was a good throw. That was it.
Cutler went down. He became invisible in this offense.
Can't find him. The witness protection program, I told you, they hide him. I don't know why, but they do it. Let's go out to Tom and Bartlett. Tom, you're on the scoreboard. OB and Doug.
Go, Doug and OB, I love you guys, man. You guys are both true Chicago Bears. I want to know, like Tom said from Arlington Heights, who is making this accountable? Because just like everybody else, we're spending our days out there. We live and breathe the Chicago Bears. I've been a Chicago Bears season ticket holder since 1983. And I go out, we are out there at 5 o'clock in the morning. We watch that crap. We watch Lovie Smith go out there and be an apologist after the game. He said things are going to get better. How are things going to get better? Because Lovie needs everything to line up for him to be a good coach, because he's not a good football coach. And I want to know who's holding those guys accountable. Where's the great Chicago Bear that's sitting there and looking over these guys and holding them accountable for the crap they're doing? I keep hearing that the great coaching staff they have. I keep hearing about great Mike Tice, what a great coaching offensive line coach he is. I keep hearing about Rod Marinelli, what a great D-line coach he is. These guys suck. They have no talent. They can't coach. They make no adjustments during the game. They don't do nothing. I went out there to watch Kansas City, and I watched these games, and they were horrible. And there's no accountability. Who's sitting up front and making these decisions? We need somebody to replace Lovie Smith that's going to not be told for 4 weeks that he has a bad quarterback before he makes a change.
You know, your answer is real simple. It's Jerry Angelo. He's the one that overlooks all of this, overlooks the coaches, the players, what's drafted, what's going on. He's the guy, and that's the guy who will make the decision. And as we speak right now, there's a ton of things that have to be settled up there before the Bears are going to get better. This segment is brought to you by Auto Owners Insurance, Agent of the Week, Fazio Insurance in Joliet. Contact Paul Fazio at 815-727-2611.
Yeah, Tom, you mentioned about Rod Marinelli. Those words have never come out of Doug Buffone's mouth and my mouth about him being a great or any kind of a coach on a plus side. The only person on that coaching staff that I talk about was Mike Tice. And I'll tell you what, I would not want to be an offensive line coach and come in here the past 2 years and being handed that stuff and tell them we got to win a Super Bowl with these guys. All right? It's an impossible task, Tom. It's impossible. I think Mike Tice is a quality coach. There's a lot of coaches on the Bears staff that I believe are not. They're not doing what they're paid to do, position coaches, and it's not happening. Why? Just look on a football field during the game, and you'll see why.
You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Obradovich and Buffone. We'll be right back. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Now it's time to name our hot and cold players of the game, presented by Four Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning. For all the right reasons, Four Seasons. And Eddie, I'll go with the hot player. That would be Peppers. What is the cold?
Offensive line.
I think it's a great choice because they didn't block anybody today. You know, it's amazing. And also we're thinking about the Bears and what's going to happen. You know, on a Sunday, on Christmas, they're going to be playing Minnesota Vikings. How interested are you going to be in this football game? You're going to be thinking more about some fat guy coming down the chimney in a red suit.
Sunday night, Doug. Christmas Day night was the Packers.
Right. You're going to think about some kind of Santa Claus. I mean, you're going to think about Santa Claus, right? The Bears, the Green Bay Packers, remember how big it was? Kansas City knocks them off today. So they're going to be a foul mood when they come in here. What chance do we have even playing that football game? I mean, playing it well. I mean, very, 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 very small. Let's go out to Sean in Moline. Sean, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. You guys are definitely the right ones to come to in a situation like this. I'm just going to make a quick comment, and then I'll hang up and let you guys do your thing. Now, granted, nobody anticipated on Jay Cutler or Matt Forte going out for however long they're going to be out for.
I beg to differ with you. I didn't figure Cutler would make it. As a matter of fact, Doug, you remember I told you and Dan Hampton he's not going to make it through the year. But go ahead.
Oh, yeah, point taken. But anyway, I understand that you have to work with what you have when those guys go out. But basically what I think needs to happen, and I'm probably saying nothing else that a bunch of other people haven't already said, I really think that Jerry Angelo and the coaching staff need to go. There's just no stability or organization with this team, and that unorganization and the no stability is transitioning to the players on the field. So I really think they need to bring someone in, a new GM, a new coaching staff who can bring some stability and organization to this football team because it's not there.
Well, there's no question they need help. Again, people coming into know football. I'll give them an example. Was it last year the Pittsburgh Steelers won the Super Bowl? The year they won the Super Bowl. Remember when Roethlisberger got a 4-game suspension and they started out the first 4 games without Roethlisberger? Well, they had Charlie Batch there. And so he held everything off until Roethlisberger could come back. You got to work on depth. You got to work on people and expect something bad to happen down the road. And expect the guys that are backup are NFL players. That's exactly what you need to do, and you need to coach them up. While you're coaching the first team, you got to coach up the guys that are backing up. And that's part of being a good coach. You take a look at the Bears, it's difficult because the talent is not there. I keep saying that. They're trying to do it. I'm talking about somebody's coaches trying to put all this stuff together, but it's not there. Let's go out to George in River Grove. George on the score with O'B and Doug.
How you doing, guys?
What's up, George?
Well, I've been there for years, about 3-4 years. A year after the Bears ended up in the Super Bowl, I said to myself, when the Bears end up back in the Super Bowl, there will be no Jerry Angelo, there will be no Lovie Smith. Those guys, they're all political animals, and they're all trying to just keep cashing them paychecks. That's the worst part about it. After that guy walks into the end zone for the first interception for a touchdown there, that defense laid down. They just quit. None of those coaches can coach a vulture to eat.
Well,
I never heard of that. I never heard that one. Coach a vulture to eat. I never heard that one before.
Me neither.
Pretty good, George.
Pretty good, though, George. I understand what you're talking about, and I understand, too, the fact that, you're looking at this team, and did they lay down? Did the defense come back and lay down? Well, hell, let me tell you something. Let's face it. The Bears, the whole team laid down because you're winning 14-7 starting the second half, and you give up 14 points in less than 3 minutes. To me, that's laying down.
Well, you know what? Here we talked about the position coaches, and I told you I like Mike Tyson. I think he has done a good job with what he has, Doug. And they won't go out; they can't get anybody. But here, you look at some of the rest of the position coaches. The quarterback coach for the Chicago Bears is a young man by the name of Shane Day.
Okay.
We going to a break, Doug?
Yeah, go ahead, Ed.
Is that enough? No, that's.
Oh, I thought
that's
you had
all I have
something
to say
about Shane.
Nothing. Shane Day. He's our quarterback coach.
All right, that's encouraging. Now it's time to name our hot and cold player, which I just did, and that was Julius Peppers because he is hot. And Ed, the offensive line.
The offensive line.
Voted what? Cold?
I would say Ice Cubey.
Ice Cubey?
Yeah.
You're listening to. Get a little punchy here. Listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show. Presented by Motorworks and Old Second
You know
Bank.
what, Doug? I got to tell you something.
What?
Folks, we sat there and watched this just like all of you did. And I'm going to tell you what. Folks, I couldn't find one positive thing to say except they showed up for the game.
You had a whole tablet filled with writing this. Ed, give me something good, Ed. Please.
There's not one thing that these coaches can defend. Nothing. They didn't have 40 guys, 43 guys ready to go to play football in our own house.
We can always say, Doug, the special teams are outstanding. Outstanding. They gave up a touchdown because of the fact the guy did a leap over top of some other guy on the three-point try.
You talk about a train wreck?
That was taken away. Now they got there. And don't put that twist in my face, okay?
That wasn't me.
No, it wasn't you.
That's our
him.
crack producer.
Our crack producer.
That's right.
Don't ever raise your hands to me again. We'll be right back.
The parade pumps and throws right to a white-shirted Seattle Seahawk. Browner running right, 20, 10, 15, 5, end zone, touchdown. Pick 6, number 2, Brandon Browner. From the Canadian Football League, where he was a 3-time All-Star, to the end zone. And this place is already empty, and they will head for the exits. It's 37-14 Seattle.
And highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jeff Joniak. You can tell in his voice that he was pissed off also on the call. Welcome back to ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Lombard, 207 East Roosevelt.
Hey, Dougie.
What?
Again, I just, and I mentioned a little bit earlier about St. Xavier out in Orland, University out at Orland Park winning the NAIA National Championship. I watched that game yesterday, folks, and they got a defensive end on that team. And I know it's not like your University of Illinois or your big-time schools and everything, but there's a lot of football players that come from a lot of different places, a lot of different small places. And anybody up at the Bears that are interested, I would have them take a look at a right defensive end up there, a kid by the name of Pat Apino. The kid is 6'5", he weighs 270, and he's got all kinds of speed, and he's got a great nose for the football. And by the way, Doug, his dad, Pat Apino, his dad, Dan Apino, is the head coach at Rockford Boylan, who was the state 7A state champions.
Mm-hmm. Talking about coaches, let's talk about a little bit real quickly. A shout out to Gene Nudo.
Oh, there you go.
Gene Nudo, who obviously started out with me in arena football, and he coached, semi-pro. We took a team over to Europe, traveled around, played different teams over there. Of course, came back with arena football with the Bruisers, and then started out there, then coached here, then went to Arizona, became a part of the office, and Gene Nudo, an outstanding guy.
Now he just got voted in the Hall of Fame.
Voted in the Hall of Fame in
yes.
arena football. But now he's the head coach of Fenwick High School. Congratulations, Gino and Fenwick. I'll tell you what, you're getting one hell of a football coach.
You bet there. What a fine gentleman,
yep.
And has great knowledge of football. But I'm going to go back one more time. Bears, take a look at this kid, Pat Apino.
I like him. I didn't even see him, but if you saw him and playing defensive
I saw him,
end,
Doug.
He's
worth taking a look at. And there's been too many guys from the state of Illinois that went to school here that have not been drafted.
Would Romo be one of them?
What? Yeah. Would that just jump up you and bite you right in the nose?
Yep. Let's go out to George in Nashville. George, you're on the Score.
Good evening, guys. I just wanted to make a comment about football in general. Guys, you guys have played and you guys have been around the game long enough to know this, that the best football teams in the NFL are only as good as their quarterback. The Bears are no different than anybody else. If Green Bay's quarterback goes down, if Phillip Rivers goes down, the New Orleans quarterback goes down, all of these teams are just other teams. Now, the Bears won 5 in a row. They won 5 in a row because Jay Cutler had been playing better. He had been playing the best quarterback I've seen the Bears quarterback play in a number of years. It is not a coincidence that as soon as he goes down, that the team loses 4 in a row. So don't give me that garbage about how bad the coaching is, how bad the position coaches are, all that other nonsense that so many callers have called in. The reality is that in the NFL, the quarterback is the most important position in the game, and that goes for every team. If every team's leading quarterback goes down, I don't care who they are. They just become another team. Now, if you think I'm lying, if you think I'm lying, you have the quarterback up at Green Bay go down and find out just how good Green Bay is. Now, he had a bad day today. And you know what happened? They lost. If you have other quarterbacks in the league who don't play up to their capability or they get injured, everybody in the NFL, every team becomes just another team in the NFL.
George,
yes,
all right, we've heard you, okay? Kansas City Chiefs came into Soldier Field with one of the worst records in the National Football League. What is the name of their starting quarterback, George? Is George there?
No, he left. George left. But he got a point about the fact about the quarterback. And here's the key. Let's go one step deeper.
Like that's a point. We don't know if you got your starting quarterback. It's a problem. But how does Kansas City come in with a quarterback that nobody knows and beats us?
That's the point. The point is
it's more than a quarterback, George.
The fact is that you have to have backups. You got to have backups. You can't sit there like that and say, don't worry, nothing's going to happen to my guy. And when you have a backup, you just don't get a backup and say, you're my backup quarterback. We probably won't need you. What if you do need him? What if that happens?
Doug, I understand that. Kansas City came in with that kid.
It was terrible.
Oh, my.
Did you see what Kyle Orton could play? Kyle Orton could have been. If Kyle Orton was on this team, obviously we would have won. Well, all I'm saying is, if Haney's not the guy, then you should have had a backup that is the guy.
That's what George doesn't get.
The other thing, too, did you also take a look at the backup that we had last year in Todd Collins? The guy couldn't play dead. And they put him out there in the third quarter. And Haney came in the fourth quarter. You've got to have backup guys that can play in the National Football League. And, George, that is correct. You're not going to be as good as the guy that you originally started with, but at least you could compete. And especially when you're playing tomato cans, which we have done the last 4 games. Let's go out to Kurt on the road. Kurt, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, Kurt.
I want to say I've seen monkeys at the zoo be able to throw their feces with more accuracy than Caleb Haney can throw a pass. Also, Ed, what happened between you and Ditka?
Tell him to go whistle Dixon.
What happened between me and Ditka? Nothing happened between me and Ditka. Jesus, my God, Lord Almighty.
We're talking about the Gears getting beat up, and some guy asked you what happened to you and Ditka.
Talking about 20-some years ago. Christ Almighty.
Let's go. Whistle Dixie. That's what you got to say. I mean, that's the answer
no,
now.
That's Jerry Angelo.
That's Jerry. That's
Jerry.
You. That's right. When we have more time, we'll talk about it. Let's go out to Jim on the road. Jim, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good job, Jimmy.
My point is George, the caller 2 calls before, he's completely wrong. Team's not as good as its quarterback. I called you guys before and said a team is only as good as its line is.
Mm-hmm.
Defense, offensive line.
That's how you build world champions.
Exactly. And I was kind of unsure what was going on. Cruz was gone. They moved Garza to center, and I was like, that's it. Season's over. But Cutler seemed, and Mike Tice, what Tice did and what Cutler did, I was surprised. I mean, Cutler learned to work with what he had, and it just proves my point that we don't have an offensive line.
Well, there's no question Cutler did that. I remember last 2 weeks ago when Cutler was shown on TV, basically when he had the headsets on, he was screaming. He was screaming at Marks. You know what he was saying? You're killing me. And I know that for sure. You're killing me. And so that's what's happening out there. I mean, that's exactly what a quarterback feels like. And if you would have saw, and if you did see, and you do remember, the Giants game, Ed, they put him in a body bag because of the 7-step drop. Now you're asking Haney to come in and do the same thing, who doesn't have anywhere near the ability that Cutler has.
You know what, Doug? We've lost now the last 4 games now?
Yeah.
And my God, could we lose out the season? Could that possibly happen? You know what? And if we did, is anybody's job safe then?
I don't think
I'm asking
so.
you a question.
No, and let me give you this real quickly. At the beginning of the year, I know a lot of guys who go out in Las Vegas. You know what the over and under was? 8. I'm thinking to myself, 8. Most guys, 98% of them said, 8, we're going to take the over. It's going to be over. Look out, pal, because they may not get the over. Wow. They may go 7 and 9. That is scary as hell because they said it was 8, and you watch it now on that number. You're listening to ExpressBet.com post-game show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bag. Obradovich and Buffone. We'll be right back.
Now, back to more of the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank with Doug and OB, live from the Buffalo Wild Wings at 207 East Roosevelt Road in Lombard, and only on the official station for Bears fans, Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's sports station, presented by ExpressBet.com. Get in, get out, get paid, and brought to you in part by Miller Lite, the official beer of your Chicago Bears.
Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Lombard. 207 East Roosevelt. Obradovich and Buffon, 312-644-6767. Now it's time for Doug and OB's Thoughts of the Game, sponsored by ExpressBet.com. Go right now to ExpressBet.com and enter promo code HAWWSCR to not only receive a free $125 sign-up bonus, but also be automatically entered to win $100 in free bets at Hawthorne Racecourse this fall. New winners will be picked each week. That promo code, HAWWSCR at ExpressBet.com. Doug and OB's Thoughts of the Game, brought to you by ExpressBet.com. Get in, get out, and get paid. Eddie, your thoughts?
Well, Doug, I have so damn many. I just think that this, look at everything. It was a total and complete failure, coaching-wise and player-wise. And the really sad thing about it, it happened right at Soldier Field in our home, obviously our home field, Doug, and to totally be outcoached and outplayed by a team that I believe that we are a better football team than they are. To say it's acceptable is really reaching. Boy, I'm going to tell you what, unbelievable what went on today.
You're right, Ed. I mean, what else can you say? The fact is we were beaten every direction. I mean, the coaches were outcoached. The players were outplayed. There's no question about that. My thought right now, I go to Christmas Day.
How does that happen when you know you have to win? There's 3 games left. 3 games left. And how does it happen in your own backyard that you let a bad football team come in and take you apart?
And this is not the only team that did it. How about the rest of the teams that did it to us prior to this?
Kansas City.
Kansas
City comes in here and beats us.
Oakland. Come
Oakland.
On. Again, too, and my thoughts are the same as yours. I mean, there's no question. Other thought is I go to Christmas Day when the Bears would be playing the Packers, and I said it before. I mean, a lot of the fans, and including myself, would be looking at some fat guy coming down the chimney dressed in red instead of worried about the game. And I'm hoping that's not the case, that we direct ourselves to the Bears, but at that point in time, what's left to play for? But as I speak here, what if Detroit loses to Oakland today? And they're losing right now.
I believe it's still an outside chance, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think so.
Absolutely. It's scary, but there is still an outside chance, and it's driving me nuts. Go out to Chip in Glenview. Chip, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Gentlemen, some great comments today. This is just bothersome. Pete Carroll could outcoach Lovie Smith with one hand tied behind his
Make
back.
no mistake about it.
Did it.
He's done it twice in recent memory. When you cannot block 3 defensive linemen with 6 offensive linemen, you got problems. And like the one caller said, you know what? The time's up. This regime of Angelo and Lovey is done. When Angelo has talked so much about building depth on this team, that's all he talked about was, I'm building depth, I'm building depth. Guess what? They never even let their second-string quarterback take reps at all. Never got him in games when Cutler had it wrapped up. They don't even have a quarterback, a line, a defensive line, and this points at Angelo and it points at Lovey. Come on. The Chiefs didn't wait, and the Jacksonville Jaguars didn't wait. They pulled the plug, and we got to do the same thing. What's the point in waiting till the end of the season?
Well, once again, too, I hope whatever we do, there's a plan of action, and I hope it comes from somebody that's going to be with us for about 5 years. I just don't think that organization they have up there right now is going to be around. I just think there are going to be some changes made. Let's go out to Dwayne on the south side. Dwayne, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, thank you, guys. Thank you. I love listening to you guys. It always makes me feel like a little kid again. So I love that. I want to say that all the time. And the careers you guys have been fantastic. So I wanted to say that. I'm a first-time caller, so I wanted to say that.
Well, thank you, Dwayne.
Yeah, thank you. Hey, look, I want to get to this real quick because I think this is the real issue to the problem. I think the real issue, and I'm going to say this because I love you guys and I love Peyton and some of the guys, but I've never been a great Bears fan, but I think this is the problem. The problem is philosophical. because it's the issue and it's how you approach. Now, people are going to howl when I say this. I don't really think defensive coaches make great head coaches at all. I really don't, because I think what the problem is the focus is always on defense. And I think, like, you look at your offense, and like you guys said in the past, you went out and got a Mercedes and you put it behind a line of clunkers. Well, I think if you look at it over the years, and they'll come out and tell you, oh, well, these guys are great, because they really believe that you can go all the way with defense. Now, we know that you need defense to do that, but I think the philosophy is nobody will ever figure our defense out. So it doesn't really kind of matter, and it'll kind of mask the impotence of our offense. So if anybody figures the defense out, well, okay, well, then you don't have anything to answer with. So, and they think putting up 10 points is going to win a championship. And that's not really, and that never works. And I think that when you get to that point, once you change that approach and that style, I think that's it. The one quick example that people need to remember, the 49ers. One of the things about the 49ers is they dominated for a whole year that people don't know, that they paid guys first, second, third string. Some guys wanted to leave. And we all thought it was crazy then. They paid guys to sit on the bench. And what they would tell them is, hey, your time will come, your time will come, your time will come. So as guys retired, guys traded, that's why they dominated so long. And people, and you, like you were saying, you have to begin to develop that depth chart. But if you, one guy here, one guy there won't do it.
Dwayne, good points. I mean, there's no question about it, and it's called depth. You got to have depth in this league, and you got to expect something bad to happen. All right, I got to thank a lot of people, Eddie.
Oh, my God. Did this fly by?
Yeah, I want to thank John Osmanski, who's going to take me out to get me stiff tonight after this game. I also want to thank Herb Lawrence, Rick Camp, Joe Drudge, Brian Gertz, Matt Rodewald, Mike Peterson, Brendan McCaffrey, our crack guy.
Heading high up the ladder, pal.
Ashley Jones, and the postgame show was brought to you by Old Second Bank. Start banking on your future. Stay tuned to The Score as Lawrence Holmes will break down the Bears last week of tonight until 7:15 before we the game tonight. What is the game tonight? It's Baltimore and San Diego. What are you doing? You keep grabbing. I'm trying. What?
We want to say one thing, and to everybody a very Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Good night.
And now it's time for the ExpressBet.com post-game show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank with Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich, only on the official station for Bears fans. Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's sports station, presented by ExpressBet.com. Get in, get out, get paid.
Shotgun, two to the left. Snap Rogers, throws the slant to the end zone, touchdown. Right in front of Nick Roach, it's Finley again. He's killed the Bears. 4 now in 2 games. Finley's got the touchdown. Packers on the board first. Here's Rogers looking left, throws a slant, easy catch and throw. Or other way around. Throw and catch to James Jones underneath Zach Bowman. 2-yard touchdown for the second time today for Aaron Rodgers. It is 13-3 Green Bay. Take McCown, giving to Bell. Bell looking for the end zone. He dives to the goal line. End zone! Touchdown! He gave up the football, and it was recovered by the Bears for the touchdown as Klutz blocked him. Bell gave up the ball, scooped up by Edwin Williams. It was laying on the goal line for the touchdown, and Big Ed was staring at the official to make sure, hey, look what I found. Rodgers on the takeaway, play fake, then a boot to the right side. Rodgers sets his feet, going for the big ball. Downfield, Nelson's open at the 2. Touchdown, Green Bay. Got behind the safeties, Major Wright and Craig Stelz. Tight end in motion to the right side, a one-back set. Here's Rodgers, back pedals, throws left, back shoulder throw, touchdown, James Jones on Zach Bowman.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score. Sports Radio 670. The Packers 35, the Chicago Bears 21. And if you take a look at this football game, it was kind of obvious to see what was happening out there. The Chicago Bears didn't go out to win the game. They just wanted to keep it close. And the proof of that pudding is the fact of the way they come on in the fourth quarter and start throwing the football or trying to score. In the first half, they did not. I believe they ran the ball 42 times in this game, thinking they were going to do the same thing that Kansas City did. Well, unfortunately, they didn't get the play from the defense either to do that. The defense had no takeaways, which is a big problem when your defense has no takeaways. And plus, Zach Bowman got burned for about 3 touchdowns, and we got Aaron Rodgers throws for five touchdowns. So all in all, when you take a look at this football game, I'm saying offensively, they try to play it close to the vest. They try to run it. They try to kill the clock. But again, it was an offense designed not to score tonight. It was designed not to win, Ed.
Yeah, Doug, where was the professionalism? Where was the professionalism out there by the Chicago Bears? Where was the sense of urgency out there?
None.
They had to win this game, not a tie or keep it close. We're in the red zone. We don't even try to go to the end zone, Doug?
Nothing. Not a thing. And that's what
12 minutes and 40 seconds to go. We're in the fourth quarter, and we have the ball, and we're sauntering around. There's no hurry-up offense, no sense of urgency. Where was it in the third quarter? We're getting run all over in the third quarter. Doug, this is unbelievable. And then you go, and folks, their defensive backfield coach is a guy by the name of John Hoke. Now, we've been telling you this year, last year, the year before, the year before, the year before, and the year before.
Slants!
They get into the red zone, our opponents. We play an uptight defense. You take away the inside.
It's exactly right, little buddy.
Did you see Aaron Rodgers look at the wideout, come back,
Chuckle.
And he looked again, and he pointed to the eyes? I mean, are you kidding me? This is John Hoke, folks. This is coaching. This is, like, whose fault is it? The cornerback? Yeah, he's playing the position out there. But who is coaching this kid? That's basic football, folks. That's basic football. Anybody tells you anything, they don't know what they're talking about, or they're a liar.
Well, when you take a look at it, the defense is exactly what happened to them. They were scored, but 3 of them were scored on slants, and they were like a 3-yarder or 4-yarder. And when you get down there to end zone, obviously you press, you come up tight, and you don't give them that slant. They didn't do that. But overall, I got to tell you, I wasn't that disappointed in the way McCown looked. I mean, the fact is, when he went out there, I mean, he made some plays. What I don't understand, in defense, there wasn't a great game. There's no question about it.
Here, Doug,
I just don't understand, Ed.
Doug,
they just did not try to put points on the board.
That's right. And
that's what pisses me off the most.
They're in the fight of their life. They had to win this football game. Okay?
Let it all hang out.
And again, they're playing. What did you say again? Playing not to put points on the board.
They're playing not to score. They're playing to kill the clock to make it look close.
What is this
and
coaching
decent.
staff thinking about, folks? I don't know what you people saw out there, but I'm going to tell you what. This was really disappointing. And by the way, don't get lulled to sleep. McCown, did he play a pretty good game for a kid coming in? Hasn't played in 4 years. Give him that. But don't forget, the defense that we played ranks what, Doug?
31.
I think they're 31st. They're one from the worst in the National Football League, and they've lost 1 football game. So has everybody run on them? They've run on them, and they've scored points on them. Don't go crazy with that. Don't go get this delusional with this one, folks. But what bothered me is a sense of urgency, the sense, where's the professionalism by this coaching staff? Why didn't we try to go into the end zone and score?
Well, that's the big question. And the big question is...
That is the question of the night.
I'm going to tell you something, though, and I'm going to tell you this right now. I looked at McCown playing. I saw more of an NFL quarterback than I ever saw what they had for the Bears when we had Todd Collins or Haney. He could do certain things. At least the kid ran the football. He took off and ran. He did things. Doug, why didn't we do that in the first damn half, Ed?
Absolutely.
Why didn't we do any of that stuff?
They only gave him 1 or 2 looks, and
he was gone.
This kid took off, and that's the same
exactly
thing
what they should have
Haney
done.
should have done. But what did they do with Haney, Doug?
Told him
they
not
put
to
him
run.
in a 5 and 7 step, 5-step and 7-step drop back. And he was in that pocket to throw the football to find his first, second, or his third guy. And, Doug, well, I don't know. Do you want to say that we kind of heard something maybe that Haney wasn't supposed to run with the football?
No, I'm going to say it. That's exactly what I heard. Don't run. He stayed in that pocket and got killed. This kid tonight at least had a presence of when the hell to take off. He looked and saw the guy wasn't open. He took off. Here's the other thing that pisses me off about Martz in that first half. We're running the football pretty damn good, aren't we, Ed?
Yes, we are.
Where was the play-action passes?
They weren't there. Non-existent all night.
Why wouldn't you do a play-action pass? Why wouldn't you come out and do the play-action pass and try to hit the tight end?
Doug, with 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go in the second quarter, it's 3rd and 4. And what do we call A delay up the middle.
I lost 4 yards.
Damn play you could call. Not a quick opener, a delay. We lose 4 yards. Why didn't we go for a corner route? Why didn't we go to play action because it was set up? I have no idea. That's basic football, folks, and it didn't happen.
When did you see us go to the end zone, Ed?
2 minutes and 30. I didn't.
That's right.
2 minutes
Not
and
one
30 seconds
time
in the
did we go to
second
the end
quarter.
zone.
The play action was set up to go. It was set up to go, folks, and we don't even try. And if we try a corner route or go to a play action with a bootleg or something, maybe the kid runs it in. If it's a corner route and the receiver's covered, throw the ball out of bounds. Kick a field goal then. But try to score a touchdown. Try to win the football game. There's 16 of them. My Lord, what are you people thinking about?
Yeah, because the fact is, you don't get points for being close. You don't get points for putting up yardage. And you saw on the sidelines, the Packers were all chuckles. In fact, the Bears were all chuckles, too,
Yeah,
by
what
the way.
hell was that all
I
about?
don't know what the hell's going on there.
Even they had a coach laughing on the
Everybody's
sideline.
chuckling. Chuckle. I got to tell you this right now.
I can see Green Bay laughing.
Yeah, but the fact is, when it's all said and done with, you and I talked about this and said just off the top of our heads, if I'm going into a football game and I know it's a must-win, I'm laying everything out on the line to win the damn game. Not to be close, not to embarrass myself on national television, to win the football game. And I'm telling you, what I saw McCown in the last second half or the fourth quarter, there was something there he could have done with. Because like you said, the Green Bay Packer defense ranked 31. That's part of the problem.
Doug, they came out in the third quarter, made the adjustments, and smoked us. Then we were 35-10 or whatever? Where was our sense of urgency? There was no huddle offense, nothing. That's inexcusable, folks. I'm telling you something. You pay a head coach $6 million, and the money they paid his coaching staff. I'm going to tell you something. If I owned that damn team, or if I was the GM or somebody, I tell you there'd be some heads rolling on this one. How do you go out there in a must-game win? You had to win this football game.
It's a must game. You hit it right on the head. A must game.
That's all this game was about.
You pull out all the stops to win a game like this.
That's right.
Right. Not a damn thing. Nothing that showed me anything. Well, let's keep it close. We'll do what Kansas City did. You're not good enough defensively to do that anyway, number one. But number two is, come up with these plays. Come up with making a play. Come up with the play action. You're running the football extremely well. Do certain things. Go for the score. Do that. I didn't see us going into the damn end zone whatsoever.
Now, let's look at a few things that have happened, Doug. What's going on here? What do you have? 3 linemen out last week.
Green Bay.
Our opponents.
The Green Bay this week had two of them out.
Yeah, we had 2 safeties and a cornerback out, 3 linemen out, and Green Bay Packers had 2 offensive tackles gone. Backups playing, folks. You know how many sacks we had today?
None. 0. Nada. Nothing. No inside pressure whatsoever. And then playing those slants like we did defensively.
I'll say that again. I just want to say that one more time, Doug. Backup tackles playing the game. Backups. No sacks.
And it's so disappointing. And by the way, this post-game show is brought to you by Old Second Bank. Start banking on your future. And again, too, looking at this game, that's why I was nauseated about the game. It's Christmas Eve. I understand that.
Doug, for Christ's sake, for
don't
heaven's
try
sakes,
to win the damn game.
Doug, there's basic football. What you do when they're going in to score on you. There's basic when you get up to defenses. There's no complicated, unbelievable defenses you're going to play. You got to man up. You got to play smart.
Well, again, too, that's the game plan going in. Because if you take a look at it, that's exactly what they wanted to do, Ed. They wanted to come out there. They ran the ball 42 times, fine, but try to find a way to score. You knew damn well. You and I sat there and said, watch what happens when the Green Bay Packers get the football right before half in that 2-minute drive.
Exactly
what was going to happen.
We told you exactly what was going to go.
Watch them shove it right down our throat.
That's exactly right.
Exactly what we did, because you have to score points to play this team, and if you want to win it and try to get an outside chance to go to the playoffs, do that. And when I saw McCown, I wasn't too disappointed in this kid as far as the backup.
Doug, in the NFC Championship game last year, toss of the coin. Who won the toss of the coin? We did, right?
Defer.
We deferred. Folks, when you play an Aaron Rodgers or a Peyton Manning, or Tom Brady. The key is to keep them off the field. We won the coin toss, and we deferred and let Aaron Rodgers go out there and cram it.
I mean, this guy.
I can't.
That's why they were laughing. Because they just took the football, and when they started out just sparring with us,
whatever you can do to keep Aaron Rodgers off that field, you do. We win the toss, and what do?
I don't know. It's just to a point now where it's almost ridiculous. Again, too. If they went out there and then it got slaughtered, okay, fine. I said, well, they kept it close. Close doesn't matter.
Well,
Close is not involved in what we're talking about here. We're talking about trying to win the game. Come up with something that's going to win the football game. And then finally, the sense of urgency, which you were talking about, didn't come until about the fourth quarter. They had chances in the first half to do that. They had chances to go to the end zone. I don't remember anybody going to the end zone. I don't remember anybody trying to go up for a pass.
If you're listeners out there, if you do, you call us and let us know. I'll tell you what, incredible.
And those slants, I'm tired of seeing the damn slants. I'm tired of seeing letting the guys get inside of them like that. It's just football 101.
Aaron Rodgers,
you never let him
Dougie was salivating.
Yeah.
He couldn't believe
wait
it.
to call the damn call.
That's exactly right.
There was 3 of them that went inside. And I saw Roach do it. He did it. Come on. God, that's just football.
Doug, you know what? I like the way the situation was. And again, I'm not, they move the ball on the Packers. Well, everybody does. Packers give up points. They give up a ton of yardage.
And they get takeaways.
I think they're second to last in defense. I mean, he just give up a ton of yardage. And so, we ran the ball well or whatever. I wasn't going to get too excited about that. But I tell you what really started to irritate me, no sense of urgency in that game when we had a chance. I mean, where was it in the third quarter when we're getting killed? Where was it in the fourth quarter? Not until only like late in the fourth quarter do we go with a no-huddle offense. And then, with a few minutes to go, they start showing the sideline. You got Briggs laughing. You got everybody. I even saw one coach. I don't know who he was. Maybe it was that quarterback's coach. They're sitting there smiling and they're laughing. They're joking on the sidelines, and they just had their backside handed to them.
Yeah.
In a game they had to win, folks. They had to win this game. And you tell me, you tell Doug, how you mean to tell me that game plan was set for us to win that football game?
No chance, no way, no how. First of all, Green Bay scores a lot of points. Don't fall with what happened last week with Kansas City winning that game. The fact is you knew you had to score. And I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to go back to it again. McCollum did not look bad. He looked like he knew what the hell he had to do. First read, not there, take off. That's exactly what he was doing. He was moving the football. That first half, 1 run, 2 runs, 3 runs, 42 runs. I understand you come off the bus running. But you can't win the game like that against the Packers all the time. Kansas City got away with it. Our defense couldn't play like that. Those slant plays were murder. The guy throws 5 touchdowns against us, Ed. And we get no takeaways, and we get no sacks. What the hell do you think you're going to do?
Playing against backup offensive tackles. Yeah. And by the way, the famed too-deep Lovey defense
sucked. Without Major Wright back there when he tried to cover somebody back there when he got twisted like a pretzel, and Jordy Nelson beat him deep on that one play when Aaron Rodgers rolled out.
That's not supposed to happen, though.
Not at all. Not especially when the guy's rolling out that far out, and all of a sudden you got Jordy Nelson running down there, and he bites on it, and next thing you know, it's over the middle in the post, and all of a sudden it's a touchdown.
Think these guys will be laughing at practice this week?
Maybe. I don't know.
Laughing up at Minnesota?
It's, it's just terrible the way they went at it this game. I didn't see, like you said, call it urgency, call it desperation, call it something.
I call it lack of professionalism out there by the coaches and the players.
You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Obradovich and Buffon will be right back.
Rodgers on the takeaway, play fake, and a boot to the right side. Rodgers sets his feet, going for the big ball. Downfield, Nelson's open at the 2. Touchdown, Green Bay. Got behind the safeties, Major Wright and Craig Stelz.
That highlight, courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score, Sports Radio 670. This segment is brought to you by Gerber Collision and Glass. They come highly recommended. Let's go out to the phone lines, Eddie. Let's go out to Mike in New Lenox. Mike, you're on the Score.
Hey, what's up, gentlemen? How you doing?
What's up, Mike?
Okay, I tell you what, Doug, just before I get to my point here, October 6, 1974, I saw you make 11 solo tackles versus New Orleans. Remember that game?
Yes, I do.
I was there, and it was a pleasure, and it's a pleasure to talk to you right now. I tell you what, fellas, I agree with everything you say, and the one point I want to make is this. It's that I think the biggest issue right now is not Caleb Haney playing. It's the fact that we give that deadbeat son of a gun, Kate McDowell, another chance to come back and play. 2000 was a long time. It was 11 years ago, fellas. It'll be 12 in a few weeks.
Well, yeah, you're talking about McCowan, right? And the fact is, I thought the kid played pretty darn good tonight. I'm talking about great, not like an Aaron Rodgers, but compared to what we saw the last 4 games, there were some things I thought he could do, and I thought maybe he should have done it sooner. And it was a sense of urgency. Eddie calls it a lack of professionalism. But the fact was, we didn't do it. We didn't go out there to try to win the football game. We tried to make the game close. And thinking the defense is going to come through with that miraculous interception or scoring defensively, or Hester was going to run a kickoff back or a punt back. It wasn't there. It was up to the offense to do it. So finally in the fourth quarter, we decided there's a little sense of urgency. We start doing certain things. We got to do those. We have nothing to lose tonight. What would we have to lose, Ed?
Doug, there was only half of the fourth quarter was over before they went to a hurry-up offense.
But I'm saying, what do we have to lose to come out and start doing it from the beginning? We saw Green Bay not take their foot off the accelerator, not one time. And they were on top of us. They were beating the hell out of us. You think they stopped? You think they stopped throwing the football? Not when he got 5 touchdowns, they didn't. Let's go out to John in Rolling Meadows. John, you're on the scoreboard, OB and Doug.
Hey, guys, real quick. When we saw that Bowman was having problems one-on-one and that he had a target on his back, okay, why didn't Lovey change things up and have a safety come up and spy on this situation and give Bowman some help so that inside pattern was taken away from them, those 3-yard touchdown tosses. That got under my skin because here are the safeties standing around in the end zone, and Bowman has hang all over his face because he can't stop this from happening by himself.
Well, again, too, that's the defense, and I played that defense totally different than they played. I mean, we were taught, and the cover 2 is not a new defense. Hell, I played it for years. But we were taught the one thing, don't give the guy the inside. Do not give the guy inside, whether you were on top of the tight end, or you had the back, or you had the corner, you had the wide receiver. You don't give him the inside, especially when you're down on the 2 and 3 yard line. I mean, that's a gimme. That's a gimme for a quarterback to throw that play, Ed. He's going to take that step 2, bang, ball's gone. You can't possibly do anything about it. Let's go out to Chris in New York City. Chris, you're on the score. Chris.
Hey, what's going on? Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
You know what was so hard to watch was the fact that Green Bay was literally laughing while they had their foot on our neck, still trying to cut the head off our body. And then I looked on the sideline and saw our own players laughing like something was really funny. Now, this is the National Football League. When you're up on a team, you're supposed to dominate and beat them. And that's what Green Bay did today. They didn't ease up. When we scored that touchdown, they put their foot on the accelerator, and they went after us even harder. But the last point I want to make is Jennings didn't play that bad this year. They benched him and put Bowman in. I don't know why. Bowman has never proved that he can cover. And it took 5 touchdown passes, literally going to his side, for you to realize to bench him? I mean, thanks, guys, for taking my call. I'm done. I'm done.
Well, Chris, you're not alone. And you're not alone in this when you take a look what happened tonight. And again, too, it's just we did lose. There's no question about it. Maybe we would have lost 2 the other way. But I wanted to see us doing something to say, hey, hold it. We're coming out here, and we're going to try to score points, and we're coming after your ass. Not sit back and play that stupid game where we come off the bus running. That was important. Then use it. Then use the stuff coming off the bus running. Use the play action on it. I mean, use the play action where you hit the tight end. Use the play action, then roll out. None of that stuff. And on good downs to do it with, never did it. Never even come close to it. I would have gave this kid a chance to do something. He showed me something in that fourth quarter. And again, too, you could see he was trying to win. He was trying to do something. Like we said, first guy covered, he's off and running. He's going to pick up that first down. He's putting it all on the line. The Bears did not put it all on the line tonight. That's exactly what happened out there.
No, they didn't.
Did not.
No, they didn't. I'm going to tell you again, Doug, and both of them were wrong today. Both of them were wrong. I was looking for a heck of a lot more, Doug, with the defensive line. I was looking for a lot more line tricks, a lot more blitzes to come, especially up the middle, when, again, there was no pressure up the middle. All he did was all night long talking about Aaron Rodgers, step up, step up, step up. Why? Those guys we got, they just can't get off the line of scrimmage. And you saw it all night. Stepped up in the pocket, and he made the plays. But what just absolutely galls me, and what the thing to understand, that I'm trying to understand, I really am, is how is it that you don't try? And when you're down into the red zone or damn near close to it, and we need this football game, why is it that you don't try to go into the end zone?
It's amazing to me. I mean, I can't get
Doug
over
and I
that.
sit, and Dan Hampton sat with us for the first half. You just sit there and we're looking at each other. What are they doing? They have to win this game. They have to win this game.
Trying to keep it close. You know what? You try not to embarrass yourself on national television. The idea is to go out and win the game, because if you want to go anywhere or go anywhere further, then you need to win this football game at all costs. Do what you have to do. Take the chance, take the risk. Risk, reward. You did none of that.
Here's what Lovey said here tonight. He said, we did some good things.
Oh, good. Maybe the players may have done some good things, but I don't like what the hell they put out there. None of that package I liked whatsoever. Let's go out to Jeff in Burbank. Jeff, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug and OB, you guys hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, go ahead, Jeff.
Hey, guys, I just wanted to start by saying that it's an honor to talk to you guys. You know, I've been watching you for forever, and I know you guys haven't played in a while, but I watch your games, and it's been great to watch you guys.
Thank you.
Hey, you know, I wanted to say the reason I called is because I noticed that, they're using Hester as a returner, and he looked a little bit injured to me, and I just feel like, it wasn't a good idea to use Hester as a returner. Now, you tell me this. Why would they not put Hester, since he's injured, and I don't think he makes a good returner, why would they not put him at the quarterback position? Because you got McCown or McNown or whoever he is, and he's not making any plays out there. Why don't you put the best athlete on the field and make him make plays on the quarterback, like Tim Tebow does in the backfield over there? I'll hang up and listen to you guys. And you know what, you guys, I don't know what you guys are doing, but you guys need to figure it out. You guys need to figure it out right now.
Well, here, you talk about Hester, and I don't know if you watched him closely and you had mentioned that. He's not running like he was before, and you can tell there's something wrong. There's something wrong with him. That's why he's not in the football game. That's why he's not playing. That's why he's not in the backfield. That's not why they're not calling that Wildcat deal, because he's not running very well.
No, he wasn't running, not especially on the punts, but on the kickoffs, and probably, Doug, because he's got a shin problem, they would have taken him out. Well, who was the guy to back up? His backup was Johnny Knox. Johnny Knox has a broken back. He's done.
Plus, they want to put the fear in the other team that Hester's back there, so they'll screw up their punting or screw up their kickoffs or whatever.
Yeah, we're going to scare him to death.
That's exactly right. Let's go out to Nate in Lombard. Nate, you're on the score.
Hey, brothers, could y'all hear me? I got y'all on speaker.
Yeah, we got you, buddy.
Go ahead.
All right. My thing is Corey Graham that bad of a cornerback that they couldn't put him in for Bowman? And I just can't understand why they kept Bowman in and they don't let Graham play at that position. It might not be much of a difference, but they done anyway this year. You guys see it. Everybody see it. The Bears they might as well pack it in.
Hey, Nate, just let me jump on this. Let me tell you something. You just brought another way to think about what happened here tonight.
Okay.
Listen to this, Nate. The youngest team last year in the National Football League was the Green Bay Packers. Just happened to be in the Central Division.
Right.
Detroit Lions coming alive, coming strong. Now Stratford, their quarterback, broken finger. It's all healed now. You saw him play Saturday. He's got it on. The Lions are pouring points on, and they've got a defense. And guess what? They're, I believe, in the top 5 youngest teams in the National Football League, too. And guess what division they're in? They're in the Central Division, same division as we are. All right? We need help at so many different areas on offense, on a line, on our receivers, defensively. Again, it's right in front of you, folks. In the middle of the defensive line and our defensive backs and our difference makers defensively. There's 4 of them, and they play great, and they've done a great job. But the window's closing. Are you going to find another Urlacher in this league? No, it's not going to happen. When he's gone, it's over with. And I'm going to tell you what, the other 2 teams in this division are young, hungry, and they're well coached, and they're ready. We're on the downside, guys. This is, excuse me, let's just put it this way. That's the way I see it, Doug.
Yeah, and this segment is brought to you by Heil & Heil Insurance with offices in Skokie and Naperville. One insurance agency for all of your insurance needs. You're listening to ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Obradovic and Buffon will be right back.
Formation backfield, Rodgers with Ryan Grant, the deep man of the eye. They're going to throw a Bowman again to the goal line, end zone, touchdown, Jordy Nelson. He's got him circled, and he keeps going at him. Nelson with a touchdown, his second today. That is 5 now for Aaron Rodgers.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. On the score, Sports Radio 670. And today's pest of the game is Aaron Rodgers. 5 touchdowns against the Chicago Bears. Brought to you by Rose Pest Solutions.
I believe, Doug, that's the first time he's thrown 5 touchdowns in a game.
It is.
In a game. Now, I just want to ask you one little question before we go directly out to the callers.
Okay.
Hang in there, callers. We're going to get right with you. The snickering and laughing on the Bears sideline.
We're getting a lot of stuff. People calling about that.
I'm going to tell you what, Doug. Let's
just
say
said something.
What George Halas would have done, please. Mm-hmm. You'd have been scared to death if it was Vince Lombardi back in the day. How about if it's the New England Patriots and it is a must-win game?
Bill
Belichick, and you had your players on the sideline shucking and jiving and laughing and talking. What the hell do you think? Do you think that even would have happened?
I don't even.
Do you even think it would have happened?
I don't even know what was to laugh about. I mean,
where could you find humor?
How is it funny out there? You know, like the old saying, "How am I funny?
Yeah.
How am I funny?"
What was hysterical?
I don't know, and I wished I knew because I saw Haney, I saw him chuckling, I saw a bunch of guys chuckling on the sidelines. Then you said you saw a coach too.
I believe either that or he was an older ball boy or something. I don't know.
I don't know. All I know is I didn't think it was so damn funny.
I didn't think it was funny either. Not a must-win game, and that's how you go out in that must-win game. You're laughing on the sideline. You're laughing on the sideline at this particular stage of a game, at this level of football.
And I didn't think it was too funny.
I have words for that, Doug, but I cannot say it.
All right.
On the radio.
Let's go out to Tom in Bensonville. Tom, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
How's it going, gentlemen? I can tell you what they were laughing at. They were laughing because their head coach and Mike Martz is calling a running play on 3rd and 4. That's why they're laughing.
Maybe.
I don't understand. What I don't understand is they had set up the pass perfectly. They're running the ball down their throat. Okay, and to me, like you guys said earlier, it's a lack of urgency, and it's absolutely unacceptable. Did I think they were going to come in and win this game? No, but they still have an opportunity to make. It's insulting to the fans. It's insulting to the fan base, and somebody has to do something about it. Because if he goes up to that podium on Monday, if he goes up there Wednesday and a reporter in this city doesn't push him and press him about the play calling and about the things that they're doing, I'm tired of it. And I want somebody's head to roll. I'm with you guys because I can't take it anymore. I appreciate you guys taking my call.
Tom, I have somewhat of an answer for you, and you're not going to like it. Do you remember last year? I'm not sure if it was the Giant game, Doug, or one of the games last year, or 3 years ago, whatever it was. But last year, he was getting pummeled again. I'm talking about Cutler. And he came to the podium, and the offensive line was god-awful. And they almost killed Cutler. Mm-hmm. And so Lovey came to the podium and said, if you're here to talk about the play of the offensive line, then we have nothing to talk about.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
and that's when they started writing articles, the people in the press, about his arrogance. He says, well, then we have nothing to talk about.
See, what's going to happen is they're going to try to have you buy into the fact that they ran for 42 times and they controlled the clock. In the first half, they did this. You don't get points for yardage.
14 other teams have been doing it against them all year.
Right.
Okay?
You got to go point for point. You got to figure out a way to score.
When you put yourself in that position, how could you not go for the end zone?
Absolutely. The idea in your mind was we're going to try to score. And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to go back to it again. I'm going to go back to McCown. This kid, I thought, did a pretty good job. It's not Cade McNown, whoever the other guy called in. Cade McNown is long gone. But it's McCown. And this kid, I thought, looked pretty damn good compared to what we've seen in the last 4 games. And so I would have turned him loose more. And I liked what he did. Like I said before, I liked it because he was running it. He was hitting some
What have
passes.
you got to lose?
Nothing.
What have
Nothing.
you, folks? You got to please understand this. This is I mean, you're ready to go over the dam is ready to. I mean, you gotta. This was
Your
it.
ass against the wall.
This was it. I don't care if it was Green Bay, whoever you got to play. My Lord, what are you getting paid for?
Give a chance
to coach and to play. And this is what you get? And I have to, and looking on the sideline and watching those guys laughing and chuckling on the sideline? Jesus Christ. Yeah.
I know. And I got to tell you, it's so disheartening if, you're a fan, maybe a former player or somebody loves football or looks at it. We all get beat. I got my ass whipped many times.
It happens to us all, Doug.
It happens to us all. But I'm going to tell you something. You're back up and you're at them. And you have some kind of an idea that this is what we want to do to win. This is what we're going to try to do to win. We're going to set something out there that gives us a chance to win. I don't give a damn about you being close. I don't give a damn about the fact that maybe you lose by 3 points or 9 points or 6 points. What I give about is what effort did you give me to win this particular football game? And I did not see it. And I didn't see it from the play calling. That's the part that's really pissing me off.
Doug, here, let me say it again one more time. With about 2:30 to go in the second quarter, folks, I'm going to say it again. This is unbelievable. With 2:30 to go, 3rd and 4, and we've been running the ball successfully. And wait, I told Doug, here they're going to come with the play action now, or a bootleg. What do? They call a running play, and it's a delay. It's a delay. Your offensive linemen only have so long to hold the block. What did we do? Lose 4 yards on that play?
Yeah, cautious.
Why? On the 13-yard line, approximately the 13, why didn't we try to throw the ball into the corner? If he's covered, throw it out of bounds. Why didn't we try to go in the end zone? Why didn't we try to come with a bootleg? Why didn't we try to come with play action on that down? 3rd and 4, and try to score a touchdown. That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm saying.
And the answer to a lot of that in football is real basic. If you can run the football, if you can take it and run it down somebody's throat, which they were doing against Green Bay, the next option you have, and it fits perfectly.
Perfect. It's all set up.
It's all set up for you. It's called the play action. That in itself gives your passing game really a lot of credence. You can go out there and do that. You didn't even try to do that. You didn't even come up with the play action. You didn't come up with any of that stuff. And that's the part when you take a look at it and say, wait a minute, you guys have been coaching for years. You should know some of this stuff. Some of this stuff should be there.
I could just see some of them saying, what do those guys know? What do those are coaches. They're paid millions of dollars to understand the game and to make the calls and to do that. Okay? Let me tell you something. There's doctors and there's doctors. There's lawyers and there's lawyers. There's coaches and there's coaches.
Yeah, and tonight's game was piss poor plan. Let's go out to Todd in Schaumburg. Todd, you're on the score. It'll be in Doug.
Ed and Doug, Merry Christmas to you both.
Merry Christmas.
One thing I have to say is that there's no accountability. I saw high school players act more mature on the sidelines than the game tonight. There's no accountability for backups. We don't have any depth chart whatsoever, and there needs to be some accountability held for that.
It's going to get worse, Todd. It's going to get worse. Not only this year, we got one more game, but I'm going to tell you something. Where do we go? Where do we go? Do we trust this guy, Angelo, for another year of drafting? Are you kidding me? Another year? And all of our difference makers are moving on in age? And we have 2 other people in the Central Division that are young, strong, and hungry teams? and one of them is the reigning Super Bowl champ, might be again this year, we're in trouble, boys.
And this segment is brought to you by Auto Owners Insurance Agent of the Week, Fazio Insurance in Joliet. Contact Paul Fazio at 815-727-2611. And Ed, I agree with you 100%. The fact is, you can't, in one draft, you're going to make up all of this. You're going to have guys come in here that can play.
Doug.
Offensive linemen, wide receivers. You need some backup people on your linebacking spot. Obviously, cornerbacks. Where are you going to get all these people? Where are you going to come from in one draft?
And Doug, where are you going to find them? You're going to trust this guy? You're going to trust Jerry Angelo and his people to go out and find these people?
Can't happen.
Doug, this guy, he's got to go.
You know,
he's got. It's enough. 10 years, just go away.
But I'll tell you, we know that. You and I know that. We talked about it many times, about the roster and the talent. We know it's not there. But the one thing that still bothers me, though, if that's not there, then tonight's game plan, I can't get it out of my head, Ed. I can't get it out of how we attacked today's game, because the word must means I will do anything at any time for us to win. And if it doesn't happen, then so be it. But at least I'm going to put something out there that says I'm coming to win this football game.
I'm struggling for a word to figure out what, and I told
can't
you,
find it.
No professionalism. None
Whatever
whatsoever. And that coaching staff and the players today on a must-win, there was no tomorrow.
Let's go out to Mike in Iowa. Mike, you're on the scoreboard. It'll be in Doug.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call, and Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Mike.
to you, Mike.
Hey, the thing that really irritated me, you're talking about a must-win game. Our defense looked like we could just sit back and relax. Why didn't we attack them? They had 2 tackles out.
They're not good enough.
Up the middle?
They're not good enough.
And they're afraid on the coverage, the man-for-man coverage sometimes. Now, they went to man for coverage, some part of this football game. But once again, the one thing they do or supposedly do the best is that cover 2, and you saw them get fried with Jordy Nelson back there with Major Wright, who's supposed to pick that guy up. That I don't understand. That's ball playing right there. That's making a huge mistake, Ed, as a player. Now, the slants, I can't account for the slants. I really don't. I mean, in my mind, it may be late change. Maybe the game has gone by me. But I got to tell you this right now. Football in itself, when you do something like that, you always take away the inside of the ball player coming out to score, especially down near the goal line.
Yeah, we're sitting there, and we're watching the game, and Doug and I, and we're saying, no, you got to get inside. You got to get inside. And bang.
There it is.
There it is.
Not once, not twice, 3 times.
I'm telling you, Hampton in the first half, Doug and I were sitting there, and we're looking at, no, get inside.
As if they could hear us.
Right.
It's so disappointing, and you see that. I understand about the talent because Ed is right. The fact is there got to be some major changes up there with the Chicago Bears and Jerry Angelo and what's going on and what kind of players they're bringing in. But also, too, when you're in a situation where your back is against the wall, you pull out every stop, Ed, to make to win a football game. And that's part that's aggravating.
That's what it got me so upset here tonight, was watching that and then to catch those players. At the end of this game, that really
I could not figure that out.
That flipped the switch.
Yeah. Let's go out to Chris in Lockport. Chris, you're on the scoreboard. It'll be in Doug.
Hey, guys. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas,
Chris.
Hey, the one thing I want to say is you're talking about the players laughing. The one thing I did see is I saw Brian Urlacher with his helmet on and his head down at the end of the game.
Mm-hmm.
He was not laughing.
He was. I never saw him.
He was when they kept showing him laughing. I think he was sitting on a bench. He had his helmet on and his head down, and that's the one thing I kind of respect.
You know what, Chris? Yeah, great. Thanks for absolutely. But I tell you what I saw out there. Did you see where he got his knee hyperextended?
Oh yeah, I did.
I
saw Lovie Smith said that he's got a bruised knee.
Well,
I saw the post game.
He's lucky to rip it
interview.
out.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you what. It's going to be very interesting with a game to go that means nothing, and we need this kid. I mean, we need him huge, Chris. And when I saw, that was really hyperextended, and I hope, Doug, there wasn't any cartilage or any ligament damage.
Doug,
I'll guarantee he's going to have an MRI on it.
Oh, they will. There's no question.
Because he came back in, Doug.
Oh, I know.
And he was limping badly.
And he didn't have to. But the fact is, don't get us wrong here. There are guys out there selling out. There are guys really selling out. We see it on defense. We see those guys trying and Peppers and doing what he has to do. But all in all, when we're talking here, I understand there's a lack of talent, especially inside. We have no inside pressure. But again, too, give a guy a chance to win. I'm telling you, what I saw of Josh McCown, I was kind of impressed with the kid. Here's a guy not played football. He's coaching somewhere. I mean, he's playing high school, coaching high school.
Doug, why can't we make defensively and offensively, why can't we make changes on the run? Case in point here, Doug. We're getting the pressure from the ends coming out, all right? He's walking up into the pocket, coming up in the pocket.
Blitz him up the middle.
And I'm talking about Roger. There you go.
Blitz him up the middle.
Why don't you come with a strong side safety, a Mike blitz, any kind of a blitz with a line twist, and stop it? Why don't you do that? Why don't you even try it? Because that's how he was killing us in the first half, stepping up in the pocket. It's right in front of you, folks. And there are some things that you can do.
They took the first drive and shoved it down our throat. After that, they took their foot off the pedal a little bit, and then all of a sudden they realized with 2 minutes left to go in the first half, it's time to quit playing games. And that's when they tried to finish us off. That's when we really should have got stout. That's when we should have said, match them play for play. Run right after him defensively and offensively, showing right after him again and saying, you're in a football game, mister. That's exactly what you're going to get. We didn't give him that.
Other teams make adjustments, Doug. We struggle at it.
Yeah, no question.
We struggle, unfortunately.
You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Obradovich on the phone. We'll be right back.
So Flynn takes the snap once again, 30 seconds left in the game, and that ought to do it. Players come to him from the both sides to meet at midfield. The Bears fall under 500 at 7-8. They've lost 5 in a row. Green Bay improves to 14-1.
Offensively, we did enough things to keep us in the game and have a chance to win the game at the end. Defensively, just didn't have it tonight. Felt like we were, after the first drive, let them go down there to start the game. After that, I felt like we got control. The play-action pass by Jordan Nelson really put us on our heels from there.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Welcome back to ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. On the score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number, 312-644-6767. This segment is brought to you by River Oaks Toyota. The easy guys in Calumet City. And Eddie, let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Bill in Mokina. Bill, you're on the score.
Hey, what's up, Doug, Ted? How you doing?
Good.
Good.
You know what? I believe it's Ted. You're talking about stunts and twists and all those kind of things. And I'm a high school defensive line coach, and I understand what you're saying, but usually the mediocre, when you have mediocre players, you need that type of thing. And it's, obviously you were a mediocre player when you played, and so that's why you stress for that type of thing. And these stunts and twists. We have stud players like Julius Peppers and Brian Abadagino. What do you think you're doing? What do you think you're doing asking for that? Just because you suck doesn't mean these guys suck too.
What's he talking about?
I don't know.
He's talking about Merry
Christmas, kid.
He's talking about the lines. Everybody does the line tricks. You take some of your best athletes on the outside. Now, you may be a coach. It sounds like you're not a very good coach, because when you take somebody like Peppers, you want to do everything you can possibly with him to help him out, making him tackle in the defensive end twist, making him move some moves like that. But here's the bottom line to the Bear defense. If you don't get inside pressure, then you will not get a sack. And by the way, we didn't get a sack tonight.
Yeah, and then the other thing too is Bill, is that what you do when you're not getting the pressure up the middle, you go to line stunts. Okay, you go to blitzes. That's what you do.
It's called adapt or die, Billy. Schuster, David, what's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. I walked into the locker room, this was about 15, 20 minutes ago after the game, and I really thought I would be met with, a lot of angry scowls and swear words and this and that. But to be honest with you, it wasn't what I anticipated. It was really a feeling of resignation, that almost relief, if you will, because they knew they weren't going to win this game. There was like a little chance in where to win this game tonight. And they knew that with a loss they were going to be eliminated, and that's exactly what happened. But really the strange part, and I kept asking this question over and over to every person I talked to, is do you feel like that with some changes next season, you guys can get right back into it? And to a man, they said, yeah, just a minor tweak or two here or there, and, of course, better health. And we feel like we're as good as anybody in the NFC. And to that, I would say humbug. There's a lot of changes that need to be made here, whether you want to go all the way up to the top or just take, carpet bomb a lot of part of this roster. But obviously, a lot of changes have got to be made, even if you have better health going into next season.
Yeah, there's no question about it. Eddie and I were talking about the fact, again, to your depth, you're talking about your players are getting older, your better players on defense. The one thing that defrosted our is that the fact that the Bears really didn't come out and try to win the football game. In other words, try to score and put points on the board. They waited until the fourth quarter, halfway through, and then we saw McCown, who I thought, by the way, presented himself pretty damn good. And I thought that during the course, that first quarter, that second quarter, that would have been time to really say, okay, here we are, we're coming on. We're going to go and try to score points, knowing that the Green Bay Packers can put up points at any time, and that's they proved. With 2 minutes left to go before the half, they took the football and drove it right down the Bears' throat. That's the part that's kind of aggravating us right now, David.
Well, there's a lot of things that could aggravate you. I mean, whether Zach Bowman, who was picked on continually all night, and by the way, he admitted that he was being picked on and said he needed to make a play and he never was able to, but that was pretty obvious. Also, I mean, some people can take issue with this, and I would understand it. Lovie Smith giving Aaron Rodgers the ball right off the bat. I mean, he's the best quarterback in football. This team is so prolific on offense, and you were basically, down one football score within 3 or 4 minutes, at the start of the game. So there's a lot of things that you can pick on. The offensive line, I thought, did a really good job opening up some holes tonight for Khalil Bell, who probably opened up some eyes as well. And I will say this, I don't think the Packers are going to win the Super Bowl from what I've seen over the last couple of weeks. This defense continually is being shredded by lesser teams. Once they face some of the better teams who also have some better defenses to maybe at least slow them down, I really don't see Green Bay repeating, but that's not the Bears' problem right now. The Bears' problem is that they have holes all over the place. They need a safety. They need at least one cornerback. They need more offensive linemen. They need defensive linemen. They're getting old at the linebacker position. Of course, they need another wide receiver, and they need, maybe a backup at quarterback. I don't know if what we saw from Josh McCown tonight is good enough. So this team has got so many holes, as you guys, I'm sure, have been pointing out, that even with better health going into next season, it might not be good enough.
Well, there's no question about what's going to happen next season. There's no question about what they need. What we were talking about, what I'm talking about is I don't think they put their best foot forward out there with the game plan to win this particular football game. This was a must win. The way I look at it, it's called risk and reward. There was no risk taken. The fact was you ran the ball 42 times. You tell me, David, when's the last time you saw a play action pass during the course of this game? And they hit a tight end. Nothing.
Well, first of all, that's, by the way, that's another position. They need a tight end who could catch the football. Oops, they had one for the last couple of years and decided to trade it away. You know what? I guess what they were doing, and I didn't talk to Lovie after the game. I went right to the players. But I guess what they were trying to do is run, and eat up the clock and keep Aaron Rodgers off the field. But, again, if you're giving him the ball to start the game and you're behind 7-0, the philosophy just doesn't make any sense to me. And he's able to score and score so quickly that in spite of them taking a lot of time off the clock and having more yards overall, it just isn't good enough. Doug, it would have taken a miracle, a bad game by Aaron Rodgers, and obviously he didn't have that as he had a career-high 5 touchdown passes. So there really was no chance of the Bears winning this game, no matter what they tried to do. And I guess, like I said, they tried to slow it down by running the football, and they had some success, and even that wasn't good enough.
Well, Dave, if you look at the stats, the Bears' stats, I mean, statistically, they look pretty darn. First downs, 24 of them. Third down efficiency, 6 of 12. Total yards, 441. Passing, 242. 19 of 28. 8.6 yard average. Rushing, 199. Rushing attempts, 42. 4.7. Penalties, 6 for 28. Turnovers, 2. And we had the time of possession And so if you looked at it that way, you think, well, the Bears won the football game. Well,
you see, you don't get points for stuff like that. They don't give you points. They say, hey, listen, you ran 42 times. We're going to give you an extra 7 or 8. This is why I'm aggravated. And I'm pretty sure when you take a look at this, and I understand what you're talking about, it would have taken a miracle to beat Green Bay. But it could have been done, or at least put the effort for, have the right ammo to do it. That didn't happen. I saw them sense of urgency, which we're calling it in the fourth quarter in the second half. I thought McCown did a pretty good damn job of running the quarterback compared to what we saw in the previous 4 games. And so what I'm looking at is, I know what they were trying to do. Kill the clock. Don't make any mistakes. Let's go out there and let Green Bay screw it up. They're not going to do it. You know Green Bay is going to score, David. You know they're going to put points up. You've got to come back with something, and we did not. And especially, you developed what every team wants to do, is run the football. That is when you start to fry them with the pass with play action. And we didn't do it.
No, and they haven't done it, honestly, ever since Jay Cutler's been out of there, with his injury. I mean, they didn't even attempt to do it with Caleb Haney.
No, not at all.
To do it tonight. And you know what? Another thing that's disappointing, and it falls into what you're saying, trying to win the game, your front four hasn't done anything in weeks now of putting pressure on the quarterback, and you probably are going to get burned by doing this, but how about blitzing every now and then and showing them something different? I can't remember the last time the Bears had any kind of blitz that was successful. So, the whole thing stinks, I'll be honest, from the head all the way down, and change has got to be made. And I'll leave it to you guys or people who are around the team a lot more than I am, but I think the change has got to go way up the totem pole, and it's got to go way down through the entire roster.
Well, David, what we were talking about, they have 2 backup tackles playing, and the pressure, again, wasn't there in the middle. I mean, and there's things that you do. There's things that you do. Good football teams do. You've got the line tricks. And again, like you just said, the blitzes come up the middle with a middle linebacker, a strong safety, or there's a lot of things that you could do. And we never did it. We never went to it. We never applied the pressure up the middle, and it hurt us in the long run.
And I think, too, David, the Bears played afraid. In other words, they're afraid to make a mistake. They're afraid to go against Rodgers. They're afraid to blitz because, they got man for man on the outside. When you're in a game like this, it's called risk-reward. You take your shots. You take your shots. You don't take the punches. You start dishing out some of the punches. And that's what I saw for about 3.5 quarters. And then finally, I saw this kid, McCown, finally take the football. And, boy, I'll tell you what, one look, not there, run. One look, not there, run. Picking up first downs, moving the football. That's what I'm talking about, getting out there and trying to win a football game. And I just didn't see that tonight.
And I was going to say, Dougie and Eddie, and again, you guys, I defer to you because you know the game so much better than I do. But the whole philosophy of this defense of bend, and not break. And I'm so sick of seeing it as a fan and as a reporter. It just doesn't work anymore. I don't know if you got to be the old 46 and just literally come hell's bells after the quarterback on literally almost every play. But I just know that this thing doesn't work anymore, at least not with the personnel that they have. So something different, a philosophy, new coordinators, new coach, maybe new general manager, certainly a lot of new players. And I know the injuries have been a big reason why this team has had the 5-game losing streak. But, even with the injuries and if Jay Cutler was in there, they might have snuck into the playoffs. But they're not good enough to compete with the best teams in the NFC, much less the entire NFL.
There's no question.
Have to be made.
David, you're absolutely correct. There's no question about it. But the fact is, when that defense, and you talk about Lovey's defense, because at one time, I remember going back, when they had the inside pressure, when they had guys going on that quarterback, the key to that defense is very simple. That defense, if it's played, it's got to get takeaways. It has to get takeaways for it to be successful. It's not getting them. It's not getting the takeaways. And that is killing that defense. And what teams will do, there's about 14 or 15 plays against the cover two that'll fry it. And we saw one of them tonight when Major Wright tried to make that play on Jordy Nelson, and he turned him into a pretzel. That's a fact.
Sure. And even before the takeaways, and again, I'll ask you guys, you got to get some pressure up the middle, or at least from either end, so you can hopefully get some takeaways and pressure the quarterback to make a mistake. And I'm looking at the final stats here. Not only does Julius Peppers not have a sack, he's not even credited with a tackle or an assist for the entire game. So he's invisible, and I'm already looking ahead towards next Sunday, which will be one of the all-time glorified exhibition games with the Bears in Minnesota, a couple of second or third string quarterbacks back backup running backs. I anticipate that maybe Urlacher doesn't play, Briggs doesn't play, Devin Hester should not play because he's nowhere near healthy, and I don't think Julius Peppers is going to play either. So a lot of these guys are just going to be rested. Next Sunday's game will be must-not-watch TV.
I'm glad you brought that up because I was watching Hester. Ed and I were watching Hester. He's not running like he was before. There's something. I mean, he's limping almost.
Well, yeah, and then I thought he aggravated on one of those plays that looked like he twisted his ankle or knee. And you know what? In the last few weeks, it's pretty obvious. I think he's scared of testing that ankle or knee in game situations. He hasn't practiced at all. That's why he's been fair catching or even letting the ball just go over his head in a lot of situations because he's nowhere near healthy. It's unfortunate because he's still a great talent and great at what he does, but right now he's at best at 50%.
David, have a safe trip back.
Be careful,
Appreciate
David.
it, guys.
All right, babe. Bye-bye.
You're listening to ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. Obradovich and Buffon will be right back.
Bell the back, 2nd and 1 to the 48-yard line. It's McCown. Give it to Bell. Opening 50. Left to the 45 of the Packers. To the 40. And out of bounds to the Packer 33-yard line. And roughed up as well. Into the Packer bench. Morgan Burnett shoved him out rudely.
Now it's time to name our hot and cold player of the game, presented by Four Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning. For all the right reasons, Four Seasons. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767, Obradovich and Buffon. And now for the Four Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning. For all the right reasons, Four Seasons. The cold player, Zach Bowman. I believe almost 3 touchdowns against them, Ed, mostly on slants. And the hot player, Khalil Bell, who I thought had a pretty damn good football game, was running the football well over 100 yards. So that's our hot and cold players of the game. Let's go out to Rudy in Palos Park. Rudy, you're on the score.
Hello, how are you? Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Rudy.
The last time I talked to you guys, they threw me off the air because I said a bad word.
Okay, don't do it again.
I won't do it.
Okay.
I would like to say a bad word.
Yeah, so would I.
I'll tell you what. I like Josh McCown.
Mm-hmm.
I think the guy tried.
He certainly did. I agree.
This is right now we have sandlot football with the Bears. I've been watching the Bears since Abe Gibran, Bobby Douglas. I can't tell you. I know what you guys are talking about. Just to get into the game. And this kid played pretty good. Okay, Devin Hester, I think, doesn't feel good.
There's no question. Yes.
I don't think the guy feels good, so you can't play him. But to try to win the game, you got to do something, And this kid, Josh, he did a little bit there. Rodgers did the no huddle. How come the Bears didn't do the no huddle?
And they did that from the beginning. They came out from that first drive knowing they wanted to set up something, which they did, and drove it for 7 points. Exactly right. That's why we're talking about the urgency, the sense of urgency. Why didn't we try to do the same thing, the urgency where you saw McCown going in the third, fourth quarter where he was running the football if the pass was there. If it wasn't there, he was doing certain things with it, plus to the fact where we were running the ball extremely well. And it's still, Ed and I just can't get over the fact that if you have such a good running game going for you, how can you not incorporate the play action pass? I don't understand it. This doesn't make sense. Played enough defense to know that if you're running the football down my throat, that I got to come up a little bit. I got to try to play that run. And then when I start playing that run, and all of a sudden I pull the string, and there goes a tight end right behind me. That's something I just can't figure it out. I really can't. Let's go out to Dan in Winfield. Dan, you're on the scoreboard, OB and Doug.
Doug, Ed, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Dan.
You guys help us out so much after a loss like this. You don't understand it. And we care too much. We care, you care. We care more than the McCaskies. Don't you think?
I know. I think the McCaskies care. Dan, I'm honest with you, and I really believe this. They just got the wrong people in running this operation. They've got to get it back to where there's more football people and people that bring somebody in that's going to really help this team. I really do believe they care. I just think they need the change of many, many things up there. And I'm not talking about, players, right there. Somebody's got to make decisions, make football decisions, and for this team to get better, because I'm telling you something, Ed brought up a great point. We're just starting this puppy. You're just taking a look at Green Bay, who was a young football team, and Detroit was a young football team. And don't even count Minnesota. Let's see what we do against Minnesota next week. So we've got to get our act in order here, and that to be done, there's going to have to be changes in the organization.
Well, you can't, too, Dan, on the drafts, we draft people. We had defensive ends a few years ago. We had quality defensive ends that you could win with, and that's how you base a football player. It doesn't have to be all world, but can I win with them? Okay? And we needed offensive linemen. And in the second round, when we drafted, Dan Bazine?
Bazine, yeah.
I believe Central Michigan or Eastern Michigan. We had defensive ends. We had them here. We had people that we could win with at that position. He's not even in football. Not even in football. And you can't make mistakes like that on your first or your second or your third round draft choice. You just can't. And it's been year after year of these mistakes, and it's showing. We have nothing for it.
And again, too, defensive backs, safeties. How many times have we drafted? How many drafts have we
every
had?
year?
How about linebackers? How many linebackers have we brought in? And tell me who we got in the team right now that's there that you said, hey, I can really count on that guy. In younger players, it's not there. Let's go out to Waukegan. Ty.
Hey.
What's up, Ty?
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Ty.
Hey, my dad and I, Paul, have been listening to you guys up here in Waukegan for a long time. Really like your show.
Thank you.
All right. My question is about the two onside kicks. Robbie Gould never gave us a chance to even make a play on any of those kicks. Just wondering what your thought was on that.
Once again, too, you count on that guy, and I've never done that. I've never kicked a football, so it's hard for me to say how tough it is. But, we have guys that can do it. A lot depends on, too, the guys that are running down their end. They're going to try to make that play or try to catch that football. But the other team is designed to block you, to keep you away from the football and have one of their guys.
Yeah, that first one, I don't know. Did he totally miskick that one? It looks like he hooked it.
Yeah,
it's big swinging hook right around back to his left and out of bounds.
And missed that field goal, too, which cost us. There's no question. We were making a nice drive. And the 3 points are 3 points, but we always count on that.
Yeah, this guy, he never misses.
And that happened. There's no question about that. But one thing, too, again, I'll go back to it. We are so happy with ourselves when we get 3 points. Why would you be happy? 3 points is not going to cut it. And I think that's it. A lot of times we work to get down there and get the field goal. We should be working down there to get the touchdown, not the field goal. You need points against teams like Green Bay. Let's go out to Tim in Orland Park. Tim, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, Doug and OB, what's going on?
What's on, Timmy?
Hey, I just want to wish you guys a Merry Christmas.
Same to you, Timmy.
To you.
Hey, a couple callers ago, you guys talking about, caring. And I think he was questioning about who cares, And I care. I every Sunday morning I look myself in the mirror and I know I care about the games. But I'm curious about whether or not you guys care. Because there's a lot of talk going on the radio station, but what are you guys doing to help the Bears win? Let's be honest. Let's be honest right now.
What do you want me to do to help them win?
Well, I know you guys have a radio station, but you guys could talk to the coaches. You guys are former players. Why don't you guys give some strategy here?
Are you kidding me? Do you honestly believe that what I would say and no Bradovich would say that we won upper and they would listen to us? Are you crazy? Please. Come on. Come up with something better than that. I care. Ed cares. We all care. But what we care about is the fact that we see something that's not right. And that's what we're looking at here, that something is not right. Let's go out to Paul in Highland Park. Paul, you're on the score.
All right, what's up, fellas?
What's up, Paul?
You know what? I second that last caller. I think you guys don't care. You're a bunch of damn cowards.
Okay.
Bunch of damn cowards sitting behind your glass houses. That's what.
Now they're turning on us. Let's go to Craig in Oakland. Craig, you're on the score.
Hello?
Hello, Craig. You're up, buddy.
You're up, Craig.
This is Darnell.
Oh, Danielle? All right, buddy.
It's Darnell Rockford. Can you hear me?
I got you. Yeah, go ahead.
Darnell. Go ahead.
All right. Merry Christmas, man.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah, I think, man, we need to get rid of the coaches, the general manager, and why don't you guys come on as coaches?
We could.
You guys can do a good job?
No. I'll be honest with you. No. We couldn't do that. We couldn't be up there. And everybody says, well, you guys can go up there and tell them what to do. No, I can't. coaching takes a lot of work, a lot of effort, and a lot of experience. You just don't walk on a field and all of a sudden there you are. But if you watch the game, listen, I know we got a couple callers calling about Ed and I talking about the game. I didn't play a piano for 14 years, all right? I played in the National Football League for 14 years. I wasn't a coach at a high school. I didn't play just college ball. I played 14 years. Ed played 12 years. I know what the hell is going on out there. I know exactly what's going on out there. Can I change it? No. I'm not that good enough to be a coach right now. Years ago, maybe, but not now. But that's why they got people out there. That's why you have to get the best. There are coaches out there. There are players out there, GMs out there that understand why is New England successful all the time? Why is Pittsburgh successful all the time? Why is Green Bay successful all the time? Why is New Orleans successful all the time? We live in Chicago. Don't we have the right to do that? You need the right people. Well, B and I are not the right people to go up and say, hey, give us the team. We're going to turn it around. We're going to change it. We can't do that. But I will tell you this. I'll tell you what the hell is wrong. I can do that, and so can Ed. Let's go out to Craig in Oak Lawn. Craig, you're on the score.
Yeah, I just want to say Merry Christmas to both of you.
Merry Christmas, Craig.
And ask your opinion. It seemed like tonight's game plan, where we ran 42 times, that would have been the game plan to use with Haney. Since he didn't really get this offense, we might have won 2 or 3 games. And the one with McCown, it seems like we used a Haney game plan when he's supposed to be, so familiar with Mark's system that we didn't open it up more. So I'm just interested in your opinion, and I'll hang up. Thank you.
Well, I thought McCown did a pretty good job. I thought, with the running of 42 times, which they did run when Haney was in there, but McCown did things that Haney did not do, and that was get out of trouble. That was to get out of the pocket. That was to get out there and run for first downs and use his legs. He didn't wait till 1, 2, 3, guys, because he can't do that. He's not been around here long enough to do that. So he looked for the first guy not there. The pocket was there, then he takes off and runs and makes big plays. That's what I was looking at. That's what I thought Haney was going to do, but did not do it. And why he was told not to do it, the fact was he had to stay in that pocket. Well, I'll tell you what, McCown didn't do that. When he saw the things were wrapped up, he was out of there and showed himself a lot of skills, too, and a lot of times getting out there, rolling out, and getting rid of the football.
I'll tell you, for somebody that hasn't played the game in 4 years.
Not too shabby.
No, not too shabby.
Let's go out to Bobby in Rockford. Bobby, you're on the score.
Hey, Merry Christmas, guys.
Merry Christmas, Bob.
I just want to say what's frustrating me after seeing McCown play today is I've been watching football my whole life. Any other team, your starting quarterback goes down, you come up with a backup plan, okay? You might be committed to your first backup, but I don't care if he's a top 10 draft pick. If he plays the way Haney did those first couple weeks, you go ahead and you try out the next guy up. Why does it take 4 weeks of Haney losing us these close games? We could have won each of those games, and this game wouldn't even matter if McCown was in for each of those games.
Bob, let me ask you a question. Do you think if McCown was starting quarterback in those 4 games, that we could have at least won 2 of them?
I think we definitely would have at least won 2 of those games.
And I agree with you.
Down.
What I saw tonight, if they had the same game plan, except for the fact that, they should have done more stuff with one, but play action and stuff like that, yeah, I agree with you. But they're the ones that thought that Haney was the guy. They're the ones that thought because of last year you talk about the Green Bay Packer championship game, and when Haney came in that football game, had a TD and whatever, but had a couple interceptions. They're the one that made that thing, that call. And they kept saying this, Ed, well, you know what? March's system is so complicated, no one can really pick it up that quickly. You're not asking them to pick up the whole system. Again, I call it adapt or die. And I think they adapted to what this kid could do. I'm talking about McCown. He walks in, like you said, he didn't play football in 4 years.
In 4 years, he walked in. He got a pretty good grasp of whatever he was trying to do.
Yeah, and did it. But I'm saying he should have done it earlier. That's what I'm saying. Take the shot. Take the chance. Because what do you got to lose? Your ass is against the wall. That's all I am saying. Let's go to Terry in Oak Brook. Terry on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey guys, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Terry.
3 things. You're right. Somebody said it. It stinks from the top down. You got to have a quarterback. I feel like you got to have a quarterback. Your second string guy has to be good enough to come in and play. Now, the problem I have with the Bears is they're going to think, and no offense to McCowan,
right?
I thought he did great tonight, but You can't hang your hat on that, and that's what they're going to do in the off season. They're going to hang their hat on the fact that he played a good game. They're going to get rid of Haney, and they're going to have this guy as their backup. And I think you still have to go out and get. You got to go. I think they need 2 backup quarterbacks, and they need to be good.
No, Terry, you're right. You can't take one game and judge them, just like we judged Haney. Look what he did in the championship game. There's no question about that. They also got Enderle sitting there, a rookie. Okay, and they're supposed to be real high on this guy. No, they have to go through it. They've got to bring guys in. They've got to take a look at people and see what it is to back up Butler.
The season isn't over with yet. We've got one more game to go.
Yeah, well, in their minds, I wonder if they think that, or are they going to come out and play Enderle, or are they going to try to take a look at McCown, or what are they going to try to do?
Wouldn't you think they'd have to try Enderle, Doug?
I don't know, because they'll give you this. Well, we don't want to throw him in the middle of the fire here. We may ruin him and discourage him, whatever. But after McCown did what he did today, maybe we got to take a look at him and see if he can do it again.
Absolutely.
And see if he can play better.
Absolutely.
So, there's all kind of, questions about this thing. But the fact is that it's very simple.
They're out of it. So should you take a look at McCown, see what he does, start him again next week, start him. But I think that you also, Doug, you got to take a look at Enderle. You've got to put him under fire and see basically, does he have some of the basic skills to make it?
There's no question. I think, you got to take a look at a lot of people.
Yeah.
That last game against Minnesota, maybe they're going to take a look at a lot more people than they would than playing that started this game against Green Bay. You're listening to ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number is 312-644-6767.
Take McCown, giving to Bell. Bell looking for the end zone. He dives to the goal line. End zone! Touchdown! He gave up the football, and it was recovered by the Bears for the touchdown as Klutz blocked him. Bell gave up the ball, scooped up by Edwin Williams. It was laying on the goal line for the touchdown, and Big Ed was staring at the official to make sure, hey, look what I found.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. The drive of the game is brought to you by Arlington Heights Ford. 6 plays, 71 yards, 3 minutes and 25 seconds. And the drive ended with Edwin Williams, fumble recovery for a touchdown, which was alert by Edwin Williams by doing that. Another alert play, too, that I saw out there. Remember when there was a fumble and we saw McCown jump on that football, Ed, and recover it?
Oh,
that was
yes.
That was things you look at and say, that's something everybody's going to talk about, but that was important. In fact, that's exactly what you wanted out there. You wanted more
the
of that
extra
drive.
effort.
Exactly right. Let's go out to C-Note in Midway. C-Note, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug and OB.
What's up, C?
I like to say it's a privilege to talk to two Bear legends.
Well, thanks, C.
A lot of people don't understand what you guys have went through and, kind of a little disrespect that happened earlier. And, you guys deserve all the respect. I've got a question. Mm-hmm. When we went for the 2-point conversion, what did that do? What did that prove? I've watched the game for 30-some years. You guys played the game. What did the 2-point conversion do?
It took it to a 14-point game. In other words, 2 touchdowns, 2 extra points. Mm-hmm. Or if you want to go for an extra, if you want to go for the 2 points. But that's exactly what it did. It made it with a minute and 11 seconds to go. I don't know. I know there are miracles that have happened before, but that's exactly what it did. It made it a 14-point game.
But that's something that you really, if you were Lovey, did you think that was something that we had to do, hey, go for 2 and to me, I thought that was so weird that we went for a 2-point conversion all of a sudden.
I think there's a lot of things that happened earlier in the game that we should have taken advantage of, especially when we got down near the red zone and in the red zone, trying to score touchdowns, trying to put 6-7 points on the board, and we didn't do it. And lo and behold, at the end of the game, maybe you might have had a chance if you'd have went for it. What did you have to lose? You had nothing to lose. Believe me, nothing.
Eddie, now it's time for Doug and OB's Thoughts of the Game, sponsored by ExpressBet.com. Go right now to ExpressBet.com and enter promo code HAWWSCR to not only receive a free $125 sign-up bonus, but also be automatically entered to win $100 in free bets at Hawthorne Racecourse this fall. New winners will be picked each week. That's promo code HAWWSCR at expressbet.com. Doug and OB's Thoughts of the Game brought to you by expressbet.com. Get in, get out, and get paid. And what's your thoughts, Edward?
Well, I think the Bears, if you look at it, Doug, defensively, they gave up rushing. Packers had 21 attempts for 81 yards, approximately a 3.9-yard average. Acceptable. Mm-hmm. That's acceptable. Thoughts of the game were I have a hard. The whole theme about the show has been, Doug, is that how do you not go out there at this particular point where there is no tomorrow, and you need a win in the absolute worst way, and play like that and make decisions like that? It's very hard to understand.
Yeah, and I agree. I mean, that's where I'm coming from, too. And I thought, being a must game, again, I'll go back to it. Risk, reward. And you want the reward, you have to take some of the risk. And there was no risk really taken in the first three quarters. Now, they ran the football extremely well, which was good. But you have to build off of that. You can't wait until that fourth quarter and think you're going to come in miraculously. And the Green Bay Packers, you know what they can do. And we saw that. And you and I sat there and said, okay, fine, 2 minutes left to go before the half. Watch them what they do. They moved it right down the field and scored 7 points.
We know
it's just like clockwork.
Yeah, here they go.
Here they go. And the fact is, that's why you have to counter that somewhere along the line. Let's go out to E in Oak Lawn. E, you're on the score.
Hey, Merry Christmas, Doug.
Merry Christmas, buddy.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah, you guys, y'all don't get y'all just due. I listen to you guys every Sunday or Monday night after the game. Hey, it's basically this. It's time to clean house.
Mm-hmm.
We've been relying on this defense to carry this team for too long. They didn't wore this defense out. We don't have any impact players in key positions at all. It's time to clean house. That's all I got to say. I'm going to listen to you guys talk the rest of the night. Have a good night.
Yeah, thank you. You know what, E? Defensively, we've had some unbelievable football players in my mind. Lance Briggs, Brian Urlacher at linebackers. I mean, those guys are all over the field. A couple of years ago or so, we get Julius Peppers in here, and he has been a force unto him. I mean, this guy's unbelievable. How hard he goes and how hard he plays. Peanut Tillman has been a mainstay at cornerback, and I think on defensively, that to me, that's the toughest position to play. And these guys have been there. They have been difference makers. Unfortunately, you got to have 11 people on defense. And we've had special teams for years and defense for years, E, doing takeaways, getting great field position. And we've had a field goal kicker in Robbie Gould, who was, this guy's, he missed one today. He's missed a couple this year. Normally, this guy's dead on. And when you could get the takeaways and get the field position and have a kid kick the field goals, that has worked for Lovey. Not anymore.
Yeah, again, too, when their defense was
not
really
anymore.
Strong, Eddie, they had that inside pressure with Tommy Harris. Remember Tommy at his peak? This kid was unbelievable, and he made it a lot easier for everybody on the outside.
That's just like when you go back to 85 Bears, Doug. You go back, you had Dan Hampton. This guy terrorized people. Steve McMichael at tackle. Richard Dent. When we won the World Championship in '63, we had Earl Leggett, Doug Atkins, 6'8", 285, the other defensive end. You took care of business.
Exactly.
You had great people that could just, all positions, forward. They could get in the gap. They could create havoc. We don't have that. Tommy Harris did it, got hurt. We haven't had it before, and we haven't had it since.
Yeah, and the other thing, too, in this town, everybody, including the Bears, rely on the defense all the time. You want to take a look at the teams.
It's about takeaways.
Yeah, take a look at the teams that are up there. Take a look at the teams that are up there on top. New Orleans, New England. You're talking about the Green Bay Packers. What they all can do, they can score.
Score points, boy.
They score points. And this is something, the way the NFL is going and what's happening, that is the key to this. You've got to be able to score points.
Doug, why this sometimes it turns into a track meet, especially when you get New Orleans and New England, and the Packers is that over the years, the rules have changed to help the receivers.
No question. You're absolutely right, Ed.
Folks, you got receivers now.
You can't touch them.
You can't touch them. You can't even look at them sometimes. And out comes the flag. And they've done that because television tells you what they want. They want a track meet. They want points. They don't want that 7-3 game, the 14-10 game, etc. They don't want that. They want the points going. And they keep taking things away from the defense and your defensive backs. So that's why you see passing going, unbelievable numbers in passing from these quarterbacks, putting points on the board. Why? One of the main reasons why I believe and Doug believe rule changes. It's for the offense to score points.
And so you got to adjust. And you got to adjust to that, and you have to jump on the bandwagon and start putting points up. Why does it show every year? You look at it, who's up here? The same teams. Let's go out to Dwayne in Southside. Dwayne, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. It's a pleasure again. I wanted to get to this point, but I called you guys last week, and I know people howled on it. And I said part of the problem with the long-term problem with the team has just been this over-reliance on the defense and ignoring the offense. Well, the answer to your question tonight that I was thinking about that's really bugging you is, one of the things about it is I think everything is atmosphere. And you know what? I think the coaches, maybe even ownership, the attitude is survival. The attitude is, we'll score a couple of points in just to survive. Instead of starting the season saying we're going to dominate, we're going to lead, we're going to the Super Bowl, we're going to dominate every team. And here, like what you're frustrated at tonight is, I think part of that is just, okay, we'll lean back and I hope everything works out. And they're like the Steelers or the 49ers or the Saints or something. They come in, we're going to kick your butts, we're going to win. These guys are so, the coaches are like very laid back, and there's no, let's go get them and tear their heads off or something. And it's like, well, okay. And I think the atmosphere is, they probably want to win, but I don't think that atmosphere is a killer atmosphere, the kind of atmosphere you need to win that. And I think that's what you see, and that's what you see long term. And you combine that with the lack of ability to build a team, you have disaster. It's disaster without both of those things.
Dwayne, that's a great point. Especially playing defense, you have to be aggressive. If you could put it in a non-aggressive position, where you're always worried about position where you're going to be, drop back, do all that. That's fine. You have to do some of that. But you got to release yourself. You got to get defenses. For example, I'll talk about Pittsburgh. I'll talk about San Francisco. I'll talk about those defenses. That's what they do. Again, too, the offense is the same mentality. You got to have that same mentality because you're right. You got to accelerate. You can't just coast along thinking, don't worry, they'll make a mistake. Let's wait. They'll make a mistake. Let's wait. They'll make a mistake. It doesn't happen. You have to force them to make a mistake. You have to put it right on the line. And that's why I'm so upset about today's game. Let's go to Tony in Hyde Park. Tony, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up, T?
All right, Tony.
Hey, Doug. It's a pleasure speaking with you guys. And Obi, you said it earlier. We played not to lose versus playing to win. And Mark Marks brought an offensive system in that worked 15 years ago with St. Louis because they had an all-pro line, they had dynamite receivers, and they had an all-pro 7-step quarterback to take the 7 steps and deliver a ball. We don't have that. Jay Cutler is what I call a hustler. He can call plays. He's very smart. And when we took that away from Cutler, I don't know, maybe you guys know, that's why maybe him and March fell out. But we have a quarterback who can scramble, who should be able to call audibles and make adjustments. And that should be taught as a system because I think, Doug, you said it last week, New England has a system. They can plug anybody into that system. They will win. And hopefully next year the Bears will catch that on and develop a system that we can win. And you're right, guys. We have a PlayStation offense in the NFL now. Score points. So the defense needs to make adjustments. I played DB, Doug, and Opie back in the early 80s, and we mimicked you guys. We were very aggressive. Now, the DBs can't play as aggressive as I did back in the 80s and 70s. So, as well as defense, adjustments need to be made in the front four where they can do stunts, they can send blitzes. But for the Bears, I agree 100%, guys. We're playing not to lose versus to win. Hey, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and thank you for your time. God bless.
Thanks, Tony. You know, you're right on
thank
Tony.
you, Tom.
The stuff that you talked about, and it's there. It's sitting right in front of our eyes. And, you know, and I don't believe March is going to be back next year. That's my own opinion. But the fact is that whoever does come in here, you're right. I still think you got to put the onus on the quarterback a lot of times if he's smart enough to make his calls, to make his audibles, to set him up. He sees things out there. He sees what's going on. And that's, I think, is what Cutler needs to do. Once again, though, you still have to get him something to go with him. You need a wide receiver to make a play, or you need an offensive tackle on both sides and guards and protection. There's a whole 9 yards.
Well, and the other thing, too, Tony, is when you look at Cutler, you know, you take the offensive line, you take the 5 people. For Cutler to be, or anyone, whoever the quarterback is there, we have to go to max protection. It's just what we have to do. We just, you know, the guys are they the football players that, and again, you look at them, can we win with them? And every time they go to a 5-man line to block, I mean, it's tough on them. It's tough on them. And if you got to have a quarterback that's a scrambler and can be accurate when he's on the run. And for us to be efficient offensively, we basically have to go to max protection. And what does that do? It takes away from your total offense, how you can strike a defense and go after a defense.
And you also got to have a wide receiver that throws fear into the defenses. That's a must. And take a look at all the teams that are right there on top that score a lot of points. They have a wide receiver that scares the defense. If you don't have that and you can't scare defenses, they will do what they want to do when they want to do it. And that's a major problem. Let's go out to Roger in Wicker Park. Roger, you're on the score.
Actually, this is Ramsey from Bourbonnais, but how you fellas doing?
How you doing, Ramsey?
All right, Rams.
Pretty good, fellas. You know, whenever I watch a Bears game, I just ask myself, what would Coach Dick think? And watching these guys and listening to you, I think Coach Dick would be disgusted. Disgusted because you guys obviously don't care. You don't care, and I don't see what you're.
I lost that one. I don't know what he's talking about. Let's go out to Louis in Peru. Louis, you're on the score.
Hey, guys.
What's up, Louis?
You know, did Julius Peppers dress today?
Yeah.
Really?
You didn't think he was there, huh?
I didn't see much. You know, this guy is great until it's a big game. He just disappears. Who was blocking him? Was it like an all-world guy, or was it like a second or third string tackle?
Well, it was a tackle that replaced another tackle, and again,
Amazing.
too, it would be a second string tackle.
At least a second string tackle.
Mm-hmm.
See, and I don't hear much negative about Peppers. And I don't know if you guys are afraid to say, geez, Peppers sucked.
No, we said at the beginning that he had not one tackle nor one pressure all night.
That is truly amazing.
Yeah.
And you know, the running back Bell, he had 120 plus yards.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Forte was not missed.
Well, Forte was missed coming out of the backfield catching the football. There's no question about that. And Bell had a hell of a game today. But the fact is, against the Green Bay Packers, you need more than that. The stop of the game is brought to you by Wingstop. Wingstop serves Chicagoland with 17 locations. Visit wingstop.com. Wingstop, the wing expert. The stop of the game was holding the Packers to 81 rushing yards. That's what the Bear defense did very well. And they only had 3.9 yards per rush. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Obradovich and Buffon. We'll be right back.
It's hard. I mean, that's hypothetical. And all I know is, you know, what I had here, right here, this night. And, you know, I don't want to speculate on that. I just know my number was called tonight. I went out and played as hard as I could. And, I mean, the bottom line is we still came up short.
That's Josh McCowan talking about the game itself, and he is right. The kid put everything out on the line tonight, and he was out there to win this football game. You're listening to ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. And the defensive play of the game is brought to you by State Farm Insurance, and we really couldn't come up with one. And seriously, we looked all over, and what play was out there? Maybe you could. I can't. Ed couldn't. I mean, one particular play that meant something, and it wasn't there. Again, too, when you talk about the Bear defense, the one thing they did do well was take care of the run, which we talked about. They only had 80 yards rushing against them, 3.9 average. But the fact is, though, we got no takeaways, and I think there was one sack, and that was basically a bad sack at the end of the game, and it wasn't against Rodgers.
Well, Lovey said, Doug, he said the defense didn't bring it tonight.
Yeah, that was his words.
That was his words, right? He said the defense didn't bring it tonight.
Let's go out to Jackson in Woodstock. Jackson, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, thanks, guys. Appreciate you taking the call.
Thank you.
Doug, earlier you were touching on the balance between offense and defense and special teams, and you're making me think of something that I learned in school, and it was a difference between something that's necessary and something that's sufficient to get a job done. The example they always used was you need fuel, you need spark, and you need oxygen to make fire. And in football, if you would say you need offense, you need defense, and you need premium positions, okay, is the fourth component. And those premium positions would have to include quarterback. And the way I look at it, Jerry Angelo, if he was a doctor, he'd be sued for malpractice because you don't send a team out at the beginning of the year without an adequate second-string quarterback, period, exclamation point. So I'd like to hear what you guys have to say.
Well, there's no question, Jackson. You're absolutely correct. The fact is, there's a lot of things. You have to coach everybody up, and especially that quarterback. Because you know how this is. You play the National Football League at any time. One of these guys go down. Now what are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do? I saw the other day where Pittsburgh beat, was it the Rams?
Right.
Roethlisberger didn't play. You know who played? Charlie Batch.
37 years old.
37.
Right. A proven commodity.
That's what you're talking about. That's exactly right.
You know you're going to have a fall off from your first string quarterback to your second team quarterback, but it can't be a fall off of 10 miles.
Right. A drop is right down to the bottom of the canyon.
Right. Because when you do that, you diminish the impact of all the other good players.
Absolutely. You're absolutely right, Jackson. That's a great point.
Yeah, absolutely. Again.
The postgame show was brought to you by Old Second Bank. Start banking on Old Second Bank. Thanks to David Schuster, Mark Tulloff, Herb Lawrence, Brendan McCaffrey, Brett Lyons. And up next, the Grauber.
The Graf.
Les Grobstein.
I think he's up. I believe he's up in Green Bay, isn't he?
He probably is. He always goes on the road, and none better. He will take your calls, and we thank you for listening. From Ed and I, Merry Christmas.
Yeah, have a safe and healthy 2012, folks.
See you
Good
next
night.
week.
Now, live from Stormy's Tavern and Grill, 1735 Orchard Lane in Northfield, it's time for the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank, with Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich, only on the official station for Bears fans. Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's sports station, presented by ExpressBet.com. Get in, get out, get paid.
Shotgun snap, Potter quickly back in the pocket. Moves in the pocket. He's erased in the pocket, and down he goes. A third down sack of Christian Ponder. Snap Potter up the middle. Harvard with a burst to the goal line end zone. Touchdown, Minnesota.
Too easy. He got to the second level before he ever got touched, and then it was finally a defensive back in the middle of the field that came up with contact.
Here's the snap. Tight pocket. Pump fake. Now McCown spins to the left. Leaves the pocket at the 10 to the 15. First down to the 20, to the 25, 30, 35, and to the 38-yard line. Let's call it the 39. Josh McCown scrambles for a first down, spun out of the pocket for 28 yards, and maybe that's the momentum shot the Bears need to get something sustained and something to get things going against these Vikes. Snap, McCown, fake right, throwing, open, end zone, touchdown! Touchdown Bears! It's Roy Williams, gets behind the secondary, McCown on the shoulder shrug. They've been on the double move, and Williams has a touchdown for the Bears. Here's Ponder on the play fake. Ponder going to throw, sets off the hands. It's intercepted. There's Peanut Tillman at the 20. Tillman 10. Tillman 5. Tillman, the first-time Pro Bowler. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Second this year. Fifth of his career. His 30th career interception. Fourth down, field goal, try long roll. Out of the hold of Kluwe. Left hash. It is blocked. The Bears have blocked the field goal attempt. Up the middle and blocked again by the Bears. Dave Tobe had asked for that, and he just got what he asked for. The 23rd block since 2004 by the Bears. Number 1 in the National Football League.
Welcome to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Stormy's, 1735 Orchard Lane in Northfield. Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jeff Joniak on the call. The Chicago Bears, 17, Minnesota 13. And they got a win there in that football game. But as we look at the game and probably look at it a little closer, once again, there's a lot of work to be done if the Bears are going to come back next year and play some really great football. We saw some things happen today. And I thought that defensively there were some plays that were made. I thought Adonijah played pretty good at the defensive end.
Doug, there were
rollout.
Yeah, there were a lot of bootlegs today by Minnesota, and both sides. They really contained it pretty darn well.
They did a good job of doing that. And also, too, when you talk about the Bear defense, the one thing they need, obviously, are the takeaways. You got Tillman now not only taking away, goes in for a touchdown. You got Jennings touchdown or interception, but I don't know. I'm questioning that. I thought that ball hit the ground, then bounced up in the air, but. That being said, it doesn't matter. The Bears got credit for it. And then the bad part is that Marcus Webb was taken to the house by Jared Allen. I mean, it was unbelievable. I don't know what the total sacks were for Minnesota, but it was right up there. And you're talking about a team, Minnesota defense, which is really weak. Their secondary is terrible. They're 29th against the pass. And again, too, the Bears really didn't do that much throwing the football. What they did was they came up with big plays and obviously special teams. And you're talking about the field goal block by Peppers, the last one, the bad snap. But again, this football game came down to Minnesota to win the football game on a 20-yard line after their interception, and they didn't make it. They didn't do it. So all in all, you want to end the year like this with a win. But I got to tell you, folks, there's a lot of work to be done for the Chicago Bears next year. I don't know what I saw out there today that says a real big positive. One thing was Roy Williams catching the football. That was one thing that I saw. Again, too, the offensive line I still think is very weak. I think the defensive line is not strong enough yet again, too, in the pass rush. And the fact is that that offensive line for Minnesota, they ranked 29th against the pass rush, and the Bears really didn't get that many sacks going today. So all in all, though, I guess the most important thing, if anything, is winning the football game, and the Bears did, 17-13. The one thing I liked about the Bears, did not quit, did not throw the towel in, said, here we are, we're going to play this football game, and we're going to try to win this game. You take Urlacher at the end of the game, puts everything on the line, gets back there, makes a play, hurts his knee, but is playing well. So, Eddie, when you take a look at this, and I said before, we got the positives there, but there's so many negatives, too, that has to be done, and this is something that Lovie Smith was talking about at the beginning, saying this is the first game in 2012. Well, they got work to do. And where they're going to come up with a lot of these players, I don't know. But I know one thing. If you want to compete against the good teams, and that would be Detroit and Green Bay, we certainly got to make a lot of improvements.
Oh, well, the two teams out there you saw today, this afternoon, I mean, way behind, Dougie, way behind. You know, from the first game to the last game, you know, you look at there's more negatives than there are positives out there. And I know that Jerry Angelo and Lovie Smith were talking about at the beginning of the year, if you people remember, they're talking about these are the guys we wanted in there, these are the people we went out and got, we signed them, and these are the people who we're going with. Well, it's going to be another long year, I think, next year and another 2-3 years, Doug. Because right now, I don't think we can compete with Green Bay and Detroit. And by the way, who have two of the youngest teams in the National Football League, and they just happen to be in our division. Now, the problem from the first game to the last game and looking at it, the biggest problem that we have, and I know there's several, is the offensive line and the defensive line. It's right there, folks. That has to be corrected. You're asking Julius Peppers. You're asking Julius Peppers, who is a defensive end, a left end or a right end. You're asking him to play, if he's playing left end, you want him to play right end. Now the next game, you want him to play left defensive tackle or right defensive tackle, right end, left end. You're asking this guy to be Superman. And so far he stood up, but he's going to wear down physically, and he's going to wear down, more important, mentally, because he's starting to figure this thing out, Doug. If I don't do anything, there's no help there. There's no help. Now, what you saw in this game to make a defensive line be effective, what did we do, Doug? Late in the third quarter, we blitzed. You saw the defensive tackles, right. You saw the defensive tackles there come with a line twist and with a Mac blitz with Urlacher up the middle and with Briggs coming up the middle. Because why? Our defensive line cannot cave in the middle. Now, again, Doug, what I saw today with Urlacher, I didn't even think he played today. I really didn't, because he's got a banged-up knee. And to see him go down, in the end zone like that, I mean, there's a guy, you talk about bringing it, folks. I mean, this guy comes to play 16 games year after year. He gives it his all. And to see him go down, that was not a good sign, because we need Brian Urlacher. We need Briggs. We need Tillman. We need Peppers. And what we mostly need to help these individuals become a world championship football team. 4 guys on offense, on defense are not going to do it, and 2 guys on offense are not going to do it. You don't win a world championship. If you don't think about it, just go up to Green Bay and take a look at that offensive 11 up there and see what they do.
And Eddie, this postgame show was brought to you by Old Second Bank. Start banking on your future. Well, that's exactly what we're talking about here. We all knew going into this football game. And the sad thing about it was, I thought that this game would mean something at the end of the year. I thought this game would put the Bears over, probably make them 10-6. I thought wrong. And when I take a look at it, Lovie Smith said, we'll find out what we have after this game. You found out what you had
now, here's
prior
the flaw
to that.
Here's the flaw with that statement.
So it's not right.
Doug?
0-5. Some of you should know right then when you go 0-5. I mean, how in hell would you not know that there's something wrong somewhere?
Doug, here's the flaw with that statement. Again, I go back to my opening statement. Here's what he said to me. These are my guys. There's 16 games last time I checked in the schedule. He said, these are my guys. Now, at the end of the season, after all hell breaks loose, now he says what? Going into the last game, we're going to find out what kind of a football team we are? Like you didn't know? You're the head coach.
Well, they knew at the last 5 games what they were. And also, too, for those out there who at the beginning of the year, and I wasn't one of them, by the way, the fact was when I took a look at Jay Cutler, I said, the Bears finally got themselves a franchise quarterback. There was no doubt about it. The kid can play. The kid made a difference. All I heard, Ed and I heard for the first 4 or 5 games, this Cutler, jerk face, this, that. The hell with you, mister. That kid brought this team, put them in a row, won football games, and took a beating doing it. That's the part that pisses me off the most. It really pisses me off. Because that kid really went out there and hustled. I don't care what he looks like. I don't care if his face changes. I don't care a damn thing. What I care about is what you do with the football. And they did nothing with the football. You lose 6 games in a row, please stop yourself. That guy Cutler's got to be in. Now do yourself a favor. Jerry Angelo, if you're still around here, do yourself a favor. Go out and help the guy. Go out and find some wide receivers that mean a damn. Go out and find some tackles that can block like mad. Go out and give him help. Instead of saying, okay, here, this is a Mercedes-Benz. All right, we're going to put 4 flat tires on him. The fact is, you got to do something about this. You can't let this guy just sit there and wither away if he comes back next year. Because Ed is right. The same damn thing will happen. He'll get hurt again. And that's the part that you look at and you say to yourself, you get so angry because the Bears could have been there. Their defense is good enough. It's not dominant anymore. It's not great, but it's good enough to take this team into the playoffs. And they blew it. We're not having the depth on that team to come back and to win games like against Kansas City, Seattle, Denver, San Diego. Boy, that's a juggernaut right there, boy. Please stop yourself.
Well, what does that tell you about our team? We lost all those teams you mentioned.
Absolutely. What I'm saying is that the depth part is there. Well, the quarterback was not there. I question the game plan, too, half the time.
Doug, all right, you just said that. Jerry Angelo's been here, 10 years, going on his 11th or 12th year?
Something like that.
So you're going to rely on this guy for the upcoming year to go out into the college ranks or wherever he's going to go, and you think he's going to find these players to come in and fill all these vacancies that we have? He's going to fill in all our wide receivers. He's going to fill in the guard, the center, the tackles. You're going to rely on him to do this.
Well, I have no choice because I don't think he's going anywhere, nor do I think Lovie Smith is going anywhere. And the only one who may go somewhere will be Mike Martz, the offensive coordinator.
Well, that's sad, Doug, because I'll tell you what.
Not going anywhere, Ed.
And I'm just telling you about Jerry Ant. He's been here long enough, folks. Nice guy, wonderful guy, everything. But guess what? It's a short season. It's not a lot of games. And you're playing for a world championship. Not to go 8-8, Doug, 9-7, etc., like they like to talk about. Super Bowl, that's what you talk about. And we need a lot of help. And I do not trust this man one bit. Why? Because it's right in front of you. His body of work is right in front of you. We have number 1, 2, and 3 round draft choices. They're not even in the last 10, not even in this damn game of football.
And the fact is, you can't keep going to the free agency. You can't keep paying out that money, the type of money you have to get at Peppers, or the type of money you got to get Cutler and give up 2 draft choices to get them. You've got to come within yourself. Ed and I talk about it all the time. We talk about the Packers. I don't like the Packers. I don't really like them. But I'll tell you what, I like their organization. I like what they're doing up there. Through the draft. Last year they win the Super Bowl. Out of the first 22 starters, 15 came from the draft. Take a look at it. Then the time they drafted, by the way, they drafted Aaron Rodgers. I'm saying, are you nuts? Number 1, you've got Favre there. Yeah, take a good look and see what that means. This segment is brought to you by Auto Owners Insurance Agent of the Week, Fazio Insurance in Joliet. Contact Paul Fazio at 815-727-2611. The postgame show will be right back.
Here's Ponder. Hit as he throws. Guns it to the near sideline. Incomplete for the receiver, Joe Webb. And boy, Israel Adonijah planted. Christian Ponder, he is not getting up right now. Having some difficulty on his feet.
Yep,
and he goes back down to the knee.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Stormy's, 1735 Orchard Lane in Northville. The stop of the game is brought to you by Wingstop. Wingstop serves Chicagoland with 17 locations. Visit wingstop.com. Wingstop, the wing expert. And that goes to Adonijah. Adonijah on a rollout by Ponder. Comes up, makes the hit, and puts him out of the football game. And I'll tell you, I think that was something that was special for this football game for the Bears to win it because they had to bring in Joe Webb. And I believe Ponder would have gave Bears more trouble than Joe Webb would have done.
Doug, it looked like they saw a weakness against the Bears and whoever had containment on the stronger of the weak side.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, because they went with the bootlegs all day long. And we did a good job of containment, and I agree with you on Donijay. But one thing, I'd say a little shout-out here. Excuse me, to my grandson, Jasper James Geyer. It's his birthday today, Doug. He was born on 1/1/01.
That'd be easy to remember.
1/1/01. Jasper, God bless you, son. Happy birthday.
And let's go out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Eric in Phoenix, Arizona. Eric, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug and OB, how you doing?
What's up, Eric?
Happy birthday, Jasper.
There you go.
Hey, I wanted to make a comment about the coach's ineptness. It unfolded on the very first series when Bennett fumbled the ball, which was not called a fumble on the field. Why would we not, the Bears, get to the line, snap the ball as quickly as possible before Leslie Frazier could throw the challenge flag? And then I have one question to ask you guys. Who in the Bears organization analyzes the coaching staff for such mistakes? Who is it that would determine that the coaching staff is incompetent?
That's two good questions. And as far as competency, you take a look at the guy that's upper is Jerry Angelo.
That's the guy.
That's the guy he's going to look at. He's
That's
the guy,
the guy.
and he's got to be a football guy. Not only has he got to be able to get out there and find players and do this or that, he's got to understand what's going on that field. So that would be the guy when you think Ed, you go to.
Absolutely. There's no question about it. That's the man who it goes to, and he tells you if you is or you isn't.
That is correct. And the other thing, too, I don't understand a lot of stuff that went on out there today. I thought that even Minnesota, Leslie Frazier, I would have challenged that Jennings, interception. I thought that ball hit the ground, too, but a lot of times these guys don't do it.
I couldn't understand that one.
Uncle Meatball, Fox River Grove. Uncle Meatball, you're on the score.
Hey, thanks for having me on. Happy birthday, Jasper, and OB, thank you so much. You turned me on to that brunch cafe while I was home on leave, and it is just amazing.
Isn't it wonderful? Absolutely.
Oh, my God. Now let's get down to business. This year is a carbon copy of years past where we continue to misevaluate our talent. Our coaching staff still can't manage the clock with timeouts. We're still the worst. We are still the worst when it comes to challenging plays on the field. And it all comes back to Jerry Angelo and Lovie Smith. The team is a direct reflection of these two people. Last week, when everybody was joking and joking on the sideline, it's because Lovie's laid back. He doesn't go in there and coach. We haven't developed any of our draft picks. I'm begging everybody in Chicagoland to go compare Jerry Angelo's pick to somebody like up in Green Bay or to Indianapolis. Go one for one and see who's still on the team and who's not. It's going to be a long year. And I'll end it with this. Dougie, you said that Cutler was going to end up in a body bag if we didn't protect him. Well, guess what? We didn't protect him this year, and you can see how bad this team really is. It's going to be long off season. It's going to be a long year next year, and it's going to be a long year after that. Guys, I love you. I'll listen to you. And take care. I hope you had a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Thank you. Meatball, you're exactly correct. Let me just tell you something. If you think, and if they think that this offense, you're going to come back with this offensive line in 12, and you're going to go through 16 ball games, and Cutler's going to be upright, it's just not going to happen. And what we have to do is compliment him, and more so, we have to compliment Forte. We've got to get our offensive ends, our tight ends, involved in the passing game, involved in our offense. They're non-existent. You go to most of the teams in the National Football League, and some of them are basically the prime targets that they hit down the middle, over the middle, on a wideout. We do not have. We've got to get a full complement of offense so that we can strike with a tight end, with a slot back, with the wideouts. We can hit the running back, not just with Cutler and Forte and beating them to death and think you're going to go 16 games with those two guys. It's not going to happen.
And see, here's the other problem the Bears have. Do you think, you honestly believe that last year, when they went through that whole season with nobody getting hurt, their offensive line was fine.
The miracle.
You think that's going to happen every year? And this is where the problem is. They did not plan for something like this to happen. Other teams it happens to. Other teams come around. When the Packers won the Super Bowl, did they not have 14 or 15 guys on injured reserve?
15.
15 guys, correct? So what I'm saying is that, fact, you have to plan for that. You're not going to get a season like you had last year, where everybody comes out perfect and nobody gets hurt. You got to have coaching down behind the guys that are on second team and third team. You got to have depth. They don't have depth. And even worse than that problem, They got a problem with the first string guys. They've got to get better with those type of guys. It's going to be a long haul, boys.
Where are they going to find the first-string guys, Doug? Where are they going to find the backups?
Know.
Where? How are they going to get this done? Do they have to go out into free agency and, again, spend $1 bazillion to bring in here? Because it sure hell doesn't work in the draft. And, I mean, it's right there for everybody to see. I mean, my Lord.
Let's go out to Mike in Melrose Park. Mike, you're on the score.
Doug, OB.
Mike.
Honored to talk to you.
Happy New Year,
and,
kiddo.
Jasper, 1/1/01, and today's his 11th birthday.
There you
God
go.
Bless you,
there you go. Thank you.
I'm a little upset right now, but not as upset as I'm going to be a year from now, because based on the Bears' history, you're going to see the Bears get a third-place schedule next year with all their guys returning healthy. They're going to probably end up doing real good next year, and as the Bears' history goes, you're going to see Angelo and Lovie Smith both extended. That is going to aggravate me even more than what this season did, because you knew this season was lost the minute Jay Cutler got hurt. I'll let you guys address that. Have a great holiday, and God bless you to your grandson.
Thank you. This segment is brought to you by River Oaks Toyota, the easy guys in Calumet City. Yeah, there's no question about it. What are they going to do? I mean, how are they going to fulfill all these things? How are they going to get these players?
Well, you got to look at past performance, and the past performance, folks, our listeners out there, man, thank God you people have been wonderful. What do you have to do? You got to look at somebody has to take a blame for this. I mean, 10 years of ineptitude? Excuse me. There's one draft after another. Miss. I mean, it's got to stop. And how do you stop it? You got to clear house. Jerry Angelo, in my book, Doug, has to go. I don't care what anybody, we'll end of the year, we'll have Jerry back, we'll do this. No. Taking on too much water, my friend, especially when you got Green Bay and the Detroit Lions flying high, Doug, and they ain't going anywhere, pal. They're just going to get better.
Yeah, the arrow's up on those two teams. There's
no
question. I mean, the Bears can't even, I think the arrow's down. Even today's game. If you watch today's game, I know we won, and I was happy we won, and I was happy that certain things happened out there, but they didn't show me anything. In other words, Roy Williams is probably the only one I said, wait a minute here. He finally caught some footballs. He did all right. And I take a look at Donijay. He played some nice rollouts, did very well there. But all in all, when it's all said and done with, once again, we go back to the offense. And look here. This is the stats from the game in the first half. The first half, for the total game, the Chicago Bears had 209 total yards.
Same as last week,
209. How many passing yards did they have? 117. 117 yards. Do you know the three top quarterbacks in the league right now, they have thrown for 15,000 passing yards and also for over 122 touchdowns? Because you're not going to get off the bus running. You better get off the bus passing if you want to know what's going on in this game. And that's exactly what they need to do. But can they do it? Do they have the ability to do it? Do they have the players to do it? Cutler can do it. But come on. Throw some players that are involved. Give them some protection time to throw the damn football. Then you may have yourself something going for yourself.
Doug, it's the formula that Lovey is based on it, and he has won with it. I mean, he has won with it. Is special teams, field position, defense, takeaway. If you can take it back for 6, great. Offense, don't screw it up, kick a field goal. And that's how they've been winning these games.
Unfortunately, it won't work anymore. It won't work. In times it does work. It works when you're whole healthy, when you got everybody going for yourself. They don't have everybody going for themselves. And you're right. They got to change it.
Yeah.
You've got to get what's going on in the National Football League right now.
What I like about the Bears is these kids never gave up, Doug.
No, they didn't. I'm giving it to them right from day one. These kids kept playing. They were out there busting their ass.
And especially this game, you had Urlacher flying all over the field. Even with a bad knee, folks, he played. I don't even think he practiced this week, but he went out there. He's a hell of a football player, and boy, I'd take a Brian Urlacher on my team any day of the week. Kudos to him, and kudos to those players for going all 16 games and giving it up and trying to win this football game today. That you cannot take away.
Let's go out to Ty and Waukegan. Ty, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug, OB, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, Ty.
I'm not sure if you guys are outdoorsmen or not, but I shot a nice 13-point buck yesterday, kind of take my mind off.
Terrific. Where at?
Crap, but
Ty, where'd you get him?
Down in Morris on a farm down
Morrison? Okay.
Hey, Ty, let me tell you something. Doug goes back to Pennsylvania, into the mountains of Pennsylvania, hunting for deer or hunting for Bambi. And so far, you know what he's shot in the last 20 years?
Goose egg.
A tree.
Tree, yeah. Well, it was an oak tree. It was a good tree.
That was 1 out of 20. You hit a tree one time.
Well, congratulations, Ty.
Yeah, thanks. It's a nice buck.
Yeah.
Anyways, I just want to talk about Jerry Angelo, and he kind of stole my thunder a little bit earlier, but he's got to go. And Lovey, I don't mind so much, but Jerry Angelo is just it's too much. He's going to leave us in a hole here for the next 3-4 years, and I don't know what we're going to do.
Well, that's the point. You get so much time to make something happen. And then what happens, and when you look at it, when somebody's head of an organization, and if the organization is not cooking, if it's not working, you've got to understand that you have to change some things. And that's exactly it. In philosophy and thoughts and how you do things. The NFL is changing. It's changed. So you either got to go along with the program or you're going to die. Adapt or die. And that's exactly what's happening. We saw Detroit adapt. They got rid of Millen. And all of a sudden, they went uphill.
He was there about 10 years.
10 years, and he about destroyed that Detroit. Team. Green Bay turned everything around. They put themselves up and, pulled themselves up. So all I'm saying is that, it's time to make a move.
Ty, there's different points that you could sit here and make. Here's the one that's really disturbing. For us to get better and compete, again, with Detroit and Green Bay, well, we don't have starters that even can start for these people. We don't have starters that qualify. Now, we've got to go out and find the starters, and then where do you find the backups on both sides of the football? If you think about it that way, that's very depressing.
Well, there's no question. The fact is you still depth. Once again, you cannot rely on the team you start with at the beginning of the year will be there in that last game, the same team. It won't happen. It happened to the Bears. They lucked out it last year. They got away with it, and everybody said, oh, don't worry about it. Everything will be fine. Well, that's not the truth. The truth of the matter is you better have depth. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. We'll be right back.
Snap, McCown, fake right, throwing, open, end zone, touchdown! Touchdown Bears! It's Roy Williams. Gets behind the secondary, McCown on the shoulder shrug. They've been on the double move, and Williams has a touchdown for the Bears.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. On the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Stormy's, 1735 Orchard Lane in Northfield.
That's the old Chicago Cardinals, Doug. And,
that's right.
The racetrack, Sportsman's Racetrack.
You should know. You spent a lot of time there. No. The drive for the game is brought to you by Arlington Heights Ford. It was 8-play, 90-yard drive in the first half that would end with a 22-yard TD pass to Roy Williams. The drive covered 4 minutes and 23 seconds. And Eddie, now is the time for Doug and OB's Thoughts of the Game, sponsored by ExpressBet.com. Go right now to ExpressBet.com and enter promo code HAWWSCR to not only receive a free $125 sign-up bonus, but will also be automatically entered to win $100 in free bets at Hawthorne Race Course this fall. New winners will be picked each week. That promo code is HAWWSCR at ExpressBet.com. Doug and OB's Thoughts of the Game, brought to you by ExpressBet.com. Get in, get out, and get paid. Eddie, what's your thoughts, buddy?
My thoughts of the game are, number one, that the guys didn't give up. They didn't give up. I sometimes I thought maybe this last game here, some guys, their heads would be on a swivel looking around trying to, play not to get hurt, etc. No, but they came out and they did a fine job. Very, very proud of them. And the other thing, to Rod Marinelli, about late in that third quarter, Doug, there's some things. J.D. Moore made a hell of a play on the screen. There's some individual things that happen out there where these kids didn't give up. But for Rod Marinelli, He came out, Doug, middle, late third quarter because we weren't getting the push up the middle. And again, did you see, Doug? He came with the line twist. He came with the Mac blitz, the Will blitz, but all up the middle to try to cave that pocket in, and hopefully Julius Peppers or Adonijah would get in there. It was a good move. Things weren't working before. They did make an adjustment. That's nice to see.
Yeah, and again, too, you go back, as you say, and as we both talked about many times, the old formula to go to the safe and say what works for us. Well, it worked this game, and that meant takeaways. That meant the fact that they did have takeaways. They had, in fact, they got a touchdown on defense. Special teams, that did. They got 2 blocked field goals, and one was a bad snap. So all those things add up. So they went back to the old way. But the fact is, when it's all said and done with, that's what they needed to win this game. But we're going to need more down the road. There's no question about it. Let's go back out to the phone lines, Eddie. Let's go out to Jay in Milwaukee. Jay, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
How are you guys doing tonight?
What's up, Jay?
I was calling because, it's always good to see the Bears get a victory, but it's almost, kind of an oxymoron in regards to it's just another reason, finish 500, not that bad of a season. They're going to blame it on injuries, which did play a role, but even hearing Lovey after the game, it kind of was just alarming to me when he goes, it just was really harping on how defense wins ball games, so that's kind of still going to be his mentality after we see it over and over again with all the other successful teams in the league, and that you need it to pass the ball. You need to have a powerful offense. And the sense of entitlement that he kind of just talks with, it really just bothers me. And for what? I mean, what did they accomplish besides getting to the Super Bowl under Lovie Smith?
Jay, when you take a look at it, as former players, OB and I, we've been through this before. Last game of the season, not much to play for, but it's still football. And you play your hearts out and you do what you need to do, and you get out there and play the game. And I understand where you're coming from. But when you take a look at this, and Lovey's got to look at this football club, it's not always the defense. This is the one thing that Chicago has a problem with. Everything is loaded on the defense's back.
And special teams.
Yeah, and say this is why we're going to win. Well, that's not. Let me ask you something right now. New England's defense ranks 31. Green Bay's defense, I think, ranks 32. But what is the thing? The one thing that Lovey has that is real important, the thing that's showing up, and I'll give him credit for this, it's takeaways. The takeaways are the difference. You take a look at Green Bay, they got about 35 takeaways. New England's got about 30 or 31. That makes up the difference. And so that's what he's looking for. But when it's all said and done with, you're going to have to score points. You're going to have to put points up. You can't do it this way anymore. You can take care of the also-ran football teams. You will not take care of the teams that are that damn good if you can't score points.
Well, they got to look at different things on offensively, Doug. Again, we all know about the personnel. But I'm going to tell you what, Doug, our third down efficiency is one of the worst in the league, if not the worst.
It's terrible.
Our third down, that's the most important down in football, folks. You got to convert, you got to move the chains, and you got to put points on the board. That way you keep off the field a Rodgers, a Peyton Manning, a Brady. And that's what this offense has to do. Looking forward to next year, that's the main thing. How do you convert on third down? How do you move the chains? Give the defense a rest and quit counting on special teams to give you field position, go 10 yards, and kick a damn field goal and think you're going to win the football game. It's not going to happen anymore. Last year was a miracle. Miracles are over with. Reality has set in. We're 8-8, and things aren't looking good, especially with two teams. They're firing to the top in our division.
And I looked at, right before the game, I went over the offense, and I graded it out. Now, listen to this real quickly. Against the pass, the Chicago Bears are 26th. I gave them an F. Average gain per pass, 22nd. I gave them a D. Had interceptions against them. They're ranked 29th. I gave them an F. Sacks allowed. They're ranked 25th. I gave them an F. First downs allowed. They're ranked 26th. I gave them an F. Third down efficiency, they're ranked 27th. I gave them an F. Fourth down efficiency, they're ranked 30th, and I gave them an F. How in the hell are you going to win when those numbers I just gave you? How are you going to win?
Doug, you're entirely too negative. Entirely too negative.
I apologize. Let's go out to Tom in Medina. Tom, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
How are you guys?
All right, Tom.
Okay, so here's the key question that you can answer.
The front office of the Bears is a disaster. They lack of preparation, the lack of player development, the lack of depth on this team. But do the Bears ownership have the courage and the determination and the money and the willingness to commit the money to change the culture of this team? The way the Hawks have done it, the way the Bulls have done it by bringing in new coaching, new front office people. And look, even the Cubs have done it this year. Do the Bears ownership have that courage and determination to change the team? Because unless they do, all this other stuff is piecemeal, and it won't work. I'll listen for your answer.
You're absolutely correct. Who's going to change it? Ed? Me?
Tom's
you?
hit it on the head.
You hit it right on the head. Who's going to change it? It's got to be up there. George McCaskey's got to be the guy. He's got to sit down and take a look at all this. And he's got to say to himself, what's going to make the Bears? That's his responsibility, is the Chicago Bears, and make it better. How am I going to make it better? And he's got to look through it. And maybe, just maybe, he's going to look at it and say, listen, we've got to make some changes here because we're not going anywhere. It's not happening. And Jerry Angelo, even though these guys are signed to year 2013, you're going to have to bite and eat some of that salary. But the fact is, though, it has to be done. And this is why they put George McCaskey ahead of the whole operation. He's got to make that decision.
Doug, I think George, it's just my feeling. Could be right, wrong, I don't know. But I think that decision is made, and I think Jerry Angelo's gone. Now, again, I'm probably wrong, but that's what I believe, because all you got to do is look back at the body of work. Look at Detroit with Matt Millen. My God, 10 years at the helm there, almost about the same amount of years, absolutely almost destroyed a franchise. Nobody would go to the game. And look what happened. Clean house, Doug. Somebody just, said that's enough. Enough is enough. Even though Matt Millen was Ford's favorite guy, and that's why he was there that long, sometimes your favorite person is not the right person.
And things change. Football changed. NFL's changed. It's not the same as it was 10 years ago, 9 years ago, 8 years ago. We're all seeing the change. And those teams that are jumping on the change are making the moves. And they're going to be more successful than the ones that are sticking to the old hat. Let's go out to Jack in Arizona. Jack, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
How you doing, Doug and OB?
How you doing, Jack?
All right, Jack.
Long-time Bear fan. I used to go to Bear games in the 40s. Anyways, I tell you, football to me is life. It builds character, and that's the best sport in the world. The question I'm asking is, what is Jordan McCaskey going to do of all the negative reports from the Bear fans? I hope he does the right thing. I agree. You're 100% OB. Let's get rid of this guy. He is ruining the Bears. The Bears are the third market in the United States, and we are totally inept about everything. I want to hear your answer.
Jack, it's one thing, the fans can speak out, but the obligation comes back to George McCaskey for the organization of the Chicago Bears itself. He's got to make that decision. I keep telling you, it's not going to be Ed or me or anybody else. George McCaskey's got to look at the papers. It's like, looking at yourself, your financial statement. What did we do? Where did we be wrong? How do we change it, and how do we get better? That's exactly what he needs to do.
How did we get to this point?
Absolutely.
How did we come from a Super Bowl, the boom, the bang, to last year? What kind of a year was it? Why are we 8-8? There's a body of work there, okay? And that's what you have to look at. And sometimes you've got to make the hard decisions. And, again, Jerry Angelo, wonderful guy or whatever, but I'm telling you something right now. If I was the person, or if anybody else, and I know the majority of the people here are at home, my Lord, enough is enough.
And, again, too, don't get it wrong. This is not a witch hunt. This is not something, we even enjoy talking about. Because like Ed said, Jerry Angelo's a decent guy. But when you take a look at it, if you're a Bear fan or a former player or somebody that really wants the Bears to win, you take a look at this and you expect them to do something about it.
Doug, this guy makes a lot of money to make the winning decisions, okay? And if it doesn't happen and you've had time enough, then guess what? Tough luck, pal.
Well, it is. It's like, you think any other organization's any different? Do you think whoever you work for, all of a sudden you're in charge of a certain department and you all of a sudden are not producing, it's not coming up? How many excuses can you come up with? How many things can you say, well, geez, we had an injury, we lost our quarterback, or we lost our running back? Well, take a look in the National Football League, how many teams lose quarterbacks. Houston lost theirs, for God's sake. They lost 2, and they put Yates in there, a rookie who's in there, and they're going to the
third stringer, by the way.
Right, going to the playoffs. That's not an excuse. You can't do that anymore. It's got to be built. The team has got to be built, and after it's built, it's got to run, just like New England runs, just like Pittsburgh runs, just like Green Bay runs, all these teams. Why do you think they're always there on top? Because they got a built-in organization, and they're ready to roll every year.
I got the simple answer, Doug. Draft.
Sure.
That's how they're there. They draft.
Let's go out to Dan in Mount Prospect. Dan, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, thanks, guys. Hey, Doug, agree with everything you're saying. Lifelong Bears fan. I just can't stand to see year after year the same incompetence, same excuses every year. You got backup quarterbacks like Matt Flynn. Last time I checked, he threw 4 touchdown passes today against Detroit. I mean, it's incredible. And then you got Marinelli the other day saying against Green Bay, oh, we got to stop the run. Stop the run? Who the heck is Ryan Grant? He's nobody. He can't. You got Aaron Rodgers throws 5 touchdown passes against the Bears. I mean, it's just the whole thing from top to bottom, from Angelo down, the coaching staff. I mean, McCaskey needs a clean house, and I just can't understand why he's not doing it. I wish he would listen to the Bears, irate Bears fans, week after week.
Now, let me ask you real quick. Flynn got 4 touchdown passes today because I didn't see it. He got 4? Oh, he's gone? 6. He threw 6 touchdown passes.
You know something that's funny today?
Let me tell you something.
I was listening to somebody, one of the geniuses around here on radio.
One of the morons around here.
And he's talking about Flynn up in Green Bay.
Yeah.
Well, look at him. He's not that good.
Stop yourself. I got in a big argument with some guy. I said, I'll take this kid in a heartbeat. He threw 6 touchdowns today.
In a meaningless game for them, by the way. Obviously, Rodgers didn't play.
What does that tell you about what the Packers are doing in drafts and the players and how they find out who's good and who's not good? Scott, we're going to take a break. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks at Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. We're done.
We're done.
We're just getting started.
Yeah. Listen, all you people here and our listeners, God, thank you people for listening to Doug and I the past 16 weeks. Yeah. And hope we're all back here again next year in a healthy new year. And God bless you all. And it's been a wonderful year. I got a great partner right here with me. And believe me, I'm going to tell you something. But I will say this, Doug. Remember I told you, if you go down and you have a heart attack, plan on dying, I wouldn't do that, Doug. I wouldn't do mouth-to-mouth.
Yes, you would.
No, I wouldn't. I just thought I'd say it, though.
Well, I never want to be alone with you again. No, thanks all of you.
Absolutely.
Have a happy new year, and it's been terrific. The postgame show was brought to you by Old Second Bank. Start banking on your future thanks to Herb Lawrence, Rick Kemp, Joe Dredge, Mike Peterson, Brendan McCaffrey, the executive one, and Lindsey Garr. DePaul, that's right. That's why we're getting off early. DePaul basketball is coming up next. Have a happy new year, everybody.
Happy New Year.